established early on in the game, you can bleed out into a third or a fourth, or you can find high roll opportunities like Soju did, where he found the Karthus 3. Biri, on the other hand, took a slightly different approach, where she played it from ahead. But when she was offered last stand, she said to herself,
Orang gila nonton
this is
TFT jam
enough
segini
value
keren
because I have
Iqbal.
multiple melee damage threats on
Ya,
my
Cok.
board, with the Viego, with the Akali, eventually the Yorick as well. I'll get so much value out of this augment that I think it might allow me to cap out higher to squeeze out that
Kali ini
top
gue
4.
nobar
I
sama
want to say
Kuro
she finished, was it
lagi.
third or fourth? It was in that top 4
Lagi.
range.
Fourth, yeah.
Fourth, yeah. So there
Lah,
are
hilang
ways to play these non-super high cap boards in a way that allows you to get a good enough placement to earn points. Because it's like you talked about Necro before. Because we're resetting the point, it's not just about getting the win. It honestly is just about getting points on the board, right?
Yeah, and I think it's so much about really avoiding 7s and 8s. Like, they are so punishing. We saw so many players who were actually having really good performances in day 2, but they pick up 1 or 2 8s and that's it. Like, you're just out of the running now. You've lost too much value, in those games. So you, at all costs, have to be able to avoid those. And that's why I think it's such an interesting line, because there are so many different ways to approach it. There are ways where you can, potentially cap out and really go for some of those first place finishes. We've seen people, with pentakill boards be able to get to 9, get things like Yorick 2 in there, and be able to kind of get that really, really super strong board where they can actually get a first place. Or Soju's, 3-star Karthus, which obviously hard to replicate, like you said, also was another first place. It will do it, but it's a board that it's kind of easy to get to the place where you can get there. And a lot of people are basically just, as soon as they see an Olaf headliner, they're like, okay, and they just start slamming all these just different melee components that can go on the Akali, that can go on the Viego, and allowing that to kind of carry them through that early game and mid game really has been a recipe for success for some players. And I think it just showcases that it's important to have a mastery of all the lines, right? Because you can't always get first place in every game. It's just not possible. But you can find ways to scrape up more points. And that's kind of the difference, I think, a lot of times between the players that are advancing and the players that are getting eliminated.
Well, talking about a comp that does have a propensity for going first if you can find the right conditions for it, we got to talk about AD Flex, because this is a composition that we've had on the menu for the entire weekend, and I want to focus in on Degree's AD Flex board, because this is the board that he ended up getting that first place finish with in that final game, and to be able to secure points lead for the day. And as you can see from the board, he has so many upgraded units: 2-star Kiana, 2-star Lowy, 2-star Lucian, and just ways to be able to continue to improve this board. And we've seen very high capped variants of this board. You think Weishan Iverson had a really great board as well, with a Kiana and a Jhin as the primary carries, and that is sort of the recipe for success when it comes to these AD Flex boards. Not only that though, but it's called Flex for a reason. You can itemize so many different carries, and if you can get the right augments to support it, such as Degrees, who did have a very treasures augment for Prismatic, like, you're getting tons and tons of components, like you were saying, Gangly, that can really help to make sure that all of these carries are fulfilling the roles that you want them to.
Yeah, and it's important to note too, I mean, you look at this board, how many damage threats are there? What's this, like 6 or 7, depending on how that Kiana is itemized? It makes your board very resistant to fight RNG, because yeah, maybe your melee carry does kind of int the fight right off the bat, but now you've got an Ezreal and a Caitlyn, and a Lucian all on the back line, putting out consistent DPS. Being able to get an AD Flex board online certainly has the highest cap, but what we've seen from a lot of players is, it lives on a razor's edge. If you don't have quite enough gold, you are going to bottom out very early.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that, I've kind of really noticed is that one of the difficulties of this especially comes when people are actually contesting each other on that line, because we have multiple Heartsteel players, and in some of the games we even had multiple Heartsteel players raising the stakes where they really cannot afford to get a win. So they end up weakening their boards so much that they're taking all this additional damage along the way, right? And a lot of the times the more successful Heartsteel lines that I've seen are ones that are actually able to more ride that line. Maybe you don't have a perfect loss streak, but you're preserving so much more HP. In the rounds that you are losing, you're actually killing units, and you're keeping your health high enough that, to your point, Gangly, when you actually do have to roll down, you have additional lives. You can level a little bit later, have more gold to roll, give yourself those outs to be able to hit the units that you need to actually stabilize the board. Because that stabilization is really what is key. It buys you the time to be able to get to 9, to be able to get to even in the space of degree, get to 10, and get those luxury units to where you can actually win the game versus just going 7th, going 8th, as we saw so many times across this weekend.
Well, thank you both so much for the pre-show. I feel like we have a really good understanding now of the players that we have competing in this final lobby, as well as maybe what to expect coming onto these meta
Terima kasih
competitions.
kamu telah menjadi orang gila yang nonton TFT jam 4
And you
pagi.
can really prove their worth today. We're going to get into our very first game of the final day of the TFT and
Kamu
original
telah
finals.
menjadi salah satu
We're going to
orang
send things
gila
over to
jam 4 pagi
Casanova and
nonton
Rufus.
TFT.
Hello, everyone, and welcome
Hadir,
to the first
Raji.
lobby of the final day
Halo.
of North America Regionals. As Nekra in that wonderful desk said, after today,
sekarang
we will
udah
have
tanggal
4
26, Cok.
representatives for North
Besok
America.
gua
That means
nge-stream
half of the players that you're seeing today will end up making it. How
Turnamen,
will that
tanggal
affect the
29.
gameplay, Cass? I think we're going to
Udah
see it
kayak gue
through these
taper
first
deh.
lobbies, but in this first one, let's go over it real quick.
Well, I
Gue
mean, it's
tadi
crazy, right? This is
kagak
the
enak badan,
most
eh.
amount of players we've sent to Worlds in a
Gila TFT
single
sekarang.
tournament, right? So this is half
Tenang.
the field going in.
Bentar lagi udah
Usually,
ganti
it
set,
would be
belajar
like
lagi
top
dari
2 in
nol.
an AVP spot, so you would have to play a lot more risky. You'd have to play for those
Udah
first and
mulai.
seconds, right? You couldn't
Udah,
just
Cok.
play a top 4 style and guarantee your spot, but now with it being
PB
kind of
kapan gue
almost a pseudo
update
top
itu?
4, right? Top 3 in an AVP slot.
Awal bulan kayaknya.
Playing for top 4 and consistently getting top 4s is a really viable way to lock
Pengen
yourself
mindset
into
baru, Cok.
Worlds. And
Udah
we look at a
bosen
player
ya
like
sekarang.
Kiyun across the course of this tournament has not gone first a single time, but has 75%
Aku nunggu
of
Bang
the
Air
time
Liuk angkat
been
piala.
in
Enggak,
that
ini.
top 4. He's been so consistent, and it's brought him all the way
Enggak,
here.
Cok.
And he's a player that
Gue bukan
with
orang
that
kompetitif
consistency,
lagi,
I
Cok.
really look at as being in a really nice spot due to the fact
Ganti set
that
itu
we're
ada
sending half
sinergi
of this
baru.
field.
Enggak, ganti
If
set
it was
tuh
only 1
semuanya
or 2,
ganti.
maybe I'd be less hype on him, but right now I
Unitnya
feel good
ganti
about this
semua,
guy.
sinergi ganti
I think anyone
semua.
that kind of functions amongst that top
Bang,
4
kenapa
has
Mokdok
those
kalau
lines
live
that are
stream
like,
nggak
you know what,
main
I
rank kok
know
dia?
this might not win that lobby. Katarina, I think,
Cuma
automatically
Jaka.
comes to mind for me, but
Dia
I
udah
know
nggak
it's going to
ngejar
get to that
kompetitifnya
top
lagi.
4.
Oh,
And
yeah.
so
Si
when I
Mokdok
have the opportunity
dulu
where
dia
I do
sempet
need to
nge-rank sampai
rubber band
challenger,
back and forth,
challenger
if I
udah
do
udah
fall
nggak
onto
lagi.
an 8th, I at least have a little bit of cushion. But
Al
Scuttle
imbang
is going to be an
kayu.
option on this first
Goblok.
go-around, and Replay going to rat it up on a one guy
Gua mau
there.
nonton
Golden
ini,
City and
Cok.
Recast
Sabun
champions are the
City.
other ones, Cass.
Set 9 replay would always stand on the portal. No one else wanted to play. He's like, oh, it gives me the tilt advantage. If I go there, everyone else is unhappy. We see him do it again,
Pas
but he doesn't
Nusantara
get
nanti
it.
dimulai dari nol.
There's
Enggak
not going to be
lah.
scuttlepuddle this time
Nusantara
around,
tuh
Boot, but
turnamen terakhir
I know
harusnya.
Nekra
Kicking it
is a
off
little
with the bang here.
disappointed.
What was it Golden
Sebelum
Symphony? Is that
nanti
where we
ganti
ended
set,
up?
ganti
Yeah.
setnya kan di pertengahan bulan
So
depan.
it's going to be pretty
Nusantara
standard, right?
beres
Golden Symphony is
dulu,
going to give you
baru
opportunities
nanti
to get
ganti set.
augments about items, about stats, and with that econ.
bangun
And so
apa
it's
belum
going to be
tidur?
really
Gua baru
interesting to
bangun
see
kayak
in
2
what
jam yang lalu.
order a lot of these players do
Par
select
gua
those
anjing.
augments.
Yeah, what's cool about Golden Symphony in particular
Kayak
is that we've
beres
kind of been in this
beres
real
turnamen
meta
yang
to a
Bandung
sense,
Open
right? There's
udah
still,
deh.
you know, a lot of other ways
Tewas
that you
gua
can play.
anjing.
You heard Mort talking earlier, right? Like there's still a lot of good 4 and 5 cost ways to play. But on Golden Symphony, a lot of the augments that are incredibly strong at
Aku udah
capping
daftar
reroll
Bandung
boards
Open,
are
semoga
in that gold
ada.
selection, right? You see Submit to the Pit, you see Blinged Out,
Ntar
right?
besok-
And there's a few more that you can be looking for that can kind
Besok
of give you that
penutupan,
direction to
ntar
move
sore
towards the reroll
penutupan
line. So
Regis
something we can look out for,
sebenarnya
Boop, on 2-1 is,
teknik
hey, has
ya,
anyone
teknik
committed
nanti di
to one of those
WA
reroll
gitu
lines
kan.
already via an augment
Udah
selection?
tinggal
I think that's a really good thing to
besoknya
point out. Another
turnamen.
thing I think that we should be aware of is the fact that reroll comps consistently placed in the top 4, but didn't win a lot of those lobbies. A lot of those lobbies that we got those winners for were, you know, capped out 4 costs. So I just love the interaction between the reroll and then the 4 cost carries a little bit later on.
Yeah, the
Udah
big
mulai pilek, Cok.
outlier
Udah
they
harus
covered on the
banyak
pre-show,
tidur
right? That
kan.
was Riven. Riven actually had a very high first place rate, but out of the rest of the
Tewas,
rerolls,
anjing.
like you're saying, most of them
Kebanyakan
just had
begadang
great top
nonton
4
TFT
rates
jam
and
4 pagi.
rarely were able to find
Goblok.
that first. So that's another thing for us to look out to as well, as like, okay, who ends up on that
Pengen selalu
Riven?
dia membuat
Because they
Discord.
might end up
Gua
either
nggak
bottoming out or
main.
going for that first
Gua
place.
nanti
But we're gonna
nggak
get our
main
first
di-
augment selection. Too Healthy has
di
been
apa
really
namanya?
popular for trying to
Di
streak
turnamen
early
itu gua
game,
nggak bakal
especially
main.
because we see
Gua
a
cuma
lot
nonton
of
doang,
2 cost
spectate
later
doang.
on, but Weird, of course, you know, our high risk, high reward player, of course, gonna grab that lucky streak and play around this Gambler's Blade.
Yeah, of course, right? We wouldn't have expected anything else. Like we kind of referred to it at the pre-show too with the Zale. But if you did not watch that last game yesterday, it was mind-blowing in so many different kinds of ways. You know what I mean? Just by the way they played it, they fully open forwarded in the early game, were able to convert it, and all they needed was to avoid an 8th. But they decided to, give everyone a little bit of anxiety as we played through that lobby. As it didn't actually look that great for a minute, but here we are. Weird is here with us right now. His perfect count is going to be what you're seeing him as well. But we have the Jinx, we've got the Cassante now. So we're keeping things open here in the early game.
Yeah, right. He's got the Heartsteel Cassante, so he'll be looking for the Heartsteel earlier on, trying to find that third copy. And just taking stock of some of the augments that were selected, right? We've got, another Lucky Streak for replay, so also going to be looking for that economy. But the one that stands out, we were just talking about Riven, and Prestivin's got that Gargantuan Resolve, which is a great thing to pair with a Riven reroll line. It used to mostly go with the Yone line, but Riven's been more in favor recently. There's a couple different ways he can go, but Riven is the one I'm looking for the highest cap for Prestivin.
Yeah, and I think it kind of helps with what the weakness that they were talking about on the analyst desk of Riven, which is some of that single target damage. Sometimes those little bits of stats allow you to take 1 or 2 extra ults from that Ahri, for example, and then all of a sudden you have more time with that Riven. The wait for the Caitlyn to try to compensate any type of damage reduction from that Riven getting taken down is not going to be there.
All right, well now we're jumping on board with Dish Soap, and Dish Soap's actually been playing a very unique tournament. I want to talk about it a little bit here during the early stages. Is Dish Soap, out of the 10 games that were played on Legendary Flex, Dish Soap has 5 of them. He has been the player who has made it to that level 9 cap out the most. He has kind of played around that the most of any other player in this tournament, and he has found a ton of success playing around these late game boards, playing for a lot of tempo early on, and playing around cheap boards that are efficient and econing very heavily. And just seeing Dish Soap be able to succeed in that line where no one else has really found a ton of consistent success with is really exciting, because it does mean that he's relatively uncontested when he goes for it. It's just a matter of, can he get there with the lobby tempo so high in this stack of a lobby.
I totally agree with you, and that's, I think, a big reason why maybe the study group wasn't as attractive for Dish Soap, because he got this line. And the thing about Dish Soap is it makes complete sense that he's going to be able to have that kind of statistic, right? To have half of the legendary flex boards means that we are setting ourselves up with such a good opportunity in the late game that we can even think about going there. You've got to give someone like that credit, which we are, because we have, obviously we're considering him in one of those big 3, but maybe the monkey will finally be off his back after today when we find out who will be our regional representatives for North America. Remember, folks, this is just the first lobby, so if you're just tuning in, you're tuning in at a pretty good time as we're running along with Degree right now, who has some KDA on the board, has that Vi, which has been definitely the most popular, I think, headliner in the early game that you cycle off of.
Yeah, for sure. And Degree with just a very easy early 80 flex slam, right? We've got the Titans and we've got the Even Shroud. It's really good early game item with the Even Shroud that does scale into the late game by giving you that shred. And then also just this Titans, which is pretty flexible amongst a lot of the frontline ADs. You actually will play around Viego, Zed, Coffee. Those are kind of more the looks you're going towards. Or a 3-cost reroll like the Riven, right? When we see that slam. So Degree potentially going to be in similar lines to what Prestivin wants to play, and we'll have to watch out if they end up both contesting each other as we get our first carousel. Ginsu's into Kale reroll with pumping up. I actually love that line, that decision from Dish Soap. As you can see, he's got 2 Kales on his board. He's got an open bow. And I think that's a really strong way to cap out a Kale board, because pumping up is going to continue to give you that power throughout the game. So early commitment here from Dish Soap, and you can start to see those compositions coming together across these different boards.
Yeah, to put it in perspective, that Kale has been fine on its base power. It hasn't even needed, pumping up throughout the regionals, right? So just to have a little bit of extra, I always like to point this out, but with TFT, it's all about finding those windows of opportunity to get like inches from people, right? It's not about making huge decisions that are going to launch you forward, where that does take place, but a lot of TFT takes place amongst those micro decisions just like that. We're now going over to TiVo champion and KDA Cup champion Lala here. I love the fact that we were talking about the fact that this could potentially be the best set of all time from an individual player, but there's still some work to do.
Yeah, and we're looking at Malala. He's TVO champion and also one of our 3 win streakers currently in this lobby. You know, going up, Prestivan is the other one at the 100 HP. And we see the sleight of hand, this Thieves Gloves augment that gives the HP and attack speed to everyone holding the Thieves Gloves. Such a great way to win streak throughout the early game. And pairing it up with Jinx, who is such a good early carry, this has been such a strong board that Malala is being able to push through everyone else. And the big thing to look at, Prestivan got the win as well. Will we get a win streak? Malala versus Prestivan.
Ada Nami, ada Tarik, ada Bar.
Yeah, actually the last time we saw that happened, a couple times both people were able to get into the item round without facing each other. They both entered stage 3 with 100 HP. As we're moving along with Prestivan and Malala, this Olaf is something that a lot of people like going. If Vi's not going to be that one-cost headliner that's going to help you win streak or at least take some units down, this Olaf is going to be very much, pretty much exactly as helpful.
And the perfect item carrier for that Gargantuan Resolve, right? I mean, this is exactly what you want to see early on when you're playing around this. Not going around to Malala, the potential for both of them to streak. Malala's a guaranteed win, and now Kiyun on the other side here has this Annie who is quite strong, but I think getting through the Olaf is just going to be a tough task, especially since Prestivan picked up a NAR 2
si Ren emang beneran cowok,
which is such a strong unit. And we see the Annie is doing a lot of damage, right? Might get through this Olaf, but now there's still the NAR around, and the cannon stun might have done enough there where able to still find that win, right? This is actually, I think, a little closer than you would have expected that fight to be when you just look at the board strength.
I completely agree with you, but the thing is that Annie can ramp up, right? And I think even getting through that Olaf is a pretty good victory for that particular board, because I also want to point out the fact that in the late game, almost exclusively through the weekend, in almost every lobby, the late game's been separated by things like 2 to 5 points amongst 4 players, right? So maybe that Olaf kill just then could actually be an advantage a little later on. We don't know that specifically, right? But it could really be a big difference maker a little bit later on, as Kiyu now going to be looking for some items.
Yeah, and taking stock of the lobby here, right? You can see Malala and Prestivan both were able to 5 win, whereas Weird and Dishso both able to 5 loss. So a lot of high economies coming out, right? 4 players in this game already going to be on those full streaks going into getting a lot of extra money. And we take a look at Kiyun's board, right? We look at the items that have just been slammed. Potential playing around Seraphine. And having that Shojin slam. Usually you want that Shojin Morellos and then you get the death cap with the super fan onto Seraphine. So we are seeing a couple players lean towards what they want to commit to, especially right Dish. So we do currently have a Senna on board. I think Kale is where he would ideally like to go, just playing around what he has for now. We have, you know, a Seraphine. A ribbon coming out there.
Katanya season banyak ini banyak track yang
so the direction's going to be a lot more clear, especially after this next augment and carousel. We should be able to provide a little bit more of that macro picture, because a lot of these comps are still moving in and out of what those possibilities can be. As Dishso is going to take the L here. As we see the Vi like absolutely destroy here in the early game, is that going to, you know, maintain? Absolutely not. I just want to reinforce the fact that that headliner you choose in the early game, especially if you want to push victories or bosses by just a couple units, that's how you do it.
Yeah, and with the escort quest as well, I think Degree, you know, definitely having a good time there with this strong buy. Even though he wasn't able to full streak, which would have been insane with having that escort quest, it's still a really solid spot. Now, got a couple of these augment selections. Kiyun looking at little buddies, tons of stats, and Cyber's uplink. Emotional connection becomes an option. And he's playing around Emo Annie, but he has kind of committed to not re-rolling Annie at this point, so it does lose a significant amount of value. Little buddies is certainly a consideration, but it ends up just being tons of stats. As Dish soap grabs. Oh, this is such a good tail augment. We have seen this time and time again. Oh, long distance pals just give so many stats to the Kale and Mordekaiser, where the Mordekaiser benefits from the AP to get bigger shields, and then the Kale gets a little bit bulkier, so she doesn't go down to some just, you know, arbitrary damage that's coming out.
Yeah, and the moves kind of have to be made. We've lost a lot of HP on their subs for something like that Kale. That's why we made the decision to at least put Senna in, I think, for like literally 1 round to try to neuter some of that HP loss, but we were able to get the unit that we wanted. Now it's all about building units around it. We have good itemization. We've got a pretty good front line. And look at this turnaround already just from an augment choice and a couple upgrades. Look at where we are right now.
Yeah, the big thing to note is Dish did roll down heavily here on 3-2 to try and get to the board he wanted, and he actually kind of missed. He didn't fully miss, right? Because he did find 5 kills, and that's very good, right? He's really close once he can actually swap the headliner, but he missed on Mordekaiser, right? He didn't actually find Mordekaiser, and he ends up having to pick up this set as
Long
his
distance
headliner
bagus
to
di
try
bot.
and bridge this mid game.
Bagus di
He should be
bot
able to win for a little bit,
yang
rebuild
punya
that
dua
econ, and then roll again. But he's not in
carry.
the perfect scenario just yet. But this is something that Dish has
Dua
always
core.
been able to do. Pick up some
punya
things to
dua
surround what he
carry.
actually wants to play,
Dua
and then
damager
pivot
gitu,
once
dua-duanya
again
lu kasih
into the real
LDP itu
composition
kuatnya
once he
kuat
gets
banget.
there. So really well done as we jump over to Weird, who
Tapi
we've
lo
seen
harus
him raise
pintar
the stakes quite a
posisiinnya.
bit here, Boop. But I'm curious if we'll see it once again.
He's making his way. You know, I know what the books would say,
There it
but
is.
yeah,
Oh,
this
dari
is what it's
Marco,
going to
Cok.
be. I raise the stakes. And you know,
And
just
enak
kind of
banget.
on your
Raise
point
the
with
stake
Dish, though,
lagi
he's
nih.
really good at making
Bahaya tuh.
imperfect situations look perfect through
Kemarin
his
sih banyak
gameplay.
yang
So I
jadi
wonder
korban.
if that's going to also be the case here as we have converted into the win. But we're now going to be raising the stakes. So hopefully it's going to be a
Daripada
loss
nonton
here.
turnamen,
It
enakan
should be
mainnya,
all
Bang,
right
soalnya lu
looking at the
GG.
Annie and looking how the front line
Biar tambah
for
GG, nonton
our
dulu, cuy.
replay is going to be hanging out just fine. But it's all about now if we can kill any other units. It does
Ini
look
kayak
like we're
semua
going
orang
to
mau
for
megang
one
Kel
more.
anjing.
We will, and
Iya.
like it's another thing of gold because of
Semua
that
orang
Gambler's
pegang
play.
Kylo
And
anjing.
Malala's streak has finally
Karena
been
kayaknya
snapped.
udah
I just
pada
wanna
ini,
note he
gue
was on a
yakin pas
7
saya ada
streak.
main
He made
Kel, pada
a
megangin
lot
anjing.
of money off of that, but it's in snap.
Gue
So
tadi
we
ada
know
main
that board
second
wasn't
sebelum
too
stream.
insane, right? It was just a very
Yang
strong
main
early game
Kylo,
board, and now
anjing semua
Malala
orang
looking
punya
to
Kylo itu
just keep
kan
that
geli anjing.
economy and then start to turn it into something else. So not a huge
Itu jelas
outlier
banget tuh
over there.
megangin
So
orang
we've got
dia
a
nggak naikin
spatula
bintang 2.
on the carousel, and these have been very impactful in many games, but neither of our first picks are really looking for it
Dapat blink out aja
initially.
si Red
We'll
nggak.
see. I know we might have had some Riven players, and Rain ends up picking it up
Sena bet
instead.
anjing.
Rain looking potentially to
Enak
play around
banget
true
tuh,
damage.
hidup
We
aja.
see a Senna currently on the board,
Bisa
but those
satu kill
could
sama
go
satu
in
tank.
another
Kalau satu
way. Actually, no, it's guaranteed to be true damage. We got
satu
blinged
tank
out. There we go. Just looking for an open sword to go with it.
kurang sih. Cuma
Yeah,
kalau
and so
kayak
this is
Kylo
going to mean
Morde kan
that
dua-duanya
we're going to
benefit
be able to
dari
lock
Magic.
in our true damage
Tanknya juga
vertical
dari Magic
aspect a little
bagus
bit
gitu, jadi
sooner
masih
once
bisa.
we are able to make that item. But
Tim
right
kecil
now we've
bekerja
got a pretty
sebelum
good
matahari
board here
terbit.
for Rain.
Ya,
It must
seperti
be
itu,
pretty
cuy.
awesome too. Like you're like the creator of the game. Be like, I actually think Rain's going to go. What a cool thing to happen.
Ini Ryan
Oh
ngeri
yeah, it
anjing.
is awesome. And
Ada
I think
sepatu
Mark
mana
has
tuh?
some merit. Rain has been playing some
Lah,
really
anjing, dapat dari
good
mana, anjing?
TFT
Tahu.
across this set, and
Cita,
especially
anjing.
as we've gotten very close to
Dari
this
itu barusan
tournament,
kah?
right? And then in regionals itself, Rain, you know,
Tuh ada
starting
Kylo lagi
out
dipegang.
with her second place
Semua
finish
orang
on day
pegang
1,
Kylo,
having a
anjing.
strong finish on day 2, and now, you know, coming into this day 3, Rain
Anjir, emang
looks to
kos
be in the
2
best
flex
form
ya,
we've
anjir.
seen her in
Kos
since set 7,
2
where she
flex.
did go to Worlds, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity to potentially have Rain
Eh, gua kalau
back
main-
there.
Pakai ya.
Gue
She's been
sekarang
doing it
main
with a
kayak
lot of
Kain
reroll, and
punya
once again,
juga
playing in
sih.
that comfort
Pos
zone,
2 flex
playing around the
anjing.
center reroll, and gonna have that additional true damage potential to add on top of it. It's Pandora's items. You're guaranteed to
Anjing,
get
Tapi
your
jaga
sword at
Raturn
some
ini
point
kayaknya bakal
to go
banyak banget yang
alongside
main
that
kos 2
spatula.
flex ini.
And I also want to point out,
Itu lu
Rain
liat ke-
said herself that this reroll part
Iya.
is actually a moderately new aspect
Kuat
of being
banget,
comfortable
anjing.
with her game,
Set
right?
Kylo.
She's actually really well known before this set to be a very big first or eight player. I think
Setnya
last set
bruiser
Robin
aja.
was the only other
Iya,
person who
anjing.
was that first or eight. So it is really cool to see the development and evolution of Rain's gameplay when it comes to being able to roll with these reroll comps. And so now we're still waiting for that sword.
Tangkem si
Sometimes
bosan
Pandora's
itu
isn't your
aja.
friend until a little bit
Tunggu
while
patch baru
later.
aja mah,
Sometimes
emang
PayPal
setnya
needs to
pasti
go
bakal.
through before it happens. But
Komnya
Rain
pasti bakal
should be
itu aja.
sitting pretty
Iya.
here for a
Kalau
good
udah
couple
kayak
rounds.
sekarang
No
penghujung
reason to
season
panic.
ya, semua
No
orang
reason
udah
to
tahu
really
metanya
force
pasti mainnya
anything at the
itu
moment.
doang.
Yeah, she's just trying to econ back
Tinggal
up
nunggu
quite a
sampai-
bit
Oh!
and then do another roll down. She's
mau
also
main Jazz.
using
Tapi Big Shot dapetnya
a
anjir
different
pegangan doang
headliner than
berarti.
she actually wants with the Mordekaiser just to supplement the front line for stage 3.
Eh,
And then we'll see that
dapatkan.
stage 4 roll down where she'll
Makanya.
swap that back out as we jump on board
Ngecip,
with Malala,
Cok.
see what he's been doing. And he's got a cane that he just picked up out of his level 7 shop to be
Anjay.
playing around 4 heart
Luciana
steel.
cosplay
Might be
jadi
able to
MF dulu,
slot
cuy.
in 5 heart steel pretty soon here and still play around this misfortune carry.
Lah iya,
Try and play
Luciana
win
nih.
streak heart steel for a
Itemnya
little
item
bit
Luciana
in stage
banget.
4 or even just play around a decently strong board. So really good 80 flex setup for Malala. Could commit to playing
anjing.
around the misfortune, but he's
Itu
got such
MF
an
nembak
lead.
mantul-mantul
I'd like to see him
semua,
start
tapi
pushing even more
belakangnya
levels, play around
mati.
those 4 and 5 costs.
Yeah, we're seeing the benefit of that win streak
Ion
too,
GG
having
banget itu,
that
gue
much
ganti
gold
boardnya.
at a level 7 in
Ya,
stage
nama pro
3 to
player
even have
sih.
access to that cane. That's called
Kalau
pushing
nggak
an
GG, dia nggak
advantage,
di
right?
sini,
Is
Cok.
Malala going to be able to
Dia jadi
keep
kita
that
nonton doang.
kind of pace going? It's very hard for a player to
Kayak
lead
Robin
from beginning
Song,
to end in
kayak
TFT, but
kayak
it could
apa, kayak
potentially happen
Soju,
as we're looking over at
Setsuna.
Kiyun and Rain. Taking
Nggak
a
ada,
quick look
kan
at
mereka
Kiyun
ada,
because
Bet?
it's been just a
Apa?
second since we saw that board. Looking
Kayak
pretty
Soju,
classic
Setsuna.
with that
Kemarin
Seraphine
kan
in the
ada
backline, but not a lot of
anjing.
items,
Nggak,
or really
yang sekarang
no
nggak
items
ada.
to
Oh, iya, ini
take
nggak ada.
items right now.
Dusun,
These
Jok.
wolves need to be pretty important for Kiyun.
Yeah, he's very close to hitting the Seraphine, right? He's got his headliner open and he's got 5 copies, so really just looking for headliner +1, and he's there already. And I believe, yeah, Keon was just hiding his items from you here.
Oh, okay, I see him now. Yeah, that's what it is.
The player who did have the Shojin Morello setup, I believe.
Min satu headliner nih.
This is going to be a pretty good
Mana ya headliner?
Still digging, but he's got a lot of gold to roll. Rain also going to be digging now.
Mana ya headliner?
Just needs to find the headliner. She's going
Anjing dapat goblok anjing. Langsung enak tuh. Anjing kiri kanan dulu langsung jadi lagi.
So 4-1, both players gonna hit their headliners.
Dua-duanya langsung jadi.
Kiri apa tadi ke headlinernya?
Seraphine, yang satu nyari Seraphine, yang satu nyari Sena anjing.
Seraphine apa tadi lihat?
Oh, ini juga jadi tiba-tiba Kailannya, Cok.
That comp is going to continue to get stronger as Rain has allowed that comp to get there. Seraphine now in at that backline, going to be focusing on the Mordekaiser.
Tiba-tiba jadi semua anjing.
Like you see against comps like with Cement. Mordekaiser is actually going to be neutering a lot of that damage from the Seraphine, and how much it's been able to take because of that adaptive helm and because of that ult that Mordekaiser constantly gets. We've gotten to this Kale to be able to ramp up pretty aggressively. It's on the Seraphine now, and that Mordekaiser is gonna have MVP for this round for sure for Dish.
So this is the power of the long distance pass alongside with this Kale, right? Because you're actually sharing the AP with the Mordekaiser. His shield gets to be bigger, sharing the tanky stats, and then also Kale healing him up consistently with that gunblade. As we've got this big patch out coming from Weird. We're gonna have to talk about this, right? He's got the IE, he's got the blue buff. He's looking for Ezreal. Initially
bayangin dia bikin red buff terus dikasih blue buff sama dikasih EE aja.
Poppy, another potential playable one. Gonna skip it. He wants this Ezreal. He
Anjir!
works really well with these items as well, and he has the Zac to pair with it for the EDM. Can he get 4 Crowd Diver online as well? Looks like no, but he does have some great items for the Ezreal and the Zed to get rolling.
Yeah, and at least we were able to pick them up in some sort of fashion, right? So we're going to be able to play fantastic items for Ezreal, even though it might not be a headliner. A good old Ezreal, too, still going to be pushing a ton of damage, especially if we have a Radiant IE along with that Zed. It's combined, Zed should be able to kind of butter up the units that he's on, so when that ult goes through from that Ezreal, they should fall too. And we've seen a lot of Zeds wrap around into the back line, like we've seen Ribbons and take down carries immediately, as the first ult from Ezreal does clip that Misfortune, but it's going to be pretty easy win here.
Nah, ini baru dia kalau kondisi kayak gini baru bisa nih upgrade ke 9 nih.
Board is going to be pretty disgusting. He's also got a duplicator, so even if you just find one more Ezreal, he could just make it so both his carries are upgraded fully itemized.
Ada yang udah punya Jin, udah ada lagu biolanya, Cok.
Zed actually gets to supplement the front line quite a bit. Not a lot of these boards are having enough burst here on 4-2 to instantly
Anjoy, Riven Jin anjing.
That gunblade's getting actually quite a bit of value.
Riven Jin.
Over to Crestevant, who has not hit the 3-star yet, but does have the Riven headliner online.
Has the Riven headliner, has a fancy Jin in the back as well. And we also have long distance pals, so this is also something that we've seen on those boards. It's also an augment I feel like high-level players utilize just so much better than some of the lower ranks do, because they kind of understand the stats inherently and how they interact with the game. Green now has the Caitlyn, and Caitlyn has kind of popped off over the last week. There have been some thrilling rounds ending with Caitlyn against some other types of units, and with these items, well, they might not seem very traditional. I do think they work out.
Yeah, I think the big thing here is Degree was looking at Zed or Ezreal when we look at the items that he had built, and ends up getting stuck on the Caitlyn because now he's out of gold, right? He took what he could, and it's allowing him to at least stop the bleeding a little bit here, right? He was on a loss streak, he's down to 31 HP. So the Caitlyn can at least stabilize because he rolled a lot of gold. He found some other upgrades, the Alawi to try and help supplement the front line. And these are not the best Caitlyn items ever. I think eventually he still would ideally like to pivot out of Caitlyn. But for now, it's going to work really, really well. And he's still going to have a strong stage 4.
Yeah, so hopefully that can graduate, right? That can be pushed onto something else, because the cap for that is just not going to be where it's going to have to be to compete for a top 4 at the, when that comes through. So Weird in at last place right now, 14 HP. I think we might have an extra round if we do lose, depending on how many units we lose by. But things are getting a little precarious for Weird right now, forces versus on the side. Malala, we're coming right back, especially since we have Thieves Gloves on the Canes, and we get some itemized 5-stars. It's probably been going on through the majority of the stages. We've lost the last 2 stages because we haven't gotten a ton of upgrades outside of just picking up a 5-cost unit 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, and he's leaning into Heartsteel with the HP lead, right? So we see he's raised the stakes. He actually has a pair of Canes And so after this cash out, he's got a potential very quick way to just upgrade this board to be really scary with a Cane 2. And he's got a lot of gold. One of the things we saw with these raise the stakes yesterday that failed is by the time they cashed out the raise the stakes, there was no gold left to roll. And if the raise the stakes gave items, which we saw it do twice, he didn't have enough gold to actually stabilize the board. And that won't happen here for Malala, right? He's got 40 gold level 8. He can continue to just play, but he might win. And Malala does win and lose.
Wah, kesel tuh anjing tank-nya meledak.
Not something I expected to happen here.
Wah.
Yeah, I swapped it in my head, so that's the opposite of what I just said. That's the opposite of perfect. So let's see what we're gonna be grabbing here. We still get some pretty alright items, especially for what the meta is right now as we're starting to roll down. So that cash out definitely wasn't
pengen surrender itu orangnya kurang anjing.
because we unfortunately
Gimana lagi bang, itu beneran gak expect dia 6 true damage gak sih itu tadi anjir.
Virtue and not really much else coming out of that. 100 cash instead of what would have been like a 300 cash for Malala. So certainly not what he wanted to see. Losing a lot of HP kind of for nothing. In a sense there, right? Because he ended up playing a weak board in order to kind of double cash the heart steal and just didn't get there. So now it's down to a 1-star Ezreal that is contested and around that 1-star Cane. So actually really looking to see if he can pair this Cane on 8 because it's not going to be easy to go to level 9 anymore. I think that would have been the big thing with the cash out is trying to push to level 9.
Kali habis di buff, kok gue ngerasa kali kuat banget sekarang.
Right? That's part of the gambling of raise the stakes is you have to make sure that is a possibility for you. And looking at the HP, I actually think we could have made that a little bit more secure going into that round. Unfortunately for Malala, that would ultimately bring him a much lower placement than what was originally expected. We're one ribbon away here for Prestivan.
Yeah, Prestivan has been close to this for quite some time now. The last time we checked in on him, he was 6 ribbons, and he still had some gold remaining.
Dapatnya
now he's on 8 of them. He just needs the 1 more. He's got great items, but only 1 Caitlyn. The rest of the board hasn't fully come together. He's playing 4
item Riven bukan yang bagus-bagus
banget. Even though his offense are incredibly strong for this board, the fact that he just couldn't hit this Riven for so long, he's throwing him a ton, and he's rolling down looking for it. There's just no gold left. Find it. The Diego upgrade's great, but he just doesn't even have the items for him either.
Yeah, it's not the raffle that you want to win right now, right? You want to win the ribbon raffle at the moment. You know, these upgrades are nice consolation prizes, but that's not the grand prize that we're looking for right now, especially when we're so close and we have such little HP. Like, we only really have a round, but we could get wiped in order to get that ribbon free. As we're moving back on over to Weird, who is on elimination station right now, was able to upgrade a lot of that back by the Ezreal 2 and that Zed. So this is a pretty scary comp, but it might be able to get sniped for another really high tower comp at the moment. Is it going to be the Seraphine, though? The Ezreal does clip him with that ult, but the Seraphine seems to be doing just fine right now, Cass.
Yeah, the Zed staying alive with that Gunblade, trying to heal up, and we get the big stun into the combo with the Ezreal, right? That's that crowd diver hitting the backline, buying some more space. And we did see that the duplicator was used by Weird, and that was for the Ezreal, right? Such a contested unit, but he just had to find the second copy. That was all that was necessary to get to this Ezreal 2, and his front line is quite good. The Zed-Zac combination, that pairing is just so incredibly strong, and being able to supplement it with a set 2 and having this Yorick, at least for stage 5, a Yorick 1 still being quite good. And then you got that with these Thieves Clubs that are giving all that extra HP. So this board is still very strong, and we saw Prestivan just fell, not being able to find that Riven. We talked about how, hey, Prestivan with that Gargantuan could be playing for first or it could be a bot 4, depending on where the Riven shows up, and she just never did.
Yeah, she was invited to the party, but never came to party. Unfortunately, Prestivan's going to have a little bit of time to think about it for that second lobby, because Prestivan's game from here on out is probably incredibly adjusted based on just one result like it is here on this first lobby. But we're going to see lobby 2, but we have to finish one here at first as we get another victory here for Weird. And when the lowest HP total does start win streaking, that is going to force the rest of the lobby to squeeze together, and that's where we're going to start seeing some, you know, single-digit potentially separations between placements. We're already kind of seeing it in the middle of the pack here in 4th and 5th place as we replay on this Yorick, Akali, Karthus line with the Mordekaiser in the front. KDA route is seeming to be, you know, competing for this top 4, won that last round, but is still looking to improve this comp.
Yeah, this is actually going to be a struggle. I think Replay's board, based on kind of what we've seen, across the lobby is looking a little bit softer, but he did just hit this RE2 as we jumped
Iya,
away.
Cok.
So that is a
Bismillah nggak
big
tusun,
upgrade.
eh.
As we see him going up
Siapa
against
lawan?
Weird, I think this is a tough
Oh, yang
matchup.
barusan
The
jual
RE2
itu.
upgrade being able to try and go into this set, I think is massive. While on the
Pindah
other
ke
side,
Ari.
Dish Soap with that Kale 3 fighting for his life against Degree
Oh,
on the
nice
Caitlyn.
banget ulti Ezrealnya,
Oh,
Cok.
the Kale was almost taken down by that Lucian. It's still eating those bullets, but Kale was able to overcome. Moving on over to Weird. It looks like Weird was
Masih
able to take that
bertahan.
down as well. Looks like we had an elimination
Nggak ada, habis ini langsung
as well.
9 nih, nggak mungkin nunggu lagi nih,
Now in
jantung
7th
udah
place.
deg-degan
This is what we all
Bisa.
expected.
Tapi
Single
masih belum bisa,
digits for the rest
bisa
of the
sih
bot
kayaknya.
4
Bisa,
right now,
bisa,
with the
tapi
top
maksa.
4 separated
Disco
by
siapa
just
nih?
22
Discord
HP
gua
as
Han,
we get to
yang
the stage
Kurohiko
5
2N nih
carousel.
Han.
Yeah, I mean, just look how strong Weird is. Absolutely blasted replay even after the upgrades that he found. I was concerned for the comp, right? It is that kind of pentakill comp where you hope to get there with a lot of tempo and then slowly bleed out. And yes, it pivoted into Ari instead of the normal like Karthus Viego, but it's still
Kyla
a
apa
similar
ya?
composition
Dibilang
in that
nih,
nature where
kalau
it's still
pos
very
2 paling
good,
gaib
but if you
abad
don't have an
ini
HP
Kyla
lead, it's really hard to crack that top
Udah kayak set
4 with it.
sebelumnya
So
Kyla
replay
Demas
definitely
iya
going to look to be
tayang.
struggling here and might end up going out in 6th, especially considering that his competition at the bottom is Weird, who
Coba
may have
lihat
one of the strongest boards in the lobby
Udah gua kasih
currently.
lagi di.
Yeah, and I believe outside of Degree,
dalam
everyone
Discord,
who's competing for AVP is currently ahead of Replay, so they would be gaining some ground for that AVP spot as well. Replay potentially getting eliminated. Weird, really good comp right now, but you never know. Sometimes you press play and you get a bad fight, but right now it's going to be Replay that I'm looking at. Looks like it's going to
Kurang
be
pagi
Green
labnya.
on the other side. We have that
Turni
true
emang
damage
pagi
spat on
banget
that Caitlyn. You know, what month is it, folks? That used to be super popular a couple patches ago, but it actually has seemed to be climbing a bit in popularity when you have that spat and you have that Caitlyn on that board already. And that doesn't seem
What
super close just yet. The
anjing.
Akali is on the Senna. One more ult, and they might have been able to take it away. But that's going to be it for Replay. We have a top 5, folks. As
Udah tamat
Weird
avataran.
Swerve count is still
udah.
competing for the
Ini
lobby.
tanggung banget,
Streaking right now on 5 HP.
Well, he made it to level
Aduh,
9.
banget
He was
gua
kind of
udah
reading this
nonton
out,
anjing,
trying to
padahal
get
udah
there, and
biru
he's
hitung,
done
ternyata
it.
kurang.
And so now, if he can find this upgrade on the Yorick, that's going to be a massive increase in board power. And he's still already found the Alawi, which he's been able to put with his bruisers. Yeah, it's 3 bruiser, but that's still fine, right? It's a lot of HP on the front line. I think a lot of people are really shy away from going like
Sus
+1,
juga
like
masuk
3
ke final,
Guardian
Cok.
or 3
Baru
bruiser,
sadar
but
gua.
still,
Kagak,
those
itu
tanks are
Cok.
getting the benefit of the stat
Set.
regardless, right? So it doesn't matter if you still hit that next
Malah
threshold.
Disop ya,
You've got
Disop. Padahal
Disop.
kemarin gua
This will
ngeliat-ngeliatnya
be
kayak
another
kurang
big
nih
test
di hari
for
pertama.
Weird's board. Can he deal with the Kale
Di
and the
gua
Mordecai?
doang apa di lu juga
Yeah,
Pit?
it's
Suara
a great
lihat
play,
kayak
so
ada
that Kale's
suara
gonna start ramping up
strategi.
a lot quicker than maybe some other versions that we have seen. Though the Ezreal does hit the Kale, a lot of damage is going through, and
Suara
Zed
gua kenapa,
is
Kur?
on the
Oh,
Kale
iya,
now,
agak-
and that
agak
wasn't even
keras
really that
keras
close.
gitu.
Bishop will fall. This is that crunching that we expected
stiker
with
dekat HP gitu.
Weird having that win streak.
Yeah, the big difference of
Kayaknya nggak
Mordekaiser's
kayak zaman
3
dulu yang
versus Mordekaiser 2, right? Zed just ate him up, just deleted that Mordekaiser
Sekarang
in the
nggak ada
front
lagi
line.
dia.
And because of that, the Kale doesn't have time to do the thing that
Itu
the
dukun,
comp
dia
does
bisa
so well, which
ngepredik
is make
bakal
the
ada yang nelpon
Mordekaiser
aja.
go
Iya,
infinite
Cok.
by healing him
Tapi
consistently
lu
with
tahu
the
nggak Pit
gunplay.
stiker
When
yang
Zed
ditempel
kills
di
him in 2
HP
hits,
yang
you
kalau
don't
lu mau
really get
dapat
much
SMS
value out of that
stikernya
gunplay.
nyala?
Gak tahu gua.
Well, speaking of a pretty interesting
ada
adjustment
kayak
here,
gitu, anjing.
Mapala,
Ada di stiker lu tempel di belakang HP nih. Dia nggak ada baterai, Pit, stikernya itu, Pit. Tapi kalau lu mau dapat SMS, dapat telepon, dia nyala. Jadi stikernya, Cok.
Itu
pakai teknologi apa ya,
Won
anjing?
our first, I
Teknologi
think, one of
dukun,
our
ya.
rounds after we raised the stakes. This comp is still competing for that top 4, and maybe that HP differential was enough
Indo
to
ada
secure it.
yang
He did win that
ikut
last
turni
round
juga
too. You
kah?
can't count out something like
Enggak
this,
kayaknya,
Caitlyn,
cuy.
Ziggs and Kane, as this is moving into
Masih, Kur.
a
Suara
little
gua,
bit
Kur.
more on that legendary
Oh,
Yeah,
side
he
of
went to
things.
9 and found the biggest upgrade that he had available to him, which was an Alawi 1, right? Just getting some more frontline, getting that bruiser onto the board.
Ini
So
kasihan
really,
banget,
really good
anjing.
for Malala, finding
Lihat,
exactly
nggak ada yang upgrade
what he was
menitnya,
looking
Cok.
for to increase
Tanggung
the power
semua,
of
anjing.
this board. Is Dishsoap not able to get the Mordekaiser together. So having strong augments, great items, but not getting the full potential
Stiker
of the comp
lampu
by not
zaman
being able to
bala
find that
itu.
3-star.
Ya
All
pakai
right, is this gonna
teknologi
be
apa itu
Bishop's
guys ya?
last round? Is it going to be outside of that top 4, depending on where
Indo
Weird
nggak
is
terlalu
going to
laku
end up?
TFT
That
Magic
Kale
saja
is trying
begitu.
to break through
Iya,
that
cuy.
front line. The Karth Assault goes through, but now the Kale has fallen. That wasn't even that
Finally,
close.
bye,
Is
bye,
Weird going to be able to
Bishop.
take this? Yes, it's
Dadah,
not even going to be
sama
close
Bishop.
on that one either.
Gua
Weird
kemarin nyoba main kayak gini, Pit, malah lost streak lu.
that
Bikin
first
item gua
place in the
slam-slam.
first lobby. There's no
Nah.
better way to start, but Rain
LP
is
gua
the one
juga
that is
kemarin
in the way. So first and
60,
fourth right
tadi
now
0
on
lagi
a
ya.
streak, and Dish Soap finishing in 5th. win. Which honestly, for first lobby, I'd be pretty alright.
Gue slam,
Oh yeah, and I mean, considering the spot, right? It was a pretty good kale spot, really good augments. He found the kale relatively fast, but his first roll down was pretty much a big whiff, and he just kind of settled on a decent board to get him back to another roll down. And then put the comp together. So considering how the game played out, I think a fifth is pretty solid. You take that and run with it, as really it's been kind of the weird show once again, showing us that first for 8 style that he initially became known for, and he's actually making it work once again, because right now this board is still looking pretty unstoppable as he faces Kiyun looking for another victim.
Is this going to be, as you said, another victim for Weird to put on the list? Lucian is starting to get that ult off, and the backline is already starting to take a lot of damage. It doesn't seem like there's enough throughput. No one's going to be able to front to back this comp for Weird, as that's going to be another easy win. And Malala looks like, I think when I walked over there, yes, it's going to be fine.
Masih nggak pulang, Cok. Berdua di, Cok.
23, 9, and 5. So Rain also losing on that last
round. Ini kayaknya si Ren yang kalah
deh. The Grim Reaper's got some competition, because the Weird Reaper
tergantung item
take out everybody in this lobby. We've just seen kill after kill, increasing his placement on his own power every single time, right? Taking down Replay, then Ditso, then Kiyun, and now, you know, Malala and Rain left over, but Malala's on 1 life, and it looks like currently he is potentially in Rain's pool, so we'll see if Weird ends up fighting a Ghost. Yes, he will. So Rain, she's going to try and take out Malala instead.
Yes, it's going to be Malala's last round. It has kind of been Rain and Weird, and for leading this entire lobby, based on these comps getting locked in pretty quickly, and a really good pivot from Weird. But now Senna is potentially going to get attacked by this pop. He's done enough damage onto the Senna to make it 1 more unit, and that 1 unit might have been the difference, as Rain is still alive here. It looks like a little bit of a coronation, but 9, 6, and 5 separating our final 3.
Yeah, this has been, you know, kind of the story of Senna for the most part. She's been one of the best, if not the best, 2-cost reroll for getting a top 4, like guaranteeing you a top 4. But she does kind of struggle to find that happen. Even with Rain finding a true damage emblem, getting it onto Caitlyn, probably one of the best targets you can find, it's still not able to compete with this Heartsteel board that Weird was able to put together, right? This is that quintessential Ezreal 80 Heartsteel flex, and he's put together the perfect board for it. He found all the units that he needed to, and really it just comes down to, can he handle Malala, who has also been able to push to 9 and been able to find this Kane to some of these upgraded units. Very, very close fight between the two. I think Rain is going to struggle against either. It might be a fight to see who gets the best matchmaking, and Rain finds the Ghost.
Rain finds the Ghost. Is Weird going to find another victory here and another elimination for the Grim Reaper of this first lobby, but now it's all about that front line. So far, this has actually been a little bit more competitive than some of the other rounds that we have seen, but they cannot get through the Zenith right now. But is that enough? Was that quick enough to break it down? No, even though one carry falls, the other ones are going to back him up just fine. As Rain also wins that round. That's assuming Malala in 3rd place now. Pretty good 3rd based on the whiff on Raise the Stakes, as we have our top 2. And I also want to bring back, Cass, the fact that this Zed was chosen for that roll down, and that could have been passed up to try to find an Ezreal.
Yeah, but those are the big 2 you look for, right? You want Zed, you want Ezreal, you kind of want to put those both together, and so, of course, that's one of the 2 options that is the best to pick up. Weird being able to carry that through, and now Rain, blessed by Mort Dog as his chosen, also getting blessed by the Fire RNG there, finding a Ghost when she needed it most to get 1 extra placement. But I think trying to beat Weird here is going to be a tall task for Rainplosion.
All right, is Mort Dog's headliner Rainplosion going to be able to take down Weird, the man, the myth, the legend, who's been able to come in here, play their own game, and win their own way? And it looks like that will be the case, as Rain will finally dissipate and move on over to lobby 2. But a great first lobby. You also have to be a little scared, because when Rain starts with seconds, it's actually honestly an amazing thing for her, which has happened all 3 days so far.
Tadi malam second place missed me with that first. That's exactly where she wants to be. Playing the reroll comps, which we covered the fact that, hey, she used to be known for capping out boards really high, like 3-starring legendary units, right? Going to 9 and getting those big cap boards. So the fact that she's turned a new leaf here in set 10, the next time she's had a big breakout set, and it's a completely different style from the Rain we saw in set 7, still finding the same success. I think it's really cool to see this new reroll Rain coming through, and I'm honestly here for it. I want to keep seeing her truck on throughout this day.
Yeah, reroll rain,
Satu lagi apa?
good branding. We love
Win so
alliteration.
lagi.
But also, we have so much more to go.
Win.
This is the final day of North
Win
America
so,
regionals,
win so,
and we
sama
just got done
Gunblade.
with our first lap. We have
Oh,
5 more to go,
Gunblade.
and an awesome death to come
Biar
up
tank lu
as
nggak
well.
bisa
So
mati.
please stick around. We'll see you soon.
Ini final bang, iya.
Hit cepet sih kalau mau kuat. Nah iya, itu juga.
Gue bingung dah. Kemarin kan gimana sih si Riven kalau misalkan dapat 8 bit terus main sama Jess tuh gimana? Nggak kuat-kuat amat. Gue coba kita
Hah?
masukin Riven sama ini sama Jess.
Lu naik level 8 masukin
Yang lu bilang kemarin. Di RBD kata Riven kalau kuat tuh dia 8 bit terus dapat pakai Jess.
Iya. Riven lu 3 nggak?
3, cuman
Itemnya?
nggak kuat banget gitu.
Itemnya
bagus. Itemnya ini gue pakai ini sih BT, Titan sama KSS.
harusnya udah kuat itu, Cok. Sisanya upgrade gak? Yang kayak mordenya atau Kegonya?
Paling bintang 2 doang.
Morde 2, Kego.
Iya, Kego tuh 2 kalau nggak salah. Gue nge-spam Riven tuh kemarin. Gue lupa tuh lawannya apaan. Tapi kalah gue. Nggak kalah sih, top 4 sih.
Nah, ya udah.
Ya udah, tapi gue akhirnya ngeliatin si Dylan kan, mainnya gimana kan. Dia lebih sering, dia tai dah, dia hoki banget dah. Sering banget dapat 8 bit emblem di akhir anjir.
Nah ya, kalau udah sampai dapat 8 bit emblem udah pasti menang punya. Cuma
Dia
kalau
sering banget, gue ngeliatin di beberapa game, dia selalu punya 8 bit emblem anjir. Lihat game tai nggak?
gak tahu.
Anjing, tapi ujung-ujungnya kayak explore 7, 8 bitnya 4.
Edgelord tuh sebenarnya nggak butuh banyak kan?
3 ya?
Yang sekarang tuh 3 doang
5
udah.
gitu.
Enggak, 5 pun ini secara damage wise kecil.
Soalnya text speed doang kan?
Soalnya kan terakhir juga Riven di nerf kan damage-nya. Cara ngakalin damage biar tetap sakit tuh 8 bitnya dibanyakin sama Jess.
Tapi kalau Jess kayak thread yang aktifnya
Kalau
kayak
masukin Jess level 8 emang cukup.
cukup kalau Riven 8 bit.
Makanya kenapa orang-orang lebih prefer Rivennya 8 bit. Kalau lu dapet headlinernya Riven yang edgelord ya udah mau nggak mau 5 edgelord aja gitu.
Lord, tapi emang dia udah nggak terlalu kuat sih sekarang.
Masih banyak apa match-nya? Masih 5 lagi.
Riven 8 bit harus burk 10 ha? Burk 10?
Apa?
Riven 8 bit Jess maksud gua.
Berarti Edward 3 doang kan?
Iya. Yang
Terus
penting
si
nyala
Jess
semua.
itu biasanya si Lucian sama siapapun kan?
Lucian Caitlyn.
Iya.
Cuma kalau nggak dapat Lucian mau nggak mau pakai kayak M-map dulu.
Caitlyn kan 8. Maksud gue 2 Jess ya.
Hello everybody
iya.
and
Lucian
welcome
nama
back
siapapun.
to
Cuma kalau
day
nggak dapet
number
ya mau
3
nggak
of the
mau
TFT
MF
NA
coki
regional
Caitlyn
finals.
entar
We
dulu ya.
started our day off with a bang and these players were truly going for the gold when it came down to just how high capped they were looking to play. Like a lot of 80 flex, but I'm even just kind of looking at
males
like
banget
the
main
Riven
lama-lama
reroll
cuma
precedent
10 poinnya
just
anjing
could
kalau
not get that
keempat.
online.
Lu pakai itu nggak?
Sometimes that's just the
Battle
way it
Oakman.
goes, though, right? I mean, you opt into a
Battle
line,
Oakman.
you know you're playing
Gua
either
biasa
the
ambil
Riven or
kayak
the
yang
Yone,
ini
which
sih,
we
apa,
really
life
have not
skill
seen
gitu,
Yone
kalau nggak
much
hero.
at all. The Gargantuan Resolve from
butuh
2-1 does
Battle
mean that
Oakman
President's
juga
looking
soalnya
to
main
play
Riven-Rivenan
that
gitu. Main
3-cost
recall tuh
reroll
pasti
line,
butuh
and
Battle Oakman.
ultimately he doesn't hit,
combat
right?
ya.
I don't know exactly what his spot was leading up to it.
Kalau
But
kayak lu
what I do know
ambilnya
is that he obviously did
duit
not
doang
have the
gitu kan.
resources or
Itu
the
susah.
variance on his
Damage-nya
side
pasti
to hit
kalah
that
sama yang
3-star
lain.
Riven. If you miss though, that's just what happens when you play a reroll.
TFT emang
On the
orang
other
tua
hand,
semua
though,
ya, Bang?
we had 3
Kayaknya
different
sih.
2-cost rerollers, right? And
Ini
I
tuh
know
kurang
Zale,
masih
you've even
muda,
talked
ya.
about this on the cast. How
Gue
when
salah
you
satu
opt
yang
into a
termuda yang
line
mainin
that
TFT
is
ini sih.
uncontested unit
Yes.
but contested cost, it makes it actually more consistent
Yeah.
to play that way.
Inspiring Epitaph
Exactly. It's
atau
actually super
Inspiring
beneficial. It may
Epitaph.
seem a little bit counterintuitive to think about, but the
Armasis.
reality is,
Arma.
so they're all going for 2 costs, but they're all going for different 2 costs. And what that does is it actually takes a lot of the 2 costs that you
Silver
don't
fail.
want to hit out of the pool because people are picking up all the Sennas, all the Seraphines, all
Dia
these
buat
additional units
Lotus.
that you don't actually want on your board.
Atau
And so
kayak
that
Heavy
gives you a
Hitter
much
juga
higher
masih
chance of
bisa.
actually hitting Whereas in this game,
Intinya lu
Pressman,
butuh
correct me if I'm
battle
wrong, I
open
think he
kalau
was the
main
only
reroll.
3-cost reroller in this one at all.
Entah
There was just 80
Yeah,
flex
that's right.
players and 2-cost rerollers. So he is kind of
minimal 2 sih.
having that
biasanya main
tougher
kayak
spot
steel
where
gitu
it's
ya.
more likely that you just keep getting served 3 costs that
Turn
you
of
don't
Stat
actually
bagus
need,
Pit buat
which
reroll.
can be
Enggak,
tough.
Turn of
Obviously,
Stat
super
tuh
fans take some of
battle
those out of the
opening
pool
yang
that you
salah
don't
satu yang
need. Like
jelek,
there's going to
soalnya
be Nikos and
kecil
Echoes and
banget
things like that that
dapatnya
are going to take
dibanding
it out
yang
of the
lain.
pool for you. But it is tough, and
Yang didapat dari
especially with
Turn of
3
Stat tuh
costs,
nggak sebanyak
it
itu, cuma
stabilizes
kalau
a lot
emang nggak ada
later
lagi
than the
ya
2-cost
udah.
rerolls. So it's very difficult if you don't hit kind of immediately when you
Turn of
roll
Stat
down.
itu
Whereas
EA
those
kan?
2-cost rerolls, you generally get a
EA
stronger
apa
board online
Trinity?
earlier. Your board stabilizes
Bukan.
sooner, so you kind of
Turn
have
of
more
Stat
of an
tuh yang
ability to have a
dapat
second chance to roll down if you miss.
Tapi
dapat
stannya mirip
Similar to what we saw
sama
from Dish
Trinity
Soap,
kan?
right? Dish Soap's first roll down was actually
versi
pretty
lebih
terrible.
kecilnya
He ended
banget
up just
anjir,
buying
4%
a
lebih
second
kecil dari
liner because
Trinity.
he whiffed pretty hard on the units that he was wanting. I don't think he found a
4-4-4-4
single
gitu
Mordekaiser
pokoknya.
on his first roll down. Didn't
4
find the
AD,
KO headliner,
4 AP,
which you would think is kind of a
4%
disaster, but he was able to put in this
apa
set,
gitu,
stabilize with that, build
penet,
up his economy again, get some wins
Axel,
with just
Dakan
KO
gitu,
2, and then
attack
be able to
speed,
roll down
aneh-aneh
again
dah.
later.
Tapi
When you're
kecil
playing with
banget
the Riven,
dapetnya,
you
kayak
don't
gawat
really
buat lo
have
ambil.
that opportunity unless you've kind of just like high roll naturaled into a really strong board already.
Muda apa anak
Because you're
5
dependent
juga lu
on
bang.
not only
Gue belum
hitting
punya
your
anak
three, but
cuy.
then getting things
Kalau
like Caitlyn in,
kalau
getting
streamer
Diego too,
Walter
and all
yang
this
punya
stuff.
anak gue
So when
tahu.
you miss,
Tapi gue nggak
you
mau ngasih
often are
tahu.
so low HP that you're kind of just stuck
Ini.
Oh,
down
anak
rolling to
kuliah,
0
Cok.
every single turn, and you don't really have a chance to recover unless you just hit and start win
Tapi
streaking.
bukan
Anak lu
Rihan.
udah kuliah, Hur.
Apa?
Anak lu bukannya udah kuliah?
Itu anak gue itu jadi YouTuber sekarang. Jadi TikToker yang lagi dihujat.
Siapa tuh?
Lo tau gak sih TikToker yang itu yang ngebahas bocil yang gara-gara dia ini backgroundnya
yang
tuh pakai background
sama ini
api
ya?
nyiplak dia.
Pakai api ya, gue baru lihat tadi tuh. Lucu banget.
biggest high rolls there.
Bagus gift from the Fallen. Ya itu mending. Daripada ngambil Turn of Stat mendingan gift of the Fallen deh.
Observer gimana nih? Udah ada peningkatan nggak observer?
Sama aja.
Sama aja.
He just needed to not play for 8th and instead he played open for Riven. He's willing to opt into the risk. When we first saw him way back in set 7, he was an open for Astral player. It was one of those compositions where you basically lose all the way to 3-5. You have to be able to stabilize there.
Tadi belum bikin konten lagi tuh tuh.
And we think it's scary, right? Like I know it's
dia belum bikin konten lagi setelah dia bikin konten yang nyerang si bocil itu.
But that's the weird.
Ya paling nanti minta maaf.
I wasn't joking. I was serious.
Klarifikasi
This
juga.
guy's insane. There is like I think there is
Orang kayak
a
dia
certain
mah
point where you're being too risky,
Menganggap
where the
bodoh
risk
itu
is
sih.
not worth the
Gue dari
reward,
dulu nggak
right?
pernah
And I do feel
seneng
like
ngeliat
he
FVP
is
dia.
kind
Tapi kalau
of
muncul di FVP itu
going
annoying
over that
banget
line
anjing.
sometimes. It's a
Kemarin
little
pas
bit crazy.
muncul di
You know,
gua,
getting your
wah,
cash out at 13
gua
health,
katain tapi akhirnya
you
gua
just need
hapus.
one bad
Tapi dia
cash
dikatain
out,
sepuh banyak,
one
gua liat di
bad, you know,
komennya.
set of
Ya akhirnya
matchmaking
banyak
against a really
dikatain
high
sama
roller,
orang-orang.
and you
Waktu itu
instantly
gue
lose
sempat
the game,
ngatain dia,
right? You know, if
bocil-bocil
Pressman,
yang
for
nyerang
example,
penyepong
if he
dia
had hit his
banyak
Riven
kan dia
3
kita lihat
at a
gue yang
reasonable
diserang
time,
anjing.
and that's your first person that you run into after
Wah,
a
sakit
cash out,
otak nih
you're
orang-orang.
gonna die. Like Riven 3 crushes a lot of those AD flex
tapi
boards
pasti
until
ada
they
aja deh
really
kurang
cap
gitu,
out
di
and
Liga
really
lain.
become incredibly strong. So I do think he is playing
Gue
so
tiap ketemu di
risky.
FVP tuh selalu gue skip dia,
Even when he
dia
lost a
annoying
round
banget
after being he
openingnya.
cashed at 13 health, lost a round, went down to 5,
gitu.
then
Gua pernah
still
ketemu.
graded to go
Patah-patah
9.
sedikit
It
apa
did
gue
work out
doang
for him,
aman kok.
and you have to give credit to him being able to
Patah-patah kan?
evaluate board
Aman
strength.
kan?
And maybe his read
Aman.
was I can't lose to any of these other boards, so I can greed it.
Dong, lu pernah
But
nggak
ended
sih
up going 9, ended
suatu
up being able to
hari
cap out
gitu
the
kan
board higher than
lagi
anyone else
gabut
because he got
ngaca
these
terus
really greedy plays and
ternyata
didn't
gue
die.
cantik
Ganteng
against
banget
him at
gitu.
first,
Itu
Iya,
Rihan
kan?
bukan
It
gue.
is,
Cantik
it is
tuh.
crazy. It is so risky the way that this guy plays.
Kalau
Cantik.
iya kalau gue ngaca kelihatannya cantik anjing.
The part of
Udah,
that
lu berdua
is
narsis
also that
anjing.
he wasn't the
Webcam lu,
only
Ter.
loss streaker.
Hah?
Disso playing,
Lagi kayak
pumping
bersinar
up
gitu aja.
full loss streak early
Kayak
game.
gara-gara lu
Weird,
begadang mulu dah.
absolutely willing to take risks.
Iya, nih.
Question is,
Iya.
keep that game plan. Maybe you mix
Tahu
it up for
ya,
the rest of
kepala
the
gue
day.
dari siang tuh sakit anjing.
I don't know.
Tadi gue
I,
minum
like,
obat
my
pilek
heart
karena
is
tidur anjing
pounding a
sebelum
little too
stream.
fast watching Weird play this game, and maybe he
bentar ya.
will continue to have that
Ini
pay
kayak
off.
beres juga langsung tembak lagi gue,
Only
kepala
first
gue
game
sakit
down, we
anjing.
still have 5 more to go, so let's get into that second game back with Fupasaurus and Casanova.
Thank you again. I actually really love the
TikToker
sales
siapa nih
set
maksud?
there.
Namanya
Sometimes
itu
you
Matt
actually
Dick.
should play with a little bit of fear because a player like
MATTDICX.
Weird Cat. No? Okay, tell me why. Tell me why.
In the weird world, and I just want to stay here.
TikToker si paling ngasih tips seputar editing
Do I
ke
agree with
sampah.
Azale that you should have some fear? Yeah,
Masak
absolutely. Do I
banget.
want Weird to have some fear? No, because I
Ya,
love
Cuk,
watching
bocil
this guy
diserang sama
play.
dia,
It
Cuk.
is
Nggak ada
so
otaknya tuh orang.
incredibly exciting to watch him go for it because every time it's like, ooh, we probably should, you know, like roll level here, and then he doesn't. And it's like, oh, maybe he should level here.
Lu tau
No,
nggak
he
bocil
doesn't.
itu
It's like,
di ini
maybe he
nama
can't raise the
si
stakes.
apa
He
namanya ya?
will. And I just love watching it every single time.
Dikasih HP iPhone 13 apa 15 Pro Max gitu.
Oh, di support gitu ya?
Iya, sama si apa gitu yang
That's definitely the vibe that it's given. But we have
bagus dia
another
siapa.
one guy this time.
Pokoknya
It's
orang
going
yang
to be
suka konten
Malala on
bagi-bagi gitu.
Crescendo. Obviously, the players trying to avoid a
jadi
prismatic
bocil-bocil.
augment here.
Nah ternyata si bocil itu bilang gini, lu pernah di kontak gak sama si Medic itu katanya? Ada sih. Dia minta maaf nggak? Gak ada. Yang ada malah diajakin podcast katanya. Bangsat. Emang gak ada otak anjing si Medic ini asli.
The star of set 10.
Lumayan bang di konten.
It just seems appropriate. As we're, I know, right?
Kira bakal
you know,
minta
at this
maaf
point,
ternyata
I would
ngajakin
almost
podcast
expect Weird to almost
anjir.
lose to a creep round and be like, that's what the point is.
Ini,
You
Pak,
know what I
TFT
mean? That's the
turnamen
type of risk.
Tapi coba cosplay foto profil sama Mang Rain kayaknya mirip goblok anjing. Kenapa viewer gue nyuruh gue jadi Rain anjing?
Ini udah jelas belum Rain cewek apa cowok itu?
So this is actually
Cowok.
really interesting in
Dia
some
transgender.
past boards so far. Is when we get a
Sekarang
free
sih
cost
pronounce-nya
really
her
on,
katanya.
you can actually get baited into investing quite a bit of money and upgrading those 3 costs without tons of value and
Gak tahu
increase
itu
in
gue
power.
sampai
So
sekarang
really
gak
interested
inget
to see
anjing
where
mau
this goes, because this Fortune
pronounce
was
gitu
one of those
aneh
units
anjing
that
menurut
you
gue.
can, I think, get kind of baited
Di
into.
DNA
Yeah, and
begitu.
usually Misfortune's one that
Aneh anjing.
can be more powerful the earlier on you get it because of something like that's
Sampai
jazz. But
sekarang
because
gua
we're on crescendo, you
Gak
know that it's
masalah
gonna get
sih kalau
silver, you
ada
actually
orang
can't
pelangi
get
gitu
to one
asal
that's
jangan
jazz.
main
So
disentuh, cuma aneh aja
realistically,
anjing.
I don't see a ton of
Kalau
value
saya bukan
in
di
potentially
sana
holding
juga
on to
toiletnya
Misfortune
ini ya,
if it were to
kelaminnya
cost
banyak
a
gitu
level
ya.
gold.
Gue
Currently,
nggak tahu
it's
sih
cost
kayak
you over
gitu.
around whatever you see. Maybe you actually do put together like a
Amin.
jazz board and
Oh,
you get
Indonesia
all of
nggak
your
ikut-ikutan lah.
early super fans.
Iya.
Maybe
Gue
you
mah
wanna go
ya
with
udah
that
mas,
one. And so I
monggo
see
anjing
Malala
saya nggak
keeping it open,
ikut-ikutan
that makes
tapi
sense
ya.
until it actually costs gold, and we'll probably see him
Aneh coba masalahnya
throw it
kalau
away, but,
udah begitu-begitu.
I'm seeing something a little weird on this board, and it's not
Indonesia sih
weird himself.
ngebiarin
It's the
LGBT,
3
cuman
heart steal
apa,
on 1-4
nikahnya nggak boleh.
already. So we might get a little bit more excitement out of
Ya
it
ini
this time.
keren gue main
Or we would have
Magic
like a
lu punya kan?
traditional heart steal situation. But you know,
Itu
honestly,
kan
like,
ada
we come in, we expect
pelangi-pelangi,
that.
gue
It's
kayak,
always, you know, a lot of
hah,
refreshing
anjing.
to see someone kind of like throw
Aneh
the gold
tadi.
away and be like, this is me. Right, I'm the greatest showman.
Ambil
All right, now it's
switching
going to
gear
be
gak
a
sih?
silver augment because of crescendo. So
Switching
all of these
gear.
augments are going to be pretty
Stick
predictable,
and stone sih
and they're
jelek
going to
ya,
get way
cuma
more
3 detik
intense
ya.
as we move on.
Apa?
Pandora's item, something
Itu
that is
stick and
pretty
stones.
solid just overall. We saw
Iya.
Rain
Ya
bring that to the
lumayan kalau
second.
nggak punya
What's
PNS.
it going to be though?
Yeah, I mean, it could just be Pandora's to just get the best
Tapi
in
kalau
slot
misalkan
80
kayak
plus
apa
items.
namanya,
You already have heart
event
steal,
slot
right?
gitu,
Like you just
terus-terusan
kind of
kan?
go for
Terus,
exactly the
ya,
items you want. You get your
selama
IE, you get
ada
your blue buff, you
si
get your red
unitnya
buff,
masih
right? Like
ada,
you just
terus-terusan.
kind of slam the items exactly as you want them. And I think especially as a
Perlakuan
silver,
dia.
Pandora's
Enaknya
is
main
quite
hasil kayak
good,
begini.
right? The others, you know, you kind of have to worry about randoming
Gitu
that
loh, Cok.
full item over and over
Main
again.
heart
And it can be
steal,
a little bit tricky, but
dapat
when it's just a
set,
component on
Pandora.
silver, you just get the benefit without
Nah,
much of the
tinggal nyari panah satu
kind of
lagi.
awkwardness of having to play around the augment itself.
Udah ada event route lagi.
You know, and sometimes it does delay kind of when you need it, but eventually it will roll into it as we're going to see Weird go up against Rain. This was the top 2 from that last lobby. Again, Rain's pocket.
Nah, tuh, lihat
is
tuh,
being in
lihat
second
tuh.
place and coming from there.
Udah jadi
So that's
Senna
already
tuh.
the perfect start
Iya,
for
Cok.
Rain Implosion. And now
Tiap
Weird
game.
Nah,
starting
terus item
off
pertama,
strong too.
augment
How-
pertama
is this
Pandora.
Forky gonna be able to take
Aduh.
down another unit with the
No,
ult?
probably
Doesn't look
not.
like it. But it's
Pegangin
gonna be
nggak
a
sih
loss
si
for
Ren ini,
Rain to
Bang?
start. Weird's gonna start out with that dub.
Yeah.
Lihat
And she
orang
did
jahat
slam
kan.
Nashor's
Tipikal
once
pemain
again.
ranked
So
kan.
curious if she just kind of wants to run it back with that Senna. I mean, Nashor's Tooth, generally you see it slammed onto things like Annie, things like Senna.
Ada Riven
Seraphine,
langsung
not
tergoda
so
nih.
much.
Waduh.
So
Ambil
it
nggak
kind
sih,
of almost
gitu.
locks you into
Ambil
really
ya.
wanting to go for that Senna.
Kita
Or
kayak
it does
belum
mean that
menurunkan
Rin would be
Riven.
playing around 4 costs later on. But considering how she's played most of these games, I fully expect Rain to try and
Ada lu
force her
ngeliat
way
foto
into
si
the
Kyun
Senna.
ini, lu ngeliat dia
Yeah,
kayak
almost kind of
ngekokop
feeds into
mikrofonnya
that
nggak?
strategy that we were talking about earlier.
Iya,
You know
kayak lagi
what?
makan
You start
mikrofon
from
dia
the top
Nah,
four,
bener
you
kan?
finish in the
Cuma
top
Peter
four,
doang yang
you'll
nggak
get
ngeliat,
top
Cok.
four, right? And so maybe
Itu kayak lagi
Senna,
makan
like you said,
mikrofon
I think,
anjing,
has
kayak
the
makan
highest top
busanya
four
tau.
percentage of the reroll comps right now. So that's probably a pretty good direction. Forcing it can be a little bit of a risk, but the players here are the top 8 players in North America at the moment. So I definitely have faith that someone like Rain can make that happen.
So Senna reroll across the entirety of the tournament has 23 plays and he's
jadi kepo dah.
78% top 4
Apa sih yang bikin orang jadi pelangi ya?
by far the best comp for top 4ing across the
Lu coba cari tahu deh,
entirety
siapa tahu lu
of any
tertarik.
composition that you could
Cobain
pick,
dulu
whether
ya.
it is reroll or
Iya.
otherwise.
Goblok.
And I think Rain may have
Lu nggak bakal tahu
identified
kalau
this
lu pernah
yesterday
nyoba
and come
soalnya.
in with a game plan to
Rian
try
cantik
and go
banget, dia
towards
cowok.
Senna as much as possible, right? I know it's not a guaranteed force, but Rain certainly with
Bang,
this
jangan
Nash's 2
jujur-jujur
slam
amat
is kind
apa,
of looking
Bang?
in that direction as we
Dia
jump
cowok
on a
har.
degree.
Nah, cowok
Playing
har.
around the Yasuo, we saw quite a bit of this yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it had varying degrees of success. Obviously, the Yasuos that appeared earlier
dia
did a
sunyi.
little bit better.
Kurang dua,
We had
cuy.
one up here, I think, in 2-6 or
Iya,
2-7.
6-2.
So this actually could compete with that. I mean, we could roll into it. It seems like we've already passively got that upgrade. We only need 2, so
Tadi-
Kalau kayak begitu,
this could
setiap
really
yang
finish off on
execute
that
nambah
Yasuo
damage cuma
comes
ini
to
doang
lock
kan,
it
cuma
in. This is
headliner
something
doang.
that could make it into that late game.
All right,
Tadi ada main
he's gonna be
ini,
fighting against Malala, and the
main
big thing
TFT
with
nih,
this is
ngambil
Degree
stack
trying to find
arbor,
some of these early
main
stacks,
pang
right? I
ya,
think
cepet banget
like,
jadinya cuy,
if he
enak
can
tuh.
find those and then also
iya,
find
pakai
the
Star
Yasuo early
Stack
in the
arbor.
round, it's gonna be the
Iya.
Oh,
big
iya, iya.
decision maker,
Terus
right?
pakai
Because the
pang
biggest
kan
success
anjing,
that we
jadi
saw in the
jadi
Yasuo comp
tiba-tiba
was
tuh
when it
jelas
wasn't
ini.
actually reroll Yasuo. It was just 3-star Yasuo.
Itu gue pernah tuh Star Arbor main Ani, abis stage monster bintang 3 nih gue.
And then you turn it into a really good
Bintang
late
3
game
paling
edgelord
cepet
comp.
anjing.
And Degree's kind of on pace for that, right? Only 2 Yasuos away. So certainly this could happen by stage 3 for Degree and be in that kind of situation of Yasuo comps that was very
Biasanya bisa
successful.
turnamen sambil ngopi ya bisa lah.
All right, let's take a little bit of a gander around what
catur.
everyone seems to be hanging out with. It looks like we have a little bit of a disco opening potential for Dish. So
Portal apaan tadi, Kur?
the only people
Tidak
who
ingat.
tried that comp.
Iya,
Unfortunately,
kenapa
I think
ya nggak
through
dikasih tahu
EU
portalnya ya?
and NA,
Malas
its
banget kayaknya.
average placement is rough. At this point, I think if you land
Masih
on it,
jagoan
it's
Mordok
because
anjir
you're
ngasih
kind
tahu
of forced
portal di
to.
live-nya.
It's not even in a position to where you
Jadi
can
dia lah,
one
pegang
guy the
dulu
comp
portal
and
apa
get
ini?
tier 3 units and still
Apakah-
compete because it just takes so much
apakah-
time to really finish it
Gila,
out. So,
di
of
shop
course,
main
it's
disco.
probably not going to finish
Di
on
shop
that day.
macam
It
apa
still
ini?
has
Bukan di
on
shop
the
yang gua
board, so
kenal,
maybe
Dai.
the option is still open.
Jangan
Yeah, I
percaya
think
Pit
just
kemarin
like
udah
he is
rungkat
an early
Pit.
game comp, right? Disco
iya.
historically has been so good in
Kebetulan
the
dapet
early
sepaket
stages
itu
of the
dia.
game because
Tarik
of this
kemana?
percent health.
Kemarin dia
heals
udah
over
main
time,
rungkat,
right?
rungkat parah.
The early game fights tend to just go really long. It's not a lot of burst damage. It's a lot of really
Terus
slow
menang nih dia nih.
damage. So the ticks from the disco heal end up just being incredibly powerful. And as you can see, Disco's playing switching gears. He
Wih,
benched this
dia
Nami
ternyata
on the
switching
previous
gear.
round to guarantee a loss, and now he puts it back in to create this strong early game disco board so that he can find a win and get this bonus gold from switching gears. So really, really impressive switching gears play from Dishsoap, going for that win-loss, win-loss. And if you look at the
Ini
top,
Gedein
here,
suaranya,
Menang.
lagunya enak
loss,
sih.
win, loss, and this looks like a win to me.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be perfect. And of
Gede suara
course,
yang
someone
gede
like
suara
Bishop's going to
Kristen.
be able to do the math, crunch the
Big
numbers,
game tetep-
and make this a
tetep penting ini,
possibility.
Cok.
Because
Enak
this is
tuh lagunya,
honestly a
Cok.
pretty hard augment to truly
Tapi
utilize.
orkestranya
We've
juga
seen a couple
Nah,
people
mending
use it.
nikmati dulu
I
aja
don't think
Discord
any of them,
sebelum
even through just
musik
these
disco
kind
ini.
of rounds, were
Iya.
able to actually
Ya
get
udah
switching.
hilang ketilin lagi
Precedent, I
suaranya
think,
anjing.
won 3 rounds in a row after getting switching gears, for example, yesterday.
Tanggal
And
berapa
now
sih
we're
Gur ganti
taking a
Gur
look at the
update?
2 lost streakers in the
20-an
lobby, right? This is
paling.
Rainplosion
Bulan
down on the 4 loss, playing around
Lumayan.
Annie for now, but holding on to Senna, notably. We are going to pay attention to that. I do think that's where she wants to go. And then Malala on the other side, looking to angle towards Seraphine. We see the slam of the Morello, a tier on there as well. And on the lost streak, playing around this stationary support, but there's the Cell. Cell's away, trying to get
Mau
catch
lanjutin
Rain
lost streak
slip in, but does not end up running into Rainplosion here.
Yeah, so if you're curious as to why you would purposely make your board worse than that, if you're just watching for like maybe the first time, it is because in TFT, winning sometimes is the worst thing that can happen to you, right? I know it's super, super interesting and weird to hear, but that is just the case. So Malala guaranteeing that if they did go up against the other
Modong
lost
nge-lag set
streaker,
11 katanya
that
banyak
he
board
would end up being the one that
diganti dan
takes the
satu
loss
legend
versus
bakal banyak
Rain.
megang
But they
3
did come up
sinergi.
together, so strategy still works anyway. We still lost
Lah
those
katanya
2 rounds,
nggak ada
and
legend.
Of course, we're tied with the same amount of HP too in 7th and 8th place. But of course, that's all temporary. HP is just a
Banyak
resource
board
for a lot of
diganti
these
ini
players
apa
right now.
maksudnya banyak board diganti?
Yeah, so both of them keep their loss streak.
Yeah.
Hiyun gonna keep that 100
Oh,
streak at the
anjing,
very top
one
of the
unit
tables
loss,
here.
switching
As Dish
gear,
once again
jago,
switches
anjing,
gears as he
keren.
benches his Nami, ends up finding that loss. A very good loss, might I add. So Dishsoap really, really taking it to the
Iya,
limit with that
cowok.
switching gears.
Cowok her.
Yeah, especially since you're
So,
trained in
champion-championnya.
TFT to streak,
Ya,
right?
emang
So in
championnya
order
mah
to
diganti aja,
effectively
tiap set
utilize
juga
switching
diganti
gears, you kind of have to
championnya.
go against your training, right?
Kayak di
You
set
have to
kemarin
be
nih,
able
set
to
kemarin nggak
identify each
ada
individual
buy kan?
round within its own thing
ada
and know
Battle for Buy
exactly
ya?
what's going to
Nggak tahu
be
deh.
coming. So Dishsoap doing such great scouting in order for that to happen, and
Ini
just
kayaknya
general, you can tell the facility he has in the game, because not everyone can do that, even through a stage. It's very, very hard, even at the top level.
Ya semua.
Kemarin ada Swain, sekarang nggak ada. Kemarin ada Timo, sekarang nggak ada.
Min 2. Yanto.
Playing around the Yasuo, end up just hitting without even having to roll a single shot.
Min 2
The degree is
Yanto.
part of that, or how much gold he actually has to
Weh,
spend to find himself
Yanto.
on this 3-star Yasuo, because you really don't want to spend that much.
Yanto.
Not seeing it immediately, I like the
Yanto.
tech in Punk to reduce the
Lah,
cost of
olap
this reroll,
anjing.
trying to save
Yanto.
a gold here or there.
Belilah kos satunya bang supaya ngurangin chance-nya bang.
You know,
Yanto.
it might be your fault. You might have manifested that, to be honest with you. You know, everyone else has done it, right? Maybe degree is going to be the difference.
Mampus lu kan.
But
Gak mau lu kan ngebalikin kos satu jadi nggak dapat lu kan. Mamam.
Yanto. Weh, halo.
Disiplin bang kalau nge-reroll bang.
special
Halo.
power. As someone who's
Simpen deh,
also
kayaknya
had that
abis ini
experience
deh.
with Crone, it's
Abis
wild
opening.
how frequently that happens. Azale actually, I think, does that a lot too. But we're going to see no more Yasuos
dari
come
kemarin ketemu
through.
Katana
But
pakai Soji
maybe we're going to be able to take a little bit more of those stacks into the next round. It
Yanto.
doesn't look like it.
Ini buat-
Yasuo got stuck on that
Ini
ego. It's a
item
bad
gitu mau
loss.
main.
Yeah,
ini.
Yun playing around Katarina
Oh,
on the other side
kartus
has
ya?
found the headliner alongside the super fan.
Apa
Really
disco
strong
nih?
stage 3 board to have
Juga sih,
just
itu
that
bisa-
Katarina 2 even. I'm
bisa
curious if he'll actually commit
Iya,
to
disco
Katarina
juga bisa
reroll.
sih,
Doesn't
cuman
really
gue nggak
need
yakin
to.
dia
It's just
bakal
a
main
strong
disco.
headliner to play around right now. The items were kind of screaming Seraphine to that board as well. As we look
Lah,
at the
jadi
augment
gini, anjing.
selections reign, considering a golden ticket as just a way to try and get
Kalau
into
dari
the
perkataan
reroll line a
Modok,
lot
set
easier.
11 katanya
And
mau
she is
dibikin
going to
round
select that, as
lama.
we do have Death Cap
Sama
plus
memikir
the Nashers.
banyak
That's
main
definitely
sinergi
wanting
apa
to
aja
be
alias pilihan
a
banyak
Senna
untuk
this
main
time around.
sinerginya.
See, and this is the issue that can
Oh, kita
happen
lihat
when
nanti
you
ya.
do force such a
Teammate
highly,
and legend.
Dulu ya.
Yang udah
placing
pasti ada
comp, right? It's not
Atrox,
always going to take place. You're not always going to see that headliner. We've rolled a good
Ada
amount of gold, and
Ornn.
we haven't even been able to pick up, I think, that many Sennas just in general. So that could potentially mean that Rain
Anivia.
gets to that Senna
Jadi
a
Kylo,
little bit
anjing.
later. That means that Senna is
Oh,
potentially
jadi
just
dulu
going
nggak
to
dapet ya
not
dia.
appear.
Pegangan
Start
doang
to
sih
put
ini
the
kayaknya,
Kale
nggak
in
mungkin.
just
Pegangan
for now,
doang.
and it looks like we've put in some
Nggak mungkin dia jadi
consolation
ini.
prizes on the bench in a just in case
Ya,
kind of
Pandora mah
situation.
bebas,
Seraphine
Bang.
was most definitely no, Senna was
Iya
most
juga, dia
definitely
Pandora.
the
Anjing, dia Pandora
Yeah, but I
sama
think,
Golden
this is
Ticket
cool
tuh.
as well, right? The items
Reroll
actually
banget
work
anaknya.
for it.
anjing.
They're not the ideal ones. You do
Ungkat
want
kan?
to go double Rage Blade and then
Kalau
have the
berubah jadi
healing
Messi
from the
lagi.
Gunblade. But they are AP items that work right now for Kale
Blood
to go
Blade.
alongside the Mordekaiser that was found. And Rain can
Paling dia
consider
roll-nya nanti
pivoting
di
back to Senna if
3741.
necessary. Or if she's noticed that this comp is uncontested, she could commit to playing Kale,
Betul,
having
kejuaraannya
these,
adalah
this
pro.
initial Kale headliner.
Yeah, you gotta keep yourself
Bajing.
moving,
26
right?
champion bakal
Sometimes forcing that
diganti.
comp, being a little bit of hard, you know, being
Kalau
a
nggak salah
little
total champion sekarang berapa sih?
hard-headed can
80-an ya?
actually keep you from
Disco nggak
realizing
sih?
that, hey, the Kale's just there too. While those items might not
Itemnya
be
item
super
AD,
best in slot,
anjir.
like you said, Cass, it can still bring us some good results. Remember,
Tetep
top four
AD
here is
cuy,
really,
lagi
really
meta
valuable,
di
especially if you're running top
LOL.
four in that first lobby. But Preston now needs a good result. Starting with that 8
Gue
is
main
brutal in a
LOL,
format like
main
it is.
TF enak banget
Yeah,
anjing.
for sure. And Preston is, you know, going big, right? This is a raise the stakes.
Kos satu
Being
yang kuat di
played
awal
for
apa?
Preston
Gitu-gitu
here. He's
Hah?
got only the 3
Ada
hearts still in, but
jing,
still trying to make some extra
Ya
money.
di LoL PC
Has a good
ada
amount of HP, right? We're looking at
statiknya
this,
OP kan, jadi mainnya kayak
75
Sivir
HP
cuma
for
clear
Preston, so
wave,
he's in a
clear wave
reasonable
doang,
spot
tau
to take a
kuat
few losses
anjing.
here and get a pretty large cash out. We jump on
Lucu
with
banget.
Kiyun, who is
Di
full
Drake
streaking.
diduelin.
7 streaks for
Iya.
Kiyun right now. Going up
Farming,
against
farming,
Malala
farming,
Bar
item
board
critical
here.
jadi
And then
semua, tele
upgraded
belakang
Nar
orang
as well.
pukul-pukul
This is a
mati
pretty
tadi.
strong board, but the healing that comes
Gue
through
pernah ketemu di
for
Wildrift
this
yang main AD
Katarina
gitu
is
aja
just
sakit
so
banget, Cok.
massive.
Itu.
It's incredibly
Cuma
hard
kalau
for
di
Kiyun to
Wildrift
actually
nggak
take
sampai
her
itu.
down, and Kiyun continues this win streak, and as you see, he does end up buying this extra Katarina.
Berapa
There's
itu, anjir?
consideration
TFT
towards re-rolling it, and for the first time, it's a crowd diver Katarina. The problem we keep seeing is all these country Katarinas just falling off, but
Oh iya,
crowd
olap
diver
juga.
Katarina is actually very
Masih
strong.
bintang 2 dong ya
Yeah,
soalnya degree anjir.
you can see it in the results, folks.
Iya,
Katarina ngapain
Katarinas
dikasih
have had a
Morello?
very, very
Pegangan,
hard time over
biar kuat di
all
Ron
the
itu.
last 2 days, but maybe
Kayaknya
today
udah
is going to
tulisan
be
di
the
itu
difference here. Lobby
degree.
2 in North America's
Iya,
final day of
anjir.
regionals.
Nggak
As this
dapet ya,
is
soalnya
going to
sial
be our
banget
stage
hidupnya,
3
anjir.
carousel. Where's Dish Soap gonna go? Kiyun full
Nggak ada
streaking,
yang
and
nabrak
we've
lagi
seen
nih.
people convert this HP advantage. Like say in stage 5, you start losing consecutively, but you
Tanya
develop such
ngeran
an
di
HP advantage.
ini di
You kind
Twitter.
of fall into the top 4 anyway. As we're gonna raise the stakes
Ace?
based on what we've seen. I would assume so.
Laki
as the
lanjut,
Green
juga
is gonna
sebenarnya.
get the
aduh
Yasuo.
itu kan
Who
bisa
is this
5 hari
person?
still
Be
lanjut.
consistent.
Dapat ya,
in
Dit?
any way,
What we would
shape, or
do.
form.
I would say this was probably
keren.
not the time to raise
Terus
the stakes.
apa?
I think Preston has raised the stakes points as
Masih
well. You're
40
going to
sih
be
goldnya
contested
aman
in that,
kayaknya.
and you actually have a reasonable
funny.
board to put together. But
Stack-stackannya
because it was
telak
weird, I was just
tapi
like,
ya.
oh, he's going to go for it. But
Yeah, exactly. The energy is there.
Yeah, as you called out, Degree did hit this Yasuo 3 though, but it's 3-5 and lost streaking throughout the stage is really tough. It makes this Yasuo a lot worse of a composition, and we've seen this a lot of times with Yasuo as well. We saw the successes yesterday, but we also saw the failings throughout this tournament. And while I think Degree should be able to find some wins for the rest of stage 3, try to get a couple stacks, this Yasuo is going to fall off so incredibly quickly.
Yeah, and it could be literally halfway through stage 4, right? I think we got at least, 4 to 5 rounds where we could definitely compete for those wins. But especially after our third augment and a little bit more items, it's going to be really, really tough, because then some of our highly capped boards, the Heart Steals, will start pivoting and get to potentially legendary flex boards that are going to absolutely compete and potentially destroy a comp like this. But again, the time we did see the successful cast was when it was picked up at like 2 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. 6-3-1, those are kind of the you need to find it
itu
as
pasti
physically
megang ini.
possible to actually make it work. And
Apa sih
we're gonna see if Degree can actually continue to find these wins. We haven't seen a ton of upgrades popping up on the side for
emang
anyone
disimpan
else.
aja soalnya
But
dia naik
Kiyun's board
level
is still really strong. He's finding a lot of streaks. Kiyun once again, full win, running into Prestivant, who's
kayak naik
trying
level
to
enggak
for the raise the stakes heart steal.
Ngerol juga dia nggak mau
10
gitu.
wins, streaking entirely through stage 2 and stage 3. He
Kiyun
is
punya
so
naik
incredibly
level tanggung belum
that I'm not sure
cukup.
Kiyun knows exactly what he wants to do with this spot. Certainly you could re-roll for the Katarina, but also you
Tapi
could just
dicicil
try and
level
push
juga sebenarnya
levels
nggak
because
masalah
you
nih.
use this
Dia mau
guy
main
HP
itu tuh
buffer.
recall
You see him
dulu.
sitting there with 80 gold. He's not spending the money yet. He hasn't decided exactly what direction he's going to go, and we'll probably see after this PvE round Kiyun start to make
Win
a
streak,
decision.
gila.
Yeah,
Bisa sabar
interestingly
gitu ya,
enough
kayak,
too, Rain
ah,
on
gua
a
nggak jadi,
3-win
gua
streak
main
right now as
catur
we're moving on over to
Nggak.
Prestivant, who's
90
on a
anjing.
5-loss streak, starting to look at
Sabar
that
banget,
Ari. And this lobby actually looks a little
lagi
bit
WS
different
juga
than
sih.
the previous lobbies we've had.
Yeah.
I feel like everyone hit their tier 3 units
Dia
super
udah mulai
fast
ngerol tuh.
all through
Ngerol
every
jadi
single
apa?
lobby through the weekend. This
jadi
one
dulu.
though is going a little bit slower, and I think that's going to giving Kiyun
Soalnya
a
itemnya
little
kalau
bit
main
more of an
katak nggak
opportunity
Lihat
to
nih
develop
observer
this
bodoh nih,
HP.
ngapain
He's
lah
not
kita
being
ngeliat beginian,
punished just
Cok?
for running that Katarina right now.
Serapin
Maybe it's the crowd diver difference, but that's not what we've seen in previous lobbies so far.
I did just see Kiyun pick up a Seraphine too, and I know that those items I had mentioned are really good Seraphine items, even though they're kind of okay Katarina ones. And I'm curious if Kiyun is actually deciding to reroll for that instead. Jump on board with Malala.
Properan gini
He's
aja.
got the setup to play around the Ginsus, play around the
ini
Kale.
Kain udah jadi.
Masih
Ya,
kurang
udah
item
The
belum.
Kale to go
Berubah
into
lagi,
that
Cok.
Senna that we
Kain
expected to
belum
go
jadi,
toward
gue.
from the very beginning. So actually very good recognition from both
jatuh.
players actually. Malala recognizing that, okay, Rain does not want to be in this
Anjoy,
Kale.
jadi.
Menurut si Ren ini dia fotonya di mana?
Rain
Fit kayak di
recognizing the
toilet.
flip side of it,
Iya,
and
harusnya
she gets her
beres
Senna 2
mandi
here
ya.
on 4-1.
Oh, finally.
Hey,
It took
Jin.
a little bit of a long time,
Jin.
right? But we finally got there. But now we're going to look at this Kale with
Jin.
that super fan rage blade. We've actually seen tier 2 Kale do just fine through stage
Pagi
4,
kulit.
but we definitely need to be seeking
Nggak
if
dapet
that's going to
headliner
be our
tadi.
final carry. That's
Jin.
here at 3, but we're
Mau
also
spam-
going up against a
mau
Jin
spam
that's
seperti yang
not
biar
going to
yang
have
lain nggak
more
jaga
parts
punya
than it
dia.
does right
Sulit
now.
juga sih.
So it's definitely going to be pushing through a lot of this front line. The
Soalnya main tur
Mordekaiser's
gue
already
lihat saling
doing quite
hold ini
good,
tuh biar nggak
and it's
jadi,
gonna be that
gini
Kale
sedap.
finishing it off as
Cuman nggak
Prestivant
terlalu
still
nge-hold sih
blue
orang di sini
streaking
kayaknya.
through to this
Di sini
last
sopan-sopan,
augment, which
cuy.
everyone knows is prismatic.
Pas
So
kita nonton
Prestivant
3
has
hari
to
ini
make a
kayak nggak ada yang
move
begitu
at this
nge-hold
point,
aja.
but we're looking at Kiyun
Ya,
right
ada sih yang
pegang
nge-hold
pegang
ini.
satu nggak dosa
Those
udah.
items and a
Iya, pegang
stationary
satu aja.
Yeah, I mean, Kiyun kind of just going for this missed
Bang,
Jangan
number
Pandora,
here.
Bang. Tapi dia
Still
top
has
1 ya.
not lost yet at
Ya,
all.
syukur-syukur
Rerolling
dia,
everything, ends up going for those lucky gloves.
Satu
It
mah
looks
bebas
like.
aja.
Yep, it's gonna be
Anjing,
lucky
lucky
gloves.
glove, coy.
Found the Seraphine 3,
Yeah,
and now
di
can
juga
just
tuh
kind of
gitu.
look for
Iya,
more
Seraphine
gloves
ya.
as much as possible.
Kiyun
Lucky
tiba-tiba
glove up
jadi
as many of these
Seraphine.
extra units, and that gives you a really strong
Enak banget kayak begini,
ability
ini
to go
Eko 3 nih, gue
alongside
jamin
with the
nih.
Seraphine. You get
Kenapa?
AP items for your
Enggak,
army,
enggak,
and
Niko
then
3.
you're able to lucky glove
Eko
a bunch
Niko
of your
susah 3,
frontliners
banyak
whenever you
yang
get
main
a chance
Niko
to,
soalnya.
and just make for a very tanky board. And so
Kalau
really
Eko
no
sih
sign
bisa,
of
yang lain
slowing
soalnya paling
down.
siapa yang
Kiyun
bakal pakai
spent his
Eko?
gold and
Si
made the board
Ren
very
tuh.
strong.
Yeah, I mean, the Seraphine 3 has locked in a bunch of top
Dia
2s.
makin
It's
juga
pushed
nggak sih
for
dia
victories
throw
before,
damage?
but maybe with this lucky gloves, we're going to be able to accommodate a little bit more power on things like that Akali, like you said, Cass, in order to push even further access to stats and access to good items every single time we have that fight. So this Akali is going to be jumping around.
Itu augment apa sih yang paling
So
kiri?
far, it's been a lot of damage
Yang
on
mana?
the backline for the
Yang
Seraphine.
punya si Kiyun?
Barely leaves the Ahri alive.
Komponen
With another
buffet.
ult,
Jadi
it
kalau
should be
lu
good
dapet
to go,
komponen,
even though that's
jadinya
jadi
adil.
batu ya?
Seraphine should be fine.
Yeah, very close fight. And looking at Dish, though, he's level 8, right? A lot of people who are on 7
Di
rolling
EMEA
and
gue nonton
switching
gila
gears for
nge-hold
Disto.
ini
He's
itu,
used this
tapi ada
economy
berasa kayak
to go to
TFT
level
3.
8, and the
Anjir,
board
nggak
he's
sopan
playing
tuh orang Asia
feels
aja.
temporary to me. It feels like this is
EMEA,
how Disto
anjing.
has kind of made
Bukan
those
Asia,
level
anjing.
9 boards and then
Ada
gone
Asianya
into
kan.
those legendary flex situations. He's got no gold right now. He's on a 4 loss, so he's
EMEA
trying to
itu kan
stabilize around this Ari, and we'll see if he can
Eropa
actually start to
itu,
find some
Asianya.
wins. It was a very close fight
Ada,
against
Eropa
Kiyun as we
anjir.
jump on
Europe
board with
doang itu,
Weird, who
beda.
has put together yet another kind
Timur
of
Tengah
AD
itu
board
Asia kan?
around this Heartsteel, and currently playing around that Edgelord Viego.
Same
Middle
concept as
East
last
kan
time.
anjir?
We're actually experiencing
EMEA.
a little bit of deja vu, but instead
Yeah,
of
Middle
Diego, it
East.
was Zed the last time around. Had good
Iya,
items.
Timur Tengah itu
Ezreal
Asia,
couldn't
anjir.
pick up the headliner, but we
Bang,
got a
Middle
good
East.
secondary option there. And we can still upgrade that Ezreal. Still going to be doing a lot of damage, but now
Middle
it's going to be
East,
that Viego
Europe,
trying to
sama
truck
Afrika
through
kan ya.
a lot of this damage. The Akali making it
Yeah.
pretty difficult
Kali.
right now. The Ari doing some pretty
Yeah,
good
Kali.
work too. Where's this
Tuh
round
kali
going to
itu,
go?
no,
The set
no,
should
lagi
be
nge-
just
lagi
fine,
hit no.
as now it's all about getting rid of that Akali.
Yeah, big carry from the set.
Banyak
in this
betul
fight, being
anti-heal,
able to
Bang.
just get in the face.
Tahu,
They
anjing.
already tank it up.
Jualan
and
tuh,
actually do
anjing.
plenty of damage. So now
Kalau
it's
menang
just
lucu
Akali
sih.
left in the set, still gonna finish for
Anti-heal
off as
semua,
well.
anjing.
So Replay gonna take the loss
Orang
there.
kali bintang 2 bisa menang
Weird
kali
out
itu
of
ya.
gold, and this time the board is not in such a stable
Buffer,
place.
iya,
It's not
nggak
feel
tahu
too
kenapa.
confident for him. He did make it a level
DC
8,
aja.
so as you can
Masih
see,
DC
only
gua.
Prestivan, Gish, Soap, Weird, and Replay are at level 8, so half the lobby. The other half have found their kind of big reroll
nggak jadi-
upgrade.
nggak jadi
So it's just a
pakai
matter
tier
of,
account
are
itu?
these level 8 boards going to be stable
Agak.
enough while everyone else has kind of hit their stage 4 spikes?
Yeah, looking at Replay too.
Eh,
picking up
Degree masih
binaries
hidup,
that last
coy, ya,
augment, that's
sorry,
been
Ron.
very well performing so far in the
Nggak
season.
jelas ini,
Replay
Cok. OBS gue
has
suka
really
DC anjir.
been pretty
Kion
locked in
masih
for that
100
top
sebenarnya,
4.
anjing.
We've seen people get up to 7 items
itu
from that
Kion.
augment spread around, and with the meta that
Shit,
we have
Cok.
right now, where tertiary and
100
secondary
so win
carries
streak mulu
are
itu.
that
Berapa win
important,
streak
that can
sekarang?
be really good. So we're finally getting to level 8. It's taken a while here for this Yasuo comp, but we're trying our
Nah,
best
tuh.
to try to compete
Ekonya nggak mungkin
and,
tiga,
catch
Kur.
up, while this comp
Ini Eko
team
pegang,
definitely
Niko
is catching
pegang.
up to
Terus
it
yang
right
tadi
now.
juga ada.
Yeah, and the fact that it's Edgelord Yasuo instead of true damage, if it was true damage, this could just be 6 true damage, 3 Edgelord, but instead you're kind of stuck on 4 and 4, trying to potentially push it to 5 Edgelord if you can find something like Bane, but instead just going to be able to play this Lucian. Lucian 1 probably not going to get a ton done here, and just trying to get some items onto the board, but really the only strong part of this board is still the Yasuo, and we're reaching the stage of the game where that's going to start to struggle as he's going up against a Zac and an Akali that I think this is going to be a very close fight.
Yeah, it's looking like it. At least the Yasuo is already on the Akali, gets the execute, so it's all about these Zac
Yasuonya
CC
kuat banget.
bounces, right? Is he going to be tanky enough to deal with all that damage, at least to try to get that Lucian off? I do think that kill is going to be coming through here in just a second. There it is, and that's going to be a 1-unit win for the Yasuo. But again, we're already seeing how much closer those fights are.
Yeah, and Weird actually took a loss there, right down to 1 life. The board didn't look incredibly stable. It looked okay, like it could find wins, but definitely not a consistent board, and Weird with no gold. You know, we talked about that first raid style. We got our first. We might be seeing that 8th here for Weird in this game as continually, I mean, we're just going to keep watch on it. He's 1 round away from going continually win streaking throughout all of these win streaking into Raptors as
Tapi kalau misalkan
well. Really
kayak
making a
gini yang
case for this
dikasih
100
ulti
HP
siapa?
win.
Oh, ini karena si
I mean, at
ininya
this
ini
point,
ya.
even
Karena di
if
headline
TU
pakai dikasih ke
loses
Zac
a
ya.
significant amount of rounds
lebih
from this point
kuatan
on,
Zac,
we probably still
Zac.
end up in the top
Kalau
4.
kalau Zac
But
tuh
really
lebih kuat,
Weird
itemnya
is on
ada, kasih
elimination
Zac.
station, and it's going to be the opponent that we see on the other side here. So we're going to see Prestivan's
Tergantung
team
ininya
try to do
doang.
its best. It's going to be that true damage Akali, so it's going to have
Mana
to be
yang
front to
lebih
back
bagus
on
ya?
it, but at least we have that
Dulu
Hot to
pas
try to get a
bikin
little
tuh,
bit more
apa,
HP back to us, but we
kayak
get
apa sih
taken
namanya,
down
kayak
because of
lens
that
atau
health
hologram tuh
regeneration
bikin
not being
kalau
quite
misalkan
there. Is
main
that
Lux
it
jadi
for
banyak masa
Weird?
ternyata kagak
It
ngaruh.
looks like it
mati,
is
Cok.
the Weird Reaper gonna have to do it.
Udah balik belum,
himself.
guys?
Yeah,
Anjir,
and
ini
you see
YouTube
just
chat.
Itu gimana
from
Captain
the
B3? Siapa
Akali
Captain
taking
B3?
out the Ezreal, sniping it while it was still fighting
Siapa
with
Captain
the
B3?
Viego,
Oh, dia main
and I think
Caitlyn.
it made all the
Ada.
difference.
Captain B3?
Huge play there as
Oh,
we're
itu
now
kan
seeing
tadi yang di
Disoko
komen
on a
gue ngomong
big
itu di
transition
EMEA.
here at level 8.
Woi,
He's
tiba-tiba
actually not
pivot
gonna
nih
be able to
anjing,
find a way
what
to
the
push
fuck?
the 9. He
Jualan.
recognizes his board is not strong enough.
Tiba-tiba,
He's just trying to
apa nih
salvage
tiba-tiba jadi
what
anjing
he
lah?
can and try and make
Anjir,
it
ini orang gila
as
ya di
far
Jogja.
as possible. He notices the HP
Huh?
is dropping quite a bit. So
tadi
if he
gimana
can
tuh?
increase
Nggak
the
liat
power
gua
of his
pivotnya.
board, he can try and lock
Orang
in a
gila
4th
sih
or
ini.
5th.
Yeah, at
Ini
this
jangan
point,
sampai
just
si
single
Kion
round
Mr.
wins
100 nih,
against
Cok.
opponents could be the difference between even
Wah,
2
bisa
to
pada
3
gila-gila
spots
cari
right
Jojo
now.
aja
Saya
nih.
kalau
Say we push up
menang
against
100 di
Replay,
turni
win
kata
that round,
auto
and all of a
ini
sudden
auto
top
win.
3 victory becomes even more attainable. But now we're going to see this
Anjing, tiba-tiba jadi gak tuh, ngeri banget, Cok.
Yeah, so dish soap finds Ezreal. Looks like he wants to play around just this 80 flex as well. He wants to play Ezreal and Zed and use the Poppy as the frontliner for it.
Item damage
He's got
guys sih
support
sama
item to
Gigi.
give that extra
Poppy
bulky
juga
to his
enak
frontline.
emu.
Poppy's gonna be a beast, but
Item
his
last
backline is pretty
ada.
weak, so he still needs to find upgrades there. And he's
Anjing,
not
keren
even on
banget.
Ezreal pair, and I think that's the really hard part for
Pivot
Disco.
dalam
He's just
sekejap,
looking
Cok.
for the best
Tiba-tiba
way
jadi,
to try
anjing.
and salvage
Woi.
HP, and now we're seeing
Aduh.
he hits too late. He did not get the Kale in. He has Kale 3 on the bench, and that might save Prestivan a ton of HP as he goes into this fight.
Oh, that could be a big gift for Prestivan here. So let's see what Prestivan's going to be able to do through this fight. It looks like it's going to be a Prestivan win, and that could be the difference between not getting that Kale 3 on the board. The good news for Malala is that we do have HP.
Siwer udah
Doesn't
kalah
matter
ke nomor
that we're
1
gonna
kan
lose
tadi
this
dia.
particular round, allegedly. And so now we're going to be keeping through, but now we have that Kale 3 on the board. Unfortunately, that does leave Prestivan with a good amount of HP still. Now look at the HP totals from 2nd to 6th right now.
Yeah, and there's the kill 3 right that comes through, and Dish took a pretty massive loss. We saw that his backline is just not online. He has a very strong front line, but he has not been able to find a solid carry, and there's a Caitlyn too. So actually that might be the way that Dish can turn things around, as we saw that get picked up. And it's just a matter of looking at these bottom players, right? Degree on that Yasuo, I'm pretty sure he's gone. No one is losing 20 HP before that Yasuo board, and then it starts to really smush.
Nggak tahu cara kalah tuh dia tuh.
Ooh, really interested to see where that's going to go.
Tuh, pas saat kita mau ngeliat Kion terus ditukar sama servernya kambing ini.
But now it is going to be Degree fighting for his life. Yasuo is able to get onto the back line, but goes back to the front line. So I think we're going to be fine.
Got a ghost. He gets to live another round.
Yeah, we're going to be fine. So it's going to be another round. And
16 anjing win streak, Cok.
Degree really wants Prestivan Dish Soap.
Weh, kalah deh. Ayo lo dipegang, Cok.
He's out as 6th and a 5th instead of that 7th.
Yeah, Dissoap lost again, right? He tried to salvage this board, tried to hold on the HP, but he just couldn't find carries that worked out well. And now he's on a 3 loss at 11 HP. Re-replay at 15, kind of in a similar spot. And you see Dissoap, right? He's playing this Caitlyn, but he's playing Caitlyn with Ezreal items because he could not find the character that he wanted to play around.
Iya, itu dia maksud gue. Dia kan sangat win streak nih. Duit 100 nih. Terus dia memutuskan main cost 2 reroll Serapin.
But unfortunately, we could not get there. Same thing with Degree. We got the Yasuo incredibly late. This is just what happens when you get that Yasuo late. Both players potentially be eliminated on this round. Right now, I'm looking at the Yasuo, definitely keeping check on a Dish Soap score too, as that Caitlyn ults, and now the Karthus does too. But the Yasuo is looking like it's going to be onto that back line. Has it done enough? It looks like it could be, because that Kale is starting to fall. Will that Kale be able to ramp up? Yes, it does. It takes down one of the units that was on there. Now the Yasuo is on the Kale. Is there enough ramp up on that Kale to take down that Yasuo? Another execute goes down to Malala. Yasuo still hanging on. Those are by just the skin.
They both actually falls, right? From 15, very healthy, took a big hit. Kiyun fires around. Someone has been able to dethrone him, but he's such a big lead. It's going to be hard to actually beat him in this game. However, Degree with Yasuo holding on for a 6th from the spot that he ended up in. Honestly, not a bad performance. Potential to still outlive Rain or Dish Soap if he can find the right fight.
Oh, we also have to remember that Replay getting a 7th here is completely opened up MVP, I think. So that is going to be a big fight as well between the top 4. We have a Jazz emblem on the bench, so we're going to add that on once we need those stats for that fight. But is Dish Soap going to be able to survive? We will be facing Rain or Degree, which will be an elimination round for all of those participants. And any of the bottom 4 right now facing each other, those will potentially equal into double elimination. 6-5-5 could change the entirety of this lobby the way that it looks. Will it be Dish Soap, the man, the myth, the legend, people consider one of the best players in the world, going up against Rain in this Senna? The Senna, like you said, over 70% top 4 placement on that comp. However, winning it has been a little bit more difficult, and the Senna already broke through the front line. Does not get targeted by the Caitlyn in time, and it's going to be Dish Soap taking the elimination.
Watch Degree though. Does Degree end up winning the fight? No, it looks like Degree has lost this one. Degree will take a bigger hit. So Dish Soap 5th into 5th, honestly, still totally a fine spot.
Totally fine.
Degree is taking the 6th, so I think Dish is probably not happy with 5th into 5th, but he certainly can't be feeling too bad about it. He knows that what he just needs to do in these next few games it's not like a huge comeback has to come through. Just playing, you know, second to fifth,
Minala
third
bilang
to
gini
fifth.
nih.
We talked
Alah,
about
kalau
this.
lu mau
This is a
mati
way
mah
that you
mending
can
buat
still
gue
make
just
it
tadi,
in
Cok.
when it is around these top 4. As Prestivant still holding on, finding 5 wins in a row,
Gimana
playing
Jess
around
caranya
80
biar
flex,
6
but playing specifically
dapat
around
sepatu
true damage
aja.
Akali. This Ezreal is a
dapat
new
emblem.
addition to the board. It was entirely off of this
Oh,
Akali
bikin
that this
bang
streak came
emblemnya
through.
bang.
All right, it's going to
Bisa
be
bikin lagi,
Rain
Bang.
on the other side. Is that going to be? Is this going to be it? Is Malala going
Kenapa
to
itu
fall
ada
potentially
emblem
to the Senna? We
sebiji?
really need this Kale to ramp up. If you're
Tapi
a
yang gue
Malala
heran di
fan, we finally do
zaman-zaman
get onto some of our
Jess
damage healers.
bisa
Front lane
dibikin,
gets eviscerated
waktu itu Jess
by that Karthus,
nggak
and now the
yang
Kale is
terlalu
on the
booming
Senna. Can the
banget
Senna
gitu
do
loh.
any more damage?
Orang-orang
Quick
masih
enough?
belum
No,
ngerti cara
as Rain
pakainya
will
tuh.
fall in a 4th place. Pretty good
Di
round. That
saat
Senna came
Jess
in
udah
pretty late. He had a
dihilangin,
transfer
baru
over
pada main
in
Jess semua
between with
lagi.
the Kale and the Senna. But I
Orang
think the Fortress
baru
is still pretty
ngertinya,
solid
oh
for Rain here.
bagus ya
I mean, Rain
ternyata
still,
gitu.
again, recognizing that this Senna comp
Dulu
is
kan
so
Jess-nya
incredibly
cuma
strong.
dipakai
She
pas sama
fully
MF
whipped,
doang kan.
ends up
Iya.
playing around a Kale in the mid game, and then re-rolls down for
Dulu
Senna
nggak ada yang
again,
ngerti ya,
just
ini.
knowing how good
Yang
that
namanya
comp
juga
is at
mekanisme
making top
baru
4.
kan.
It seems that we have learned from Rain today that this comp
Mau
is
nonton si
fully
Rain
forceable,
forcing
and
scenario
it can
tapi
get
dia
you those
enggak lah.
consistent top 4s, and she's proving that
Tadi
right
ada.
now,
Ya.
trying to lock herself in a spot at the championship.
Rain
Makin gua
Explosion
kemasukan
has
nyamuk,
represented
babi.
North America, did quite a good job when Rain
Ayo
participated
bang,
in
level
Worlds
up.
2,
Masukin
and now we're potentially
Giant
gonna
Slayer
see
gak
her
sih?
go
Udahnya
right
akhirnya
back.
nanti
He
ganti
was Mr.
Jin,
100 through the
anjoy.
majority of this game, taking some L's. This
Kade
is where we would
Jin.
expect that Seraphine comp to
Gue masih
start,
belajar
you know,
Jess si
kind of
MF
losing some
reroll, masih
steam
belum berhasil
against some
top
of these
1.
stronger capped boards,
Kalau main
especially against
Jess
something
reroll
like
pakai
Malala over
MF,
here,
itu
where
depannya
the
masih bintang 3
PDA
juga
formation
sih. Kalau
just
nggak
pretty
kuat
much
anjir.
makes it so Seraphine's
Gue
weaker
just
against that
reroll
board
yang
system.
MF
Yeah,
atau
that's
Bar
actually a really
sampai
good call.
sekarang
It
nggak
does make
pernah
it
menang
weaker. We'll
anjing.
see if they end up
Aneh
against
deh.
each other or who ends up going
Kalau
for
depannya
the
bintang
kill
3 sih
here.
bisa,
This
Bin.
is gonna be
here we go.
Malala versus Kiyun.
Waktu itu gue ketemu Z bintang 3 nih.
Right? Seraphine,
Hampir
everything does
menang
pump a
gue
little
aja.
bit in the front line, but even then, she's only hitting 2 targets instead of the full board, and she'll never be able to hit the backliners in a very efficient way. And so this buys even more time for Malala, even though he's only on the Mordekaiser 1, or sorry, Mordekaiser 2. It's still enough that he can just get through, chew through everything with this Kale and find the win. Now the problem is Kiyun is going level 10 and gonna continue to cap out
Kiyun-
before he's 50
Kiyun
gold
lagi
level
nabung
9,
level 10
and so
ya.
there is a lot of room for him to get stronger than Malala.
Yeah, and Kiyun's first loss, I believe, was in stage 5, so we still have a ton of resources. We were able to kind of casually bring us there, which is not something that really any player has gotten to do in
Bukannya
any other lobby in a
beda ya
regional. So
unitnya.
I'm sure Kiyun
Masuk.
feeling super confident after this, as this
Aku main
potentially is
11
going to
penta
be a
dapat
battle
5
for
biji
second
spatula.
place with Malala
Anjir.
and President.
Mana
President
itu, anjing?
absolutely
Kayak
needs
main
the top
Loot
four. Really
subscription
wants to
subscription
get an
deh.
even better result based
Harus
on that
skill
8th
7.
place in that
Loot
first lobby.
subscription
Are we going to get a full
portal
flip?
juga
Because
bisa
Weird
tuh.
won that last lobby, got 8th in this one. Where is President
iya,
going to
bisa
go?
dapat duit kalau
Especially
ini
on a
item ya.
7-win streak. We're up against Malala, so it's going to be that Kale that comes through once again, but it looks like it
Padahal
might
gue
be
Jess
trapped
3
on
dengan
this
sinergi yang
Zac,
aktif 8 biji tetap aja
eventually when we do
nggak
get there,
sekuat itu
and that
juga
might be
sih.
a pretty bad scenario is when the Kale gets trapped on a particular unit. Sometimes it doesn't spread that damage, but that's not going to happen, as the Kale actually avoided that Zac for the majority of the round, leaves it remaining for last, and will win the round out. It's like an
nggak
actual
mati-mati,
league
Cok.
matchup there, where you leave the tank up a little bit later on to kill.
Anjing.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking rough for Prestivant right at this point, but it is a big bounce back from that 8th
Halo,
place. Right, a
Acil.
top 3 here is phenomenal, and trying to deal with this Malala board and the Kiyun board, I think reasonably. Prestivant probably was expecting to go out earlier, getting stuck playing around true damage Akali, kind of the least sought after on this 80 flex line when you're kind of looking through these 80 champions. You really want Ezreal, you want Zed, you want Caitlyn, and then true damage Akali is like, okay, I guess I'll play around this unit if I have to. And Prestivant really made it work and is made it to this top 3, and we'll see if he can end up
Ini
getting
Prestivant
even a
unit
second
tanknya cuma
place
Zac
going
doang,
up
anjing.
against
Sisanya
Kiyun,
damage
while
semua,
Kiyun is
Cok.
still a little bit weaker.
All right, is Prestivant going to be able to take another round here? The Akali actually gets distracted, walks around, is not going to be doing as much damage as it can, but is that going to matter? The Akali is still alive, but is getting targeted by that Ahri, and the Ahri looks like it should be able to finish things out. I wonder if that Akali getting distracted might have been the reason why Prestivant gets eliminated
Sisanya
in
dua
this
reroll,
round, as
anjing.
Malala beats out his opponent there, obviously, because it wasn't the Ghost. But Prestivant, unfortunately, with that Akali, huh?
Yeah, and it's still bought some time for
Spatula.
Kiyun as well, right?
Ada
Prestivant,
gol tuh,
you know,
anjir.
ends up losing there with the Akali. I think taking her as far as he kind of can in a lobby like this where everyone is so incredibly strong. The 3rd place is pretty solid, and it definitely bounces him back from
Ada
that
tadi punya
earlier
komponen.
8th. And now it's,
siapa tadi gue lihat yang
Kiyun
serapin
gets a
tadi?
win, so now we're looking at this only
Udah
60 gold away
Ini
from going
yang
to that
serapin
level
nih, punya
10.
tirai.
He just needs a round
level
or
nggak
two
sih?
that he can
56
set up
kan?
against Malala here,
bisa.
and
Ada
then
punya
he
itu
gets
dia
to
dia.
go off, make the board as
Serapin yang
strong as
kiri.
he possibly can.
Oh,
Malala
iya.
really
naik
wants
level
these
ya.
next few wins
Nyari
to
siapa
be
dia?
just crushing.
Ah,
I mean, the
Itu
good
gol
news
timnas
is
Indonesia
when we
itu
saw
Kiyun.
this
Itu
comp
dia
go up
tinggal
against
naik
each other
level doang
last
yang
time,
Kiyun.
Malala had a pretty distinct advantage because of where the KDA
Gitu.
spots are and
Itu
how
dia darah
Seraphine works. So
57.
it's really going to be all up to Kiyun Seraphine to be the
Udah
MVP, to be
10.
able to snipe out
Udah.
those units to the best of their ability, because the front line will clump up, like you said in that last fight, Cass, but that's going to be pretty much it. That's going to have to be individual marks on the back line for that Seraphine to take down. So hopefully it goes after the Kale before it goes after the Karthus. Last time this Karthus ulted, it ripped up that front line. Actually didn't do as much as that Soap ult also comes through. So Kiyun having a much easier time on this round, and it's going to be a
Level
really
10
good
Serapin
win.
reroll, coy.
Domination from
Serapin
Kiyun
reroll,
from beginning to
coy.
end. I don't remember, Cass, the last time that I saw someone pace
Sunfire
the
tuh
lobby from
anti-healnya nggak
beginning to
ke
end
skill
and
nggak?
then
Enggak
finished
lah.
out with the
Sunfire
victory
selama
too.
lu
Kiyun's
berdiri
got to
dekat
be proud of that.
Sunfire
Yeah,
kena
it's been a
udah.
minute because a lot of people play a
Dia
lot higher
kecil ya,
tempo than
range-nya
they
si
used to. We
Sunfire
saw
tuh
that
ya?
final fight. The big difference
Dua
this time was
hex.
right
Dua
before
hex
that fight
kayaknya.
started. Kiyun actually spent
Setara
all 60 of
kayak
his gold, pushed to level 10,
event serap.
put in a
Event
soda, I
serap.
think, to get the 5 Spellweaver alongside the 7
Balik-balik
KDA
udah
to
kelar,
actually
Cok.
increase the power of that board significantly,
Reroll,
and you can
and
see the big difference there. It's got a 2-level
top
lead
1-2-nya
over Malala
Sena,
at that point. So
Kylo
really well
sama
done for Kiyun,
Seradut
getting
ya.
his
Oh,
first
gue ingat si Kiyun
place
tuh awalnya main
of the
ini, yang
regional
main
final.
Katarina pakai Morello
However,
itu.
he does
Yeah.
have the highest percentage of first places across
Jadi
set
dia
10. He actually had the
Serapin,
best
tapi-
first place rate of anybody playing in tournaments in set 10.
Zaman-zaman
And
Chess
so
Golden Enough sih dulu
it's
cukup
not
2
an
biji udah
unexpected thing
OP.
from Kiyun, but he had
Itu
shifted his
MF dia
style
juga
more
OP
to
banget,
top
anjir.
oriented, but he's just showed us now he still knows how to win.
Sebelum Just
Zaman-zaman
Bieber.
Man, what a
MF belum dina.
very good lobby for
Oh,
Kiyun.
yang
If you're a Kiyun fan,
awal-awal
that's
ya.
exactly what you want to see. I'm also really
Bintang
interested
dua
to see
doang
what the
udah
analysts
kuat,
are gonna
anjing,
say
yang
about
dulu
that. Because
tai,
tempo-wise, that was arguably
Itu
the most
enaknya
unique lobby that we
karena
saw
dia
all
kos
weekend
3
so
jadi
far. So looking
mau
forward to
2
that,
orang
and I know
3
you
orang
are
yang mainnya
too,
masih
so we're
bisa
gonna take a
dapet
quick
anjir.
break,
Modal
and we'll
bintang
see you
2
soon.
doang. Itu kayak zaman-zaman itu zaman kayak Sentinel Ahri itu semua main aja.
Iya, tai sih anjing isinya Sentinel Ahri.
Itu Sentinel Ahri lucu tahu. Ahrinya malah nggak boleh headliner anjing.
Iya,
Soalnya
headliner
lu
lo
butuh
BC
sentinelnya
anjing,
kan.
headliner tolong.
Iya.
Headliner BC itu anjing. Tapi emang itu rusak Sentinel sih.
Ya kalau lu udah punya 6 Sentinel, akhirnya bintang 1 pun menang, tolol anjing.
Ya depannya nggak bisa dibunuh aja. Itu Casanova ngaku hard juga bang. Gak tahu deh.
Next nonton Kiyun melihat cara recall yang benar. Ntar pas praktek kok nggak ngehit ya cok. Main ginian mah ngehitan doang aja. Kalau nggak ngehit
Gak
ya
perlu
udah.
mah anjir. Orang darah segitu mah mau main apapun juga bakal jadi itu mah.
Udah jadi game dia tadi tuh anjir.
Bayangin nih gol 80, mainnya cost 2 reroll. Kalau nggak jadi itu dia banting PC itu nggak apa-apa tuh.
Gue pernah anjing nge-roll 80 gold gak dapet apa-apa, tolol anjing.
Sama itu paling sering gue morde tuh kayak gitu tuh.
Kalau morde masih suka ada yang kontes. Gue main yang bener-bener gak ada kontes gak ngehit, minta dipukul anjing gimana.
Oh, itu goblok sih.
Satu lobby gak ada yang main. Pencet mana nih? Atau nggak lu kayak si Kesoju kemarin tuh, dia main senario nggak dapet kan, dia ngambil infernal kontrak yang level lu mentok 7 tapi dapat gold 90, masih nggak bintang 3 anjing senanya.
Kalau emang anjir ini game kalau udah nggak ngehit.
Nih kalau udah gak dapet gitu mau sejago apapun lu ya tusun deh.
Bener-bener.
Emia tuh ada mukul meja. Oh Emia dia ini facecam.
Siapa?
Emia.
Emia. Oh ya, ada yang rising itu ya, rising apa tuh namanya? Ini pas peta sentinel tuh mau main apa bingung anjing, BC-nya diambil, mau main disco, mau main pentakill mordinya diambil. Main terus damage echo-nya juga masuk situ. Main super fan ada si Lilia di situ anjing banget.
Apa kabar udah kemasukan nyamuk dah. Aduh. Udah paling males kalau kamar kemasukan nyamuk. Gue kalau tidur suka kebangun gara-gara digigit nyamuk anjing.
Pakai heat elektrik itulah, kan nggak bau itu.
Welcome back,
Musiknya
everybody. We
kegedean,
are
Kur.
now 2
Tuh, dan
games
gimana?
down in
Lu
our
biasa
6-game
ini,
gauntlet to decide which of our players
pakai
in North
baygon
America will be
semprot semuanya,
representing our
tinggalin
region at
kamarnya
the Remix
setengah
Circle
jam aja.
Championships. And now that
bisa
these
juga.
2 games have finished, we are seeing some patterns. Kale,
Kan
Senna,
udah paling tai itu
and
lagi tidur kan,
Seraphine
udah
have
bentar
now
lagi
been
ngantuk, udah
played
tutup
in
mata, anjing ada
lobbies
nyamuk di
by
kuping bunyi.
different
Wah,
players.
anjing udah pasti
So
bangun
I'm
lagi
curious
tadi.
to know your take on, do you think that's going to be an actual consistent trend
Paling anjing tahu nggak kalau
between all
misalkan
sorts of
nyamuk
these
yang
games?
suka yang nggak tahu
I
gue
think
begitu
so.
kecil
I
banget.
mean,
Dia tuh cuma
especially
lewat
it's
depan muka
been
doang nggak
interesting
ngegigit.
because there's been basically
Gak tahu gue itu
correct me if
apa
I'm wrong,
sih?
but I
Itu
can't
nggak
think
pernah
of
sih ada
any
yang kayak
games
benda
where people
kecil,
are contesting
benda
each
kecil
other
terbang kayak
across
ngalangin
all of the
depan
games
muka
of
lu
this
doang
whole
gitu.
weekend.
Bukan
Everyone just
nyamuk
seems to
deh.
just agree,
Itu
okay,
apaan ya?
yep,
Gue
you
nggak tahu
get
deh.
Senna,
Itu
no
nyebelin banget
problem.
anjing cuma
Okay,
di
yep,
depan
I'll
muka
take
doang dia cuma
Seraphine.
bolak-balik gitu
Sure,
doang.
okay, you can
Ngalangin
go
apa
Kale.
Tahu tuh gue.
Like there's been just zero contesting of
Kayak
any
lalat
kind
buah
on 3
ke sih
cost or
itu
2 cost
namanya?
rerolls the
Yang
entire
ngerti
Itu
gue
weekend,
biasanya
which is kind of
bukan
interesting.
lalat
But
sih, itu biasanya binatang yang di
if the
atas,
players
yang
are
biasa
just
ada
going
di
to be
atas
kind
tai
of
kerbau itu
kumbaya and just
biasanya.
like, yeah, you take this,
Oh
I'll take
yang
this.
kayak lalat
Well,
itu
there's
ya.
a really good chance that they're all going to hit every single time, right? Because you're
Berarti
doing, again, so many of those 2 cost
secara nggak langsung itu artinya lu kayak tai kebo
narrowing
anjing.
the pool of units that you can actually get. So
Biasanya kalau ada
Motor
tai
itu ya,
kerbau
motor
di
itu ada
bawah,
hewan
nah di
itu
atasnya
di
dia
bawah gue ya.
terbang-terbang.
no one has been contesting each other whatsoever.
Well, that's what makes the way Kiyun played that last game so
Itu lalat
fascinating, too,
nih
right?
kan,
He was
lalat
100
buah
streak
gak sih
in thrall
namanya
slash
itu?
2 and 3 was playing around the
Tolong,
crowd
itu
diver
ngalangin banget,
Katarina
anjing.
and had these items that Azil,
Bang,
I know
aku
even when we
sedih
were talking about it
penulisan
off
aku
stream,
Setty
you would
sama
say like, hey, this
Soji
feels
gak
like
lolos
he's
day
not
3
gonna be playing
lagi,
Katarina.
gimana gak
You go
ngehit
into
tuh.
the PvE round of stage 3, he scouts around, says, okay,
Cicil
well,
Nekra,
Senna is taken,
buset.
Kale is taken, hey, no one's playing Seraphine.
Lu kalau
I'm
main
gonna
Senna
roll
reroll gitu biasanya
90
Senna di
gold that I
level berapa,
have,
Pit?
go
6
level
lah.
7, roll for Seraphine
Oh, Senna
3,
di 6.
he hits
Nah,
it,
tapi
and he's
kalau
now able to
misalkan
play
lu
this
udah punya
uncontested
banyak nih,
line from
lu udah
ahead,
punya
from
kayak 7
tempo,
biji,
because he
duit
just
tuh
wanted
masih
to play
banyak, lu
the
bisa naik
headliner
7
that he
dulu
hit on
baru
stage
ngerol lagi
3.
di 7.
Personally, I thought that was a beautifully piloted game by
Reroll
Kiyun.
nanti
Obviously, there's an element
toleransi
of
bisa
high roll
satu
for you to
level
be
sih.
able to streak through stage 2 and 3, but being able to pilot that, right, taking advantage of the
Itu
high roll
Azil-
in front of
Kill
you
juga
is
ya?
something
Kill
that
juga di
we
7 ya?
expect of
Kill
the
juga
players who
6
make
kalau
it to
udah
day
banyak
3.
bisa lanjut
It's
ke
a great
7.
example of
Soalnya
Kiyun taking the
reroll tuh
opportunities that are in front of
satu,
them and
lu harus
converting the
jadinya
high
cepat.
roll into
Dua,
first place.
walaupun
And
jadinya
I wanna
cepat
say this
tapi lu
because
nggak
this
bisa
is
naik
what
level,
makes
itu
Kiyun
juga kalah
and
anjing.
what gives Kiyun an edge.
Harus
He is a player that
pinter-pinteran
historically
main
is
gitu.
very good at
Kayak
going
kapan
first
lu
place
harus
when
naik
the
level, kapan lu harus
opportunity
nge-roll.
rises, and I love that
Itunya
on
harus
finals
ngerti.
day he's once again able to show it.
Yeah, and I think it's really cool that he did it in
Kayak
kind of an
percuma lu
interesting
nge-roll
way,
sampai
right?
0,
Because I know if I was
ngehit
in
lu
that
bintang
position
3,
where
iya,
I was
cuma
able to
nggak
early
bisa
streak
naik
like
level,
that,
yang lainnya
and
either
I
way
could
di
goal him
4
at
strip 2,
100
level
HP,
8
I
ya,
would
lu nya
not
tusuk
have
juga
actually been going for
ujung-ujungnya.
one of those 2-cost rerolls, and especially
Bisa
pivoting to
terjadi
one
tuh.
that he had basically like no copies of it on his bench, right?
Saya
I would have
stage
just been
berapa, Pit?
thinking
Masih 3?
that you're gonna
Iya,
push
masih
levels, so
3.
you're gonna play around like
Reroll pos 1,
Pentacoli or
pos
something
2
like
tuh.
that, right? He had Shojin,
Pos
he had
1 mainnya di
Umbrella,
stage
so I
2
thought he was actually
beres
just gonna play
beres
around
golem tuh.
Pentakill units, you know, go
Stage
8,
3
start
strip
rolling for
1
a
udah
4-cost
harus
headliner.
jadi.
But I think that the way that he did it was really
Pos
intelligent,
2
and especially because
sebisa
he
mungkin
knew it wasn't
sebelum 3
contested, he knew
strip
that
6
some of those
udah
other
mulai
2 costs were already in the
kebentuk.
pool. There was a pretty high chance, I think, to hit it. The high
Jadi
roll part,
begitu
obviously, just
beres
being able to 12
masuk ke
streak
4
or whatever
strip
it was,
1
he
tuh
did
udah
before
tinggal
that,
dijadiin
but
doang.
still, I think he navigated it really well.
Awesome to see these players
di 4 trip
just
sama
continue
yang
to
level
adapt to
8
one
anjir.
another, and that's why we're so lucky to still see
Biasanya
these
lihat
8 players
karena di
battle it out
level
over
6
the
buat
course of the
headliner,
next
tapi
4
Alina
games.
tetap
But
di
we're
level
going to be
7
taking a
soalnya
short
spike
break so
recall
those
itu
players
di
can get
level
a little bit
7.
of rest. When we come back, it will be time for game number 3.
Kalau Samira
Gas.
iya gue country dulu mainnya di 7.
Enggak sih, soalnya kalau lu dari kemarin nontonin turnamen ini mereka nge-rollnya di 6. Kalau udah tinggal kayak sisa 1 biji, 2 biji baru dia naik level.
Kalau di 7 suka ada yang kagak ngehit juga sih kalau.
Iya malah jadi susah soalnya.
Dia itu Itu yang nyuruh roll di 7 itu tuh bocil-bocil Robinson itu. Robinson nyuruh roll 7 kos 2. Sakit tuh orang anjing.
Tergantung ini juga gak sih mainnya apa anjing kalau di 7?
Dia nyuruh kos 2. Kan kalau main kos 2 tuh rollnya di 7. Lu mau main serapin kos di 7. Mau lu main kel rollnya di 7. Sakit tuh orang anjing. Tutornya sesat, Cok. Kurang 2 lah, maksimal kurang 2 baru boleh lu di 7 nyarinya.
Udahnya dia nggak lolos.
Terbukti kan nggak lolos aja, emang skillnya kurang.
Salah berarti.
Aing kata Froden enggak lah, kayak gue masih yakin hitung-hitungannya kalau lu -2 baru bisa naik level 7. Kalau main cost 2
2 tuh udah mentok banget tuh.
Iya.
Untuk cost 2. Soalnya emang sih chance itu cuman berkurang 5%. Tapi berasa anjir.
Aku bocil Robin Oakman Brooklyn.
Barusan tadi di EMEA final ada yang pamer-pamer kemenangan depan kamera. Malah dia jadi top 2. Top 2 ya masih oke lah.
Hello everyone, we are here in
punya
Las
menu
Vegas,
pendekatan juga
Nevada for
pasti
the
pas
first
minus
ever
3 kali
official
kasih satu lagi.
TFT
Jangan dipakai dulu.
LAN.
Itu
That's right,
pendekatan
this is
juga
the
ini kan ya,
TFT
ngambil dari
Vegas
pool kan?
Open.
Kalau lu pakai duluan.
500
Iya,
plus
di next round hilang
fighters
pool.
flew here from all
Iya,
around the
jangan
world.
ambil
They're
dulu
taking the
kalau belum
stage, be able to compete
Eh,
for
cakep
the
nih.
title of the TFT Vegas Open champion, as
Rajin
well
banget
as
bang,
for
sering
a
pagi. Iya pagi mulai
$100,000
turunnya
grand
cuy.
prize.
Cici-cici yang tadi di layar cakep tuh anjing. Bukan yang ini, yang tadi.
Vegas is a good choice.
Sama kayak nyari kos 1. Nyari kos 1
People
itu sebenarnya
just say
terbaiknya di
TFT is
level
all
4
about
aja.
luck,
Iya.
but there's
Kos 1 di level
strategy,
4.
skill.
Iya, kalau satu level 4 makanya orang alinnya kan di 3 straight 1 yang sudah beres golem dengan cara tuh nggak boleh naikin level sama sekali.
Ini maksudnya ini apa namanya? Ininya apa nyari ininya bintang 3-nya.
Iya.
Iya. Cuman ya emang nggak selalu bisa ngehit juga soalnya terlalu cepet ya. Duit juga nggak ada tuh kalau nyari di level 4.
Ada tapi
Paling nyari itu di level 4 yang XP itu udah 4 berapa 4/6 ya XP.
8/10.
Nah ya 8/10. Nah paling di 8/10 baru bisa nyari itu di atas 30.
3 straight 1 beres golem di situ baru nyari biasanya.
This next game of action, but before we do that,
Di
Gangly, I
level
feel
5
like we
emang
have to
sebenarnya
have a
juga
little bit of
oke,
a
cuman
check-in in terms of
agak
where our players
susah.
stand
sulit dikit lah.
Bosnya
in the
kecil,
AVP
apa,
race,
biasanya
because
jadi
at the
kecil banget,
beginning of the
jauh.
day, Replay
Nah
was
cuman
still
enaknya
on
main
top
Jing itu
with a
karena lu sekalian
3.0
nyari
average
Pantheon, makanya
placement
dilema
over
juga
the
lumayan
first 2
enak.
days of competition, and that's sort of not the case anymore.
No, I mean, definitely. Replay has had 2 bot 4s in a row, right? And because of that, these standings are starting to flip on their head a little bit, right? You've had players like Kiyun and Malala have 2 really strong performances, and Rain, who I know was second in that AVP race going into the day, has now
Ya,
also
bakal ada
had
yang
2
ngambil nih.
top 4 placements.
Kecuali
she's
bocil
actually
rungkat mungkin
tied
mau dia
now
ngambil
with
tuh.
Replay for the average placement with a
Seru sih kalau
3.50,
begitu.
and then Weird is in
Iya,
third
jangan
with
multi-talent aja,
3.71,
Bang.
and Kiyun has a
Nggak mau.
3.79
Ya biar seru gamenya
average
bang. Ayo
placement.
lah
Yang
satu
ganggu
orang.
We're
banget.
just gonna have to keep
Buat
tabs
orang-orang
of
yang
that
mau main
because
safe
our
nih, anjing.
points leads at the moment are, as you said, it's gonna be Kiyun,
ngambil
Malala,
training
and
dummy
Rain
itu
at the
biar
top.
ini.
So
Kita bener-bener modal
where
roll
does
aja
Weird
gitu.
and Replay fit into that
Artifact
in terms of the
unfair.
AVP? We're
Terus
getting into
dapat
our third game now, and we've got
Zonya.
Portal Choice.
Terus main
It's gonna be the
Riven.
artifact
Tapi gue pernah ngeliat
anvil
pur
right
apa
off
orang
the bat.
main
This
training
is
dummy
an
tuh
interesting
dibuat
portal
di aggro
because
gitu
one of the
aja,
things that it
diserang
does
duluan
allow
aja.
you to do is get generally strong direction early on in the game. When
Lu
it's
dukung
not
siapa, Bang?
uncommon to see people
Gak
pop
ada sih.
their
Tapi
artifact
paling
anvil
gue dukung
on
Milala
stage
aja
one.
biar dia menang
If you
3
can
kali
find
cuy.
something depending on
Puro
what your
dukung
orb
Rain.
drop you, right? Maybe you find
Keep
the
aja.
Samira and you want to pop the anvil and say like, hey, is there actually a world where I just get collector? Because maybe Samira is
Lu
not
pernah
the
nggak sih
strongest reroll
mempertanyakan
composition in the meta,
sesuatu
but if you
Woi,
have the
dalam
proper
anjir bisa
conditions
gitu.
and- oh
Apaan,
my, talk
anjing?
about conditions for
Enak
winning.
Pasti.
Malala getting the set drop
Nggak
into the
sopan
Heartsteel,
banget, Cok.
the Cassante right off
Udah
the bat
udah
too.
ngerti tuh dia punya set.
Kaget
udah.
tuh,
Man,
di stop
I-
agak
I-
lama
here's
tuh
the
ngeliat
thing,
tuh.
we have seen players, even with the
Begitu
Heartsteel
banget.
opener in stage 1, stage 2, not
Stage
immediately
baru-
convert that
Han,
into
Han.
top 4, right? I think we've
Lu
seen
pernah
many
penasaran
boards,
nggak
and
sih
it's
kenapa
what
di
we've been
dunia
talking
ini
about
ada
all
nyamuk,
day,
kan?
that these
Tujuannya
80
apa, guys?
flex boards tend to live on a razor's edge, and if you are just
Buat ini,
10 gold
buat
short,
ngasih makan
1
cicak
life
aja.
short, your
Bener-bener.
potential first or second
Kan
place
bisa makan lalat
suddenly
ya,
turns
gak usah
into a
nyamuk
7th or 8th.
anjing.
And we
Itu
totally
lalat
saw
tadi.
that
Nanti
was
kalau
happening
misalnya
here
nyamuk
with
nggak
the
ada, lu
13
mempertanyakan
HP at the
lagi,
very
Pit.
beginning
Kenapa
of
lalat harus
our
tercipta
day,
lagi?
where we're just like,
Seenggaknya
no
lalat
shot.
kagak
Like,
makan,
if he's able
kagak
to hit, he's
gigit
fine,
orang
but if
terus
he's
gatel
not and he's
anjing gue.
broke, that
Nyebelin,
is
anjing.
an 8th place for sure. But Dish Soap is one of those
Tapi kan itu
players
kan
that
di
needs to turn things
Singapura
around a
enak tuh
little bit,
nyamuknya
and
tuh
took the
udah
Heartsteel
diinin.
Cassante as well. Does not
Apa?
have that trait online
Jentik nyamuk
yet.
tuh jadi apa?
Still
Tapi
looking for
tetap
that
menggigit sih
third
kayaknya nyamuknya di
champion
Singapura,
to
cuman
fill
nggak
out,
ngasih
or the
DVD
second
lagi.
champion, I guess, with the
He
Heartsteel.
does
Tapi itu
pre
jentik nyamuk tuh
level
bisa jadi
though,
suatu hal yang
puts an
berguna gitu.
extra,
Apa gitu?
push of XP
Makanan
into
ikan.
his board, meaning that he has a higher chance of getting the 2
Kayaknya
cost
kalau
and
nggak
now
salah
opens up his shop
apa
to
makan
early 3
ini ya?
costs as
Apa sih
well.
namanya ikan lele apa
It
ya?
is going to be
Nggak
a
tahu deh.
silver augment, which means that we're not going to see a significant power change coming right off the bat
Nyamuknya
from
sendiri
the
gak ada
augments
gunanya.
themselves, but this is the
Ganggu
point in
dong,
time where
gatel
we'll probably
anjing.
see players pop these
Sama kayak
artifact
usus buntu,
anvils,
Cok.
figure
Nggak
out
tahu
where they want to
fungsinya
go
apa
from
anjir.
here.
Well, it's gonna be
Oh,
Mogul's mail, so you get a little bit of
pantas di
a
shop tadi
little
ngeliatin
upgrade, I
lama,
guess,
gue
a little,
iri
and
dia tuh.
you do have the
Iya,
gargoyle
makanya tuh
too,
gue
as you
bilang
called
lama
out. So
gitu
really nice
ngeliatin
defensive
sini.
items on this Cassandre to try to maximize some of the value
Kalau tadi multi
you
talent
might
nih gue
get out
jamin
of
semua
going
nyari
Heartsteel
ini
later
anjir.
on.
Nyari
Yeah, one of the
kesante.
things about Mogul's Mail is that it can be relatively inconsistent because you
Coba
have
pose
to
kayak
get
Mas
the stacks.
Hujan,
I'm
bodo
struggling to remember
amat
exactly what the numbers. I think
ngomong
it's
nggak
like
mau
40
skip.
stacks. Yeah. 40 stacks to actually get the gold.
Nanti gue
right?
dibilang
So if you
pelangi.
don't have a strong enough front line, you're not gonna be able to get
Ketemu
that
lagi.
out of it because this ship has the gargoyle stone plate,
Bang,
though.
belum
Even
jadi
this
itu Bang
Cassandre
Heartsteel-nya gitu.
We're seeing the mirror match though, right? The two Heartsteel Cassantes going up against each other.
Tapi Milala
Diamond
juga
Hands
bisa
on the other
ini sih.
hand, or on the other side of the
Enaknya
board,
dapat
and
kesante
the Mogul's Mail
Heartsteel
on
terus
Dish
dapat
Soap.
sini Titan gitu.
I think that's so interesting because both of these players want to start a loss streak here, and it's going to be coming down to the wire. Both Cassantes go down at the same
Milala kalah.
time, and now you're looking at just this super tanky set in the front, and it's going to be whether or not this
Okay,
pump
menang.
board
Oh,
here
nggak
from
sempat
Dish Soap
nge-skill
can
dia.
actually break through that. So
Wih,
it will be
enaknya kalah
Milala
dua
that
dong, Bang.
goes down with the
Kapan
loss to
ya?
start, and will hopefully be able to keep on that trajectory.
Makin
Dish
kesel
Soap
tuh
did
dia
not
nggak
actually
nemu.
have the
Bentar lagi
Heartsteel
pencet
in
D
yet,
dia
right?
aja.
So it's not a there's nothing wrong with
Buat nyari
losing, and in
Heartsteel.
fact, you know, losing on stage 2 versus winning with Heartsteel is not as big of a deal. However, look, we
Replay.
actually talked about this. You get a Samira drop from your orb, you pop your
Jadi
tomes,
main
if you find
Augment
the
Prismatic
collector.
Final
I
Reserve
don't
plus
know for
birthday
certain
present
that
tiba
we're
kartus
actually going to
bintang
see
3.
replay play Samira
Enak
from
banget
here. If he was
Birthday
looking to play
present.
Samira, most
Gua sampai
likely
sekarang
he
birthday
probably
present
would have
buat
slammed
gua
something
scam, anjing.
like the last Whisper instead,
Augment
and then
scam.
tried to keep his cloaks
birthday
for maybe
present.
something like a frontline item on his eventual Mumu. This looks more to me like he's just trying to play some sort of tempo AD board, maybe trying to play around the AD flex that we've seen for so long throughout the entire weekend without Heartsteel. We'll say
Jadi pengen main
we
tank.
replay 2 bot 4s. This doesn't necessarily feel like the most high roll opener in terms of like setting yourself up for additional resources in the future, right? Doesn't have the Heartsteel, but he does have the pull off and 4 cruisers in his front line, so he's definitely going to be strong on stage 2. It's just a question of whether or not that can convert into the later stages of the game.
Nggak mau lihat,
Yeah,
udah pasti main
the
Sena
Bruiser
anjing.
super nice for the HP buff, right?
Ujung-ujungnya.
Maybe it buys enough
Iya,
time for
anjing,
Samira to be
ujung-ujungnya
able to
Sena,
get
Cok.
that damage
Weh,
down, but
Weh,
I'm
lah,
curious
dapat
about
bar
where he
gitu.
does take that.
Ambil gak sih, bos?
Gold Collector, as you were calling out, is
Mas,
really
boleh
for some
diambil
of
sih?
these
Apa mau main
sort of
lost streak
AD
dia nih?
boards. Ezreal, Caitlyn, Lucian are
Oh,
all
gitu.
really good holders of that
Mending
Gold
starter
Collector
kit
later
daripada
on,
HBD.
but
Enggak,
Samira
anjing,
with the
starter
country
kit
has
juga
also been
gua
relatively
nggak suka.
uncontested. We haven't seen
Dapetnya
too many
kartus
players actually
pusing
go down
dai,
that route.
bunuh tank gak bisa
Yeah, I feel like
anjing.
uncontested is a bit of an
Gak ada item
understatement.
yang gak guna.
I do
Iya
remember
anjing.
Spencer played it yesterday, but it was a bot 4, right? Country is not a line that we've seen all too much this weekend
Mau
at
lost streak
all.
berarti dia,
It
Cih.
doesn't mean
Itu
though that
gua
there's
dulu
not a condition in which it's
mainannya
fine,
sering
right? That's
starter
the
kit
beauty
kan
of
biar
the
nggak
state.
pusing. Ya
Exactly.
udah
You find the
ambil
spat, you
starter
get the
kit.
gold collector, you high roll
Kion juga
Samiras.
jadi tuh
Maybe
Heartsteel.
we will see someone lean into it. I definitely don't think we
Tahu,
replay is
udah
locked into
3.
anything like that right now though, right?
Gue dulu starter
Taruh
kit
dah.
I
mulu
don't think so. I
ngambilnya,
think you're right
ngambil
about that
starter
one,
kit
but
set.
I'm interested to see where the
Dapetnya
Degree goes with
kartus,
this.
kartus
because he
yang
doesn't
zaman
have a
dulu yang belum
headliner
di
at the
rework
moment.
tau
He's
gak?
really
Yang
rocking
kalau
with Pentakill
dimainin
and the
kalahnya sama
Sentinel,
Poppy
and
anjing.
we've seen Pentakill be a
Udah
very
bangsat anjing
versatile
dapet
trait to
kartus, udah
have
males main gue
in
pengen surrender
the
ya.
early game because there's so many different branches that you can take from that, and even just having the Lilia in means that you could pivot to something like the Super Fan a little bit
Weh, di
later
shop ini
on.
udah ngeliat ini nih. Wih,
He did
Heartsteel
end
gua.
up
Apelios,
holding
Apelios,
Oh ya,
Apelios.
Heartsteel,
the
Heartsteel.
blade and the gunblade.
Diambil
So I
lagi.
think he
Ya.
actually might be trying to make his
Hilang
mark
semua,
relatively
Cok.
early in the lobby and saying like, "Hey, all you
Heartsteel,
rollers,
Heartsteel.
look at my board. I've already got the tail.
Hail.
I've got the
Ketika
gambler's
dia
blade.
diambil
Yeah,
nih.
this is an item that the kill can definitely utilize. Would not surprise me to see him go down that line. I think
Kan
also
dulu
it's
ya,
important
males
to keep in mind
kan
he's
dia main
playing the
kartus ya.
stationary support 1 augment,
Ini taktisnya
which
apa sih?
means that
Poro yang
after I
gede
believe
itu?
8
Poro
combats,
yang
not
kecil-kecil.
player
Yang
combats, he'll
kecil-kecil itu
get that support item.
dari Battle
That
Pass.
also might give him more direction
yang
than
kecil-kecil.
what he has right now.
Oh, ini
right?
dari
That's
Battle Pass yang
that's
sekarang
one
ya?
of the tenets of TFT is that you have to kind of balance power right now versus direction because it's very easy in this kind of game to
Ini kalau
get
Dylan
dizzy.
ikutan
And if you don't have clear
juga
direction
dia nggak ada yang
and
main
you aren't
Riven.
able to maintain a very
Dari tadi
flexible board state,
ada yang mau
especially
main
on these
Riven
big
sekali
rollouts,
ditipu
oftentimes
Riven
it
cok,
can turn
Rivennya
even
nggak
really
dapet
high
ya
roll
udah tulisannya.
positions into something like a bot 4. So
Hilang,
players
cok,
do
dibegal sama yang
typically
main
really like to
reroll.
have some sort of
Iya
direction early
banyak
in the
yang
game.
reroll dulu
We'll
gini.
talk about direction.
Rerollnya di
I'm
stage
looking at
6
Rain's
mah,
board right
Riven
now with the
tumbang
Disco
lah.
Tarek, and when I see that steadfast
Pokok
card
ping yang
as well as
BP
those
ya.
diamond hands,
Ini yang
I am
sebelumnya berarti
immediately
yang
thinking of Blitzcrank. So this
si
might
Nardik punya
really
tuh.
be just a disco
Apa?
board.
Pokok ini.
I see the static shift slam as
Bocil,
well,
bocil.
and I'm like, oh well, Ziggs is a
Bukan
great
yang
holder
gede si
of
biji.
that item. So is a Lulu. So I don't know.
It's
I don't
Ya itu kan dari
possible.
beta lepas
I'm
aja
not-
Pit, kita
I'm
tahu.
not
Beda, yang
buying
sekarang kan
into
warna
anyone
pink.
committing
buying
to
into
this
top
right
again.
Dari
now.
Battle Pass
No,
pokok
I'm
gedenya
definitely
warna
not. Listen, it's
pink.
possible. Certainly, I
Oh,
personally
nggak
not
tahu deh.
subscribing
Gue
to
juga
it,
ada
but
sih
yeah,
yang
I have
putih
to
gini
see
kalau
it
nggak salah deh.
before I believe.
Masa ada?
Malala, though, takes the early cash out.
Nggak tahu
Has
deh
the
apa beda.
set
Coba
2
gue
on
login
its
nih.
board. So this feels like
Curang.
really,
Main.
really interesting spot where you
Jadi
have
kita
the
yang
hard
main.
skill
Nggak jadi
stage
nobar.
1, and instead of looking to play around the loss streak, even after the first cash out, the fact that he hits this set means that he actually has the
Soalnya
potential
viewer gue
to
bilang
now
itu dari
try
Battle
and
Pass
play
bang
a
katanya.
stronger board.
Itu lucu,
The
anjir.
biggest
Yang Battle
issue
Pass
though
yang
is
warna
even with
pink
the strong
masalahnya,
front
bukan
line, his
putih.
back line is just
Beda.
pretty
Begitu aja.
pathetic. If I'm being honest,
Yeah.
Corky.
Ada
That is
tulisannya
the one
sugar
thing
spawn
that's
poro kalau nggak salah.
No, but he's able to
Sugarcane,
slam
sugarcane.
the items that we would typically see on something like an
Oh
Ezreal
iya,
carry.
warna
You have the
pink ya,
right
tapi
buff
perasaan
as well
warna
as the
putih aja
tier
di
to
game,
be
Cok.
able to find just the
Beda,
last component to
pink,
make a
Cok.
blue buff.
Warna
So
puro,
he is in a very, very good spot. And as you were saying before, like you can definitely play the Heartsteel
Oh,
from
tapi dia
a
masih
winning
satu
place
inilah,
and
masih
still
satu
come
ras
up
lah.
with some of those components later on. We're going to be checking in on
Gak kalah
Degree,
anjing.
though, still with no headliner, with the Pentakill and the Sentinel as the two main traits on his board. And maybe he's able to find the headliner, but this is where I kind of go back to the question that we asked on the desk is, if you are
Ada tuh
T-posing
kuning-kuning
with
tuh.
the Kale and those
Agak cetil loh.
items, does
Eh, that-
somebody decide at that point to go, you know what, you're not allowed to have the Kale, and in fact, I'm gonna take that reroll
Yang pink
line.
core yang BP
If someone happens into
pink
it,
dari
I
BP,
think
putih
it's
nggak tahu dari
absolutely
mana.
possible.
Ya putih dari
But
gacha-gacaan
we
ini kan
say
threshold
that,
RAM.
and just like
Anjir.
Kill, right? I mean,
Kyla
this
cuy.
makes sense, right? This is obviously
Di
high
sekolah
roll,
game
feels
kurang
great
bagus
for
kah?
Degree, but this
Bagus
is
bro,
where
jadi
he's
mah.
winning his
One
comp
star
from the
malah
very
9.
beginning.
Kecil
And I
lima
think
ya.
that even without
Waduh,
hitting this,
Kyla
he's been
cuy.
saying to the lobby, signaling like, hey, I really want to play this Kale.
Kyla-nya
If
ini
you
udah
wanna
nggak butuh
opt
super
into
fan
it,
ini.
you're opting into more variants than if you just left me alone. And that's the nice thing about being able to
Bah.
signal that early is like, yeah,
Bah.
maybe you do open yourself up to
Jual
a
nggak
little
sih itu
bit,
Kyla? Itemnya pindahin nggak sih mas?
risk because you're
Mas,
playing
mas.
more narrowly, but
Mas.
you also reduce the risk by making sure
Mas
that
saya, mas.
everyone else who wants to
Jangan
reroll
malu-malu.
is going to be taking those other
Nah.
rolls instead.
I wish players in my lobby were that respectful. You know, that would be great. I had a game recently where I was trying to go Riven reroll, and someone was holding a two-star Riven with a punk emblem. I'm like, are you joking right now?
Masa Ren main disco
But
sih?
sometimes that's what you gotta do is take those contests. We've seen
Apakah
players
ini
do that
adalah
before
akhir
by
dari
holding
era
units on the
Red?
bench so
Jangan
that
percaya
it
tuh.
is way harder for another
Tapi-
player in the lobby to actually
Tapi
hit
belakangnya
their
ada tarik
pre-cost
sama
reroll.
Nami ya.
All right, I want to pay
Itemnya
attention
sih
to
udah-
Bishop's decision here because he's doing this really interesting thing where he has the additional gold from his artifact, right? And he has the opportunity
saya
right now to
sedap itu.
either hold
Win streak cuy.
expensive
Di-
units on his
di-
board,
disco.
leveraging that econ, and only sacrificing a single econ threshold, right? He gets to hold an Urgot pair and a Zac, units that are very, very high value later on in the game. And because of the fact that he has the Mogul's Mail, that he's proccing every single round because he
Besok
prioritizes
mau
diambil.
besok di
defensive
lobby deh.
items, he says, hey,
Mentang-mentang
I'll
Trinity
give
Titan
away
deh.
1 gold this turn if it means that when I decide to rubber band, when
Bentar.
I decide to start
Jin.
winning, I'm going to start beating everybody. Really great
combo,
decision by Disto. Love to see that.
Dapat
Malala has
BC dia cuy.
Blitzcrank
Ya,
2,
BC
by
sih
the
tapi.
way, on 3-2.
That's a recombobulator. I didn't even realize. I was like, wait,
Yeah.
where did that come
Buat
from?
di
Ya,
I was
buat
like,
pegangan dulu ya, nanti dijual.
that's insane. So huge recombobulator board.
Jadi yang
and
menang
This is
siapa?
one of those spots that you
Yang
could
menang yang
play
nggak
it.
kalah.
Recombobulator is definitely one of those high risk, high reward augments where you could recombobulate your board and then get a bunch of things that just don't synergize together. But Malala's able to make that work.
Wow, Diamond Hands and the Even Shroud are both
Lu mau
going
kalah.
to be going on
Udah,
to...
dimasukin lagi.
Wait,
Lah, Dicabut dipasang lagi di unit yang sama anjing.
Emang agak ini ya. Gue juga bingung tadi. Dika dicabut terus dimasukin ke siapa ya? Gue mikir tadi dicabut karena biar kalah. Dimasukin lagi aja.
Emang gabut kayaknya itu nggak tahu buat apa juga.
Padahal kalau menang gitu, kalau kalah tuh enak tuh, pecah tuh kuning-kuningnya.
I don't know why Malala would have made that
Kejaos,
decision, but
my
just
god,
so
kewak.
this
Oh iya, Kejaos lolos.
Bingung nggak?
as we saw, so maybe getting a really nice
Eh,
cash out
dari
at the
saya
end of that,
Kejaos,
and
Cok. Dari server
Malala's still
SG ada
finding some
kewak.
direction
Cool.
here.
Apa? Siapa?
Kejaos.
Having the set of a lifetime in set 10.
Anjir.
Right? The winner of the
Kejaos,
Vegas
Kejaos.
Open has the win at the KDA Cup final day at the Heartsteel Cup.
Yang ring
And
2
I
SG.
think Malala's run
Dia
contrasts
masuk ini,
Reigns,
Cok.
I think, pretty beautifully.
Masuk
Reigns is one of those
ini.
players who had really high highs back in set 7, winner of the Jade Cup, made it to the World Championship.
Apa
where she
ini
went
Rain
all
main
the way
disco,
to the
anjing,
final
loh?
lobby before falling short. In a 7th place finish, and since then
yakin
has
banget
really
dari main
just
soalnya.
not recovered to the
Gila,
same form she was once in.
gua dukung Mas
This is a
Rain deh
beautiful
kalau ini.
Cinderella story for Rain Plosion,
Mas
who
Hujan
is
anjing.
back in set 10 in the form we once saw
Gua
her.
baru nyadar
Has
rambut
made a
baru,
great run all the way to the
dari
final
kemarin.
lobby, and now is actually after the first 2 games in a
Stampede
decent
Tusun
spot, sitting in the top
EGNT.
4.
Kalah.
She's been doing
keren gitu ya.
phenomenally,
mana
and
gitu?
even when you
Eh,
take a
udah
look at that
2 kali.
average placement, she is tied with replay for the 3.50. So even if for some reason she has a couple of bad games, maybe the rest of the people that take those top 2 spots will allow her to
TF
be able
tuh,
to
ada
make
TF.
Ya.
But as we head
Oh,
to the
butuh
carousel
tongkat
here,
kita,
this is
butuh
gonna be
tongkat.
another rod pickup. And I'm sorry,
Dapat down juga
Gangly.
bisa bang jadi
I
ini.
think this
Yeah,
very
bro.
well could be a
Tongkat.
disco board.
Ini
You
buat
want
jadi
a
gunblade.
lot of rods to
Tongkat
be able to
dulu,
make something
mau
like
main
a
disco.
TF
Ya,
work
tadi ya.
in that backline.
Glove dah.
Yeah, she
Dia ada
did
jewel
take the
gauntlet, ada
rock.
critical tadi.
I'm like really
Cipung
not
dibantai
down
di
to
kayaknya.
buy this until it actually happens. She did pass up the TF.
Oke,
It
gua
did
nol
have
lagi,
a sword
Pung.
on it though, so if she's looking to play TF, killing the swords apart from a single
Aduh, Mak,
Sojin is a
bener
little
pun
bit tough. So maybe there is a world where she's still playing TF, but I'm like really not down to buy this until we see it.
I just wanted to keep
Gue balik
planting
3 ke
the
atas
seeds of
anjay,
doubt, you
welcome back.
know?
Wow, look at
Kenapa
this
ini?
line
Siapa
though.
nih?
We're
Apa ini?
playing what it seems to be is the Kaiser reroll, playing it on
Kaiser reroll,
7,
Cok.
not
Kuro.
the
Gua
super
nggak main
fans
aja
even
ini. Iya, Cok.
online. I don't
Kaiser reroll.
exactly
Tapi
know
nggak ada
what has
mana, ya?
led Weird to be playing this board. It's not the
Kaiser butuh
variation
mana?
of. Okay,
Buat
no, it looks like it's
buff.
probably
Buff.
not actually going
Mana
to be
30
Kaiser
enak
reroll.
sih.
Eh,
He
itu
just
mirip-mirip
maybe
Ezreal ya?
happened upon this, was playing
Banget.
from tempo, and now at 3-5 was able to level
Tapi
and
kayaknya
just
nggak
play
bakal
2
dimainin deh.
Kaisers because he
Udah-
has the headliner
udah
big shot
tinggal 2
in
lagi
place.
tuh kayak ini
And from
Kaiser.
here it actually does look like he's probably going to be
Iya.
looking to play on level 8
Enggak
around
sih, itu
Ezreal
kayak
based on
Pegangan
the
doang
map.
deh, soalnya nggak terlalu kuat sih.
I was
Kayak
gonna
Sari
say,
nggak tahu
you
dah
see the
gimana
Infinity
cara
Edge,
mainnya
you
ya.
see the red buff, and you're like,
Tuh,
oh
dia
yeah,
tuh
that
Kaiser
is gonna
Reroll tuh
be
anehnya
our
ngedesnya
Jin or
kejauhan
Ezreal
anjing
actually
kalau
would
main
really
Kaiser
love to
headline.
hold. So
Malah
I
jadi unit yang harusnya
will
mati nggak
be
mati ngedes
keeping my
gitu.
Dia-
eyes on
Des itu
what
lebih bodoh daripada
sort of
Ezreal
four
asli.
cost headliners all of
Dia
these
single
80
target
flex
sayangnya,
players
anjir.
are gonna go for.
Ay, 1 minute
Disso
loss.
is
Des
gonna
itu
lose
nggak
again,
jelas.
and he's super healthy. Like this is a very nice spot to be able to.
Bang,
bring
mau lihat
in.
itu sabun
He
cuci
did
lanjut
have
race the
Little
stack apa
Legends,
enggak,
right?
Bang? Bang.
Little Legends, is that what it's called? Yeah, Little Legends right off the start, right? So he started the game with 130 HP.
Itu
And this
Silver
is where you
Symphony
get to
kah?
see that really
Nggak
come to
tahu deh.
fruition and come to life. Even on the other side,
Kayaknya
Ji-yoon
tadi-
here is sitting playing the Heartsteel
Bukan
board,
deh.
57 HP.
Artifact
Tadi
Anvil.
trending
Lowest
dummy
HP we've
artifact
seen
Anvil.
for Heartsteel players, but even just look at the stacks. He's not about to cash out. He does not have that really large influx of resources coming his way like we would expect from Disho,
Oh,
but
pilih
they're
dong,
going
pilih
head
dong.
to head right now.
Lanjut,
Both
Disho.
of them backlining the Casantes. It's just a
Menang
question
dong
of
dia.
whose board is actually weaker. I will say on the side of Kiyun, he has the Sunfire Cape and the Triforce, so there's more damage.
Bentar.
But, I mean, we're seeing this
Oh,
three-item
aman,
Casante on the side of Disho
aman.
start to get through that front
mati
line.
Casante.
I mean,
Aman
this is
tuh.
like
Casantenya,
back
anjir.
line. And it's gonna come down to the heads
B1
up, the
Casante
1v1
tuh.
between the two Casantes. I have no idea who's actually stronger in this position
Wah,
though.
dia
Well, I
Aman
think the mobile spin is also getting
cuy.
stacks. So
Aman
I'm just
katanya.
kind of curious if the Gargoyle Stone Plate is also
Aman
going to be
aja.
enough. The Steadfast Heart also
Yes.
gives you crit. So it's 2v1. And these Casantes
Aman
are just
aja.
absolutely
Enak
pummeling
banget
each
bang,
other.
kalah 1-2
Oh,
No way!
Bang.
It looks
It's
like
okay.
he's going
Aman
to be
aja.
winning that one. But could you imagine
Oh,
Disho
enak,
getting
cuy.
to like the very end?
Weh, anjing Jin. Anjing.
5 costs and and gold.
Bejin.
The Kane
Bang, satu gol lagi ketinggalan, Bang.
Yeah, so
Bejin.
that we've been talking about all weekend.
Ba.
In some ways easier to play, in some ways
bro.
harder to play.
Gak ada pengen nonton
He
kah, Bang?
has
Nonton
a
dulu
lot
nggak sih,
of
Bang?
money. He's going to be able to go 8 and roll very hard, but he has no
Gila,
items.
enak
And the
banget,
5 costs he hit, Kane and Jin
Udah level
are
8 sini anjir.
good in some ways, but
Disco cuy. Ada yang main disco
that
cuy.
really does require proper setup.
Jadi TF,
Strong
jadi TF.
front line, mana generation like
Weh, dapet cok.
Kane on the other
Ambil
hand,
gak sih?
he's
Yo,
big roll down right now, though, does have the Jin there. Finds a Zed headliner, really nice pickup. But other than that, nothing is upgraded yet. He's not out of the woods yet. Finds a strong frontliner in the Zac 2 as well. Outside of that, though, from
Enggak
here,
dong,
he's just
pindah
for
item
supplementary damage, right?
dong.
Things that if the Zed is going to die, how else can he deal damage to the other side
Apa
of
mau
the
dibikin sama
board?
dia,
And he finds the
Sojin?
4 crowd diver. Has the Kiana
Morello.
and the Yone online right now.
Gambit,
which means
Gambit.
he's going to be able to at least get additional
Red
resources.
Gambit,
onto his units
Archangel,
via that
Archangel,
Kiana.
Gambit.
And if he can find some
Gambit.
other items that maybe play into this
Satu
Zed a
tongkat
little
lagi
bit more,
Archangel,
he'll be in a decent
anjing
spot.
edan.
I think so too, and you saw the Lucian pick up as well, just to be able to hold it on the bench. So that's
Gampang lah
another
Magic
way
Bang.
that Dishso can play flexibly around those
Gila,
backline
memang
units. Sort of
disco,
kind
cuy.
of, yeah, like what can he 2-star first
Bejin.
and try to make sure is super
Dalam hati
strong.
dia
Waduh,
gini.
what the
Gonna get a
fuck?
prismatic
Oke, gue salah
augment to
dia.
finish out this lobby. It's an immediate
Keren.
reroll on the
What the first shot
hologram
kerjanya
there,
gimana,
but
Ter?
I'm sort of looking at the
Ah.
Pandoras and wondering
Makin
if you
banyak item
take
lu,
that
makin
to try to
banyak
make sure
dia
that your
berubah
items are
jadi
super good.
I'm
artifact
thinking so.
semua
Yeah,
item.
I was gonna say I'm thinking
Bukan
Radiant
makin
Relic
banyak
is
gitu
for a
aja. Item
similar
jadi
reason, but it's a
diubah
little
jadi
bit
artifact.
faster, right? Whereas Pandora's
Ah,
you'll
item
get
jadi
good
artifact.
items,
Iya.
you have to wait, and
Oh,
because
jadi-
of the
Jadi
shape
Wah.
that
jadi
Bishop has been
ini
playing,
bakal berubah
I
jadi
think for
artifact.
him he's
Wah.
done losing. Like, I think he's a little over it.
Bejin.
At this point in the game,
Stop losing.
he wants to figure out how he can start winning, despite the fact that, you gotta call it out, his HP is looking great. 69 HP after a raise the stakes cash out means that Dishop's going to have multiple lives that allow him to try and ladder
Demon
now all the
Slayer,
way
iya,
to
Cok.
level 9. If he can get a stronger
Item-
board
item
online
OP
at that
anjing.
point, he can cap out extremely high.
Boh.
Well, as you were saying before, right? He took the tiniest Titan, so he did have that HP buffer.
Trot.
But the other thing that's really
Lihat dia
important
tuh,
here is
trot.
that all of
Oh,
his
anjing.
losses were
Oh.
very calculated. He wasn't losing
Trot.
by more than 1 or
Oh.
2 units for most of
Enak,
those.
anjing.
And now look how strong
Enak.
he is. That was an
Jin dia punya
absolute
dua lagi kan.
obliteration of Replay's
Tapi ini
board.
sih yang menang nih,
That is a
Disco.
testament to just how much
Masih belum menang
value
nih, Bang.
Dishop
Lihat,
has
Bang.
been able to get out of this
Gol
board
sisa
specifically.
11 nih.
Rain, though, is on
Aman
a
deh, tahan
lost
dulu,
streak,
tahan
and
dulu, tahan dulu.
without something like the
Siapa cok
heart
itu,
steal
Cok? Si
in,
Digri, anjir. Kaisanya
you
akhirnya
know,
dijual.
I,
Nggak jadi.
I
She's
gotta
on a
call it
lost
out.
streak. She's on a lost streak. and I
Soalnya
can
gue
tell
sering
you
main Kaisa aja,
exactly
kagak
why.
membunuh.
Yeah, she is opting to play this disco line.
Do you believe me now?
Listen, you were right, and that is, in my opinion, the worst case scenario, because now Rain is playing this disco line that we have not seen succeed, especially from behind. I don't think disco is a
Jin, udah
competition
jadi
that
top
cannot
7 tuh si
succeed. I
Red
think that
gara-gara disco
the
tuh,
way
Pet.
you play around disco is that you need to get these legendary units online. Right
Gara-gara
now, though,
Peter
she
nih
doesn't
katanya.
have things like the Alawi or the Ziggs or even like a Zac 2 to supplement your front line. With so many damage threats from the
ini
80
bukan
flex
banget.
players, the fights are so fast,
buat
and
buru-
Disco
buat
wants to
beberapa
play
kalinya
an
ya.
extended fight.
Oh,
When the
ini
fights
yang
are too
Digri,
fast, TF doesn't have the
Digri
time to
memang dari
ramp
awal
up,
Kylo ya,
Ziggs
Kylo
doesn't have the
belum
time to ramp up, the front line falls, and because TF won't have enough
Kurang
single
dua nih.
target damage, he really
ini
struggles to
force
fight against these multi-threat compositions that we typically see in the 80
Nah, level
flex
7
boards.
nih Degree nih.
Yeah,
Kira-kira
I'm even
kapan nih
looking at some
dapat
of the
kill yang kurang
items,
2
right?
doang tuh
And
padahal
I
ya.
just don't
Tadi main
really
Yasuo
feel like
kurang, sekarang
that
main kill kurang.
you
anjing.
have enough offense either. So maybe Ring can find something else, like heading into the
Rain
sixth
udah menang,
carousel,
cuy.
even looking at Raptors in
udah
just a
menang dia.
couple
Menang
of
dia
fights.
barusan,
She's
Cok,
still
Disco,
relatively
Cok.
healthy, like she still has
Lawan siapa
46
nih?
HP. She's not the
Tahu.
lowest in the lobby, and in fact the
Dia
HP
butuh magic
between
itu.
everybody is
Disco,
quite
cuy.
close outside
Yeah,
of
it is.
Kiuna
Enggak,
replay that
enggak
are
ternyata
sitting in
udah
the
jadi
30s.
magicnya tadi kan.
No, and that's a great call out. You know, before when I was
Oh,
saying the
bikin
fact that she's
meme.
playing it from behind, I had essentially
Jangan-jangan
seen
udah dijadiin
was the
kayaknya itu,
third or
Pit, apa,
second
HOJ?
lowest in the health.
Ya
What I
bukan
hadn't actually
HOJ.
noticed was how
Dia mau
close that
dapetin ini apa Nasr
And
ini.
if she's actually able to win a handful of rounds, she does have the
Tapi dia tadi nggak punya
which is
panah tadi.
very strong on disco. It allows you to both play the cheap one cost
Bagusnya
units to
kali itu
give you a
damage
higher
apa, Kur?
vertical, but it also opens up your
Bisa
board
nge-skill
to have
berkali-kali
that
kalau dia
many more
nge-take
legendary
down.
units if you can find them on
Ih,
8.
nyari
I do
Kylo
think it
anjing
means
ngeri
that
tuh.
Akhirnya
great
dapat
hit
dia,
there
Cok.
around the grill, maybe a little bit
Dia
later
sengaja
than
belum ambil
he
dulu
would have
karena mau
wanted, but
screenshot
looking at
dulu
his
atau nggak buat
total,
konten.
completely okay
Goblok,
with that. But
Diamin
just to
dulu
round
ya,
out the rain
akhirnya,
point, I think
Diamin
she's
dulu biar
probably
enak
going to be
udah
stuck
jadiin
on
thumbnail
level 8
screenshot
at least for a little bit, which is not where TF wants to live. If Rain wants to top 4 this, we're going to have to find a way for her to actually get to level 9 and get some of these stronger, more expensive units on board.
I'm in total agreement with you there because you really want to have like that zigs and alawi as you were mentioning before.
Jasit,
But degree,
jasit,
super sitting pretty. You look at sort of the Mordekaiser that you'd love to be able to 3-star to
Kalau
take
nggak
most
ngehit
of the
game
damage
di
for this
uninstall
Kale.
sama dia
He's
anjing.
not too far off.
Bukan jasit
Four
itu,
more
Cok.
copies,
Goblok
but
anjing.
you look
Udah capek
at
dia, Cok,
how many
Merero.
other players are playing Mordekaiser, it's not
Itu
very
mah bukan
many,
jasit,
so
nggak
it could
ngehit
be
di
relatively
uninstall
contested
anjing.
for degree to be able to 3-star that.
Anjoy TM.
Breaker
That is
ternyata tadi
another
itunya.
hit that replay is
Oh,
taking
breaker.
though. And that is
Anjoy
starting to look a little
disco.
scary.
He's taken a lot of hits, and that's
Nih,
a very
gua tiap
important thing to
kali
note. I mean, this
main-
was the point leader after day 1. This is the person
Lagi
leading the
Superman.
AVP
Wait.
after game
Anjing.
2. Replay going
tiap
into
kali
the
mau main
weekend.
Jazz
There's
kayak
this
gini nggak
entire
pernah bisa,
conversation
anjing.
about
Aneh,
where he
anjing.
fits in
Wah,
the big
anjing.
picture of TFT.
Wah.
Fighting for his spot in this
Gokil
big
level
3,
8
big
ini, coy.
4, saying, yeah, you know what, Setsuko, Weijin, Dish Soap, these are great mainstays, but I belong to be there. And right now, it's not the start to the tournament that he really is looking for.
BIS bar.
No, it's so tough though because there's so many players that are playing that AD flex line, and if you're trying to build those items for a
So-
specific carry like Ezreal,
Berapa kuat
maybe
kayak
you
ini?
have to play this Caitlyn instead. Doesn't really feel fantastic, and
Bah.
I'm
Item
even
juga
looking at these
mantap.
Z items, and I'm not
Depannya kurang
perfectly
kuat tapi
happy
bisa.
with what I've
Kuat.
got on that
Super
headline.
fan bar itu ini adaptif helm kan ya?
Yeah.
I actually feel pretty good about the Z.
Oi, bar, bar, bar.
Think
Alah,
about
bar.
it this way, like the
Bener,
shape of
rontok,
this Z is that you have the Runeans, because you have a lot of just base AD. The Runeans feels pretty good. You have
get
the
changed.
Gunblade.
Anjoy.
Right, yeah.
Tinggal level
Gunblade
9,
does help
iya.
keep the Z alive. and the
Disco,
Spirit
cuy.
gives additional AD when it
Sama
procs,
Lawi.
more sustainability.
Disco,
And so I actually think it synergizes
cuy.
really well together, even if it's
Bang,
not
lebih strong
the
Penta
best
10 atau
in-slot
KDA
Z items
10?
that you would normally
Disco
see.
Kayaknya Penta 10
The-
nggak sih?
the build
Menurut
is
lu gimana,
actually
Bang?
relatively
Disco
creative.
10.
The thing is, having
Nggak
the
ada.
Caitlyn
Kok
2 on board right now
Penta,
is
Penta,
definitely
Penta
an
lebih
upgrade
kuat.
versus what we saw
Penta
a few
soalnya
rounds
reduce
ago, where it was
damage
just
tuh,
like
mau
an
segede
Ezreal 1.
apapun damage
But
kayaknya
you are playing this Caitlyn
50% reduce
with
damage kan ya?
the red buff and the
Pet,
IE, which are certainly not bad,
Yeah.
but clearly
Nah,
items that you're looking
lagunya
to
lagi
play
enak.
on
Disco.
Ezreal. If these Caitlyn items were something like, I don't know, Giant Slayer, Runans,
Nasr
straight
Tut.
damage, even Sojin, I think I would feel a little
Nasr
bit better,
Tut,
but this is
Kronguar.
clearly an Ezreal item, like a
Oh, enggak.
series of
Yes.
Ezreal items that
Anjing.
just landed on a Caitlyn.
Jetnya Runan
Yeah,
cuy.
that's what I was thinking as well. Is like you would rather
Eh,
have the Ezreal
Luna,
here, but I think you
ZPC
gotta make
nih.
the most of what you got just based on how many players are playing that AD flex. Like
Ini
here's
dia
Dish
tinggal
Soap, for
ini
example,
diganti
that
doang,
has also
anjing.
had the great cash
Ini
out so
diganti
far,
Ezreal,
especially
udah
with the
enak.
raise the stakes that we saw earlier on in the
Lucy
game.
Pastor aku siapa bang
But when
selain
you
temu
go
di
and
rank?
look at some of these
Itu
other
semuanya.
AD flex boards, like Kyun is still on a loss streak here, trying to get this cash out and stabilize, and he's not looking too high. He's got 11 HP here.
Tro,
You're definitely in trouble, man. This fight
Kalau di
was
TFT,
looking really good for
itu mungkin
replay
support attack
until
yang
that Ezreal got onto the Caitlyn in the backline. Once that Caitlyn
Kalau
was gone,
di
there was
Reap,
not enough damage, and you really need the single target damage to
itu
try
bisa
and take
jadi
out
si
that
Poltak
Zed.
yang main.
That's one of those fights that
Kalau
there's
di Aram baru
probably
si
a
Poltak.
positioning thing that replay could have done to save that
Ini,
fight. But those are the
yes.
margins you're playing on,
Yes.
right? You can't afford to
Mana
leave it up to
Ilawi
RNG. You have to try and
Dixona,
make
Cok?
optimizations, maybe even sometimes
mana
splitting the
nih?
difference between your matchups.
Ilawi
because
Dixona,
one
anjing, nggak
position
ngehit,
change
coy.
could probably have one
Zigzag
replay
keluar
that
berapa
fight,
tadi
and at
orang?
the end of it, he goes down to
Tahu.
just one life.
Ngebak nih game-nya,
Yeah,
ngebak, ngebak.
so it's
anjing.
definitely do or die, and for replay, like he really
Males
can't
disco gini nih,
handle
minda-mindainnya
taking
bareng sama
another
disconya
bottom
ini.
4.
TD 9
Otherwise, we
atau
are
Penta
gonna
10?
continue to
Kayak
see
TD
those
deh.
gaps get closed in terms of the AVP race, but there are so many AD Flux players. Like, let's just take stock of that for a second. We've got Dish Soap, Weird, Malala, as well as Replay
So-
and Kyun, and then on the
Oh.
other side of things,
Last
we've
life.
got
Bentar tadi kayak lu bilang
Oh.
depan
Goodbye
Replay
abangku,
goes down in
stop
7.
playing.
Wow. This is
Agak jelek
this
sih
is
tadi
a
dia
horrible
main
start
bar tapi
for
barnya
Riri
Dazzler
playing.
anjing.
Leading
Tuh,
average placement
Discord,
going
coy.
into the day. Now certainly not in the lead. Because he was tied, I believe, with
Apakah
Rain
Disco
closing
akan
going into
menang?
this game. With Rain
Nggak
now
ngehit,
outplacing
anjing.
him,
Sedih,
definitely
Udah
going to
level
be in a
9 nih
position
orang,
where
anjir.
Rain can now
Udah,
try
Cok.
and seek
Waduh,
out
level
that
9,
ADP slot.
terus ada
And she's
ini
playing
lagi,
this
apa,
disco
nambahin
board that
slot.
we've been talking about, and is
Iya,
now at level
Cok.
9.
Level 10
Enak.
ini.
This is the condition in which
Level
this comp is
10
actually
disco,
kind of playable,
anjing.
right? You
Wih.
have 4 Dazzler, a very strong synergy. You're
Cuma
able
dia
to
nggak
also
ada
play
Ilawi,
this
kok nggak bisa
jazz,
posisi
the jazz
titik,
variation where you're playing on 9 with illusion. I will say the front line, despite the
Santuy
fact
lah.
that there are a
Eh,
lot
tinggalan.
of units, the front line's not actually
Ngejung,
that
ngejung.
inspiring. The
Cara
Blitzcrank
ngitung
will
pointernya
survive,
TFT
but if
gini
you have things
gimana,
that
Bang?
have
Tiap top
backline
4 itu
access,
kayak
for
itu
instance the
enggak.
Ezreal
Kalau
ultimate,
kayak
or
gini,
if Zed is able to
rank
ladder on
1
the
dapat 8
opposite side
poin,
of the
rank
Blitzcrank,
8
there's
dapat
still a
1
lot
poin,
of
ya
ways
gitu lah.
where this disco board can fall. But
1
we're
sampai
hopping on
8
with
poinnya
Kiyun right
dibalik
now,
gitu.
who is on his last legs as well, up against, I believe, his Dishop's board, and he's going to fall
Bye.
just like that. Kiyun and
Cepet
Rain
banget itu Zed,
both
anjing.
are eliminated in
FND.
5-3.
Halo,
We've
Ini
got
turun
our
ini kelar
top 4.
kapan ya? Pengen
We
nonton
do
tuh.
have our top 4, so yeah, the disco board
Bonyok-bonyok
is
main
not
WR.
able to break
Ini
through
hari ini
what
terakhir.
we have seen in terms of just that.
Final,
it can't
final,
reach
hari ini
the
final.
surface, I guess, is what I would say, because we
Apa
haven't
kira-kira
really
bakal
seen it
diambil
ever go
sama-
top 4 in any of these lobbies this weekend.
Udah pulang, Bang.
Unless
Ah.
you're looking at
Bang
the
Peter udah
EMEA
pulang.
regional
Nggak ngehit,
finals,
Cok.
but now that
Nggak
we're within our
dapet
top
Ilawi,
four,
nggak
Degree
dapet
is still
Sona,
existing.
nggak dapet Jig,
This is
nggak
a very,
ngehit,
very
Cok.
strong board now. You do have the
Ilawi
kill
ini
that
penting,
came
Kak.
online a
Bintang
little
2
bit
ini.
Woi,
late.
ini di
Still
sini
looking
loh
for
Ilawi
Mordekaiser
anjing.
to be in front, but
Ilawi
Degree
2 anjing.
on a good
Ini
pace
juga ada
here.
Ilawi nih.
And I
Juga
just saw the
ada,
Viego
makanya.
team
Oh,
upgrade as well, so
ini
that's gonna be really big.
Yeah, Degree
Terusan
definitely
nggak
needs it
nemu-nemu.
too, right? 2 poor performances in games
Klasik
1 and
ini
2 with a
anjir,
7th
Lagi
and a
nih.
6th.
Wah,
Currently at the
ini
bottom of
dapat
the
mulu
standings.
Ilawi.
Tuh,
Going to need to
Disco
find
tuh yang
some sort
dicari.
of
Wih,
performance
iya
to
ya.
slingshot himself back into the
Sifat
standings.
gak sih,
But
Bang?
at this point in time, we've got some really strong boards
Kayaknya
left. It's
bagusan
essentially
TFT
the
Dazzler
players who are
mungkin.
playing AD Flex and hitting,
Dua-duanya
and
sama
then the
aja.
rerollers
Bedanya unit mana yang
also
bisa
hit.
masuk
At this
doang.
point though, right, even
Lebih
the
ada for
player
laner
in
soalnya kalau
fourth
pakai yang
beard
Red
right
Lane.
now, who's
Enggak, kalau
probably the
Dazzler.
weakest
Malah
in
lebih
the
enakan
lobby,
yang
is
disco
a board
banyak
that
flow
clearly
laner.
was able to take
Jadi lu
out
bisa buang
the
satu disco.
disco
Nggak
board
bisa
of
maksa
Rain.
Dazzler 4 ya
I
kalau
think
dapet
it's
disco
one
ya.
of those things though where
Bisa.
you're starting to reach
Tapi
critical
nggak ada
mass
format-
for these
format
boards
nggak ada,
from
Fit.
Dishop and Malala.
Iya, lu taruh forlane tarik anjing sebiji buat apa, Cok?
Losing to Degree right now,
Ini kayak rontok.
Buang
I
tarik
don't know
gimana
for
sih?
Iya,
sure
buang
that,
tarik.
that Degree will be able to cap out higher, especially if he's not able to hit that
Woi.
Mordekaiser 3 soon and deal a lot of damage to these boards while they're still in the earlier stages of the end game.
Well,
Kembali
you can see
ngeteng
in
nih.
weird shop that
Iya,
the
tapi udah habis
Mordekaiser
deh.
is still in the pool. It just is whether or not we will see
Iya.
Degree actually find
Anjing,
those.
menang
Weird
masa kayak
does
lagi
find
sih?
Caitlyn too, feeling way
Malala,
better about
Yorick
the
too.
items.
Strong kan
Yeah,
Yorick.
Yorick
Banget,
too
Cok.
as well. That's a huge
Gue juga
huge
selalu
hit.
tiap main kill rungkat terus
This is
anjir.
the point where you
Aku
can
sih
upgrade
emang
your
nggak-
boards.
emang nggak
Tempo
tercipta
does matter, and the
main
HP they're
pentakil.
able to preserve up until this
Jadi
point is going to play a
cepet.
huge
Going up
role in
against each other.
defining where you end up. Yeah, here it is, Malala. You can just see, look at all the items on Malala's board with the Heartsteel
Nice
Crash
banget
out
tuh,
still prepped and ready coming into the next fight. So Malala
Ini
extremely
game berapa sih,
powerful,
anjing?
but
Baru
he's not
game
even
3, Cok.
done. However, this Poppy on the side of
Itu
the
healnya
Weird
dapat dari
made its
mana
way
sih
into the
dia?
back line.
Apa?
There's not
Armas.
enough
Oh,
damage, and the
Armas, yes.
Poppy will be enough. Malala actually going down to 10 HP.
10 HP, but now with the cash out and the
Kail.
dragon. So you're getting so
Kail.
many
Kail.
items here,
Anjing
maybe
satunya,
a lot of
itemnya.
gold. That's
Kail.
actually going
Anjing,
to be
gua
Yang
kasih
yang main
95.
Jazz
25.
emang bagus anjir.
Awesome. He's
Wajib.
really feeling good about that.
Anjing.
You can just go to level
Buset,
9
udah
and
berasa
start to
kayak
roll for
punya
some
ini,
really,
Cok.
really big things here.
Bintang
But
3 nggak tuh ntar
do you do
Mordekaiser
that when
anjing
you're
kalau
still
bintang
looking
3
for your
Mordekaiser.
Mordekaiser?
I mean, you can
Iya, kalau
definitely
bintang
cap
3
out
mode
at
kayaknya
9,
itu
right?
udah
You have
mungkin.
the opportunity to just play legendaries, but Degree has
Oh, dia juga
got his
main dari
eyes set
airdrop
on
ya?
9. And it looks like Dishop's got his eyes set on level 10. He's currently level 9, 70 gold, 80 gold. He is going to instantly go 10. What is
Apa yang bakal
he add?
diambil?
He wasn't actually playing Ezreal on his board. So now he's able to get the additional synergy synergies for this 3 Jazz board, has the big shot in, has the Heartsteel in as well. He's going to be doing some sort of transition 3 items
Anjir,
on
masih
his
nggak
Zed.
nafsu naik
That
level
Zed,
dia,
the
Cok. Kalau gua udah
Radiant
naik level nih.
Giant Slayers. Oh, and this
Wow.
is
Santuy
this
dulu,
is
kasih,
so
berandeng
much
gitu.
power
Iya,
from the Zed,
santuy
right?
dia,
You're
Cok.
going to be going up against boards with
Oh,
very
anjing,
strong
Jenetleng.
front line in the end game. Having sustain
Jenetleng.
on the Zed alongside the
Waduh,
Radiant
dia
Giant
fast
Slayer
nine
means
kah, bro?
that Zed will cut
Apa
through
namanya,
the
dijual
enemy
tadi?
lines, but Malala does have a diamond
Oh,
hands
ini
on
yang
this
ini
stretch,
Caitlyn
so
tadi ya?
that makes a
Itu.
difference.
Well, it's not. I think it's the
Waduh,
answer to that
Linar.
question after the Zed is able to get
Betul,
through
oh.
that front line. The diamond hands goes
anjing,
down,
Zed
and this
player.
Zed, as
Iya,
you
Cok.
called out,
Betul,
is going to be so much
Oh.
and so much healing for this board. So Malala
Goodbye,
is going to go
Milala.
down in 4th place here.
baru-baru.
Now looking at how far can we
Akhirnya
actually go? Because Degree
si
did just
Degree nggak
level to
rungkat
9
sih, udah
and
game
starting
3
to do
poin
a
masih
little bit
5
of
nih.
a roll down here to find some upgrades.
Able to get 7
Yo,
pentakill
Rick.
in now with the
Yo, Rick.
with Malala
Anjir,
dead
udah
too.
enak
It doesn't
banget
mean
ini,
that those
Cok.
3 Yoriks are put back into the pool. It's
Mungkin
really a
dia
question
Nah,
now.
itu
How does
item
Degree
Yorick
want to cap out his board,
Waduh.
right?
Binary
Disho
juga.
has an
Ada talon 2 kalinya
insanely
pro
high
level
cap
ntar.
in this lobby. If
Iya,
you're Degree, I
Degree.
actually wonder if there's an
Talon kan
argument
di-ban
to
mulu
just
ya.
wait a little bit, because the only way you are going to be able to beat
Ada
Disho
request tuh,
is
Kay.
by having
Request main talon di
3-star
WR tapi.
Mordekaiser, the 2-star
Lagi
Yorick,
dibilang
maybe
request-nya
even
lagi.
trying to 3-star one of your
Aman,
4
gua udah
alongside
berapa
I
hari
saw
nggak
the
lagi bareng.
Diego pair on the bench.
Yeah,
True.
there's a world where maybe
True.
he looks to cap out that
True.
way, because otherwise it feels like
Anjing.
Dishop's gonna
True.
run away with it.
Truk.
I'm in
True.
agreement there. So like, I
Yeah,
think that's why you like hold the
boy.
Viegos and
Ntar
see
gua
if you are able to
ingetin gua aja.
roll a little bit more gold.
Udah Mas
Because
Milala
you know
main
they also
reroll
have a
aja
ton of health
kasar
as well.
anjing,
Like,
mulutnya
Degree is the
goblok
healthiest
anjing.
player in this
Rek lu
lobby.
aja mati
Wait,
nggak
wait,
setengah
So
anjing.
you've got an extra
Kain.
life on
Wait,
Enggak, itu bait anjing,
Especially
jangan
here,
bang,
who
jangan
is gonna get
itu
that
bait,
60
itu bait.
Asli bang.
Enggak,
Bahaya,
jangan,
ini
jangan.
cuy.
Disho's sitting at 1
Tapi
life. I
Edgelord,
think if you're
Edgelord
Degree,
kan
you
cuma
just
2
send that right
kalau
now,
diambil.
because you want to kill him before
Gua
Dapat
denger
higher.
dari
And
Disop
what
nih
Disop
ya,
actually
kan gue
needs
sering
right
nontonin
now
dia.
is time. He needs gold.
Kalau lu
Because
maininnya
he
di
spent all his gold
game,
getting to level 10,
Edgelord
and
tuh
he has
jangan dinyalain.
many different ways to upgrade this board right now, right?
Kenapa?
Look at all the 1-star units.
Soalnya
look at
Kain
all
kan
the
cuma
item
maju
slots
muter-muter
available.
doang kan. Kalau
So,
ada Edgelordnya
the
nanti
thing that
malah
makes this
ngedes ke
difficult,
desi
though,
lebih
is
random
that
lagi, lebih
Disop
cepat
has
mati,
multiple
gak jelas.
lives. So if you are Degree and you send it and miss, you just
Oh, enakan
lose
gini, jadi dia santai aja sampai
You can see
sampai
right
musuh
now,
mati
even
ya.
on the backside of Dishop's fight, Degree has a full bench and is trying to actually
Dia senang
cap
banget.
out much higher.
Anjing, itu Kailunya kuat banget tuh.
How it is right now breaks through Dishop's. Dishop actually goes down to 1 HP with that loss there.
Ini
On
Ren
the
lagi
left
keselnya
side,
anjing
Weird
lah.
gets a win
Kill
against
gue
the
diambil,
Go. So,
Cok.
in a board that
Tapi
I
gak ada
thought
mesena,
was
kok
strong
gak mesena
enough
dia?
to beat Degree, Dishop loses that fight, and though he
Spatula.
does have a
Nyalain
different ways to cap
wildcard-nya
out his
berarti
board,
goblok.
may not have
Force
time to
move
get there.
yang tadi main
I would
Hello.
love to take stock of where that
Main-
Karthus is because I saw that Degree
Just
did
tadi
get a
Ezreal.
Karthus 2.
Poppy.
And so maybe that is another way that
Halo,
you get some
Raffi.
backline access so that those 1-star units just get chunked by something like that. And we are going to take a look at it. There's no items on this Karthus, so you're not
Diego min
totally
3,
ramping up in
halo.
the way that like you might want the Karthus
Penta
to be able to
emblem,
get those crits,
halo.
but look at how strong this front line is, still having
Bah,
the
berubah
steadfast
jadi
heart as
Jin,
well as the
Cok.
redemption
Oh,
on that
Jin, Cok.
Mordekaiser. Missing out
Tapi
on
nggak
the
ada teman.
Mordekaiser 3 though still hurts, but we're
Iya.
seeing Degree just go for the full roll
Ah,
down here,
David.
knowing that you
How
are
Jin.
going to
Oh,
have
David.
this big, just go for the gold here. It's just dish soap.
Dia kayaknya udah
Able
bingung
to
main
get
Z
Edgelord
juga.
online
Udah,
too.
udah,
For
udah,
Degree, he
udah,
did
udah.
not have Edgelord because he needed the 7 pentakill, but because he's able to get the spatula, all of a sudden his board gets a lot stronger for both the kill and the 3-item Viego. I have to imagine this will make a difference, but we've seen Weird's board do quite well with that 3-item Poppy. It's very hard for
Oh,
you
dude,
to take it
lepas ke
out.
Poppy,
Even you're
anjing.
looking at it right now, the Kale struggling to get through it, and this Caitlyn in the
Kailunya
back
kalah,
line
Cok.
is free firing. Weird
Masih
takes
bisa
that
kalah,
fight.
Kale.
Degree
Oh, iya,
takes a
Cok.
loss, and Dishso
Kartusnya min
stays
2 cuy.
alive.
Tapi jadi
Oh,
Oh
nggak
my gosh,
dimasukin
can you
kartusnya.
imagine the
Lawan gue
racist
sih di
tweets
siapa?
there? I would have maybe lost it.
Kartus min 3 juga cuy.
Tadi ada Jin 2 lagi nongol. Jin
Wow, that is definitely one way to higher cap this board. And we
board
were
nggak sih?
worried about that, Gangly. Where can Dish Soap actually take this and now Degree? Does he have enough
Bang,
time
disiplin
to
reroll nggak sih,
actually
Bang?
make things
Weh,
bintang 2.
even
Weh,
better? You
weh,
see the
weh,
York too. He could sell
weh.
something to get that in, so that
Ini
is a
satu
huge
lagi
upgrade
tuh.
for him to hit.
Kartus
But look at all the
min 2.
Karthus that are sitting on his
What?
board, the Viego
Kartusnya?
as well. Still no more
Oh, ditarik.
3.
No board 3. It looks like Dissoap is playing the real board. I believe Degree is playing the Ghost. So on the left-hand side,
ini udah bintang 2 loh ya.
This Jhin without any sort of mana generation that typically is the bane of Jhin, even when upgraded, because it does take some time to ramp up. But the Poppy's gonna fall between the Jhin and the Lucian. They're on the back line now. Dissoap stays alive, and Weird is gonna fall in 3rd place.
That is a huge knockout here, and now going into yet another Elder Dragon. Dissoap and Degree still have room, and that's an allowed too. Wow, you even get the Israel 2 as well as the Yorick 2. You just want some gold to come out of this dragon.
Kali jadi 5 gol.
Itu bug deh. Dari tadi ada soalnya.
The best players. There's the joke of Dissoap is the PG, the perfect player, right?
Ngebug deh itu.
Oh iya, sampai ini juga tadi ada ya.
He is the only player in the Big 3, in the Big 4 to have never won a North American tournament, and he's never qualified for the World Championship. With 2 5th places, he's in the middle of the pack right now.
Serba kurang dikit lagi, Cok. Berkorban cuy.
This 80 flex board into the highest cap. Cass talked about at the top of the show too. This is where Dissoap wants to live. He can cap boards better than anybody else. We're watching it happen for us.
Gak ngehit.
I mean, this happened in day number 2 as well, right? You can see a lot of pride.
Wah, kayaknya gak masuk tuh, gak ada duit tuh.
He's finally hit on Degree's side, and that might just be the front line that he needs in order to withstand the onslaught of all of these backline carries from Dissoap.
So much power. Both of these boards are looking to try and play front to back. Whose front line is going to break first? It actually looks like Dissoap's front line will break. Another ult from the Lucian.
Aduh, mati Jhin itu, kenapa kelulan?
Both the Lucian and the Jhin at once.
Ya, nggak sempat dia ini.
Takes a second place.
Bintang 3 tadi.
Cok, main TFT udah pusing main. Aneh-aneh reroll aja guys.
But that's how you do it,
Daripada
right?
pusing kan,
When you look at
masukin
some of these
apa ya?
different
Udah main
compositions,
Kyler
and
aja udah
where we've
menang
actually seen players like Rain find success with this comp is when you get that
Kelly juga itu terlalu kuat sih. Apa terlalu banyak beruntung sih, mordenya 3, Yorick 2, punya pentakill aja.
Tapi tadi dia jadi bintang 3 kali lumayan lama gue.
Juga sih.
Capek-capek ganti-ganti unit, Jess banyak anjing nyala trip, kalahnya sama Kyler
Kalau cost 2 gitu bisa berapa orang bintang 3?
Total fullnya tuh 20 gitu kalau gue nggak salah ingat.
After 2 bad games starting off the day, takes a first to put himself.
Reroll aja ada flex semua rungkat-rungkatan lihat cok. Gue aja sekarang kalau main nggak pernah mau main ada flex capek ya. Iya ada flex. Nanti semua satu lobby berebut anjing, mending main reroll udah.
Gak pusing ya.
Kalau nggak ngehit ya udah, emang bukan jatahnya, udah selesai. Nggak pusing, anjing dipegang si anjing itu, anjing gua harus nunggu dia mati baru gua dapat unitnya. Enggak tuh, main reroll.
Ini Indo kapan? Tanggal 8 ya kalau
Ini udah 8 besaran, iya bener David.
Ya main reroll juga sekarang opsi banyak, Sena, Serapin, Kyler, toilet gitu sih gua.
Iya banyak pilihan ya.
Pos 2 flex, bukan AD flex nih. 2 flex.
Semuanya juga item magic lagi bisa masuk ya.
Kalau yang barbar ada, terus AD-nya tuh apa ya? Pos 2. Kayaknya nggak ada deh, pos 2 nggak ada yang AD.
Oh paling aman katanya. 6.
Selanjutnya full team sama juga Pit, enggak. Tuh lu nanya apa gimana? Enggak tahu gua. Bisa aja dia ubah.
Katanya juga nih.
Dan bangun toilet.
Caraca. Oh, ternyata postingan Twitter yang masuk ke sini cuma postingan lama anjir. Itu yang dimunculin postingan Twitter di sini tuh ada yang udah lama-lama diulang-ulang. T.co itu punya siapa sih? Oh, T.co itu punya Twitter.
Nah, bukannya X bang.
Itu short link T.co.
Tapi aneh deh, gue masih penasaran kenapa diganti X sih anjing.
Ya kan itu sih apa namanya?
Kan Tesla suka X.
Hello everyone and welcome back. What a great lobby we just saw. It is Boop, Azael, and Casanova. Necra and Gagley will be back for the next cast. So let's go ahead and get started because a big movement has happened because of how today has gone.
Ya emang yang versi Indonesia itu.
That AVP which started
Halo
at
Miftah.
1.83
TFT Mobile kemungkinan update tuh setting grafik kah? Gak bakal.
So Azael, what does that
satu-satunya harapan TFT Mobile jadi bagus tunggu low PC dapat update engine tahun 2025.
He came in day 1 with a massive lead. Day 2 had a slimmer lead at the end of that. And
you're
right,
kan
he
mau
is
update
now in
engine
third.
tahun
It's
depan.
Rain with the highest average AVP right now.
TFT
Then
Mobile
Weird in
kenapa
second.
nggak
He is
diupdate?
down in third. And other people could actually catch him. So
Nggak bisa, soalnya
Weird
dia
Play
harus
needs to kind of stop this slide
ini
and
harus
fast.
platform kan.
Start getting at least
Ini
some
nggak
of those
bakal
kind
bisa
of middle
berubah.
placements. If he can even get things like fourths and
Coding
fifths and
PC-nya
whatever,
jelek, jadi
and
mau
people
sebagus
like Rain
apapun
and
developer
Weird
mobile-nya
actually
nggak
do
bisa.
qualify in the top 3 spots, then he could still qualify in on AVP, but it is getting very difficult
Mana
to see
lagi
him getting into those
Lalu
top 3
PC-nya
spots
game
and just
game
qualifying
fosil
directly.
kan.
Yeah, that's
10
the big thing to look
tahun
at, right? You
engine-nya sama.
Replay at this point. He needs kind of these people who are
Kalau
above him to
PC ini
make it in.
developernya nggak
And
tahu
from
dah,
there, he still needs to kind of aim to get
libur,
fourth in this
kurang
tournament, fifth in this tournament.
berpengalaman.
He's not going to be able to get it with the 6th or 7th.
Nah,
He didn't
pokoknya
have
kurang
that
buat
big of a
developer
lead in
ini.
AVP to start with. It was a large lead, but it's not one that can overcome
Kayak
more
duit
than
kayaknya
just being,
banyak,
you know, fourth or
skin
fifth place.
kayaknya banyak.
Yeah, and we've been talking about the
Jadi
big
salah
three, big
satu
four, whether
turni
Replay
paling
belongs
besar
in it.
juga,
And everyone
franchise-nya
might
juga
assume that
gede,
we
tapi
might be
kayak
taking away from that legend with
kurang
this, but if
dana
he's
untuk
able to come back
melakukan
and make it into the top
perbaikan
four or compete
codingnya
for
gitu.
AVP,
Ibaratnya
in
tuh
my
kayak
opinion,
Apple,
that's the
Apple
mark
tuh
of
dia
someone
laku
who is
mahal,
great.
tapi dia
But,
mau
you know, let's go
mengeluarkan
ahead and
duit
actually
untuk
zoom
melakukan
out a
R&D
little bit
gitu.
more because I think
Riot
the portals in this
buat League
particular
of Legends
set
tuh kayak
they've
nggak
been a
gitu.
little less impactful, of course, than in set 9, but that doesn't mean they don't affect the game at large.
Jadi pengen main yuk.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that there's a lot of interesting choices in this one. You know, we were getting those relic items,
Sambil main aja udah.
and you know, everyone basically was going for
Terus pakai
economy-based
gimana
based
ya?
items,
Tepal,
right? Like,
tepal.
every single player in the entire lobby, except for Q,
Dananya udah
got
habis
one
gara-gara
that
promosi
generated
pel.
economy in some way. So I think
Kayaknya
Q definitely
Ryan
would be
nggak
pretty
promosi
unhappy with that,
pelangin.
especially because he was actually going for a Heartsteel start, so probably would have loved to bump up that economy even more.
Ini
But it's just
kita
been interesting to
contoh-contoh aja
see,
nih ya.
you know,
Misalnya
some
gue
of
sebuah
the ones that
perusahaan.
pros really do like to go towards, even you know if they are
Gue
more
kayaknya
kind of
nggak
like higher
bakal
variance ones
menghabiskan
and other
duit
ones
untuk
that they seem to
mempromosikan itu.
always avoid,
Tapi
right? 'Cause
mungkin
I
gue
was
akan
surprised, you know,
mempromosikan
earlier in the
itu
weekend
kalau
to
gue
see things like
dibayar.
Prismatic Symphony grabbed, even though I
Ini ngapain
consider
coba
that to be
Riot
kind of like a
buang-buang
higher
duit buat
variance, kind of
mempromosikan
crazier
gitu?
portal, when a lot of the ones that don't even seem that high variance, the pros will never even touch.
Yeah, the big one here
Gue
was
low
like
PC,
multi-talented was
jadi pengen
offered,
beli
and
skin
then
TFT
instead
dah.
people go to the artifact anvil because it's like perceived as less variance.
Emang
And
ada?
just as you said, right?
Ada
Everybody
yang
is
Space Groove.
offered econ. It's
Itu kan
not
skin
the
disco.
highest
Oh iya,
chance that
Space
you're offered
Groove.
econ except
Jadi gue
Yoon.
pengen beli
And
ya.
because he stuck with that, he
Udah
ends up like
nge-stream low PC mainnya
scraping
TFT
out a 6, which was honestly pretty
Cara
impressive
ganti
considering
server
how the
TFT.
game looked as it
Nggak
was
bisa
going.
sekarang cuy, tutup. Lagian
Yeah,
bayar
so as
200k.
we're looking at the standings though, we got Mr. Vegas himself,
Lagi
Malala
udah
at
ada
the
juga
top,
gue yang bikin
Ray
tutorial di
leading
YouTube
AVP,
aja.
Kiyun. I think that game too was
Kenapa?
arguably
Kok
one of the
hiko ya?
games that we've seen over the weekend. But I actually want
Menarik
to talk about
masa
this stuff just real
pelkur.
quick because
Nggak ada
honestly,
juga kan
that
Riot?
round,
Mana
that
Riot
second
kayak nggak ada
place
deh
was
yang
down to a Kazante
mempromosikan
versus
pelangi.
Kazante
Yang maksud gue
positioning
itu
battle
yang
there, Casanova.
bakar
Yeah,
duit
his
untuk
early mid
mempromosikan
game was
pelangi itu
really,
nggak ada
really
deh.
solid.
Nggak
I love the
bakar
fact that he
duit.
took Tiny
Biasanya
Titans
cuma
when he
dibikin
recognized
emot
the
doang.
Heartsteel headliner straight out.
Misalnya
So he
ada
could kind
emot,
of play
ada
towards that
skin,
very
emang
easily,
cuman
just needs to
kayak
find one
yang
more. And then in the
mempromosikan
mid
kayak
game,
nggak ada.
Kiyun was the other player playing Heartsteel. He
Yang
scouted
sampai
it out.
seniat itu
They both scouted each
mempromosikan
other.
sampai
Kiyun
duitnya habis
tried to
kayak
grief
gitu.
the streak,
Itu
but
diinginkan
Dishop was able to
di
weaken
Indo
his
doang nggak
board
dapet
enough
yang
that there
tren
was that
pelangi ya.
Kazante
Malaysia
1v1.
juga.
And then it was all
Oh,
about
iya.
trying to convert to that late game. And we did see some interesting choices back and forth there, Azel, once we got there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Dishsoap obviously going to be happy overall with the game finishes in second, but I do wonder, if he would like some of those late game decisions back. When he went 10, he went 10 with 3 gold instead of just rolling heavier on 9. Then even after having made that decision, there was a KL headliner offered to him that we were thinking, hey, he could actually grab this instead of the Z headliner that he was playing at that time. The items for it were also really, really good. Hodge Gunblade, as well as the Radiant GS. So I felt like that could have been a really strong pivot for him. Instead, he ended up going towards the Jhin, but I didn't feel like he had enough frontline in his comp, and he had no mana generation item on the Jhin to really get the most out of that. So it is interesting, and it's obviously so difficult, knowing what is going to be the strongest possible board in these situations where you just don't get to play them very often.
Orang-orang bakal nanya, kenapa nggak sekalian upgrade TFT juga? TFT ini kan kliennya burik banget, kenapa masih pakai codingan lama yang LoL PC? Saat ini developer kami sedang fokus ke LoL PC. Nah, kalau misalnya kita udah memaksimalkan engine LoL PC ini, baru setelahnya kita bakal mencoba nge-upgrade TFT. Nah, terus nanti LoL PC ini engine-nya 2025, selesainya mungkin 2026, terus nanti upgrade engine TFT di 2027 atau 2028.
Planning lu kalau boleh jadi presiden.
Planning lu
Malala's in
boleh
a
juga
very
sih.
unique
Gue tahu banget planning orang kayak
player
Riot
in
yang yang banyak alasan ini.
We have had players win multiple events in the set.
Tapi kalau misalnya nih tahun
right?
2025 ternyata langsung upgrade TFT juga, aduh gue nggak yakin sih.
But we've never seen someone win
Tapi 2029 makan gratis.
same set. It's an unprecedented
buat ibu
opportunity that Malala has found himself into, and I want to kind of caveat it with the fact that right now the standings are extremely close. He's at the top of the standings with only a 2-point gap between him and third, and then 3-point gap between him and fourth. So even if you're on the outside right now, you cannot give up. Malala may be in the lead. The thing is, he may not even be in the lead
yang
after this
MMO-nya
next
anjing
game.
dari kapan tahu
Well,
Gak ada kabarnya.
Yang mana sih MMO-nya? Gue nggak tahu aja ada MMO dari Riot.
Ada, dia
merencanakan baru rencana kalau lu bisa tebak kapan kalau baru rencana gue.
Baru rencana, cuma nggak bakal ada.
Berencana itu anjing buat TSK.
Gue bilang tadi, mana project MMO LoL PC? Saat ini kami lagi fokus untuk memaksimalkan engine LoL PC. Padahal beda developer kan.
Valorant Mobile mana bro?
That's a great question, because I
Saat
think
ini
that's
kami lagi fokus
ultimately
dengan
what
Project L.
determines what kind of TFT player you are.
Padahal yang
Right?
ngerjain
We've talked about
Tencent
all weekend
ini,
how
Valorant Mobile.
this patch in particular
Padahal itu
lets players
TFT-nya
show
Tencent
how
keren
they
banget,
want
anjing.
to play the game. Personally, I am the kind of player that I would rather just have combat power, because I am afraid of missing, and so when I miss, I'd rather be
Itu Pit udah
stronger,
dijelasin
because
sama
I'm kind of
Death Note soal
expecting to.
remix
If I
Rumble,
take the econ
Putin
augment,
tetap
I'm missing
sama.
anyway.
Level
That's
mentok
just me.
10,
Some players though, I know, like for
portal.
instance, Weird is one of those players that I would expect them to
Remix
take
Rumble
the
apaan? Kan
kind
udah
of
selesai nih
augment
Remix
that
Rumble.
would opt you into more high variants, right? We've seen them
Full
take things
team
like the
tetap
heroic grab
sama,
bag
level
on
mentok 10,
on the golden portals. On the
Oh.
prismatic portal though,
Ya
who knows? Maybe we see
Disco,
something
gak
like the
sih?
full pack,
Nyala tuh
try
satu
to
paket.
reroll a 3 cost or whatever it is. But I think that those
Orang
kind
gila
of
mana
when you
nolak
go into a
Disco.
prismatic lobby, it kind of does
Halo.
force you to either play in your comfort zone
Bang, Disco
or
free,
on the
bang,
flip
masa nggak
side
ada, bang?
show that you're an innovative player that's able to
Ah,
play
ini
through
bocil
pure
laris nih, bocil
intuition,
laris
and
nih,
even
Cok.
with the higher variants of the game, make the best of it. I don't exactly know what we're gonna get out of this, but I think it's gonna be really important to see what each player
Itu
actually
mahal banget
takes.
cow,
Let's find
2-1-1.
out, shall we?
Wait,
Lala
wait,
is
wait.
offered Caretaker's Chosen, March of
Dia bukan
Progress,
kita,
and
Bang.
Turnya kemarin nih udah pasti
instantly
itu tuh.
rerolled. I'm not a super
Double-
big
apa,
believer
double
of the Twin Terror
Naik level otomatis
nowadays, but
nih.
I think March of Progress
Ah,
is a
reroll udah,
really,
Cok.
really great augment to
Fix.
take as one of your first ones that you get, because you're kind of just like, I'm gonna let the
Anjay.
game
Udah
sort
pasti
of
cost 2 reroll lah. Tuh
do
nggak
the
mentok main
leveling for
ribbon
me,
aja.
and it's sort of an
Duitnya
econ
buat
augment in
reroll,
its
Cok.
own right, where you're not spending the money there to level, and you still know when
Kalau
you're
pas satu
actually going
reroll
to be able to
kayaknya
hit your specific
kecepetan deh, nggak sih?
2
Apa emang
3
ya?
cost
Enggak.
champions, you know?
Yeah,
Kecepatan
I'm
naik
wondering,
levelnya dibanding
based on the
dapat
fact that
harga
Malala
3
does have
aja
this
kos
very
3-nya.
clear
LT bintang.
start, has
Apa
the
yang
potential to
Mark
roll
of
off
Progress?
Mortizer and the Gnar already on
Iya.
the board. If this is going to be a
Kalau
straight
Progress
level
nggak
6
bisa
duluan
nggak bisa
sebelum
obviously
main
it's going to be
pos 1.
some sort of reroll, right? And the
Minimal
lines we
kos
have
dulu dia
seen
kayaknya main dulu
have
dia.
primarily been the Senna, the Kale, and the Seraphine. from this position, he does have a very clear line into the kale.
Okay.
I don't know exactly if he's going to hard commit to that or if he's going to
Morello.
keep his options open. The other thing to consider, though, is he
Apa
actually
benar WR
has these 2 hard
5.1
steal
itu
units on the bench, too.
intinya
So he
champion
can
Shadow
kind
L.
of flex
Dia
these hard
pasti
steal
Shadow L.
units into giving him
Halo San,
additional
terima kasih
economy.
membership 4
And
bulan
because he
San.
doesn't have to spend any
mau
gold
dong.
actually
Makasih,
leveling,
San.
it means that he'll be able to
San,
slow
mau, San.
roll and play the game a little bit more
Makasih
slowly
dulu.
than other
Terima
players
kasih.
because he's building up that econ significantly easier than other players.
Oh, you're gonna have to keep scouting eye though into the middle of stage 2 to see if anybody else is gonna try to contest you for something like that.
Oh.
You know, reroll. Dish Soap does get the
Gila,
Taric, but
tarik
also
Guardian sampai
just
diambil,
some
anjir.
really strong
Gak ada lagi,
champions to
Cok.
try to go for a hard steal
Guardian
start a little bit
penting
later.
March of Progress as well, though. That's what I'm
Yeah.
looking at. Yeah, which means right off the bat, we've got 2 players saying, I'm re-rolling. The other one saying, no, I'm re-rolling. We're going to have
No,
a spot.
you!
Yeah,
No, me.
exactly. The question here,
Pak,
and this is
Disop
what
juga
we
masa
talked about a
progress.
few games ago, we actually have not seen players contest each other on the re-roll lines, but
Mau
with
main
prismatic
re-roll
augments,
juga,
there's a
Cok.
handful of different augments you can get.
Emosi,
that will
Con. 3 game
really
yang menang
push you
reroll.
in that direction.
Iya,
I'm looking at
capek-capek
the
gua
shopping
naik
spree. It's not
8 level
uncommon to see players
9
look to
unit
play around
cari
level
yang bagus
7,
yang mana
rerolls
Jess
with
dibanyakin
shopping spree.
kalahnya
Also
sama
players like
reroll
who have pumping up. Because of this, we've got multiple players
Capek-capek
who are trying to
nabung,
play
nahan diri
some
buat
sort of,
reroll,
when you
nggak
think of the
jadi.
curve of their game, they're going to be spiking significantly
Ini yang namanya kalau lu
harder
main
in
game
stage 4
Genshin,
than they are right
capek-capek
now.
nabung,
Because of that,
kalah
means
sama player
4
baru
players
yang
who are
pakai akun
essentially
reroll.
sacrificing early
reroll.
to make it up later on, but only one of them can actually get the win out. That's 3 players looking to play for win out at some point in the game that will not have the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, because that's when we look at the 2-cost reroll options, you're looking at Seraphine, Kale, and Senna. And we did just see Dish Soap and Malala Spider-Man pointing at each other with the Kale sitting on the bench. So you can't be
Gue baru tahu loh ada
thinking
game
too
yang
much
ngelarang
about maybe
nge-reroll
trying to
akun aja
contest
sampai
that
bisa
Kale
di-ban.
line. But what are you kind of thinking here about Kyun's board?
This is Samira
salah game
2
One Punch
on
Man
board
World juga
right
gitu
now
deh,
with a
ngelarang
4
reroll
user.
katanya.
If you can get some sort of executioner, all of a sudden this, I mean, this board is already very strong, but once you get executioner in, it
Padahal
is
menurut gue
infinitely
kalau gamenya itu
stronger.
jadi ladang
Kyun
jual
is
beli
playing
malah
around
jadi gamenya itu
spoils
rame
of
aja.
Augment right now. So what he's trying to do, you know,
Kayak
we're talking
Genshin
about
dulu
the
orang
opposite, where
reroll
a
jual
lot of
akun
players are
200.000 anjir
sacrificing
awal-awal,
early game
Cok.
board strength to try and make it up later.
Ini apa
Kyun is
Samira
saying,
2
I
anjing?
believe that my board is strong
Level
enough
4 ya,
right
Samira
now.
2.
Hah?
I'm going to be able to
Iya juga.
increase the tempo of the lobby, kill
Nggak mungkin
units,
spoil
get
over dong
gold,
ngasih
get
loot itu belum
resources.
kan?
Because
Belum
of that,
bakal ngasih
I'm going to
treasure.
be able to streak my way through stage 2, stage 3, and then
Apa di
have
portal
enough
tadi
resources
lupa,
to
anjing.
hit this either Samira 3 or maybe transition into some sort of level 8
Spatula,
ahead of the tempo.
country.
Spatula, cuy.
Spatulas
Wis,
on this
mayan
carousel.
kata Ren, mayan tuh udah Mac nih.
Certainly has the opportunity to play around some sort of country lines.
But is he actually
ada yang
going to
nggak
be
minat, Cok.
afforded the
Disop juga
opportunity to
ngambil.
take a spatula?
No.
The answer
The
to that
answer
is
is no.
Iya,
no.
ngelek-ngelek apa bodoh
I feel like
ngelek-ngelek
when
ini.
you look at all these reroll
Coba,
compositions, a
berhentiin
lot of
sedetik,
them would love
itunya.
to have some sort of emblem to
Kalau lu
help
terlalu cepat sama
complement
mereka
the
jadi
traits
patah-patah
that
anjir.
are supporting
juga
that
agak
particular
ngadek-ngadek
2-cost
aneh.
reroll. And so you look at the people that actually took those spatulas, you see Dish Soap,
Weh,
you see
itu udah
Preston,
jadi itu fitnah.
and
Deh.
love to see if Rain can make something done here as
balik
well.
ke
But
Senna.
when I take a
Terus
look at a board
pumpin
like
up
this,
pula, Pit.
Rain
Aduh.
has
Aduh.
been trying to play a lot
Balik
of
ke
those
Senna, kan?
2-cost rerolls, and you see the Senna on the bench.
Senanya udah ada.
Yeah, great call out. She certainly has. She
Udah,
has
Senna.
the
Oh,
ability
udah
to
deh.
actually make the true damage
Apalagi.
spatula. We're
Apalagi
seeing it
kalau
come
bukan
through right
Senna.
now. So Rain Plosion has the Senna
Pakai
already,
nanya.
and
Anjing
we
di
talked
disco
about the
katanya,
importance
udah
too
main
of kind
Senna
of
lagi.
signaling to the
Halo,
lobby,
Celtic.
right? Degree did it
Caitlyn through
earlier
damage.
in stage 2 of the last game. It said, hey, everyone look at me.
Pentakill
I'm
true
playing
damage Senna,
Kale.
Bang.
Rain
Iya,
doing the
antara
same
itu aja
exact
mainnya
thing,
pasti.
even before she finds the Senna
Terus di sub tadi juga ngambil
stage 3.
spatula kan?
She's trying to
Ya,
tell everybody in
Mikael.
the lobby it is
Paling
not
itu
worth
Riven
contesting
tuh.
me because I've got nowhere
Oh,
else to
kalau
go
nggak
from
Riven
here.
bisa.
Udah siap-siap
I
Riven
think
tuh
at
di
that
sub.
point too, if she's able to get a couple extra copies of the
Buat
Senna on her
8 bit,
bench, then
mantap
it
juga.
vastly reduces the chances of anybody else being able to hit that Senna
Ramping
later
up terus
on.
nanti
But
dapat
now you're also
ramping.
sort
Iya,
of
Cok.
playing this arms
Kirain
race between
ramping,
all
Cok.
these
Masuk
2-cost
hujan nih ramping,
reroll
Cok.
players.
Makanya,
When
Cok.
you look at some of the augment choices
Ramping
that
apa
these
yang
players have
victim ya?
taken early
Iya,
on,
Fire.
like specifically looking looking at
Rapid
Dish
fire
with the
ay.
March of
Namanya
Progress,
Ramping Rhythm.
do you wait then for
Rapid fire
someone
dapat
else to
lastak
hit their
langsung gitu.
reroll composition so that you have a
Kenapa
higher
namanya
chance
ramping
later
rhythm?
to hit all of your 2 costs? Who gets to have that 3-star online first?
Yeah,
Belum kelar kur.
it is
Baru
kind of
game
tricky
berapa nih?
because
Game
you've
4
got
ya?
2 different March of
Iya,
Progress
iya.
players, but you also have the
Kok
shopping
udah
spree
lemes aja
free play.
ngantuk
So
tuh.
there is a certain
Ngopi
level
dulu,
of
ngopi,
value in
Indomie.
waiting to see what's actually coming through from the other boards. But while we see it, I want to call out the fact that Prestivan took Spatula, right? And then
Penasaran
made
yang
the Heartsteel
punya
emblem
Indomie dia ada
right
makan
after the
Indomie sekali
carousel.
seminggu
Is
ya.
now on a 4 loss
Ada
streak
deh.
going up against Dish Soap. Is
Jadi
certainly going to lose this
kalau
one
udah
as
kaya
well.
banget
And
kayaknya
I don't know,
udah
I'm
nggak butuh
assuming
makan
based on
Indomie deh.
what we're seeing, this is a Heartsteel
Iya, masih butuh
Cassante,
deh.
correct? Which means that he's going to have a very easy
Soalnya
time
dia tahu kalau Indomie itu nggak baik
fitting
buat
in
kesehatan aja, gak
5
bakal dimakan sama dia.
Heartsteel on stage 3 because all he needs to do is find
Siapa tahu karena banyak duit kalau gua
a single
sakit tinggal
Aphelios
bayar.
and then one of the 3
Ya
costs.
ada aja.
Or no, wait, not even, right? If it is a Heartsteel Cassante, wouldn't that mean he
Heartsteel
just
emblem.
and then 3 units? Okay, yeah. So the
Yeah, you still
headliner,
need
the
the
emblem, you
affiliate.
still need 3.
Yeah, you were right.
Yeah. But
Berapa
either way,
game?
it means the
6.
Prestivan's going to have a very
Mati
easy time
tanam.
finding
Mati
5
tanam.
Heartsteel on stage 3.
Kalau mati
And with Berry
ditanam.
Treasure, this is an excellent shape of your
Iya.
game. Berry Treasure, another one of those augments
lu
where
ditanam
you
ini.
give up a lot of power in stage 2. You can see right here, he
Kaki
5
main
lost
tuh.
through the entirety of the stage because he's going to be making it
Max
up by the
Progress
start
level 5
of stage
BT.
3. And at the start of
Nemu
stage
di
3,
jalan,
if
Bang,
he's
buat
able to
win
actually
streak
find those 3
lumayan.
Heartsteel, he now has an opportunity to say, actually, I want to dig a little bit deeper and go for even
Iya,
more.
punya
Kain
Iya.
The question is then, is he
Cuy.
going to have either the APM
Boy.
or the rolls on level 8 to make that transition? Because we've seen so many players go
Orang
there
bilang,
with
"Ah,
one
Enak
tuh."
kan
life
di
left
shop main
and then
Cal
just fail to
reroll,
stabilize.
Ren main
I was gonna
Senna
say,
reroll,
or the
Milala main Riven reroll.
Because if Prestivan loses too much, then you
Sisanya
just might
main
not have enough to stabilize
Rungkat
against any
sama
of these
Adeflex.
2 cost rerolls that hit before you. It's going to be a level
di
5
ranked
though
Waduh.
for Prestivan, so
Udah
making
ngeliat
sure
ada
that
yang
he can
main
stabilize a little bit
Kale
better,
reroll
which is having
gitu.
an
Orang
extra
masih aja
unit in,
nabrak-
maybe he
ada yang
was able to
nabrakin
find
paksa gitu.
another
Tapi
heart
kita juga
steal,
dapet aja.
but Dish Soap
Iya,
is
udah
also
jadi
making
78.
some big adjustments
Iya,
to his
sama-sama
board.
rungkat gitu. Anjing ditabrak
Finds the
sama-sama
Kale
rungkatin
Harga
dia.
diri
headliner,
sih.
has the opportunity to make the pentakill spat and the gunblade, but
Ada
doesn't
kartu satu
have
tuh,
the
anjing.
Thumbnailnya kok masih
Rage
day
blade,
2?
an item that is
Oh
very,
iya,
very
lupa gue
standard
edit
in this
ya
comp. So
thumbnailnya
there's
ya.
actually a world where
Edit
Dish
dulu
Soap just does not slam
Gabut
the
ya
gunblade
bang
until
pakai
he
ngedit.
feels like he's able to actually get the
Ya, kira
the
pakai
Rage blade
ini
online.
buat sampingan doang.
Instead,
Lah,
It's an
let's
item
make
carrier.
Morello's,
ya
Morello's
bisa
plus
dicabut lah, dia punya
IE.
super fan cuy,
I
suka
don't
dia.
actually, I'm not super familiar with this line. to
Dia
know
mau main
if this
ini,
IE
Cok.
does mean
Beneran
that
mau main
he's just straight
Riven
up
dia,
opting into a
lanjut
3
Riven
cost
aja.
reroll instead.
Rebutan sama Milala
But
kan.
Bisa
I
ke
don't
Riven sih,
think this is
betul,
actually
tapi-
going to be the Kale reroll.
Gila tuh.
No,
Nero.
this is also the Edgelord
Nggak tahu dah sih,
Kale,
di siapa
and
suka
you don't
Ini
always
anjing pivot-pivot.
like.
nah,
I think
iya,
it
Riven
gives you a little bit
ambil.
more
Nah
versatility.
kan,
You
nah.
have a pentakill
Tuh,
one
tuh,
because you
tuh,
can cap
tuh,
a
tuh,
little
tuh,
bit higher.
tuh, tuh,
But
tuh.
you
Nah,
did get
mantap
the
nih, baru
8-bit in,
rebutan
so at the
nih,
very
ini
least
Nah,
you're
ini
getting
nih
8-bit
bagus
starting
nih.
to stack as well
78 nih.
as the
POV Dylan main ranked anjing.
as well as the Edgelord.
Masih mencari
And now
Sena,
I
Bu.
wonder actually if you go 8-bit Riven in that spot to try to go for the 3 cost
Jangan marah-marah
Riven
bang.
and give her the
Hah?
IE.
Kenapa gue marah-marah sih?
Yeah, with the open
Wow,
spat, I mean,
itu kasar
IE is
banget
definitely
sih.
not a bad item on Riven. You have so much base
pernah marah-marah,
AD
cuy.
that it
Kecuali
can be very
marah-marah
strong.
Medic.
It's not typically best in slot, but at this point in
Medic.
time, Distope wants to be able to, play from some level of tempo. Having the Indomitable Will, though, as his second augment, definitely signals to the lobby, I'm not playing Kale. I'm going to be playing some sort of melee carry. With the Riven online, though, like you're calling out, excellent transition point from Dish Soap.
Now we look at Rain's board. He's
Kyle.
been able to find an Echo
Kyle.
headliner instead
Katarina.
of the Kennen. So you've got the Sentinel.
Dapat flex juga nih,
Maybe
apa
would have
namanya,
wanted the true damage there just to be able to have the 4 true damage online, but you're still looking at the having the Senna
Lotus
carry
anjing.
instead. But
Oh,
at this
Dia
point as
rungkat
well,
nih Ren nggak ngehit anjing
can
gak dapet
she
Sena dia.
hit that?
belum.
Well, I don't know how many Sennas are actually on the bench there.
3-2.
Hard to tell.
Dapet Senanya.
Yeah,
Belum.
there
One
are
or
a
three.
lot of. I feel like I have a lot of questions about a lot of boards
Kayak
happening right now, and it's hard to keep track of all of them because
Anjing,
I'm
udah ada
BC, anjing.
still holding on to this Vi, and with
Kesel, kesel.
Serix Gage and Even Shroud also looks to be playing.
Ini
some
kenapa
very
Milala ada
similar
Kesel
melee
ya?
carry.
Kan gak
On the
Hartsteel
other
sama
side, we saw
sekali
someone
dia
like
anjing.
Degree
Nggak tahu
playing
punya siapa ini
Pharmacist
Hartsteelnya.
Ini
over
punya
there,
siapa?
rather than having the Vex headliner and playing around a backliner. So
Nyasar
it
anjing.
feels feels like and Degree had rolled down to 10 gold. So I'm not sure if Degree was trying to play around the Katarina and just missed. but definitely did not feel like the optimal position. So at this point, with these players who do seem to not be exactly where they want to be, it opens up the opportunity for players like Malala, who are in a pretty reasonable stage 3, and Weird, who has a strong board as well, to kind of take advantage of the low rollers or the players who who don't really have a comfort spot. Because if you're able to either leverage tempo, save HP, and take advantage of that slower play we're going to see on stage 3, it makes it a lot easier for you to find yourself a top 4, even with a suboptimal board on the late.
Iya ngasih komponen.
With Malala's spot,
Kalau yang prismatic
it
selama
actually feels really
6 round ke
good.
depan
You have
masih
March of Progress, which is one of the best augments to have with an AP line, and you saw a couple of copies of Seraphine, still pretty good items for the Seraphine as well if you want to go Seraphine reroll, but nothing that's too inflexible that you couldn't go for something like a Lulu reroll instead. It just sort of depends on what you hit, and there were a couple of copies of the Lulu on his bench as well.
Taking a look at the standings right now, Prestivant and Rain rounding out the bottom half of that. Keep in mind, again, Rain does have pumping up and a lesser duplicator, so she is clearly angling to play around a stronger stage 4 than a stage 2. We're seeing right now, Weird has the opportunity to raise the stakes, and it seems like he's considering it. He does instead just take the cash out, wants to play it safe. Yeah, Weird really showing some character growth on this episode right now.
A little bit more fear in his heart at this point. You might have to. I actually want to go back to Rain's board for just a quick minute to discuss that, like, she's not going. Yeah, I was really worried about her for a while because the Senate headliner wasn't showing up. She is on level 6 right now and didn't have very many copies of the Senate, but she's rolled down quite a bit since the last time we checked a couple seconds ago. Is able to make 30, but still, you still have a couple of copies to go. And there are players that are holding onto the Senna, even briefly. And Weird is one of them.
Very true, yeah, Rain's gonna have to keep an eye on that, see if it actually does prevent her from hitting. She does have one additional. Oh no, she took lesser team building is what it's called. 2 lesser champion duplicators that will come on 3-2, and then after 7-player combat, you'll get another one. So if you think of it, you know, she currently has 5 Sennas, but in a way she has 7. Once she finds 2 more, she's locked in. And what that does mean is it makes it a little bit easier for her to push levels. Maybe roll on 7 if she has that opportunity. Because now that she's won around, she does want to try and retain that streak. Being able to play around the true damage Ari and the Akali once you can does make your board significantly stronger. So if she can win this next fight, I actually feel pretty good about Rain's spot in the game.
Yeah, I want to check back in a couple of rounds to see, even after Wolves, if she is able to hit a couple extra Sennas. But taking a look at Preston's board, we are seeing double Caitlyn in the back line. It is going to help out with Prestivant to not take too much of a loss and continue gathering up some of those hearts for Heartsteal. But Malala does have 6 copies of Seraphine if in fact he wants to go for the reroll. But he's going a little bit more vertical in terms of the KDA. Has the opportunity though to go for the Spellweaver instead, having held onto those poppies as well. Or those Lulus, sorry. Other Yordle, my bad.
You can see that he is going to be putting an additional item component on the Seraphine with the super fans in. And this is a really interesting tech. If you've never seen this before, because the super fans give you an item, it means that you're going to be able to pop those items off. But now we're looking at Kiyun's board. Has the Executioner Samira online as well. And with that, only 2 Samiras off from actually hitting, but only 1 because he has the Champion Duplicator. So probably going to be a reasonable roll down here to try and get this board online. It is not the country variation, which means he's going to be going more vertical into the Executioners instead. You'll expect something like either 4 or 6 Executioner. Despite only needing 1 Samira, though, does not hit on the roll down. Thankfully, though, he's got plenty of HP to spare. Really good items. The Giant Slayer and the IE mean that this Samira is going to be pumping out damage. And once you get 4 Executioner online, if she's able to actually just free fire and the front line holds up, she will take out pretty much any front line that you're going to see through the early stages of stage 4.
It just needs a couple more copies. I'm paying close attention though to how this fight is going between Kyun and Replay, because that set is very powerful. Even though the Ezreal is going to dash away, but Replay is continuing to take a bunch of hits and
he rolls this hit out, right? He's got the shopping spree, which means that he might be able to do a huge roll down. Replay is level 8 right now, so it's probably going to be important to see what he's adding to his board. I don't know if we can either go to his board right now or just see it in the sidebar, but Replay is going to have to make some meaningful differences on his board. We do see though that 8-bit emblem is online. So is clearly trying to play this ribbon, but did not hit the ribbon headliner because of that. He's going to have to wait a few rounds, try and econ back up with 20 gold. Instead has, what I'm assuming is still 6 8-bit in because it's probably 8-bit Garen. I'm assuming that is why this was chosen.
And on the flip side of things, when you look at Kyun's board, we did not get a chance to actually see the Samira hit either. So still sitting at that 2-star Samira. And Replay's board here is looking, I don't know if you want to take a Zac, is kind of how I would put that.
I don't think the Zac is bad. It's just the Zac, when you don't have Ezreal to Zed to, right? It's a supplementary unit on this board, and it does make you really strong, but it's certainly not the reason you're going to win fights when you have 1-star units. Replay, unfortunately, just missing, and I don't know if that was that he didn't have enough
banget liatin orang lagi reroll terus gak dapet perlakat lah, emang gitu tuh.
This is looking extremely
yang paling seru liatin orang reroll gak ngehit, kita ketawain aja, mampus gak dapet.
Well, he's got the 2-star set and still has a couple of rerolls left to work with, but is keeping the EDM Zac in the front. Without very much else to try to supplement that.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, that's a great hit with those items as well, but you're still looking at how you can best support this comp, and you're still at a 1-star Lucian or 1-star Ezreal.
Oh man, I mean, it's a really strong board, but the fact that he still has multiple is really sad at 23 HP. He really needs to be able to stabilize his board right now. And yeah, the Zed is going to be a huge hit, but you know, you have a prismatic augment that should guarantee you this. So you're not necessarily stronger than you normally would be, although it is strong enough to beat Rain Collision before she hits Senna 3. After this round, I believe she'll actually get that second champion duplicator. With that, she'll have the Senna 3. Spot for Replay unless he can rabbit out of the hat.
Lebih bangsat anjing, banyak banget itu.
Really interesting is seeing just how many reroll players haven't hit. Weird is on a 2-star Senna.
Lebih gila anjing, udah ada 3 spatula, next ke konsol 3 spatula lagi. Sakit anjing.
Able to hit in that regard, unless Weird is going to try to pivot out later to something else.
Kayak 10 konsol itu enggak, Cok. Ini pasti mau bikin disco 10.
Min 1 Samiranya real banget itu kan.
Once again trying to find that Samira, but on the left-hand side, Weird is doing his roll down right now. We talked about the Senna's being on the board. This is probably the turn where it will leave. The Akali is found, which actually does mean that Weird can hold these Sennas on his board and still have a meaningful upgrade that supports the shape of his board. Finds the great items for it as well. It's really now just a question of what's going on.
Anjoy, Jol jadi.
There's the Urgot actually.
Tapi Urgot anjing kontri.
Ooh, Kyun hit the Urgot.
Kyun sih.
Okay, actually
terus gak dapat juga intinya anjir. Kalau dia nggak dapat spatula.
What do you think of that?
Buat apa namanya?
Emblem country. Having the country variation is usually better as well, and your front line is decent. However, you don't have any sort of life skill right now apart from the 2 Mosher. I don't know that
itu dia permasalahannya.
Udah
lah country nggak sekuat itu, nggak dapat
ya kan? A little bit nicer, but with his items right now having just the rod, my concern is that it's just hard to get everything you want, right? Because you're playing country, you want to be able to find a cloak off of the creep round to make the country emblem, but you also need to find a third item for your Urgot, but you also need to find some sort of anti-heal for your board.
Begitu udah jadi lah anjing, duplik lagi kontol
gitu. Is the fact that he has 69 HP and his board is enough time to try and get all those pieces in order.
I think there's just a lot of people that
Kok mah
have been
gini kalau kita
struggling,
terus
and I
aja
don't
kalau
know if
sampai
he
sampai
really
tes
would have
nggak dapet.
wanted to.
Tapi kalau main
I think
reroll
he
harus
still would
siapin
have
plan
wanted
B,
to be
Cok,
able
kalau
to
nggak
find the
ngehit.
Samira, but think about how much gold he
Pivot
had
itu
rolled
apa
down
bang?
on and didn't
Transisi,
have it.
pindah
Now we've got
sinergi.
Dish Soap going up against Replay. Replay still has yet to find the
Tuh
2-star
marah-marah
Ezreal
lagi,
or the
bukan
2-star
marah-marah itu
Lucian.
gua lagi
And looking at Dish
cosplay.
Soap's board,
Apa
you've
namanya?
got this 8-bit Riven or
Iya,
the
lagi
Edgelord
cosplay
Riven
jadi dia, cuy.
online. And that Lucian is gonna fall over. Replay now taking yet
Lagi
another
cosplay
big
menjadi
hit.
Kion.
Can't
Wah,
stabilize
dapatnya
here. Gangly,
Riven
this is not
Edgelord.
looking good.
Bisa
No,
nambah
this
pandit
is
tadi.
this is catastrophic.
Lah di
for
shop dia
Itu
punya
dia
dua
punya
anjir.
Place
spatula
here
lagi
would
tadi dia ngambil
drop
lagi.
his average
Iya, dapat
placement
spatula
significantly.
lagi.
Aman aja,
The
brother.
fact that he took shopping
Santai
spree was
aja,
just not
cuy.
able to find any sort of
Betul
stabilization
juga lu.
on
Dua
level 8.
spatula
I
mah
mean, this is
bebas.
horrible, but you can actually see he's 60 gold and has shopping spree
Wah,
rolls
gimana nih
left.
Pak Aksan hari
He
ini agak
actually
rungkat
had
nih,
the
Fit.
opportunity to dig
Kayaknya
deeper,
pusing deh
and he
tadi
chose not
waktu
to.
solo kayaknya.
I think is he trying to go 9 from here? Because if he's not, I don't know why he wouldn't have just rolled in the previous round.
I mean, you still have the shopping
Yes,
spree,
he's
so
going
there you
now.
go.
Wajing,
You
wajing,
called it. You go
wajing.
9 here, but with the reroll
Wajing,
that you find, there's the
kahit
2-star
coy.
Ezreal. You had a better chance now
Wajing.
going that level 9, but what else? You're still broke.
So, okay, here's the thing. He was able to go 9. I think for him, the go button was finding the 4th EDM, the Lux. I think he's
Yeah.
saying that is my next in. With the rolls that I'll have next turn, it will be
Kayaknya
enough
dia
to
mau
try
diapain
and
tuh,
find
item
magic
Ezreal
anjir.
2. Unfortunately, he's
Lagi
not
sedih
able to
dia.
get a really strong third item
Ezreal
on this
berarti
Ezreal. That's
dikasih
probably
ya?
the worst part. He is able to get
Enggak,
a bit
gua kira dia
more
bakal bikin
frontline to
mana.
try and protect this Zed, but even just looking at where this Kali
Berarti mana
is,
nyari
that
dari ini ya?
Zac is not
What
going to protect
else
the
is still
Zed very
built
much at
aja
all.
tuh?
Depends on whether this Akali actually
Sabar
targets it.
ya,
On the
tuh.
other
Tunggu
side,
ya.
there's 2 Ezreals fighting in the back line.
Naik level,
The
bentar
Zed
ya,
is
tuh.
going to survive. The
Nabung
Ezreal
dikit
does
ya.
enough damage. Replay stays alive for another round.
Okay, that is just the razor's edge we've talked about for all of these AD flex boards.
Roll gak sih bang dikit?
You
dikit.
have to be able to find your
Ya
high
diganti.
cap, and
lah.
maybe
Bukan,
Replay has
ini
been able to
degree
get
anjir.
this one win,
Ini
but
country,
they still need to
kata
string
anjing.
together a couple. That
Kenapa
is the
ini
Lux 2
katanya
though,
country
so you
Super
do
Fan
have
4?
the full EDM online as well as
Tahu,
that Lux 2
anjing.
upgrade,
Aneh
but
banget ya,
you're
anjir.
running
Udah
into
rungkat
so
banget
many
ini, udah
other
mah degree.
boards
Udah
that
nggak usah lihat ini
have
lagi,
hit
cuy. Udah
threes, that
rungkat.
have hit those
Ganti, next,
3
next.
stars.
Oh, kalau level 4.
Degree is running Katarina
Oh,
reroll.
Ren yang
I
udah-
thought
ya,
I had
mati
seen
udah nih.
that a little previously,
Ah,
but it's
udah.
the country variant again.
Ketemunya
Udah, Bang, ya.
kok player Sena tuh. Aduh.
Yeah, unfortunately, Degree had dug really deep
menang
and
ya?
did not find
Menang
a
ya.
better version. But
Ren.
this matchup is actually very good. Because
kok
the
player
Sentinel,
Senanya,
she
Cok.
deals a lot of
Tusun,
AoE
Cok.
damage, struggles to be able to take out
Ini lagi
single
nih,
targets.
yang main country.
We're looking at Weird right now up against who I'm assuming it looks like Kiyun. Kiyun is going to fall there, forcing Weird stays alive. And look at
Bang,
our
aku mau lihat
HP.
country tadi bang, gimana nasibnya
5
bang?
HP
Ini tadi
for
barusan kalah,
Rain,
Gur.
all the way up to Precedent
anjir.
at 8.
Iya, lawannya.
The next
Bukan yang
fight is
menang.
going to
Oh.
determine a
Dia lawan-lawan.
wild amount of
Banyakin
placements,
lu main
and it's
Senna,
really
anjing.
important
Parah,
to see
udah kayak
players like
YouTuber wing grip,
Replay
Cok.
who desperately need a good
Parah
placement
banget
in this
Suni
one.
cok, ngatain YouTuber wing grip cok, main Sena cok.
Kami lah main ini lagi cuy. Kenapa lagi?
Lah, casternya nge-lag anjing.
Lulu, and this is what you want to see
Biasa
coming out from
Discord-nya
the
lagi
5
nge-lag, cuy.
KDA and 5 Spellweaver board. Seraphine reroll can be really powerful if you're able to get that 3-star front
Tuh, udah
line,
dua
and
tuh,
that
8 bitnya
Nico
tuh.
is going to buy so much time for Seraphine to be
Udah
able to
menang
dish
ini
out
nih,
that
sabun
damage.
cuti ini.
Meanwhile, though, we've got to check in on our
Cerot,
2
cerot,
players that are
oh.
on elimination
Oh,
station.
oh.
We've got Rain
Udah juga
that
lagi.
Cerot,
has
cerot,
this 3-star
oh.
Senna online, but
Gak bisa
look
dibunuh
at
tuh,
how much
anjir,
this
goodbye
Rain
bang
is
ya.
doing. It's just shredded. That
Mati lu
front
player
line, and
Senna.
Rain is going to get
Aduh.
eliminated. Degree is able to hang on though, but
Sering-sering
Replay has
main
taken
Senna,
the
Bang.
target.
No,
Nomor
oh
8
my
Ren
goodness,
cuy, hari ini
Replay
terungkat
goes
Ren
down
cuy.
in 7th. Oh my goodness, just like
Main
that.
terungkat.
Sena
When it
tusun
looked like he
mampus.
might have
Parah anjing,
stabilized,
udah kayak ngatain YouTuber cok.
unfortunately, the 2
Mirip,
HP difference would have kept him alive. And with that,
Bang Kain
another
saudara
7th
lu ya
place
ini
was
lagi anjing.
disaster
Kan.
for Replay's run.
Tuh,
That's so unfortunate.
Kesel
And
nih
is
sih itu tuh.
probably
Wah, kenapa
so
ada
disappointing
itu
for
bang true
Replay
damage?
himself. There's only 2 more games after this to try to make up for the deficit that is starting to accumulate for those average
Kalau bertahan
placements.
itu tadi
And
kayak
I
si
wonder how
Ren bisa
much you
9
start to
deh.
look back on something like
True
the
damage.
EDM Zac pickup as your headliner. Felt like such a panic choice to have to try to fill that out with the 4 EDM. On the flip side, Prestivant as the EDM Zac, that it's not it's the EDM Zed. It's not bad. You still have great itemization here for this Zed to really keep it alive with the double Omnivamp, just the double Hodge. Where do you go from here, though?
Well, you know, you look at his carries, and his carries are very strong, right? You've got a lot of stuff, but it's everything else. You're running a lot of units that aren't doing all that much for your board, right? You have this Cassante in, you have a Heartsteel emblem. Yeah,
bro, nggak ada rasa,
I will
bro,
say that double
katanya.
Ginsu's on Lucian is extremely powerful. Viego in the back line will be able to take it out. And this Riven, there's just not enough damage on Preston's side. Dish Soap takes out Preston. He finds another bot for. And with Weird going down to Malala, that's going to round out the top 4.
And who can take
Milala
down Dish
masih
Soap at this
71
point?
ya.
You got that
Tapi
3-star
nomor 2
Riven,
sih
which
dia.
we've been talking about, is just a really great way to be able to deal with these 80 flex boards,
Iya, ternyata masih hidup,
especially
anjir.
if you high roll and that Riven actually jumps towards the back
Tapi
line
kayaknya dari kemarin
and is
emang orang
able
main
to
Crowdiver
start
emang
slashing them
4
down. And
doang
for
ya.
a lot of these boards, the power level has just really spiked, and a lot of these players now playing the 80 flex don't have 2 stars on the back line. They are going to be way squishier targets for that Riven to take care of. Degree, though, has been able to sneak away with the top 4, but is now going to run into
Udah, goodbye bang ya. Siapapun
this
yang ketemu sama
Mordekaiser
Disop,
3
goodbye
that
cuy.
he just hit before this combat.
Yeah, Mordekaiser 3, Riven 3 on board, and this
Goodbye, bang,
matchup
ya.
is
Terima
very
kasih telah
hard
berjuang.
for Katarina. Pretty much the only way for Katarina to ever win. If it is a 1v1
Tiap orang
for
nge-kill, anjir,
Katarina,
tiap
and the
orang
Riven
nge-kill.
somehow found herself on the opposite side of the board. You
Konten
can see
udah
just how
kebuka.
difficult that is right there. Degree, not
masih
even
hidup.
close,
Jangan terlalu.
goes out on this side of the board.
Anjoy,
Looks like Malala
banjir.
will fall to
Tetap
this
sih ketemu
Urgot
Riven pusing
3.
deh.
Kiyun in a spot that was maybe
Kontribusi
not
sih
looking
dia.
that good at
Ini
his
Riven
initial rolldown,
6 bit anjing.
did this fantastic pivot, found the
Bayangin
country
tuh,
emblem,
Riven 6
now
bit,
has 7
slotnya
country
5.
online, and Kiyun, who's currently in 3rd place in the standings alongside Malala in 1st, is in a spot where these
Riven
3
udah
players
tinggal
can start to
setelagu
even
tai.
run away in the standings if they can make a big enough gap between them and the bottom, which we've seen players like
Setelagu,
Preston
anjing.
replay once again. Take another bot forward.
It's a great call
Iya,
out there. It just feels like it's going to be so difficult to make a comeback, especially when there are a lot of players that are willing to take those risks. Especially when it comes to Dish Soap's board, we did see a failed Riven reroll earlier on because he just simply didn't hit the Riven 3-star.
JP-nya Disop, iya cuy.
Like again, looking at players like Kiyun, one way you
Tapi
can
ternyata
actually
masih
cap out a
bertahan
country
3
board
besar lah,
is
oke lah ya.
truly by getting that 7 country online, and that Dreadsteed is going to be ultra helpful with some of these other boards that are higher in levels. You just get that extra.
Riven gimana kontaknya udah kayak gini udah GG coy, udah dia menang aja.
Most likely going to be a win, so we're going to be hopping on board with Dish Soap, who is at Death's Door up against Malala. Now, one of the nice things about this, despite the fact that Ari is usually pretty good into the
Riven
Riven,
kalau udah
if
kayak
the
gini
Riven's
udah
able to get in the
6-8
back
udah
line
menang.
early enough and actually just able to take out the front line fast enough, it can
Wait,
really be
wait,
pretty
wait.
decent. But no,
Tas,
actually,
tas, tas.
whoa, okay, never mind. I thought it was going to go one way and it very much went the opposite. Riven usually does. It's exactly how
Tapi
it always
tadi kalau
happens.
mati emang langsung
Always
mati
the
tuh anjir,
Caitlyn
masalah
with the
bintang
very
3
last
ininya.
ult. Great
Riven
fight, but
anti-stun
this fight
anti-stun
for
udahnya
Riven,
Age of Night tuh anjing
really
udah
wants to try
OP
and
ya.
dodge single target damage. I'm curious to see how it actually plays into the
Mending
Urgot, which
kerja apa
is
mending
a
nonton
lot of
Ukur?
straight
Mending
upfront
kerja,
damage,
cuy.
but doesn't
Mending
have a
tidur.
Cari
consistent
uang.
DPS to maybe prevent the healing, and there's no
Guru enak
anti-heal
Ini
on the
sambiran
side
80
of
lagi kata
Q's
dia.
board either. So
Tadi gua cari
if
nggak
these
ada.
players go up against each other right now,
Duplikator,
I'm-
dipakein
despite the
Kofek
fact
sama
that
dia.
there's a lot of damage, I'm not entirely convinced that it's going to be enough to take out the Riven. But there is a Vex
udah
3 Riven
bye
on
ya.
the opposite side that we're going to be dodging some of
Udah
that
cukup sampai di sini
damage.
Kion ya.
Viego
Terima
with a
kasih
big
telah
cast as
berjuang
well. Now the
country.
Riven is
udah
past the
penetrasi
threat
juga ya,
on the
pakai
Urgot
assist.
now,
Cerot,
straight
cerot,
into the back
cerot.
line. Not enough consistent DPS to take out the
Cerot.
Riven. Kiyun will fall to Disho.
Pecah.
Is it enough? And
Pantatnya
it's just
dicolok-colok
enough
pedang
to
Riven cuy.
eliminate Yoon in a 3rd place.
Nah, ini sisa
Which is
sisa
wild because
posisi doang
Yoon
nih.
still had
Tapi kayaknya udah
upgrades
harus
he could have
menang.
gone for. Looking at his
Udah
shot,
menang
he
sih.
had an
Soalnya
opportunity
damage-nya
to
udah
try
nambah
to
kan daripada yang
rebuild
tadi.
to a Samir 3 as well as
Anjing,
the
Milala dia
Amumu
70.
3, which would have helped
Kayak
out
apa
a
itu
lot in
bisa?
terms of the power spike of the board. But you're still going up
Lucian.
against Malala that has 60 gold in the bank. Dish Soap has basically hit a cap for
Orang
the
berapa sih
board.
ini? 63
Outside
ya.
of being able to
63,
find
18
maybe
darah
like
kayak
an
udah mati.
Aphelios 2 or even changing that to a Lucian later on. And Malala is still on the ups from here. You can
ML
get the
kapan ada
Ziggs,
turnamen
you
auto
can get
chestnya?
the Kaisa 2.
Kurang
So
tahu
many
tuh,
more
Ci.
places that he can go from here.
Wah,
And
anjir,
we get a
Nico
chance to see these boards go head to
Hati
head with
baja
Malala
betul,
actually
anjing.
hitting the
Jantung
real
baja.
board this time from Dish Soap.
Lama tuh
All right,
anjing
we'll
kill
see.
itu.
Last time
Tebal
we did
tuh,
see the
anjing.
Riven on that front line for quite a
Mati
while.
di
Eventually,
Venom.
the Caitlyn was able to clutch it out, but it does look like the back
Oi.
line's
Keluar
now
lagi
on the
sih.
Riven, but the
Oh.
Riven's straight onto the back line. She's
Kalah,
not
Dok.
able to actually
Willow
get that final
anjir.
cast onto the Seraphine
Oh.
because of that. Dish Soap will fall.
Gokil
Malala
banget
in
itu
first place going in.
Niconya
In
bintang
first place
3
coming
cok.
out.
Terus Rivennya malah ke situ
Number
dulu
4
anjir.
goes to Malala, who's looking to
Apa
get
itu
a
Nico?
spot at the World
Ngetit cok
Championship.
anjing, ngetit cok Milala cok.
That Lulu 3, I know it's the
Chit,
Caitlyn,
chit,
sometimes
chit.
it's able to be able to win in that scenario, but sometimes it can also go the
Capek-capek
way of the Lulu, especially
main
able to get some
Riven.
really good stunts and
Punya
really
dua
good CC,
spatula.
and that's exactly what we saw coming through from just like the absolute like
Kalah sama
that's just the
Serapin
Giga Nuts
Nico.
right there. When you try to get the
Niconya
Seraphine
bintang
reroll, the
3 sih anjing,
Lulu,
itu
all
tebal
of the
banget ngintip.
good stuff coming
Gak
together.
jelas
So
anjing.
Cilan tebal
major
banget.
credit
Dia
to
dulu
Malala
bintang
right
3,
now.
terapin bintang 3, apa kalau nggak
Top
dikasih
2 there
namanya
being
anjing.
Dish Soap, Malala, right? The king of set 10 with
Yes.
Malala, the last
Magic
remaining
Chess
player
game bug
from the
mana mau
big
turun.
three.
Oh, banyak
Go
bugnya kah?
heads up once again in the top
Gak tau tuh
2,
gue ya.
looking to buy their spots for the World Championship. It just, this stuff writes itself. It's so poetic to actually see it
Milala
all come to
sempet
fruition.
recall ya.
We're gonna have to talk about
Dari
that
kemarin
again.
yang main
I'm
yang
still
menang
intrigued
recallnya
that
banyak
Malala
cok.
might be making a case for himself to get into that big
Jarang
3 or
yang
4.
menangnya Adeflex.
I don't know, Gangly,
Lebih
you and I
sering
might have a
keep
TED
talking.
talk
Reroll.
about that a little bit later. But we're gonna go to a break so we
Milala
can
live ya?
avoid the you know, the tiff
Tahu,
on the
anjing.
stream, and when we come back we will have our game number 5.
Wih, live deh cuy. Iya dia live cuy.
Tadi
Live
tuh
sambil denger lagu Enchanted Taylor Swift anjir.
tadi tuh game berapa sih? 4 ya?
Pikiran lu cuma kasur doang ya, Ter?
Iya, gue udah pengen tidur anjing.
Game itu ini tuh iya, Cok, main karakter Milala, Cok.
Bang, aku cabut, dadah, pergi sana, jangan pulang lagi. Gila, kain Cok, second place on day 1, I'm back in my comfort zone man. Mainnya Sena.
Comfort zone main Sena, bener juga.
Sena, Kyle, Serapin nih.
Ini main roll pos 2 anjing.
Kos 2 flex cuy.
Kos 2 flex udah paling bener dah kalau nge-push rank.
Capek-capek ada flex kalahnya sama kos 2 flex cuy. Standingnya gimana, siapa yang satu? Tak, abis ini kelihatan siapa yang satu. Milala, inget gue satu. Riven. Salah positioning itu di shop. Kalau Riven nggak ketahan di kok menang.
Bisa sampai game 6 cuy. 2 game lagi.
Lebih cepet ya kelarnya ya dibandingin game pertama ya.
Lebih
Iya,
cepet.
kemarin kita sampai jam berapa?
Jam 8 setengah 9 kemarin. Lebih cepet gara-gara lobbynya satu doang juga kali.
Oh iya, ini ngumpulin player udah mulai.
Buru-buru kali, ngantuk. Udah mulai lagi nih, dilema anjing, makan apa tidur ya?
Mending bikin Indomie sih.
Ini terus ngetok.
Gak apa-apa cuy.
Semakan.
Sehat loh.
Sehat tahu.
Indomie. Bikinan anak bangsa. Makanan penuh nutrisi.
Apa anjing?
Jaminan nutrisi dari Indofood.
Welcome back to the
Indomie.
last day of North America Regionals. Thank you so
Gelar
much,
aku.
Necro and Gangly, for that amazing cast. But it's gonna be Casanova and Azael here with me.
Lupa
We're just gonna
makan
talk a
kebab
little bit about
kali
the
ya.
people,
Enak kali ya
because
makan
there's
kebab
someone
jam
here
segini
who
ya.
Kebab
potentially
mana
is
buka
gonna be
jam
doing
segini,
something that
anjing?
Ada,
no one
Cok.
has ever done.
Tinggal
But
masuk.
all, in
Coba.
my opinion, I think that is kind of shared,
Kebab
could
senang.
potentially
Emang
have
ada.
the best set of all time. What do you guys
Tapi
think?
gue nggak
What's our
pernah aja
guess?
I mean,
lu
really,
pernah
the
makan
thing
kebab
is,
yang
it's just
bentuknya
true,
itu
right? You could have
kayak
the best
burger.
set that anyone has ever had. We've talked about people winning
Bentuknya
2 tournaments in a
Kalau
single
gue
set.
ya
right?
yang
It
gue
happened
makan kebab ya
twice.
yang
Last
kulitnya
set
itu
with
kayak
Setsuko
dilipat-lipat
and
gitu, yang
Kurum, but
ujung-ujungnya itu
now
bentuknya
there's
kayak
a
yang
chance for
memanjang
Malala
kan.
to win
Iya.
3 of the
Nah,
tournaments
gue
out of
kemarin ada
4
kebab, jadi
that could have
lu bayangin
been happening so
roti
far
ini,
within the North American
roti burger
ecosystem, right?
gitu,
He
tapi
won
roti burgernya
TVO,
belum
he
dibelah.
won KDA
Jadi
Cup. Yes,
masih
hard still he
utuh
missed.
kayak
But coming to
bulat
regionals, he
gitu,
could win
terus
and go to
tengahnya
the
dibolongin,
championship and
terus baru
almost
diisi.
have in a strategy game as close
Itu
to
mah
what
kayak
a
salad
golden
wrap.
road is, because it's really
Nah itu tuh gue
difficult
apa,
to
terus
win
katanya kebab
multiple
aja.
events in a row.
Kok beda sama
I mean,
kebab yang
it's
gue
just
makan, Cok?
insane, right?
Oh, itu ada juga kur yang lebih pendek itu kan,
but I think
dia bentuknya
it has to
kan
be a
lebih
cross
pendek kan.
section of good luck, good fortune, and
Itu
perfect
salad
preparation,
wrap
perfect
namanya.
play, right? Because you have to be able to capitalize on
Isinya
all
kadang-kadang
these
kebab
situations,
bisa
find the
sayur,
lines
tapi
where
kulitnya
you
kulit
can
kebab.
really get that little edge. And for him to be doing this tournament
Tapi
over
nggak pakai
tournament over
kulit, anjir.
tournament,
Pakai
it's just
roti kayak
absolutely
dibelek gitu.
insane that he
Roti
just
dibelek.
seems to be able to kind of like turn it
Iya
on.
kayak gue bilangin
And it's
roti
so
burger
funny
tapi belum
because I know
dibelah,
coming
cuman
into
tengah itu kayak
TVO, as he
dibolongin
was
aja
getting
gitu.
farther in
Nggak
that
sampai
event,
putus.
the
Terus
story
tahu
was really
sudah,
about, well, in the
Gua tuh
past,
di Toban.
he's had these good performances,
Gue
but he always
kaget
kind of
aja
seems to
kenapa kayak
choke,
gitu bentuknya.
shrivel in those big moments. And that has
Itu
been
kebak,
the
iya.
exact
Kebak.
opposite, I feel like,
Kebak.
throughout this
Itu
year,
kebak,
throughout this
anjir,
set.
kebak.
You know, he has just been improving day over
Kebak
day
lagi,
throughout this
kebak.
competition. He has been starting to really take
Kebak.
over. Plays a great margin progress game
Gak pernah
where,
makan gue itu.
was really, really dominant in this one. At the end, it
Biar
wasn't even
Evan
really
langsung ke
that
belakang
close. He still
gimana,
had
Pit?
quite a
Gue
bit of
pernah
gold
tuh
left
main
and
Evan
everything
bukannya ke
to
belakang,
actually
malah ke
make the board
samping.
stronger.
Oh,
So
kayaknya yang ini
Getek.
sih
it's just
kebabnya
been
nih.
amazing to see
Bukan,
how he's
tetap
doing.
pakai
And,
kulit ternyata
hey, I
mungkin
mean,
karena
he's
nggak
pretty
terlalu
close to winning
kelihatan
this
aja di gue.
tournament, and
Cuman
who
emang
knows,
dari
he could win
nyamping
this
itu
and then go
bentuknya.
worlds, win worlds as well.
Caranya
My
It would
favorite
honestly
thing though,
make
bro,
sense.
Evan langsung ke
one
belakang
thing in.
ya,
I gotta get
doa.
one more thing in. My favorite
Namanya
thing about
juga
Malala
Angelo.
is after he won his 2 tournaments, people were saying,
Loncat-
"Oh, this Malala
loncat
guy
kemananya
gets
ya
gold
doa,
more
bismillah
often
ke
than
belakang
anyone
dah,
else."
kalau
What's
nggak
the
ya
excuse
udah.
now that things have
Gila,
changed, now that there's been
26
practice, what is the excuse
Cuk.
now for Malala?
Bilala
You know, and I
nih
can also
Main nih.
confirm, you know, I was there,
Lu
you know,
pernah
at the
nggak
pre-party and I
makan
saw
kebab
Malala
di
and Vasa's
tempat yang
skills and all
kayak
that group of friends.
dia
They
kayak
could break
emang
it
tempat
down. They're not
ada
even just
tempat
good at
duduk
TFT,
gitu,
they're good
berarti
at dance
kayak
too.
resto
As
ada
we
tempat
look at
duduk, ada
these
piringnya
standings,
disediain.
and
Lu pernah
I
nggak?
do think,
Had.
unfortunately, we do
Kebab,
have to talk about what's
resto,
happening on
ada
the
di
bottom
KFC
side. We
Twister
have
itu.
had some really rough
Nah,
days from
gue
Preston
pernah
and
beli nih, beli
replay
kebab.
right now. And
Terus
you know, I
dikasih
do believe that mathematically it's
sendok
almost impossible.
sama
So
garpu,
how,
gimana
I
makannya
mean,
anjing?
what can we really
Gimana
say
buat
about
dibelah
Replay
berarti,
here,
anjir,
coming in
bener.
with arguably one of the best
Gila.
days of
Kayak
regionals
bisa
ever,
dibelah,
and then
Cok.
honestly kind of flaming out at this point.
Kayak
in
makan
time.
kebab itu yang
How
the
would you
best itu
kind of
emang
deal with
yang
this if
harus
you were him,
ini,
Cass?
yang
Oh,
nggak
well,
bisa,
I mean, I think
emang harus
you
pakai
really just
tangan
have to keep
doang, nggak
going
bisa
because
pakai
replay, I
sendok
don't think
aja.
is
Itu
out
pakai tempat
on
kebab yang
AVP.
bisa di
I
slide
think there's
itu
a
lebih
world
tarik ke
where he
atas
can go
itu.
1-1 and sneak
Iya, itu
in
enak kan.
on AVP, whereas
Paling enak.
Prestivan, on the other hand, is
Main fast 8
mathematically
di
eliminated
turnya
AVP
jelek, Bang.
and points, right? Replay not
Bagus.
making it in the top 3 today. That's not going
Kalau
to
nggak
happen.
sih-
But there is a small
Bukannya jelek,
margin where he
begal
can just
itu
grab
main
those
kos 2
last
aja.
2 first
Iya.
places and
Bagus
sneak
kalau
his
nggak
way
hit.
in, but it's not in his control anymore. A lot is going to have to go right.
Kalau lu
Yeah, I mean,
dapetnya
for
cepet,
replay, you kind of have to
ya
hope that the people
bagus.
that are at the top of the
Menang.
table for that
Kalau
AVP
kebegal
are
duluan
just
ya
going to be in
udah.
those automatic qualifier spots, you know, those top couple spots,
dua tuh
and that you
ngebegal
can have
anjing.
some really good performances, you know, in these last couple games, still sneak in there, because it's got to be devastating, and you have to kind of wonder
Lu kalau
how you're
nontonin
doing,
full
you know,
turnamennya
even just
dari
like in a
kemarin
mental
pasti
state,
udah
because
mulai
it is
punya
so tough to
gambaran
come
ya.
in, replay was
Semuanya
in such an
bagus.
incredible spot, so favored to be able to make it
Tergantung
through this
ya
competition,
dapetnya apa.
either
Kalau
off
lo
of points
ngehit ya
or off of the
bagus.
AVP, because of how
Kalau
well he's done
banyak
these
yang
last 2
kontes ya
days.
pindah
So for it
gitu.
to be
Udah.
starting out, and
Yang nggak
his
bagus,
performances throughout these
disco.
days have just been, going
Bagus, cuy.
downhill. Now today it's
Kalau ngehit.
6th, 7th, 7th, 7th. Like that has got to be devastating, and you just have to hope that you can collect yourself and still give your best games in these last couple.
All right, we do have a couple games remaining. We have some familiar faces.
Setengah jam
These
lagi
faces
nyampe
are
nih
going to come
kebab
back
nih.
and cast it. So we're
Wih,
going to take a quick break.
makan
We'll be
cuy.
Anjing bener makan lu Peter.
Mesen gue lapar cuy.
Kebab, burger, hotdog,
Anjing panas.
itu satu keluarga ya.
Roti dan daging gitu.
Roti, daging, sayur, mayo, sambal.
Satu keluarga.
Tinggal variasiin dah. Kalau rotinya lu tukar jadi roti tawar yang kotak-kotak itu jadi ini apa sandwich ya namanya ya?
Sandwich iya.
Jadi sandwich. Kalau lu rotinya lu tukar kulit jadi kebab. Kalau lu tukar jadi roti yang itu jadi burger.
Goblok.
Kalau lu tukar rotinya manjang bulat jadi hotdog.
Oh, itu roti flex ini.
Roti flex.
Daging flex anjing.
Lebih ke daging flex, Big. Daging flex gitu. Halo, hopeless.
Lu main disco kayak ngebug bang Fis, setiap nyari TF gak muncul sama sekali, bahkan BCHL sampai muncul 2 kali tetap gak ada TF. Padahal gak ada yang megang TF, aneh banget, udah 3 kali ngitung gitu mulu setiap main disco. Nah ya udah jangan main dulu anjing, emang lagi bau udah. Emang kadang gamenya ngebug tuh anjing, disuruh udahan gitu tuh. Masa sampai 3 kali main kayak gitu cuma TF doang yang aneh. Cobain dah sampai 5 kali. Dapat piring cantik katanya. Bangsat deh, kali makan ramen gitu lapar tadi.
Pesan ramen juga nggak sih? Torikara oli.
Ya kan gua udah mesen kebab anjing.
Lu udah nyobain kur torikaranya Indomie?
Udah lah dari lama. Yang ini yang versi baru yang ada gambar HoloLens-nya.
Yang belum tahu gue, yang pedas yang ekstra pedas itu ya?
Sama aja sih kayaknya, cuman collab doang kayaknya.
Enak gak Kur?
Suka sih gue yang gue nggak suka itu yang rasa ini. Aduh, apa aja sih yang ramen mereka?
Torimiso, rasa takoyaki.
Nah, takoyaki sama torimiso yang kurang perkaranya. Gue coba yang takoyaki rasa jengkol aja.
Tapi memang aneh takoyaki rasanya.
Tapi orang yang paling favorit orang takoyaki aja pas awal rilis dulu. Makanya gue beli tuh, gue beli 2 tuh. Wih, takoyaki enak nih. Bau jengkol aja.
Di antara si torimiso nggak enak banget soalnya.
Krem.
Ya torimiso.
Krem.
Ada yang mau coba.
Regionals representative, and I know Necker is hoping for one, but unfortunately it's 0 for 8 on Crab Rave. Item payout component.
Torimiso yang gue suka.
Momen aman semua anjing.
Torimiso tuh yang
I guess decided against it. Didn't want to actually.
Bukan gamenya yang bug, lu yang bug bang, enggak coy, gamenya ngebug.
Ya torimiso gue suka, torikara juga. Berarti torikara gue yang belum nyoba, yang baru berarti torikara ya?
Iya baru torikara, makanya gue nanya lu belum nyobain gue.
Ya belum nyoba gue yang torikara.
Yang soyu ya enak soyu.
Nah ya soyu yang gue nggak suka.
Soyu tuh kita passing bukan sih?
Soyu
Yeah, that
takoyaki
is really
masih oke lah. Torimiso
Yeah,
I mean, for him, he's got to play a really risky line, and almost feels like he pretty much have to force hard seal because that's generally what's been winning. Maybe some sort of a rhythm reroll could do it if you do it from that right spot, but there's not
apa yang
tons
gua
that actually
bingung
been
lagi
getting
ada.
first place. You know,
Ya,
other than
yang
the
baru
80
tuh
flags,
iklan
like
dari
there have been
VTuber.
a couple high rolls,
Apa tuh,
but
Kur?
largely it's been the
Bingung
same
apa,
things
Kur?
that are getting that first place
Setahu
finishes.
gue
Yeah, it kind of
kan
leads
kalau
up to
kuah miso
just
itu
the
biasanya
legendary
bening ya.
flags,
Ternyata
really.
kalau di
That's
ramen
kind of
jadi
who
nggak
can
bening
afford
aja.
those lobby wins. So,
Jadinya
you know,
kayak
and
creamy
it's a
gitu kan.
contested line, so
Ya,
it's
jadi
not like you
creamy.
can kind of have that ability in the past.
Makanya
We've
gue
had
kira
lines that you
dulu
kind of
yang
just play, get
yang
tier
bening
3
itu gue
units.
kira
Duelist, I
miso.
think, is one that was popular for that, but that's not going to be the case here for
Bang,
Heartsteel.
kapan
But it's Mr.
nonton
Vegas
replay
that
lain
we
kan
just
turnamen
saw, and
tuh.
we'll be moving on to
Tapi miso soup
replay.
juga nggak
Who
terlalu
again had one
bening-bening
of the
amat
best
dah.
first days in regionals history, and unfortunately is
Miso
following that
soup.
up with a pretty rough day
Iya,
3.
miso
But it is
biasa
not
tuh
over.
kalau
Even though
di
9 points is not
adegan
enough
itu
to
ada
qualify in the
miso
standings
soup juga
replay,
nggak terlalu
is still alive in
Eh,
AVP. So just like
orang
Adele
gila
said,
mana
we
keluar
have to play a
disco
line that gets
anjing.
us first place. It is the
Lu yang
Well,
dari
the eyes
disco
are
nggak
on
pernah
him,
menang
right?
anjing.
Like, can he clutch this out? I mean, 2 first, it doesn't even guarantee that he gets the AVP spot. But
Wih,
puts him
enak
in
nih.
Tuh,
Korban nih.
I tahu
reasonable
disco
position to
banget
actually
coy.
steal that away. And
Iya
I think
sih.
Replay is a player that's capable of
Tuh
making
mau
that
bikin
happen. He's
gunblade,
time and
mau
time
bikin
again
sojin.
been a top player.
Tuh,
He-
Iron
Tuh,
Asset
he's gonna
udah
have
ada.
to
Ngetik
one.
uplink,
He
cuy.
can get first in the clutch
Gila,
scenario
disco
and tear
eh,
Tipper's
disco tuh
ally.
tuh.
He's gonna roll the dice and he finds the Senna.
Okay, that's actually huge because it's actually really
Anjing.
Mau kemana ini?
Itu
what this can allow you
naik
to do
level doang
is
dapat
basically
sena
push
anjing
levels
gue.
and still just get it guaranteed. You don't actually have to be
Ini kayaknya dia.
so I wonder how he's gonna play it. I've seen people take different
Kayaknya
approaches
sih
to
menurut
this.
gue ya dia
I'm
bakal
curious
low
on what
streak
your
terus
guys'
level
thoughts
2
is,
dapat
but
sena
I've seen people
headliner,
basically roll
kasih
some on
item,
6 and then
kelar.
continue pushing levels to
Wah,
get it
tapi
later.
satu
I've
kapan
seen
ya, masih
some
lama.
people, still roll down on 6 to actually get the 3-star earlier and just use the kind of copies that they get guaranteed to
Kindred
kind of
saya
get
belum
them
suka
there.
nggak, Kur? Apa
But
tuh?
it can be really interesting because some of the highest cap versions I've seen, of these kind of caretaker high rolls is where they're basically just rolling for the headliner on 6 or 7 and then pushing levels and getting that 3-star later, having a lot more gold, a lot more economy to B9, B8 quicker.
Yeah,
Cannot
I
relate,
like
bro.
playing around exactly that way, right? You just roll until you have a good
Cannot
amount of
relate.
options. I
Soalnya
usually like
ramen
to
yang
roll
gue
until I
suka
have
juga
enough
Torikara
copies that
sih.
leveling finishes it, or one away from that, right? And so usually, go on
Apalagi
6,
ada
roll down
gambar
for those
Oli
senas,
sama
and then you just
Kobonya, cuy.
level to
Bisa
7
dijilat
level
gitu
to
loh.
8 and get it done that way. Because
Bisa,
2-star
minyak.
senas are honestly
Yeah.
quite strong anyway.
kuah
And
Kobo
adding
tuh
more
berarti.
units to the board will still give you that kind of power level
Rasa
you need.
keringat
And then it'll
Kobo
cap
yang bilang
higher,
itu.
as you said, and he
Cybercon,
has to play for that first.
lo punya bapak
Especially when he
guys.
already has a good item on bench, right? Like he has a Shojin on bench, he has a rock,
Bayangin
like
itu
something
pas
like that
makan
if he
ini.
wants as well. So he's set up pretty well here. Also going to be interested to see, if that's pushing everyone else away from
Kenapa gue
contesting
bilang
because
bak
Rain
karena
has
pasti
been
udah ada
very
jaminan
hard
butuh HL
forcing
apalagi
Senna
kalau nggak ada yang
reroll
megang
a
sama
lot
sekali
of
gue
the
bilang
time,
bak
but
pun
you have to think,
karena
seeing
recallnya
that this
TTF
is a
HL sampai
caretaker
muncul
Senna
BCHL
that
doang kan
like that's
emang jelek mbak lagi
Yeah, I was thinking
bau
the same
aja
thing, Azale, when I
kalau
saw
dengan
that
teori
Senna
yang
sheet.
sama
You're
lu
Watching
beli
today, you're
tiap
thinking
hari
of
beli
Rain when you
tiket
see Senna,
lotre
and that just
nggak
means that
dapat
it's gonna
dapat
be
lu bilang
contested,
ngebak
and Rain
anjing
knows that from the first round.
emang
So
emang
now
emang
it
kalau
could be
suwe
easy
ya
for Rain
udah
to kind of
banget
push through
ikhlasin
and
tuh
maybe find another opportunity elsewhere. Pressed event
Pantesan
here,
pedas.
unfortunately
Oh
having a
iya,
good day,
pantes
but it would be
pedas sih.
awesome to pick up a win.
Pedas
Just feel
omongan
good
Kobo.
about it, but it's going up against Olaf right now. That Olaf
EECK.
should be doing just fine, especially with some of those items. But
Kalau aku sih nggak
Jinx is,
dapet
pushing a lot of health
TFHL dan
onto
maksa
someone
emang
else. Oh,
BCHL
actually, I
disco
was
aja.
wrong, especially with that
Emang nggak boleh
Sunfire.
maksa
That
main
health
disco
was
tuh soalnya
actually
ke level
pretty,
9
that Sunder
yang
took
dapat
away a
ya
lot of
pakai
health
udah
with that.
Kalau
I mean,
dapatnya
it's still
Ezreal ya
important for
udah
Preston,
pindah
right?
ke
There's still
Ezreal
money
sih.
on the line.
Iya,
This is
iya.
still regional finals, right? Like all these
Ezreal,
placements can still
Ezreal.
matter quite a bit, and he's not locked out of a decent placement. He's
Terus
just locked
Morello.
out of making that top 3 or getting that AVP spot. So, Preston's still a lot on the line here as we jump
Lebih
over
yakin, anjay.
to a replay. And he is
Jadinya
going to be
ke Kel
playing
aja
a
udah
Kenapa?
round
Lah, kenapa?
early
Hah?
Hail instead, even
Dia
though it's
level
not
4
his
masalah
chosen
dapet
side.
kill.
Beruntung
Gave me whiplash for a
banget
second. I was
ya
like, this
Jinura.
can't be re-replay's board, but of
Tadi
course,
dia
just an
mau
item carrier trying to use this in the early game to
Udah.
stabilize. As
Gimana
we
orang level
continue
4 dapet
on.
headliner
And,
kill?
Rain may contest this comp, but the thing that we saw Rain using this for was consistent top
Itu
4s. Not
masuk
really
ambil
playing for
genar nggak
first.
sih bang?
And Replay needing that first. Zale, I'm actually curious. How do you feel about the
Masih
comp,
pakai
the
bang?
caps of the Senna board? I know this would be the way to cap it because you can push
Yeah.
levels earlier.
Tahu,
But do you think
hai.
that it has still
Rain
good first place
turu.
potential, or do you think this is going to be like a really big uphill battle?
Asik mending
I
makan
think it's
aja.
Nah,
probably still a pretty
Rain.
big uphill battle, but we
Main
have
apa
to
nih,
kind of go
Rain?
around and see what other people are playing. Because I
Yeah.
Nggak
haven't
mungkin
actually
dong
noticed
Rain
any
main
Heartsteel
Adeflex,
starts
bukan
this
Rain
game,
banget
and in
dong.
most of the lobbies, there's been one, if not
Disco
two
sih.
people getting Heartsteel on 2-1, it feels like. Like, there's been a crazy amount of Heartsteel players. So if there's not any Heartsteel players, I think, with caretakers, with this, being able to actually get it pretty darn early,
Nah, padahal
guaranteed,
kursorku di luar.
I think that you do have a chance to be able to actually play for that first place.
Well, we haven't seen Weird's board yet, and I think he's had Heartsteel every single
Kemarin
game.
timnya ada yang main disco malah nggak pakai TF
We'll see.
makanya
If
jig
there's a
bug
Heartsteel
level
board, it's
10 nah
probably
iya
over with Weird.
disco tuh bug
He seems
mahal
very
anjing
hero of this
ngehitnya
game,
harus
so
yang
we'll see.
mahal-mahal
I mean, that
baru
could be
menang
anything,
kalau
but a
nggak
lot of
ngehit
times
ya
blue buff
gonek
for the
tai.
Ezreal is kind of what is
Lu
looked
ngambil
for
rot
with
lagi.
those tier pickups.
Gunblade ya.
All right, let's see where that's going to be going. We're seeing everyone else on this first carousel. This is going to be the first kind of instinct of direction that we're going to see
Kalau
for
replay
these
ini
players. And we've
bikin
been able to see all
Rabadon
8
berarti
players
dia
in
masih mau
every
main
single
Senna.
lobby, and it's been really interesting seeing the ebb and flow of win rerolls going, who's been able to flex between different
Kalau
does
nggak,
have
positions.
aduh ini udah
And Weird
Disco,
does
semua
have
orang
Heartsteel.
nyekin disco, Cok.
How does he do it?
Yeah, I know, right? Like, there's got to be some like
Jahat,
deal, like a
kan?
Faustian like deal or something
He
like
sold
that.
his soul to Mortdog. Like, this is
Match terakhir ya,
actually
Pur.
insane.
Masih satu
He
lagi.
literally
dikit.
Satu lagi.
Itu ada tergantung poinnya nanti sih. Kalau emang nggak bisa dikejar lagi berarti
Because
udah.
it feels like probably
Masa
at least
gitu, nggak ada
4 of the
peraturan gitu,
6
anjir?
games, or like if he's had it at this
Gak tau
point.
deh. Soalnya pas di Open Vegas kemarin cepat gitu
I
kan.
want to say like
Enggak, yang ini kan
itu 8
emang
game
6
sih Las Vegas.
Ini kan 6 game.
And the item
Dari
slice as
awal
well,
udah
right? Like he's
dibilang
already
6
got
game.
blue buff IE. Like this is really good. I mean, the morale
Nggak
is
bisa
also quite
gitu.
good.
Misalnya
But
udah
just the
pasti
fact
menang
that
gitu, udah
it's
nggak
like
bisa
the
dikejar
two
lagi.
perfect Ezreal items.
Masih
They can
jelas
flex
sih
onto
soalnya
Zed if
Soalnya
they
ini
need to,
qualifier
but,
tuh,
you know, if
bukan
he finds
bukan
that
final
early
yang dapat
Ezreal,
duit tuh nggak sih?
Weir's in a really strong position
Oh,
to
iya,
play
dia
this
pasti
Ini
game.
qualifier
This is the
soalnya.
composition we've seen do it time and time again.
And he has quite a few points, right? He's not that far
Anjing,
back
penuh lagi,
of that
Cak.
#1 spot right now. So it is definitely within striking distance for him.
Apa nama
He's 7 points
finalnya
behind
nanti?
Malala, but if you're able to play for a first here, hey, who knows? Like, you could be taking the whole thing home in that final game, because Weird is one of those players we've seen get some first place. He plays those risky lines, just going to get a opponent from this one. Cash out, not raising the stakes. So playing it a little bit more conservatively this time.
It's funny because with Weird, you're like, you know, usually this would happen, but we have proof is in the pudding with Weird. That sometimes does not matter. Weird's going to play Weird's game as we're moving back on over. We've got a nice little hat and a rage blade on the tail now.
Yeah, he's setting up the items just for the Senna.
Iya, kayaknya dia mas sengaja sih ini.
Actually swaps out to keep his loss streak. I wonder if
kalau
he,
kalah,
yeah,
gue
he
nggak akan
does have
membiarkan
Weird
Ren.
in his pool. And he did recognize that Weird had just made himself weaker. So this is good scouting from Replay
Yang
to
lagi
weaken the
unggul
board and
siapa?
ensure that he can keep the
Nggak
loss
tahu,
streak
udah
into
lupa
Krug.
And I guess the question to me is, do you actually sell the Kale to make interest, right? Or do you sell just the Mord and the Lilia on the right side of your board? Instead, he's going to actually just hold everything. So it's kind of interesting. You're going 5 loss, but you're not making interest here. It feels a little bit strange, because if you're going to prioritize loss streak just gives you gold, but also selling your units on your bench also gives you more gold, makes you hit those interest marks. So we'll see what Replay is going to be doing, if he's going to be, you know, rolling a little bit heavy on 6 to try to get that Senna headliner, then go from there. Also a little bit surprised, because I feel like when you hit Caretaker Senna, you're committed to the Senna line regardless of what else happens. So I would have just expected him to slam a Shojin, but I guess he's okay with the full loss streak. I just feel like he maybe was kind of taking more damage than he needed to.
Yeah, I guess the thought is just like the front line is so weak that he can't win anyway, but I do agree with you, right? Like, you're definitely taking more damage than you need to. That last loss, it makes sense, because he recognized that Weird had heavily weakened his board, so he's like trying to guarantee it. But the rest of the stage, I think reasonably Replay could have saved some more HP than he did, because 72 is very, very low, considering he has these slammable backline items. And since his front line's so weak anyway, you just make your backliner strong, because you're gonna lose because you have no front line.
Yeah, and you're gonna want Shojin for the Senna regardless, generally, right? So I don't know, it's interesting. He also, I mean, 72 HP is pretty low. It's like almost close to like open fort style.
Yeah, I guess the only thing is Senna's, I'm pretty sure Senna's super fan item is Shojin, so you actually
am I confused?
need to slam. I think you usually
Ini
build
nggak main
that as
XC
one
dong.
cap.
Masa main
Yeah, right. I'm
XC,
thinking of
Rio, kan?
Seraphine as the death cap item.
Yeah, but I mean, it's possible it still could have been a slam. I think I'm
Oh,
not sure
apakah dia
exactly
menyimpan
what the Shojin
strategi
sword are
XC
gonna end up
untuk
wanting to
di
be. I guess
di
it's your
akhir-akhir,
secondary
cuy.
item for like an Ari, if you have that later, is
tahu
a
dia
potential
ntar di
addition to
sini
the board.
dapetin teror dia.
All right, Dish Sub seems pretty locked into an AP line based on these items. 3 large rods to
Apa tadi
start the
ini?
game. That is pretty. That, you know, some people would
Portal.
consider that a little bit of a rough start, but Dish Sub of all people can probably bring that to something that will bring him a top 4. Dish Sub did pretty well in that, you know, a couple lobbies ago. Has put himself in a position to
Yang regen saya
qualify.
isinya
It's
nguyen
all
semua,
about
nggak ada
not
Indonesiannya.
bottoming out right now.
Iya, nggak ada.
Kiyun in a very
SG
similar
ada.
position, and 8th place from either of them opens the whole thing up to where the last lobby might decide. You know, 3 out of the 4 remaining spots
Remember
to get to this
Euro?
next augment.
It's a really spicy spot from Dish.
from
as well,
Poland.
'cause he's playing Caretaker's Chosen. He has 6
Mau main
twitches
Qatari.
and then a bunch of AP items, so he's just using it for
Kenapa
tempo, and he's
Mau main apa
been able to
nih
100 streak
Lala
with it the entire time.
Anjing.
Malala's actually rolling here on 6.
Oke, jadinya main.
Wasn't 30 gold.
Jadinya main
Masa.
pegangan.
Win streak
Main
with those rolls.
pegangan.
Ends up hitting the Urgot pretty quickly, which is going to feel pretty good.
Pegang
Because that
dulu nggak
could
dosa.
not really any AD items for you.
Nanti kita reroll lagi cuy di
So
4-1
that ends
gitu.
up working out pretty well for him, but it is interesting. It felt like a little bit of a riskier time to roll to me, because he was pretty low on money and he doesn't actually have a streak. So he has quite an expensive board now, and I feel like from this point you kind of need to get some wins going to rebuild your economy.
No pressure as
pretty
well.
broke.
There's a remover. Last time we saw Malala with the remover, it was a very interesting scenario. Yeah, exactly. You know, I'm just going to consider that asserting some dominance, right?
Bang,
From
izin
Malala. I
masak
don't need
mie.
these removers. I'm going to put the
Oke.
items on the same people anyway. But it's going to be obviously more strategic
Tumben
going
bang
through.
nggak
That was a one-off
sengantuk
event. This
kemarin.
Urgot should be doing just fine.
Ini
So Jake's
ngantuk
trying his
kan.
best to get through some
Ini
of
gua
these
tepak
units, but
kan.
doesn't have
Udah
enough
mulai
damage to
pilek-pilek
win
lagi
for
guys.
sure.
Beres ini
All right,
cukup
well, I mean, the
brutal
strength of
kan.
this board is
Bangun-bangun
definitely
nggak
good,
tahu.
right? Having the super fan does
2025 kayak
allow
bangun.
it to be a very flexible roll down, where if he finds any strong carry, then he's going to actually have a good item for it. And we do know how strong Urgot is on stage 3, right? Like one of the best units to have at this point. So Malala has put together a board that should be able to help stabilize the stage 3, stabilize the mid game, and then allow him to look for level 7 or level 8 cooldown. And I think this is solid, especially because Malala just needs to play like really good safe TFT in order to kind of lock in a world spot, and this is very good safe TFT.
Yeah, and I think you nailed it right there.
Well,
I think that's probably why he is willing to roll a little bit lower to kind of really preserve HP. He just wants to make sure he's not going out, in those early slots. He knows he has a lot of points. Just needs to make sure he's just kind of maintaining those kind of middle of the pack positions. Because if he gets a couple fourths, couple fifths, he's probably straight through based on the position he's already in. Kyun here also in a pretty good spot. He is on a 5 streak. Would love to keep that alive, and is going to do so pretty comfortably against Degree. And Dishop just lost his streak, so that's actually pretty big. So Kyun can be very rich right now. Kyun sitting on 94 health, has Spoils of War, quite a lot of gold, and is on that 6 streak, so in a pretty damn good spot.
Ada sepatu lah tuh, Red pasti ngambil cuy, nggak mungkin nggak cuy. Ih, Sena.
Of the lobby, the first place they had a 16 or 17 round win streak at one point in time. Definitely showing up. I think maybe return to form was the description that we had for Kiyun, but really the form has been returned here because it's been a really great last day for Kiyun. Got his first win of all of regionals, but as Cass you've said, has a pretty great first place set for the rest of the set as well. But really curious to see what's going on with Dish Soap too, based on that last loss. It's going to be weird because we've got a cash out. It's 80. Let's see what's going to happen.
Yeah, okay. So Weird is going to be looking for this. Just ends up getting the Thieves Gloves, which is a really good cash out. Every time you're in that kind of bracket, it's kind of the best one that you want to get. Just want to quickly touch on Kiyun a little bit more, though. The fact is he's on a big redemption arc from set 9, right? He had this very close ability to get to regionals. He had a really solid set, and then in the very last tournament, he kind of had a rough performance, and he barely missed out. He was like the next person in line to get to regionals. So the fact that he made it in quite handedly here, number 1 on qualifying points, and he's in a very prime position to make the championship. And just the fact that Kiyun's returned to this kind of top player that he used to be, but he's never kind of hit even this level of dominance in a set. To see this is just really outstanding.
Itu
main dikit tuh.
Wih, dapat apa tuh? Wih,
did get the 7. He did get that Urgot upgraded to level 2 as well, so going to be able to maintain the streak for now. Something else we didn't touch on is I believe it's item payout as the portal, which is part of the reason that Buried Treasures is so prevalent in this portal. It's obviously very strong. It also makes Heartseal even better because when you're getting those components, you're also getting additional gold for every item that you're slamming. So any kind of item generation type augments that you can get, or traits that you can get, are going to be really, really beneficial.
All right, we're only 2 Senas away to be able to get so it's double contested. So this could be bad news for both of them.
Well, it's not for me.
And then dikasih tahu tadi, I'm back to my comfort zone.
Look at the items.
Comfort zone YouTuber Winggrip ini, Cok.
It's GS and Morellos.
Yeah, you're missing the Shojin Slam.
YouTuber Winggrip dia, coy. Mana Shona doang anjing.
He doesn't have super fans. She doesn't have super fans. So that is like actually a slam Shojin. So I guess the GS or something later. I mean, either way, if this is Seraphine, it's a horrible spot still. You only have 2 Seraphines.
Ini juga lagi what's going to go on for Rain. Rain has really been pushing those reroll comps. Started out really well, forcing Seraphine, then switched over to Disco. Had a pretty rough game.
Ada yang beneran main.
Get past the top 4 on that one, and before Senna in our last
kenapa
lobby,
dapatnya
like
Kaisa bang?
Senna is finally sold, and we got to pick them all up.
Gak mungkin dong main last reroll.
Yeah, I mean, she's just heavily rolling down for Seraphine, trying to get that board going. I don't know how much she'll roll here. I think, like, recognizing, as Azael said, the spot doesn't feel incredible now. Like, HP values, she's still kind of high. Right? It is tied with, 3, basically 4 people. So she definitely has to get strong relatively quick, but I'm wondering how much she will read if she just takes Econ here and heavily roll down to 4-1, or if she's gonna sack a couple of rounds or a round or 2.
Lagi,
Liatin bang, kita lagi ngeliat orang roll bang. Iya, dapatnya spell waiver.
Ambil. Nice.
For replay.
Lagi bang. Terus bang. Nah.
Wow. She's actually I thought she was going to sit on that headliner and be able to stabilize a little bit, but she is rolling pretty heavy. She's only 2 off.
aja bang. Oh enggak ternyata.
Will she continue to roll more? She
Mana
will.
bang.
She really wants lead upgrades.
Ini ngerol lupa ngelihat board orang.
Yeah, she wants to get, that lock-in on somebody else.
Nggak
To
ada,
utilize
udah.
it instead of the Kaisa, who's
Mana
just really
ya?
giving ult charge at this point to a couple of frontliners. Oh, but we're
Sampai
going to
nol
use those
alin,
bounce out
jarang
of the
yang
way,
nol
so they weren't able
alin.
to burst
Lo
her
kalau
down
udah
immediately
ngerol kayak
into
gini
this
sampai
fight. But
nol
see, the
udah nggak
Seraphim's
akan
going to be
balik
able to
lagi
take
ke
a
game
round now
ini
that
kalau
we've
nggak
gotten
hit.
it upgraded. We have the items on her, the Urgot is coming through, and she just
42
needs a
nih,
little
harus
bit more
42 nih.
time for sure.
Yes,
Yeah, I
silver
mean,
spoils.
Kyun
Meta
exactly
banget ya
spoils, and
Senare
he
kalau
just
di
went to,
turn
he
pasti
just went to
rebutan
zero
mulu
basically
Senare
to
kalau
level to
di
8
ranked
and keep
pasti
that streak
berebut main
alive.
Angel
So
Guys.
not
Enggak.
a good time for
Eta
Rain to
rerollnya
run into
bebas.
Kyun, who's just maintaining the
Pilihannya
streak,
banyak,
playing for
ada
spoils
Sena,
and
ada
Cast.
Kyle,
And
ada
unfortunate for Rain to
Serapin,
actually hit him right in that moment
ada
because Rain
Lulu,
was
banyak
on, I want to say, a
reroll,
3
Cok.
streak. So he would love to actually keep
Tujuannya
those wins
simple,
going,
biar
use
nggak
that to try to
berebutan
rebuild
sama
the
yang main
economy a little
Ezreal
bit.
anjing.
I really want to see replay's board as well, though, as we're going to check in on
Pegang
him.
siapa,
Pagi,
Bang?
I'm
pagi.
expecting that he's not continuing to roll, and
Nggak
that
ada
he's just going to
sih,
be
cuy.
pushing levels
Udah
from
lama.
that point because he's only
Aksan,
one off.
Aksan
So
Nasus
he'll
coy.
get it
Enggak
guaranteed
itu
when he does
tidak.
get 8.
Nah,
So there is
tinggal
that
naik level doang dia nggak usah
Senna
ngerol.
3 that he was looking for. And because he actually has, the upgraded Echo as well, he's probably
Aksan
feeling
Nasus,
reasonably
it's
good
good.
about his position.
Aksan
It is going to be the
Nasus.
true
Menjauh,
damage
kenapa?
Senna, which
Yang kalau
I
naik
feel like
level
can
dapat unit cost
potentially
2.
cap out higher. A lot of people do kind of like the rapid fire one
Oh,
though,
gua kira
because then you
itu
have to actually put in
yang
something
ngasih
like an Aphelios
item
to
ini.
actually get
Yang paling
that.
kiri.
Yang augment
value.
silver ya.
Iya.
Yeah, and what I do like is for his third augment choice, he got
Bah,
Magic
Kyle,
Wand, which
cuy.
Rod actually gave him the ability to
Milili,
get cred by
cuy.
slamming that Ionic, and I think that like being able to set up the Ionic, everyone wrapping
gua
around
tadi
Echo
bilang
and getting
tiga
the big damage is huge for his
Bilang dia.
tempo, and I think saving a lot of HP here so
Serapinnya ada
that
di
all
Lala
he
yang
can do is,
dipegangin,
like,
Cok,
keep
kain
pushing
gua.
levels, try and go 9, try and go 10. Those are the ways that you can actually fully cap out, is with the legendaries that end up supporting
Yeah.
the board.
Oke, gue 3 tiba-tiba
Bang,
tuh.
Agree
Bikin
spot.
KDA
Agree with
banget
the
ya.
Urgot
Masih
3
ada
here,
duplikator
but
lagi,
it's
dua
not like a
biji.
submit to the
Anjing.
pit. It's basically this kind of like country mosher hybrid
Tapi itu
with
too
somewhat
strong anjing,
weird
kayak too
items
strong
and
banget.
not going to be able to take
Oh.
the win. And Degree is broke, and Degree needs points. He's at 18 points, so he is in that kind of that mix. But you cannot afford to go 8th here. An 8th
Gue
here
jarang
likely
banget kalau
knocks you
ketemu
out of the
sama
running. So
Senare
Degree
kalau
really
Ezreal
needs to fight for
ampun
all those
sampai muak.
placements. And it
Emang
is not
banyak
really
kalau
in the
di
best
SG
spot
mah.
to do it. Whereas Malala
Cuma kalau di
checking
rank
into
gua
this
udah
board
pada
again, in a
main
pretty
dengan
good
gold
Rizky
spot.
apa
juga.
yang ambil
Is at
duplikator,
7,
Cok?
has a really nicely upgraded board. Still does need 3 more KLs, but everything else except the Kennen is upgraded on the board, and he went 7. It's not like he's rolling to 0 at 6. 38 gold
Ngehit,
at level
tapi
7.
masih kalah
Feeling
aja.
pretty good, I think, about
Dikira
his
nggak ngehit.
position.
Ini game 5 kan iya.
Yeah, just
game 5.
overall position in the whole
Dikira
tournament,
nggak
right? Malala
ngehit.
doesn't have to do anything crazy, right? If it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So just play something you know is going to hit, and something that you know you can drive and play really well, and this is going to be what happens. Remember, a 4th, I think, locks him in, so that's going to be part of this competition, and a 5th here means that this next lobby, I think,
Wah,
means that he just needs
goodbye
the
nih sama
top 7,
Popin.
right? So it's just setting himself up for an obscene amount of success, not just for today, but in the entire set so far. As the Poppy does get into the back
tapi
line, it makes
depannya
things
nggak
a little bit
mati-mati aja.
interesting. Is this Poppy going to do what
Poppy
Poppy
nggak
does?
mati-mati,
There's enough
anjing.
damage for the
She's
Poppy
moshing.
to bring
Iya
through
sih.
this, bring the round to the Poppy
Oh,
with the
dang.
hold, and it
What?
doesn't
Oh, nggak
happen.
mati situ.
But it's going to be the Mordekaiser
Eh,
instead.
eh,
The ult goes through. Thrilling round, to be honest with y'all.
But like Malala's spot is also just so good because
Bintang
we've
3
talked
tuh udah
about
mantep
how
tadi.
stable even just Kale 2 can be in stage 4.
Yeah.
And he's on 6 Kale, so reasonably like
Nah,
by
ntar lagi
stage
gua mau
5,
ambil
I
kebab
feel like
gua
pretty
dulu.
early in stage 5 he can hit the Kale 3.
Sip, makan.
And that, while it feels very late for a 2-cost reroll, and it is very late for a 2-cost reroll, is still reasonable for Malala to try and play for like a 5th or a 4th with that composition.
Well, and again, I mean, I think the context matters so much that it's not like he's level 6-0, right? Like he's level
Bentar, Gifu itu
740,
kapan nih
right?
terakhirnya
So
ya?
he still has
31.
lots of ult to
Hari ini
roll.
kah?
He's not rolling
Oh,
low.
31.
He's
Yang
keeping his
Prancis itu.
economy high. He leveled
tanggal
before
1
he's
terakhir kan
rolling,
ini
so
Februari.
Oh iya,
still a
tanggal
really good chance
1,
to hit
ding.
it. Over here on Rain's
Februari
board,
sampai tanggal
she
29
is
doang.
level
Bener
6-0,
juga ya.
one off the Seraphine, desperately needs to be able to hit it here.
Bukannya
We'll see
30.
if she's going to be able to do it.
Oh.
Finds another Senna, which isn't going to be very helpful.
Bang,
There's
satu
an
lagi,
Ari,
Bang.
nice, but
Kiren
it's
tadi
like,
ngehold
you don't really have the gold, so you're gonna have to sell off all your extra copies. Still does not find it, and Rain in a horrible spot again. One of these players that's in the mix, but desperately needs points from this game. She's really on the
Level
low end of
masih
the middle of the
6,
pack,
udah
basically,
45,
where she needs a
Serapin
good
belum
placement,
jadi.
and chances are really running out for her to find
Aduh,
that.
Nico masih
this
bintang
feels like
Lah,
1.
ya sebenarnya juga sama tuh. Pas dia lihat kan anjing. Saya apin gua di sebelah
I don't know how
ketut
he
gitu.
she can win this, but at least she will not take very much
Pinjam
damage
dulu
over
bang
this one.
anjing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, we'll see how fast that she can get through the Mordekaiser. It's really all down to that. that. but not getting a lot of value from the AoE of this Seraphine, unfortunately, and the
Heron terakhir Ren ini.
That's going to be another loss for Rain. 8 HP, no gold, level 6 on
kamu main
a stage
Sena
5
aja sama
just about,
Kale.
so
Asulah
pretty
nggak
brutal.
ngehit bukan, Asulah dipegangan.
It's gonna be the pack. Would have loved that.
Dapat juga.
Yeah, it would have been nice to have on that last one. Maybe
sih.
we would have more HP.
Terus kakak
but
ngapain
part of
gitu?
this, part of reroll
Pakai Seraphine ku bintang 3 terus apa aja?
and this
Yeah.
is where other
Nggak bisa
comps are already
apa-apa
starting to
aja.
get better.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a risk,
We'll see
right?
if she can live like a couple extra fights because Degree is also really weak. So even holding on
Cak
for a
maju
7th
di
here
pelangi,
is pretty
buset dah.
impactful as far
Nggak
as these scores
ikut-ikutan
go
gua, nggak ikut-ikutan
across this,
anjing.
especially since Rain still in a pretty good AVP spot. But yeah, 7th even then is still incredibly tough to overcome.
Exactly, because if you get a 7th, you're only at 19 going into the last game, and it's top 3 that move on points, right? So I don't think that's going to be
Kalau ini
enough.
kayaknya dia bisa menang nih.
I feel like because even a 7th that puts you at 19, then a first
Bisa.
puts you at 27. That's not going to be
Poppy-nya
enough for a
masih bisa
top 3,
dibunuh.
right?
Oh,
So
you'll feel good
basically,
about it for sure.
you gotta do something more. But this Poppy getting back towards that back
Nggak jadi,
line,
nggak jadi.
Iya.
not
Jadi,
going to probably be
jadi.
enough. We'll see if the
Akalinya
Seraphine
mati dulu.
is
bisa.
not
Ya,
looking
ngekill lagi.
just like it.
Akhirnya mati
Elios
duluan,
is going to
anjing.
cast, and that's going to do
Akhirnya
it.
mati
Rain
duluan,
is
tolong.
out in 8th.
Bye Rain.
Dadah.
Likely down the drain.
Back to comfort zone.
Oof, man, Mort Dog's
Oh, dude.
favorite unfortunately has
Waduh.
the 8th
Apa
place.
nih,
But
anjing?
Lana
Ini
is
fake
strong.
apa, anjing?
Started off with the second, but that
Kalau
goes to prove
tiganya
how
itu
good
nambah
everyone
damage
is
habis
in this
dia megang
North
rot
American
anjing.
This board
regional.
is insane.
How do you get 2
Enam,
for
Cok.
6 large rods? 6
I mean,
large rods.
That is more dog
Sakit ini
hating you.
Vexnya.
I'm gonna be real. Like,
Wih bener main
like,
XC
what did
cuy.
you-
Wah
what did you
gokil ini
do
kalau
to
bintang
the
3
TFT
meledak-ledak deh.
developers to make them
karma.
punish you? Like, this is crazy.
And then you end up with
Gimana masa depan AOV goblok.
6 rods.
Well, and the worst part is now there's actually like you would love to have red buff Shojin like preferably, right? Like you'd actually way rather have those on there on your Vex.
Aduh,
Does have
Vexnya sih masih bintang 2
6
ya.
Vexes, does have the Twitch 3, so it's like this weird executioner board, but you have so little mana generation for this
Ini
Vex
strategi
that
yang
is just
disiapkan
never
untuk
really
di
going to be
match-match terakhir
casting.
nih sama dia nih.
A couple off the Pantheon 3 as
Ren
well, but
kuda
it's not the
hitam
one holding
NA.
items.
Maksudnya apa tuh kuda hitam?
It's not like the worst board, but the items just suck.
I guess with Emo, you get generation for like 1 or 2 casts a fight, and when
Yeah.
this is a Vex 3 with Executioner, those casts will be
Nah, ini sih ini Vex 2 biji.
massive, right? Like it's gonna kill like everything it touches with 3 death caps.
Yeah, when it ults that Alawi tentacle, it's gonna feel really good.
It's gonna feel so.
Tas.
That
Wah,
allows
nice
tentacle
Sena dulu
will
nih.
think twice before respawning. I'll tell you that.
Wah, meninggoy dia.
It's gonna have some trauma when it comes back in the
Masa
next
depan
round,
buat
right?
bishop tuh, jadi
That's just way too many hats for one head, you know what I mean? But it's able to do it. I mean, it's pretty much gonna nuke whoever is gonna hit it. But like Azale said, it could just
Gue
be
suka
one
ini
unit,
deh,
it
Kur.
could be
Misalkan
the entire
kan
front line,
nyari
and we have the Twitch
unit
to
gue
back
di
it
orang
up.
lain
But
nih,
you know,
orang
to
itu
get
mati nih,
caretakers
tapi
with
nggak
Twitch, like you
kayak
said,
nggak
guys, I
langsung
think it's
masuk ke
worth
dalam
reevaluating that. That is a pretty
gitu
rough
deh.
spot to
Full
be
full
in
deh. Mungkin nunggu
general
setoran
with those
kali.
items. It's really,
Oh,
really
satu
nice to
orang ya?
see him play with what he's got.
Mungkin sih.
And we can see Malala
Wah,
now did roll to 0.
akhirnya,
Okay,
Cok,
thankfully
Cok.
does hit for
Penuh
his sake. He's going to be able to
perjuangan.
find that kill
Tiga
3.
juga.
Only 1 off Mord 3. That is the really big thing here. You know, again, he's rolling on 7, has way better odds for that Mord because he's rolling
Mordenya,
on
Cok.
7. So
Bisa win nih.
only 1 off. If he can hit that, like this could be
Wah, itu lagi
potential
Mordenya.
for that
Susah
first
tapi
place
nyarinya nih,
run. Like
Mordenya.
you can
Hitam
sometimes get some
underdog.
really
Oh,
strong
underdog.
stuff going.
And it should definitely be top 4, right? If he hits the Mord. Like that composition, if it bought 4s, feels
pukul
crazy.
Mordenya
It feels like
ke
people
belakang
have found really good stuff where you just hit it so late that it didn't
Nggak
matter
bakal bisa
anymore.
mati
But
tuh Mordenya
we've just
kalau
seen the
udah 3
power
nanti,
of this
Cok.
Mordekaiser, and
Iya
even
tuh,
at
sekarang
E-Star,
aja
it's
tuh
so
udah
incredibly
sulit dibunuh
powerful.
tuh.
So if this E-Stars Malala, as you said, he can make a run for first place, but pretty much will lock his world spot if he can find this one unit.
And I think the lobby is actually really weak. Like I don't think this is a strong lobby whatsoever. So you know when you're comparing to the average strength of a lot of these other games, you're not playing these insane boards. Like people have very average boards across the table. So I think if you get Mord 3, like you could absolutely be playing for first.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think we've had lobbies where at like 3, 5, 4 reroll comps all hit.
Yeah.
Right? And that's kind of what we were messing with. But in this particular situation, I think today's lobbies have overall been actually a little bit slower than they had been over the weekend. Maybe people being a
Ini
little bit
sanggup
more
menang kan nih
intentional
board kayak
with
begini?
their choices, making less mistakes, or not being willing to push
Nggak ada
faster
apa-apa,
and
Cok,
come a little
boardnya,
out
anjir.
of their comfort zone like maybe they were when there are more people remaining and a little bit less on the line, I suppose. But this is going to be a pretty good win, it looks like, for Prestivan, as he's got a lot of beef and some true damage there too.
Yeah. I mean, there's also just the straight up just the variance of like, are you hitting or not? You know, one game to the next. Like Kyun,
Pas
This
8
is the
bagus.
most frustrating part of TFT
Kalau
for
nggak
me
jadi
when I
dia,
have a
Han.
board like that.
Wah,
He has a pair of
anjing!
Poppies, a pair of Akali's, a
Wah, dapat
pair of
kill.
Kianas, a pair of Yoriks, a pair of
Wah, pentakil
Ezreals,
sih.
and there might have even been another pair
Milala.
that I didn't actually call
Milala
out.
Iya, tadi dia
But
main-
he just didn't hit any of
kill.
it, right? Like he's holding everything, has 2 of
Nggak
everything,
langsung dia.
doesn't hit.
Nggak
And
doyan
that's
deh.
one of those situations where you can be insanely close to being the
pasti.
strongest board in the
Aduh.
league, but you're actually the weakest because you're not upgrading anything.
Yeah, we saw here there was an emo emblem on the
Keyword
carousel.
tadi dia
and
main
that
apa?
would've been
Oh, yang main-
insane for
oh, iya,
Dish,
iya.
but Weird actually
Dia main
recognizing
Vex
it,
ya?
taking it away from Dish.
Wah,
The fact that
anjir,
you could get
disupport
4
banget sama
emo with
Rito,
the
coy.
triple death cap Vex is
Diambil
actually
tapi
very
anjing
strong.
nggak
Like, that
dapet
is
deh.
actually a way to generate the mana on the Vex, get multiple
Oh,
caps.
bukan yang ngambil
actually
barusan.
pull
Bukan.
some
Yang
power
ambil
out
main
of there.
Poppy
So
kayaknya.
Dish really wanting that.
Di
Gets
Forsen
denied
kan
by
yang ngambil.
Weird, and so he's not
Iya,
going to
ada.
have that. As we
Yang
take a
main
look
Vex kan
here,
si Dishop.
Kan itu wear.
Replay and Kiyun
Disop yang
on
main
2
emo.
sides of this.
Main
Kiyun
Vex.
needs to stay alive because he's
Oh,
in
iya,
one of the
bisa
best
dia main.
chances
Lupa.
to make that top 3, whereas Replay needs to stay alive for that first place, and he's found a
Dia
true damage
pelit banget,
emblem
gue tinggal
here
1 lawan
for
jadi
the
3
Kings.
udah gue jabur kagak
And he's
dikasih. Ya,
Yeah, the
seperti
comp is
itulah,
pretty,
yang penting
it's
berusaha
looking pretty
dulu.
good, but we're going to go over to Kiyun instead as we have that York in the front that's going to try its best to get its cast off. It did, so we are going to have some minions
Goodbye,
coming
Kiyun,
through,
mah, melawan
and
kayak
Kane
begitu.
coming up from spoils. It's all about the Senna. The Senna can bring this back, especially with that ult, especially with that Giant Slayer, and is Kiyun going to survive?
Last time,
Yes,
Joy.
he will with 1 HP.
I mean, again, Kiyun has just been so unlucky on these rolls. Like, look at all these pairs. It's just ridiculous. Like, he's even sold off the pair of Ezreals to try to hit other things. He has a pair of Akali still, pair of Kianas, pair of Alawis, pair of Yoriks. Like, he has so many
Dia
outs
juga
that he
ya.
can
Dia
actually
main-
upgrade some of these. They're
Dia main
finding
patch
a couple
baru itu,
upgrades.
Cok, nggak pakai
He
headphone
did get the
anjing.
Poppy 2. He
Nggak
did
punya
get the
anjing, nggak
Akali
bisa
2,
siapa-siapa
selling
nih.
off a lot of his
Gila,
extra
dia
units
kesel
here
banget itu nggak
to
hoki
try
banget.
to find
Akhirnya,
these upgrades,
tapi
to fight these
EDM
extra
pula.
placements
Nggak
to
ada.
actually sell off
Aduh.
even more units, even selling off
Kita paksa
what looked
ambil.
like. Yeah, so he
tiga sih
now
kalau
has
misalkan
double
bisa ya.
Zeds.
Katanya tiga
But
nggak
has
terlalu kuat.
the Olaf and Olaf won.
Tuh,
Unfortunately,
udah.
instead of I don't know if he needed that for
Udah,
kill or
Goodbye ini
if
mah.
that was an
Nggak
accident.
nggak ngapa-ngapain pula.
AFK lagi tuh di balik tentakel.
Matter that extra HP on our front line just from getting that Olaf in, it could be a difference maker. So far, that
Kasian,
Zed is
anjing.
doing a lot of work on the set, but where's it going to go after? Doesn't go to
Ternyata
the back end
Rabadon,
to the
anjing.
Ezreal. It goes back to the
Panik
other
claim.
frontliner, and so it looks like
Sian,
Baik,
Cok, anjing.
Jun.
Ada
this
orang,
lobby
Cok,
is not even go as
anjing.
well as his previous ones. But
Sampai 3
It's not
gitu
a big
aja
place.
item tadi.
Yeah,
No.
all
Minta dari
along the other
ini.
side, right?
Kali
Taking
unit
down
tuh
the
dia.
replay with the Kale.
Sedih,
Kiyun
sedih,
falls
ya.
down in 6th. I think
Baik,
it's still doable
Kiyun.
for Kiyun, right? He's going to be at
Gini
25
rasanya
points
ngeliatin
going
orang
in.
main TFT
Definitely
nggak
going to
ngehit
need
ya,
a big
anjing.
placement,
Seru
but
kan,
certainly within
anjing?
striking distance of earning world championship slot. But
Betul,
Replay
betul,
is
betul.
down
Damage-nya
to
5 nih.
one
Kurang
last
siapa nih,
life.
Yasuo ya?
He needs to
Mhm.
survive for
Enggak,
it
itu.
first,
Oh, iya.
and there's not a
Catherine
ton
deh.
of room for him to cap with only
Oh,
being on
katanya
3
di
gold.
ini.
He's level
Mau
9.
diganti,
He has the
kan?
true
Jual
damage
aja,
level.
ganti-
He
ganti
just can't quite
kemasin.
get there.
Yeah, I think he's really praying to be able to
Oh,
get
iya,
the
benar.
Kiana 2, maybe find some items for that, be able to get
Sama
a Lucian
saja
2 or
sih.
something and swap those Caitlyn
Iya.
items over because the Caitlyn is
Ya sih
sitting on
bagus,
bench.
Captainnya
We'll see what he
jual
does
item-
find.
itemnya
No
kasih
luck with like a
Lucian.
duplicator or anything.
gitu.
A really high roll. And what is the roll down going to be? Can he actually get some of those legendaries upgraded? Doesn't look like it's going to happen here. So the Caitlyn's going to have to go back in. I feel like you sell those
Nggak
extra
dapat
units
bintang
even for
dua.
Kiana 2 because that's
Tapi
really all you can look for at
menggoda
this
ini.
point. But it's going to be tough. You know, we saw the power of that Kale.
Defend nggak sih,
And
Bang?
now Malala
Hyperpop
got the
Sena
Mord
nih.
3. He didn't have the Mord 3 in that previous round. Had already beat Replay.
Dikasih
He's
ke
level 9
siapa
to
tuh?
his
Ke
level
Kiana
7.
kah?
Now he has the Mord 3. We'll see what he can get done.
Yeah, I'm worried about Replay's front line, to be honest with you. Liz pretty thin. Look at how many true damage
Iya,
emblems are on this board, too. But
Tas,
Replay
minta
might
bang,
end up
item.
out of this lobby.
Tas.
I think
Minta
the
lagi,
Mordecai
bang.
from Malala should be
Bisa
fine. That's
TD9 itu
should
anjing
be is the
musuhnya.
answer there. But Replay is doing just fine on theirs.
Pasti.
Less true damage emblems, but a victory on that side. Now I'm going over to that Kale, who has been isolated at this point. It's Kale versus Inari versus the rest of the world. The Ezreal doesn't go after the Kale, though. That could be... Oh my god, that is the worst thing that could have happened. That almost was a loss for Malala. That would have taken him out potentially
Nah,
from the
ada
lobby,
Tyler.
but they come through instead. And
Tinggal 3 juga
Malala's
lagi
going to
Malala.
World
Udah bisa 3 ya, udah
Mr.
enak nih.
Vegas, Mr. KDA Cup, and then some lag, and then now here
Pokoknya
in
Hiko, anjing
regionals
nyala
as
ini.
well, we have our first first North
Kena mulu ya,
American
dapat mulu.
representative, and
upgrade,
of
Cok.
course,
Nggak kau satu
it's
reroll
Malala.
lagi.
Serendipity, if I say so
It's
myself.
so good. He's had such a set.
Saya ingat gue dulu juga kemenangannya itu juga lagi main KDA gitu.
Main
Ani.
first place and lock it in as the best
Cuman
performance in a
pattern
single
KDA-nya
match.
waktu itu sebelah
And he
kanan
has
bukan
just
yang
had
sebelah
such
kiri.
close rounds, back-to-back rounds. He won by one
Beda
unit against
hexagon
Replay,
doang,
won by one unit the next round as well against Weird, who Weird had not even rolled down. Weird still had 50 plus gold, and he's barely able to squeak it out. We'll see if he can stay alive here. It looks like he's going up against Dishsoap on the other side. And down here, Replay trying to stay alive on his last life, keep those tournament hopes alive. But it looks like it may not be enough. It's incredibly close. This MF is trying to get it done, but the Seraphine goes down. Lulu versus the MF, the Lulu wins it out.
How Dishsoap playing
barely
executioner.
alive. Malala barely alive. Replay needs a first to stay in the conversation for Worlds.
What a crazy sequence of events, and also
Bangko
Malala
ada
just in
kebab buka
general
pagi-pagi
almost didn't make it to
nggak tahu.
today. It needed a lot of luck in
Yang main
matchmaking
kayak gitu pada
yesterday to make it in
bawa
today.
anting buat
So
ngambil
again, I think
TT-nya
that
ya.
serendipity is running true. That Mordekaiser didn't last as long as I think some people might
Bukan.
have expected in that last round.
Kylo
It
tuh
was
kan
just good enough,
DPS.
but that Ezreal not
Tapi
hitting that
kayak
Kayle on the
lama
back
gitu loh,
line.
butuh anjing yang buat
Replay has to
finishing
get that first as
cepet
well.
ke
We've been
targetnya tuh nggak sih,
pounding
biar
that
Kylo
in
bisa
because
mukul
there's
yang
no
lain.
really other way for
Soalnya
Replay
kalau
to
lo
try to
mainnya
qualify, as
Kylo
it's going to be Malala the
ditambahin
qualifier
X
for
nih,
Replay,
Akali
the former world
kaktus tuh kayak
champion.
kurang
Let's see who's
anjing.
going to be able to take it through, folks. It's got Kayle that has gotten some damage onto that backline because of that. Caitlyn, the Caitlyn's getting into the backline too. It's not even going to be close. Replay is going to take this one down and keep himself alive for that first place.
And I think that Malala was the biggest threat in this lobby. We do see the Vex 3 for Dishsoap now. I mean, that can be big, but the fact is, it's just all those depth caps. There's not the mana gen. So if there's a way for Replay to get jumped, separated, not stacked up, it can stall out the damage so significantly, and he can find that victory.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
Dia bukan niat ngambil aja, dia ngambil apa yang mau diambil orang.
That Kiana too. He's been on 2 Kianas for a long time. Does have the 1 item on it. Now got a DB, which I assume is going to be going on there. And can sell off this Yorick a little bit more gold to try to roll. There is an RE2, which would be
level 10 for
but he
Weird.
can't afford it. He can't even afford it. Okay, he's actually going to sell off the Kiana. Because he knows that it's all down to this, so wants any little bit of power he can get. We'll see if it's going to be here.
Weird able to find the Lucian 2 gone to level 10. Yorick headliner.
Yorick headliner,
has some good items to
bro.
slam on that as well. This is
Apa tuh
incredibly
headliner
strong
tadi
board,
ya?
and it's very spread out, going up against that.
Bukan
Senna.
ininya. Guardian.
All right, Weird's going up against the Senna, but Replay is
Anjing itu sakit banget, Pak.
many-hatted Vex in the back line. It definitely cannot hit
udah
our
3
carries
Vex.
in the back
Udah,
line.
anjing.
One more cast from the Vex.
Aduh, tapi takutnya
A
itu.
free Replays tournament is
Oke, satu kali
gonna
lagi.
be the one that takes him down.
Ya, nggak kena Ari itu.
Mati dia, anjing. Sakit banget,
Replay is out. One of the
Keren,
best
keren,
regional
Cok.
first stage. Unfortunately, does not complete the run.
Anjing.
Is out
Chase
in
lagi
the
anjing.
Wah, udah menang, udah
Wah,
menang.
separating the final two.
Udah menang, gak usah dilihat, gak usah dilihat, anjing udah menang. Goblok.
Gimana, Cok? Gitu amat anjing.
Anjir,
You know,
Setelah
for
first
Replay,
casual
obviously
kecil
there's
bisa
one more
dapat
game to play
emblem
after
anjing.
this, but he needed
Tidak dapat
Anjing.
Tommy of
to
Threat.
actually stay in the
Anjing,
conversation,
nggak
be
jelas
able to go
banget
to
game-nya.
Worlds, had an incredible day 1, had a strong day 2, and it just has been
kecil.
absolute
Lawannya
disappointment for
gimana,
him on
Bang?
day 3. And also credit to Dishsoap. With these
Udah level
items, I am
8.
shocked that he's been able to
Menang
actually
nggak
finagle his
logis
way
aja.
into a top 2.
Aduh,
He's
kena.
playing triple death
Kena
cap
itunya
Vex.
Yoriknya.
And my man is going up here in the final round.
Tapi
against
dia juga
Weird.
kena
He's
ini ya.
contesting it first here, right? He's got the best position
Satu kali skill lagi
possible.
mati
The
Yorick.
Vex is on the Yorick
Cok.
immediately.
Enggak, belum
Trying to
lagi.
take it
Tebel
out, but that
banget
Yorick
ngentot
is just
4
waiting.
disk, anjing.
The level 10, the
Anjir,
build
anjir.
game coming through. And Weird
Goblok, goblok bisa dapat just emblem anjing.
is now putting himself in a beautiful position.
Nggak pakai mikir, Cok, langsung klik anjir.
Iyalah.
A lot went down on that. We have some eliminations. We have
Coba
some
bisa
victory,
bikin
but
just
overall,
emblem.
that lobby
Harus
was
tiga aja,
crazy.
nih,
Before we
kucing
go
apa
to that
ini
break,
kita
just some
nge-cash?
final thoughts on that lobby because
Itu
you know,
Azil
a lot of
kucingnya
the
banyak
variables
banget
going
kan.
into
Dari
it
awal
seem to be a
dia
little
start
bit more
stream kan
solidified
ngomong
going
ke dia kan
into lobby
analis
6.
ngomong-ngomong gitu. Di kasurnya ada 3 kucing, Cok.
He's in the championship now. He's just got one more job to do, and he has a lead going into this final game to try and lock his spot as the winner of
Karena
the
item kill
regional
juga
finals.
gitu kali ya,
On top
soalnya
of
gue
that, you know, we had
Lu main KO pasti ngambil Giant Slayer, Morel, Guinso dari
putting himself in a good position and weird.
Lah jelek dong
Really the big surprise of the tournament for me, honestly. I mean, this is a guy.
Tujuannya lu main Kylo tuh frontline lu hidup selama mungkin, makanya Guinso 2 sama ini Gunblade itu wajib. Biar depan lu gak mati-mati. Kalau lu jadiin damage banget ya udah, Kylo lu sakit, depan lu hilang anjing. Jadi main Kylo tuh gitu konsepnya. Selama frontline lu gak mati, lu menang pakai Kylo.
Satu
game lagi mode bintang 3 kan. Pukul dari belakang.
Alright, is that
game
of their
besok
life
ya
gonna
coy
come
aja.
through? Or if
Pex
it's gonna be
2-2
one
kan.
lobby to play
Buset,
for
Christian
right now?
membership 2 bulan. Halo, thank you.
Thank you.
Jangan salah bang, mantep loh kalau main kayak gitu. Iya mantep, terus musuhnya ada yang udah jadi akal terus hilang aja. Mantep tuh. Atau kena yang kayak Serapin reroll deh. Lalu ketemu Serapin reroll, main gituan sih meledak aja.
Serapin reroll, Lux reroll.
Iya tuh.
Apalagi akali.
Tujuannya di build kayak gitu tuh biar nggak langsung mati doang udah. Tips main reroll, lu ke twist nonton Milala. Lu lihat cara dia main, dia reroll god aja.
Mana Kesoju, Rungkat, Kesoju, Suna, Robinson, Rungkat.
Bang, aku pindah haluan dari disco enjoy jadi just enjoy anjoy. Gue sering ketemu yang
mulai jam 4.
Gue sering ketemu yang main Poppy sama Olaf, jadi gue build kayak gitu. Lah itu gunanya ada carry lain. Lu main reroll tuh carry-nya nggak mungkin cuma satu. Pasti ujung-ujungnya ada cost 4 yang lu jadiin second carry. Di case-nya Kylo ini di sini jadinya Ari buat nge-burst tank-tanknya. Udah pasti lolos work Bang Pit. Si Milala itu udah fix lolos. Gue mau isi dulu.
Terapin AL bagus sih spellweaver apa KDA aku? Susah bagus sih. Cuma kalau nggak salah bagusan yang KDA deh kayaknya. Sama ada YouTuber teriak-teriak dari bus sendiri lalu saat nobar. Gak dapat bar bintang 3. Tidur gue baru bangun anjir. Yang dari saya ada nggak? Dari Vietnam katanya ada, masih Singapura. Asik juga musiknya. Iya sih. Siapa gitu Julian, siapa gitu kata si Ajio gitu. Yang remix orang Indo. Ini final regional.
Well. It is the calm before the storm as we take a look ahead of our 6th and final game of the final day of the NA Regional Finals in Gangly. I don't know if it could be any closer than this when it comes down to points, AVP, the concept people are playing. Like just how close those fights were.
Let's take stock of kind of where we are right now, right? Game 5 has ended. As of right now, Malala, Disho, and Weird are the 3 players in first, second, and third. They are also the 3 players with the best average placement. So what does that mean? It means that our hero, Replay, despite having a really rough day, is now in a position where he can still actually qualify to the World Championship.
Coba aja nontonin Demacia Kylo set 9 ya. Konsep Kylo sekarang sama itu sama persis.
And this is one of the beautiful parts of this average placement holder going to the World Championship, right? Even
Kalau
if you
semua
have a rough
kakor
start to the day,
TFT Las Vegas
Replay is
kemarin.
able to turn it around with a 3rd place here. Plays a
Siapa?
really
SG.
well-placed game using the Caretaker's ally and plays extremely
Yang dari
greedy
Seas
with
malam
it
yang
too
menang
to
Wian.
try and get to level 9, cap out as high as possible. He was extremely close to being able to go
Pax beda
top
3 nggak
1 or
guna di
top 2.
hadapan
Ultimately,
J4,
though,
Cok.
falls in 3rd
Item
place.
itunya tadi
With
juga agak
that,
kurang
though,
sih
it
item
is good
ini.
enough to give him an edge over players like Hyun
Makanya
and
lama
Degree. So if
kali
you're
naik down
replay right
karena
now,
kemarin
you
tuh
are
pada
praying
bingung. Enggak
that
sih,
Malala, Dishope, and
gara-gara
Weird have the
ya
best games
baru
of
di
their
akhir-akhir
life,
doang
and
yang
you just
di
need to
rework
not
baru
go
tuh mulai
in,
naik
take a
Kylo.
4th or
Sebelum yang
5th
di
and
rework mah
slide
jelek
right
banget
into that
Kylo
average
cuy.
placement spot.
Yeah, the math is starting
Dulu
to
malah
add
sebelum
up
Kel di
in
reward
terms
tuh
of where these
jelek
players
Kel
are in
main
terms
ini
of
kan
points,
apa
the overall
Guinso.
standings, and as a reminder to everybody, it is total points that these
Cuman orang
players
tetap mainin
need to
Guinso
secure
karena
those top
mikirnya
3
tuh Kelnya
spots.
masih
It's
kayak
not
Kel
checking
zaman
format.
dulu
So this
sebelum patch
is,
sebelumnya.
in fact, going to be the 6th and final game. But a lot of the openings that we
Kalau nggak
ended
salah
up
item Kel yang sebelum
seeing
di
for
reward ini tuh kalau nggak salah
Replay to make this
mainnya
comeback, Rain did go
Rabadon,
8th,
GS,
not being able to
Masuk.
hit that Seraphine reroll. We saw a lot of
Masuk.
players, in fact, opting to go that 2-cost reroll
Bakal
route
ganti.
because it is
Mainnya
one of
ngeburst
those
doang aja.
types of compositions, or I guess grouping of compositions, that is
Set
considered
9 aku
really
paling
good to
suka
try to get those
Surima.
top 4s and
Aku
just
sukanya pure
keep those
topper.
spots solidified. And that was what Rain was playing for in those moments, as well as some of
Aku
our other players that are
multicaster.
in contention for that AVP race.
Build
Yeah, there
over
was
next.
definitely some tragedy that game for the 2-cost rerollers, and if you're replay, you're extremely happy about that because those are the conditions required for you to actually make it into that AVP race, specifically against Rain Pollution.
Milala udah
You
pasti
can see right
lolos.
here, Malala with another
Dishope,
top 4. That game goes to 31 points, but even with that gap,
Ini Rain
Malala is not locked in via points.
Satu
He
kayaknya
might
masih
actually
lolos.
just be
Lolos,
locked in
Pit.
via
Belum.
Kalau
AVP,
misalnya
depending on how
Milala
that
nomor
actually,
terakhir, dia
pans
poinnya
out. But right
32
now, even
kan.
as I'm looking at it, he's
Masih
3rd
bisa
place
dikejar
in
nggak sih?
AVP. So if he goes 8th
Masih
in
bisa
his
aja.
next game,
Dia ambil berapa sih?
depending on where replay places, there is maybe
Enggak,
a world
enggak
where
deh.
he's able to overtake
Kalau
him.
terakhir.
So Malala
Iyalah.
cannot
Kalau
fall
misalnya dia
asleep
dapat
at the wheel.
nomor
He
terakhir
needs
nih,
to
berarti
not
nambah
go
poinnya
8th in this
1
next
doang
one.
si
You can
Milala.
ignore
Ini
those
apa
stats
nih?
that are popping
34.
up right now. That's just a
Perumpamaan,
quick
kah?
misclick there.
Oh,
Malala
iya, ini lagi
currently in
perumpamaan
place
nih.
31,
Seandainya nih.
Dishope with 29 points, and Weird TFT
Apa sih?
at 27. It's a
Kenapa
really
tiba-tiba
important game.
masuk
This
poin
last
di
one,
round
we have
6 anjing itu?
multiple
Nggak tahu,
players
guys,
vying for
man.
either the
Ya, itu
top
lagi
3
ngetes
slots
dia. Misalnya
or
nih,
that final
si
AVP
Kion
slot.
dia
I'm going to take a moment though and try to contextualize
dapat
this
poin
in terms
8 dia
of
bisa
some of the players
3-3
that are
gitu. Terus
not
kalau
considered part
Milala
of that
dia
big
misalnya
three. Like
nomor
a
2
lot of
terakhir dia masih
spotlight has
bisa
been
gitu.
on players like Replay, like Dish Soap, because they
Itu
are
kali ya.
considered
Ini
some of the
Neka
best
kalau
in
nggak ada
North
rambutnya
America
mukanya
based
kayak
on
telur
their
kan.
overall performance across multiple sets. But what about a
Kayak
player like
bunyi anjing
Kyun
gitu.
that has also started to really break out in this final
Lah,
day
tadi
of
ternyata ada
the NA
modok.
Regional Finals?
Ada di
Kyun
awal.
is having the set of a
nggak tahu deh.
lifetime. I made a joke earlier
Ada
in
tadi
this
pas gua
set that
mundurin,
Kyun
tiba-tiba
back
muka
in set
mordok
9 had a moment where he snatched defeat from the jaws of victory and
Mukanya
just
kayak
barely came up
telur
short
kan.
going to the set 9 regional finals. He's been around for a very long time, but the
Bisa
truth
stabil
about
terus,
Kyun is that
iya.
he has never found
Milan
success
kemarin juara,
like he is
iya
in
sih.
set 10 unless you go all the way back. The
Sama
last
Juti.
time he
Selamat
won a
Nurni ada main
tournament in
pang nggak?
set 3.
Nggak ada.
Kyun is not looking to just add a final
Sama
note
Juti
to his
konsisten,
long
Cuk.
career. He's
Makanya
looking
gue
to
kalau belajar
it
nontonnya
really just
dia
rebirth
enak
himself and show a brand
nontonin
new
dia.
form so that you can teach an old
Udah
dog
jago,
some
suka
new
ngajarin
tricks.
orang kan,
Kyun's
makanya
still vying for that spot
penjelasannya
at the
juga
World
lengkap.
Championship.
Gue belajar
So
dari
we
dia.
have a couple of different players
Last
we
nih,
need
ya nih
to
last game
keep
nih.
an eye on. It's the AVP race. It's
Game
the
6.
big three. Dish
Kalau
Soap
nonton
Replay.
Soju,
Can
gua
they
kesel
make it
sendiri,
through
anjing.
in points or AVP
Tangannya nggak mau diem,
respectively?
anjing.
What about these
Iya,
more
gue juga paling males tuh orang yang
becoming
terlalu
players or the
banyak
players
gitu.
that are having the
Tangannya
best
nggak mau
set
diem,
times
anjing.
in terms
Semuanya
of Kyun
digeser-geser,
and
anjing.
Malala?
Kesel
There
tuh,
is
liatnya.
so
Kayak
much
tinggal
on
lu
the line for
ceplak
this
pakai
final
karet tuh nggak sih?
game
Diem
where
anjing
we
tangannya
get to
gitu.
send 4 players to
Dia
the
tuh orang kayak
Remix
gitu kayaknya
Rumble
pengen gitu. Wah, keren
Championships and Gaming. I
banget.
can't wait to take a
Tiba-tiba orang yang
backseat
suka
and
dipuji
watch
gitu
with
dah
all the
kayaknya
popcorn in
bingung.
the world as our
Pasing.
casters take over. Let's send it back over to Bupasaurus, Casanova, and Azael.
Langsung mulai.
One game is all that's remaining for these 8 players for us to decide who will be North America's representatives at Worlds in just a week, I believe. So it's not even that far away. But folks, this is a really big deal. Not only are they competing for spots at Worlds, they're also competing for a good amount of money as well. So even if you're out of the running here, it's still not a good time to give up.
Oh, and I just want to clarify, there was some, a little bit of misinformation that we had in that last game. Just to clear it up, there's still a chance for Malala to not make it. There's a chance for Replay to sneak in. So there's actually more people who are playing for spots in the world than we may have initially thought going into this last game. And things are getting a lot spicier headed in. So I'm very much looking forward to everyone fighting for these, and we'll try and keep you guys apprised of the scenarios as they come up.
Yeah, so the scenarios that we've just been given here are that, so Weird needs top 4 for points, Malala would need a top 5, Disob needs top 5 for points to get into the top 3, Rain needs a first for a chance in AVP,
kalau box nontonnya lucu aja,
and everyone else to do poorly.
Nonton box isinya dia suka judi doang anjing.
They're saying is out, but I think Replay still has a chance in AVP, right? So a lot of the players do still have a shot here. I feel like almost everyone still has a shot in some way. It feels like either AVP or in points, but it's definitely a bit of a crazy final game here.
All right, it still is anyone's, especially on the bottom side of the leaderboard, you can still compete for even more money, like we said before, but we got Mr. Vegas leading the way. Dish Soap, this has been the moment we've been waiting for, and we can't underestimate him at this point in time too, because Dish Soap has never been to Worlds, and now just needs to get that top 5 and finally get that monkey.
Wandering trainer
lah bang, main fun bang.
Yang kira-kira udah pasti tusun, nggak akan lanjut, mending wandering trainer.
Ya udah pasti tusuk.
Iya, daripada pusing kan, ya udah kita pusingin yang udah mau menang.
Ya. Harusnya juga kayak Milala gitu yang udah pasti menang gitu juga pilihnya itu coy.
Alright, item payout it is. Alright, that's fine. Item payout. Okay. Alright.
We've gotten it a couple times. So anything that
Pamit dulu nonton
items
Cepu,
is going to be really good.
Ini last game nih, ini last game.
Or,
lagi smooth fix si box siapa liat meta deflex. Iya, Cok.
Based on what your cash outs are.
Gue juga bosan anjing, makanya sekarang mainnya recall doang anjing. Bosan liat Ezreal anjing.
Pretty much I think all of the players that have to win can't
Ezreal jet anjing. Satu lobby 4 orang berebut, yang gak dapat tusun ke 8 main lagi, cari lagi Ezreal jet. Goblok
one
anjing.
exception, and we covered it, is Riven. Right? That's the one you kind of got to look at, is like, this is another way that you can play for that top 1 from reroll. And the other one that I would consider is submit to the pit. Even though that's mostly capped out at second, I do still think that board is strong enough to find that win.
Yeah, we have seen some Sennas and Seraphines win, but again, it's pretty unlikely because you have to hit it really fast, then get to 9 or someone
gak kebutan. Di win rate gak usah ngapa-ngapain menang anjing.
Game with a level 10
win rate 40% challenger.
So there definitely are possibilities, but the tough thing is, you kind of have to play what you're given a lot of times in TFT. So you can try to force towards these higher cap comps, but in a lot of scenarios, it's going to end up just kind of hurting you. If you're over forcing, if you don't have the items for it, it's not really going to be a viable line.
Alright,
Wingate ada cita-cita ini nggak sih Fortitude dihilangin?
I'm sure Dish Soap would love to never see a large rod again as we
get
to these augments too.
Kalau Fortitude masih ada.
These are
gives us an opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, not today can be pretty powerful for melee reroll. He does
maksudnya
potentially
yang bikin gue malas banget main Wild Rift sekarang cuma satu. Dia tuh nggak nge-rework orang yang beneran jago. Yang cupu aja win rate 40% bisa masuk challenger, gak jelas nih.
We'll see if anyone is going to be contesting whatsoever, or if he is going to have kind of that open path towards it.
I actually really like the Senna. I like the Senna a lot from because of the fact that we're actually looking at the AVP. He's still just he's the #1 below all the people who are the top 3 in the standings.
Tapurero nggak mungkin nggak ngambil Star Arbon
on the Senna here. Top 3, top 2.
Tinggal nunggu Kel.
Be enough. We don't know all the numbers right now. We're trying to get that all figured out. But I think just playing for this highest placement possible for replay is probably still the best goal, and blinged out is a really solid way to do it.
Set 11 gak ada hit enak lagi, kayak balik ke meta
is in an incredible spot, right? Malala, if we are doing our own napkin math, correct, basically could only miss out on like an 8th, right? Like, so Malala is in such a good spot now with a significant points lead.
Iya,
He's
jadi
going
gue
to go
kaget pada
Stars
2 orang
Reborn, which is
tiba-tiba
going
hilang.
to get you this
Ngedip hilang
stronger
aja.
board online very, very quickly. You're going to play very likely towards a 2-cost reroll, and you're going to have a much higher chance of hitting that early.
Enggak, aku maunya Kel, katakunya maunya Kel.
You're in such a good spot because he already has 2 kills that he got from the early orbs.
Dari
He's
kemarin
gonna
ada yang
get
main
kill 2
EDM
from
gak
a
sih?
shot,
Ada
and then you get
EDMZ,
a headliner
Ezreal,
and one more, and you're at
Jax,
kill 3, right?
Bruiser,
And then from
Moser,
there, I
Scott
basically don't
Diver,
even care what else you
EDM
hit.
kan?
You're gonna be able to be in a position where you're not gonna go last.
Yeah, we've seen this Kale 3, I mean, even threaten to win repeatedly, right? And so usually it comes off the back of the Mordekaiser 3, but if you start out the game with Kale 3, you can either play for Mordekaiser 3 or just play for Legendary Cap out, right? So there's plenty of ways for Malala to go. I really love his spot.
And you can even see, like, he slams Sunfire. I think, again, just keep the health high. You know, just try to play for these early round wins. And I think it's really smart given the position.
I completely agree with you. There's no reason, you know, we saw someone do it with Weird in the last
Kapan
game
hilang
yesterday, in the
headline
first game
tetek
today,
bengek
where
ini
maybe we're taking
tuh.
too many risks. I think this is what we were kind of talking about. You know, play what you need to do. Yes, we're probably going to lose this round specifically, but if we get Kale 3, we're not getting 8th, like you said, Azale. That pretty much locks it in.
TFT mungkin nggak kur. Lah, mungkin apa lagi orang udah pernah.
It's just like super low roll, never see another Kale, even with the Stars Born. That's the only way I think that could potentially take him out. But Malala, if you're a Malala fan, you're probably feeling awesome right now.
And you can see he even bought his
lihat tuh fotonya si Milala tuh.
Itu
turni offline-nya
on
tuh.
that previous round. So
Pegang
wanted to get
piala.
the eco benchmark, was able to do that.
Set 10
So he's
kalau
just holding
sukses
on to
dengan
that
ada sistem
second
HL
Stars
pasti
Reborn
dibawa lagi
upgrade,
ke
which is
set
going to be
11
for a
enggak?
2-cost unit. Of course, that is going to be
Enggak,
reserved
set depan nggak ada
for his
headline.
Kale. He doesn't have the best components to start, so it's not that big of a deal if he's
Headline
losing out
tuh
so
dari dulu
early
nggak
to be able to try to get a better spot on the carousel.
dari yang
He
gue
has the
tangkap
BF
ya
for
nggak
Gunblade,
banyak yang
and
demen
obviously
ada
pick up the
headline
components
headline
for another Rage Blade, and then your last one will come from the super fans.
nyebelin
Yeah, I mean,
anjing
just need
headline
one rod,
gue
one
nggak
bow. It's
suka
really, or two rods, one bow. It's really not that bad of a spot to be in, right?
Orang-orang udah main
And
hero
as you're
kali
saying, we'll
anjing.
probably lose a couple of rounds here since he's just ecoing. and
Fast
not
8
leveling
dapat
up, and
HL
have a
Ezreal
mid
semua
pick,
masih
but
B1 bisa
realistically,
nabung
the
level 9
components he's
iya
trying to
anjing
grab, he
gara-gara
shouldn't have
headline
too much
doang
trouble,
anjing
especially if he's uncontested in
makanya
the
orang
line.
suka judi
Take a
level
look at Dishop, who has been
ke
able to
level
keep a
8
win
gold
streak
cuma
once
20
again. He's
pencet
actually
D
done a
sekali
really
dapat
good job
menang
today
game
of
tolol anjing
consistently finding these win streak angles.
And I think one of the things that's always
Bintang
really
2
impressed me
langsung
about
soalnya
Dishop
kosnya
is
anjing, kos
iya
just
selama
seem
yang
to be one of these
didapetinnya
players
yang
that kind of
kayak
just follows
Ezreal
the
gitu
agreed
paling
upon
kuatnya
meta,
udah
right?
menang
You know,
udah
even on some of these early
gak usah
headliners,
mikir panjang
there's a lot
udah
of people that are
tabung
like,
level
okay,
9
you grab
udah
Fire,
menang
you grab, you know, Olaf, or you
Jelek
grab
kan?
these
Kayaknya mau
couple,
main
you know,
itu
one-cost
ya?
headliners. Otherwise, you just
Apa?
don't
Enggak
play the
sih.
stage and you kind of lose streak,
Dia
or you
pegang
kind of
pump it
accept
up
that
dan
fact.
bilang dia main
But
Jinx.
he's actually put together some really interesting boards a number of times with like headliner
Enggak sih.
Terrics and things like this.
Kalau main
Even
pumpin
not
attack
even playing
speednya
the
nggak ada
disco lines, like
batasannya.
headliner
Nggak
Guardian
ada.
Terric with rapid fire backline and things like that that are actually beating out
Ini
a lot of
lobbynya
these
kenapa
kind
jadi
of more
equal
prevalent
semua
headliners
gini?
that people are going for. And here again, he was playing for that quirky headliner, which has really kind of
Buat
fallen from
nabrak-nabrakin.
grace, I feel like, over
Oh,
these
yeah,
last
ini
couple of
adif
patches.
tuh.
So it's always just fun to see players really evaluating
Ezreal.
core strength very, very well and finding ways to
Ezreal
win.
udah.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I think people interpret TFT
udah
as almost
jadi,
like a color
bos.
by number situation.
Udah
but, you know, someone
ada
like
Evans
Dishop
Road.
creates
Jadi
more
harus
numbers,
tiga
right?
nih.
Is able to get more colors onto the page, right? So we'll see if that's going to be the case. A good
Roll
top
dulu nggak
four
sih,
there
Bos,
should
kali?
be good enough for Dish Soap as well.
Nggak
Looking
boleh,
at this back
goblok.
right now, we've got that Jinx with some good AD
Jangan.
items. Of course, that's probably going to be moving on to someone
Nanti
else here
nafsu
soon,
nemu.
but should be good enough for now. We won
Kode
that last
hilang
round, we
anjing.
split, and then we lost the first two. So I mean, this is pretty
Aduh,
much par
wudhu
for
lagi
the
nih.
course for the majority of people in an early game.
Yeah, but I mean, Degree's board is actually crazy. I feel like he should be able to keep a win streak the rest of this stage. I'm curious something like Rain's board as well, because Dish's board honestly doesn't seem
Minimal
like that
pemain
scary
rival
to
yang
keep
nggak
100
kasih
streak
tombol
all the way
D-nya
to
udah
Krugs.
jempol, iya,
And I'm
tuh.
curious if we
Nyebelin
end up
anjing,
seeing
ini
just
headline
Rain
itu.
keep it, or yeah, there Dish
Aneh
actually.
ya?
It looks like just. Oh, okay. There was an X there for a second, but never mind. Dish able to hold
Set
on.
sekarang tuh
Just
set
wait and see
satu-satunya
where
yang
that
ada
ends
sistem
up. Rain ends up
headliner
taking the
gini yang
loss.
gue
Dish not the only
pelajari.
one 100 streaking.
Dan ya udah,
Yeah, that's
makasih
actually really,
atas
really big
ilmunya
for
gue
him.
nggak mau
Really
lagi
play,
anjing.
you know, building up a streak now,
Nyebelin, anjing.
potentially building up a streak. You can also see Malala did get a bow, and I think it was even a 2 or 3 cost bow off of the carousel. So he has half of his Rage Blade, half of his Gun Blade. So you know, still waiting to actually natural into that Kale that he's going to use the Stars Are Born on, but. Keeping his health relatively high, so not going to be stressing about it too badly just yet. Precedent looking like he's on a full loss streak and just trying to see what he can scrap together.
yeah, would love to try to increase his possibility for that
Target
prize
Dian,
pool as
pengen
well. You know, as just really showing up. You want to take a good victory out of this and have a couple good lobbies as you leave it. But honestly, it's pretty awesome that you made it to the final 8. The people that he beat to get here are also some of the best players in the world, and I still think Prestovic can be considered one of the best. But now it's going to be dish soap once more, and I'm really interested to see where this goes for the sole basis of what Azael said earlier. It's just like we
Ada
never
fun
know
fact
with
tau,
dish soap. This could literally be
Gue tadi
something two
waktu
other comps by the time
sebelum
we see
stream
it again.
dengerin
I think one of the things that,
obrolan
you know,
ininya
when we're
kan
looking at like, oh, how strong is
caster-casternya
his
gitu.
board? You also have to take into consideration how strong are
Jadi
these
kalau
items, right?
di
Because Locket is
FA
actually
mereka
super
ada
high value, especially
sistemnya
in the early
kayak
game.
study
He's
group.
getting Locket on 4 units, and he has a Sunfire. So that
Kayak
alone is just giving his
orang-orangnya
front line so
bikin
much tankiness,
grup
and then paired
begitu
with the
buat
headliner
mempelajari
Corki
saling
with a
tukar
decent
pikiran
item
soal
on it,
gamenya kan.
he's in a pretty good spot, you know, and is going to be able to actually maintain
Si
that
Disop
5 streak all the way
ditanyain
to
study
Krugs,
grup lu
and feeling
siapa
really good
season
about his
sekarang
squad.
gitu.
I do feel like
Gak
he's
ada,
very,
dia
very good
doang.
at crafting these strong
Dia nggak
boards
ikut
as he
study
pushes
grup
levels.
apa-apa.
Just so I think, you know, really he is kind of known as more of that like
Nggak ada yang
full
ngajak
cost
gitu,
flex type player.
Enggak,
He
dianya
loves
nggak
to
mau
push levels.
ikutan
He
kayaknya,
loves
dia
to be
main
able to
sendiri
actually
doang
pivot
aja.
around, you know, what units are going to make the strongest possible boards, and as a result, he
Dia
tends
nggak
to
ada
play
study
less
grup
reroll.
anjing. Study grup lu
But, you know,
siapa?
he definitely can do
Gua
it too.
anjing, keren.
All right, these are not great
Nobad
orders
here.
from Lala. And double
I just
BF,
rolled
which
up.
he doesn't really want.
Nah,
There's
itu
the kill.
dia. Tunggu-tunggu
Yeah.
dari kemarin, Cok.
Tadi ya,
Yep.
saya rapiin
Now,
dulu
he could
anjing.
push on 3-2 and just find KL3 pretty easily. I think is going to be the big look
Dulu
for
waktu
Malala.
Chosen-
Dah seneng itu dia, Cok. Dah ketawa itu udah mirip sama profil ya, Cok.
Kontol.
All right,
Smile,
let's see. Is Malala going to be able to get this KL3 locked
Kurang satu,
in?
Bang, katanya.
It's pretty easy amount of time. Looks like that is going to be the case. We still got to land it. That, you know, Tarek in the front line is doing a
Itu belum
pretty
ada
good
tapi yang-
job in terms of at least not making sure that we're losing by a ton. every
Dulu waktu
single
Chosen
round.
itu
Wow,
unitnya
he's
tetap
slammed
bintang
GS, which actually
unitnya
shocks me,
tetap
'cause
bintang
now he doesn't
1,
have,
tapi buat 2
component
trade.
for Rage
Oh,
Blade.
di
So,
set 10
I guess
malah
he's just gonna
upgrade
try to
bintang
play
2.
Rage Blade, Gunblade,
Alasannya sih karena
GS,
kurang
and
worth
just use
kalau
only
beli
that
bintang
one Rage
1
Blade for
makanya
Seaver
upgrade
fans.
bintang 2.
It is
Ya, maksudnya
the portal where
nggak
you are
jelas
getting,
aing
you know,
unit orang
gold
kepegang
for
tengah
actually
jalan
splitting
deh.
items, so there's something
Yang paling
to
gue
be
nggak
said
suka
for
tuh.
that. But still
Udah
pretty
ngebuild
surprising because I do
mau
feel
main
like
ini
people
gitu. Lihat
really
bot
heavily
lain lah anjing
prioritize playing
headlinernya
around
ini
Absolute
dipegang
Fist,
monyet.
for Kale, and double Rage Blade is generally considered that. So it is a bit surprising to me, but maybe feels like, hey, because of his position
Vainglory
with
ini ya,
points,
nggak
he
mungkin
shouldn't
dong
greed,
gue main
right? Like, he should
Vainglory
just slam
game
items. He
itu.
should just play for, you know,
Haters
what is going to be
Vainglory,
strongest
haters
now.
bro.
Gua
And I'm
haters
expecting him
Vainglory
to roll
nomor
down
1,
pretty
cuy.
heavily here and try to hit that KL3 and then just stabilize.
Yeah, he was also
Ini
above
namanya
50 gold, right? So
TFT.
there's the
Yeah.
there's not much reason to make the gold. It's more just about board power. But we do see here, gonna sell the headline. We're gonna head down.
Mencari
You know, we've got the,
Nah, tinggal jadi
Fine,
headliner
just
doang,
need
Bang.
to-
Punten, Bang, katanya.
We'll see how
Finding
far is he going to
Kale,
go. That's the
let's
question,
go.
right? You know, how
Headline
far do you send it?
Mana
stay
ya?
away.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary, right? Like, if you send it
Sampai habis
to
gol dicari
Mana
cuy,
ya?
santai.
in an absolute
Iya.
horrible spot. So a lot of players that I see will stop around, you know, 30.
Mana
So
ya?
this is getting a bit,
Masih diambil
bit
ya,
rough.
walaupun kurang 1 ya.
Okay, not finding it.
Waduh.
Oh,
tinggal
God.
lagi.
Mana ya?
Dia ngambil mungkin
And
karena
he
ini
doesn't-
kalau
he still
misalnya
doesn't even have a
bisa bintang
component,
3
the components
manual,
for it. And
dia
he
bisa
didn't find a
ngambil
Nico
headliner mode
either,
kayak
so he
gitu.
doesn't even, I guess he has super
Oh,
fan
I
without
see
Nico. He
that.
doesn't need it for now, but yikes, that was a
I mean,
rough
this is
roll
a
down.
huge whip. I mean, this is massive. This is
Tapi
actually
Udah boleh ganti
Iya,
profil
the
sih, Lala.
nightmare scenario where Malala can go 8th or 7th
Matanya
and
ganti
not have
cemberut
control of his own
aja.
destiny.
Fotonya
6
ganti
plus
ya.
puts him
Gimana udah kayak
locked.
masih di foto aku.
Seventh
Gimana
or
masih kayak di
eighth,
foto
there
aku
are
kayak gini.
worlds where he ends
Udah
up
nggak
losing
lagi
his
sih.
spot.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, obviously really wanted to hit the kill 3 on that turn. But
Kau
there
dari
is a
list
high risk
global.
to where you actually
Iya.
roll to true 0 because then you're
Tapi
not
di
making
Indo
any economy. You
belum.
don't have a lot of space to actually roll down each turn.
Itu kan
From
sekarang
this
udah
point
rilis
though,
kan?
you just have to send it basically every
Gimana?
single
Negara
turn
mana?
Masih
and
tes
try to
atau
see
apa
if you
gitu.
can hit it. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. He's going to sell
Channel
Lulu off.
muncul
He's going
mulu
to
nih
sell
anjing,
off
nggak
some of
beralih,
those
nggak
frontliners.
Mana
And now he's trying to
ya?
decide like, do I actually go below
Iya.
10? Do I try to make some
Ayo,
interest
saya
here?
ini.
This is going to be getting pretty stressful for Malala, and he's just going to play that Senna headliner for
Pegang
now.
dulu
So
dah.
that is going to be the
Anjir,
option
belum
for him.
selesai
Pegang
lah.
dulu
He's
lah
going to try
ini,
to
Bang.
stabilize and
Iya
go
dah,
back up. But
pegang
again,
dulu dah,
because
nggak
he went
dosa
to
dah.
actually 0 to the
10
top
hero
of 30
beda,
or something
cuy.
like that, it's gonna be a while before he actually is able to really rebuild that economy, if he's able to do so at all.
Udah ngabisin 50 gold anjing.
Okay, so at least we have a little bit of, a little bit of power on this board to try to at least take some of these rounds away, because any round win at this point in time is just another opportunity to have an extra round a little bit later. When you're just avoiding 7th and 8th, I think that's a pretty big deal. So every round from here on out, even just a little bit of a victory, I think is gonna be beneficial, but we're still, in a precarious situation.
All right, next up, the carousel. We'll see what people can grab here. I know Malala's still looking for, a rod, I believe, would be the last thing.
Yang pegang Sena ada 3 orang gitu, Cok.
Okay, get it.
Anjir, sumpah gak ada yang main kill tuh,
does not get it at all.
Gak
Denied by
dapet
precedent.
Emang kadang gitu aja, game ngebug kan.
At least, you'd hope so, but trying to set up for a solid foundation as well. As we take a look at the augments that have been picked up here, we have
coba ini nggak ada headline tuh, udah nggak pusing Milala tuh, masih ketawa-ketawa.
Especially because these placements, every placement so impactful on this, right? A lot of the scenarios involve, you need this person to go X placement while you go this, and last stand starts to throw a lot of wrenches into those plans.
Bagus tuh item.
And for Malala, you have to look at who's below you. You have a Heartsteel cash out player who just got an Ezreal, I think, off carousel, and is playing last stand with really good items. So good luck outcapping that. And then Preston is the only other board that I'm not really sure what he's actually playing and is quite low HP. But Malala's in just such a different spot than last game. Last game Malala was rolling for the kills at 7.
Gak ada HL Milala berjaya, nah iya Cok. Makanya gue bilang sistem headliner ini tolol aja.
So it's just such a tougher spot, and there's actually a lot of Heartsteel players in this one. Degree as well.
Masih untung juga ini headlinernya masih bisa dapat tiap 4 round. Rencananya malah nggak bisa dapat aja. Kalau udah beli headliner nggak dapat headliner lagi.
Dislop, another player, kind of just needs that top 4 to lock in that top 3 spot of this tournament.
Terus baru nyari
first time ever going to the World Championship. And this is the kind of start that you want. Now, there are some worries, right? Because a lot of people are playing weaker boards, econing, playing loose streak, playing Heartsteel. And so they can start to cap really high, but by keeping it 100
kalau pas 2 cari HL di 6 naik ke 7 baru cari unit kill, beda kebalik.
It's so much hell.
Kalau lo mau coba nyari HL itu di 5.
From a powerful position like that.
Nyari HL di 5, ngerolnya di 6 kalau pas 2.
He's gonna just try to stabilize with some sort of like pentakill style board at 8. Or if he's
tapi kalau udah kayak si Milala punya nih -1 -2 sambil naik ke 7 nggak dosa.
Blue buff as well as the Hodge and the Gunblade are the items that he slammed.
Iya, nyarinya di 6.
Alright,
kan bisa, lu bisa nyarinya di 5, bisa di 6.
Should be just fine. That should be
paling gampang dapatnya di 5,
just like I was saying about Malala, the fact that we have that 100 HP
paling gampang nih dapatnya di 5 emang, cuma nanti lu ngabisin duit tapi chance buat dapat pos 2 nya tuh kecil, jadi kayak mending di 6 sekalian tuh.
That's all Dish Soap needs to qualify, and we're still going to be winning out. So every round that we have that we win is going to give us an extra bit of cushion a little bit later as we enter Wolves.
I will say for Malala, at least the Seraphim, the Senna that he picked up instead of the kill did stabilize him. He won 3 rounds after actually buying that Senna, so he's back to 45 gold. He'll be able to roll down again on 4-1, and so that's where Malala is really going to want to hit, and hopefully for him we'll be able to do so because he did stabilize the economy. Kyun has 70 gold, so in a spot that he could be making some major moves as well, and we can see Malala should have sold the headliner, I'm assuming already on this stage, and now is going to be looking to roll. Just needs that kill.
He's not a good solid TFT. We always attribute it to players like Dish Soap, right? Just playing around something, renting a unit. Instead, we're gonna have Malala rolling it down once again. This is so much gold. After all so much gold dumped into this.
Penuh cobaan anjing main recall.
Stars are born. Is just gone at this point. He's had to roll so much gold to actually find that last copy of Kale.
Oh man, that Kale finally coming back from getting that milk and cigarettes a couple years ago. Unfortunately, that's really what it feels like for Malala. But this was really good. The fact that he even had 68 gold to run with at that point in time is a pretty big play for Malala.
I will say, it's also super depressing that he never found a rod. He still is not going to single rod this game. So he had to slam the GS because he didn't have the ideal components for a Rage Blade. He's sat on the extra BF sword this whole time, never got a rod from PvE phase or from carousel, so he doesn't even have the gunblade. And it's not like you want to slam red buff or something like that on kill. You need some items that are going to help you.
Mau main Raven kah itu kain?
So finally takes a loss there as Rain is able to take a
Mungkin
win
gol lagi
over
nih.
him. Rain sitting on what looks
Nah.
like Riven
Dia
items,
nggak
but
dapet
did have them
Raven itu
on that
pegangan
Yone
dulu
headliner
pakai
for now. But with the QSS, you are assuming it is going to be that Riven that she is going to be playing towards.
Disco nggak sih? Aduh.
All right, back over to
Degree.
Right,
Disco
last
mulu
stand.
anjing udah dua
Yeah,
kali.
really intrigued how these last stand players are. Traditionally, we've seen last stand pretty much guarantee top fours. The lowest I think I've seen is that fourth, and it was Biri back yesterday or even Friday. So those last stand players are also going to want to avoid each other once those trigger, because the last thing you want to do is face the other one and get
Kasi
eliminated.
mau ngikut tur TFT ini.
Weh, jual kali, jual. Weh, cet. Nah kan. Udah, cet.
I'm curious if both of them are committing
Bang
to
Jin,
Senna
bang,
and
bang,
actually
Jin.
contesting each other, because as though you pointed out earlier, like
Aku
not
pernah
all the
baca
people
kalau
are
udah
actually
dua start
contesting
sempit
each
sama
other
headliner nggak
on
bakal
set,
dikasih
on
itu.
this patch at all. We haven't really
Terus
seen any
lama
on
itu.
stream outside of like 85.
Bang,
You mean
Jin,
more the
bang.
rerollers, right? And this is actually
Daripada
a
Jin satu bagusan Jin loh, bang.
in a position where you kind of need to play Senna.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Precedent, I even saw, I think it popped up twice, these 2 Senna 2s.
Bang Jin,
So
bang.
he's sitting on 6 Sennas.
Bang.
We're now actually seeing a
Bang
replay
aja
on the
itu,
other side.
bang Jin, bang.
He has, it looks like the Senna
Bang.
headliner, then 2 Sennas on bench. So
Bang Jin, bang.
he has 5.
Iya, baru punya
and
berubah, Fe.
Precedent has
Iya,
maybe
Jin
6,
aja udah.
if what those pop-ups on the side were could
Dia
be
masih mau main
believed.
5 harus
So
sih.
both these players are pretty heavily
Aduh,
contesting
Jin,
each
Jin,
other.
bang.
And it feels like,
Ih,
you know, it's
nggak
tough. You
diambil
can
Jin
sometimes
itu.
be in that spot where
Cuekin.
you both heavily contest each other,
Gila,
and you
orang
kind of just end up
sombong.
holding hands in
Bismillah
7th, 8th,
kepleset.
where
Wih.
you know you deny each other from hitting, and it can be rough.
Again. He hit the Thieves Gloves again. I mean, this guy
Eh,
has
bisa-
got
Kalian
some
tahu di mana
tigers
lihat
energy
Games
coming
of
in to
Future
try and
apaan?
get a spot at the championship here.
Bisa punya website
Maybe
pecah
now's the
tiba-tiba tuh
time
dua
for
lu
Beard to go to
streak.
Vegas. Right now is going to be a great time for that, because
Transisinya
sometimes
nggak ngehit
it just
kan,
feels
bukan
like the
dia.
world is
Albima.
just pushing you through, right, and just carrying you through. Weird, also playing really well. Pressed event now. This is a board that we're seeing. We
Two
do
off.
yeah, we are competing with Linked Out with another board, like you said, and we're going to
Bentar,
be
ini
looking at this
replay.
instead. The Senna
Kayaknya kayak gue waktu itu deh. Ya kalau banyak Cannonnya nggak nongol deh. Masa dia mainnya
able
gitu.
to do at the beginning of the round
Politik
before the
bukan.
Zed gets there. The Zed gets there with a lot of time to spare, and that's going to be a pretty rough loss for replay.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that both Precedent and Replay are kind of playing different styles here. So a lot of times
Udah
you know, when
sarapan
you get
belum?
heavily contested, players will
Belum.
actually level and then roll because they just want to go for a stronger board if they feel that they
WW-nya
can.
udah
do it.
uninstall
The other
Kakor.
school of thought is
Belum
you
lah.
stay low level, you roll earlier, you just try to hit instantly. Replay stayed 6. Precedent went 7. So Precedent went 7 and actually has more copies of the Senna. So Replay kind of losing out in that regard because he still needs 4 more
Itu
copies and he's
ada
still
dua
level
orang
6,
kontes
whereas you know,
Blink
Precedent
out
should
Senna,
theoretically
what
have
the
more
fuck?
power on his board
Oh, iya.
just by the kind of nature of going
Ah,
there.
pegangan tangan
Yeah, if
udah tuh
Replay
berdua.
doesn't hit, like right now, he's about to start hemorrhaging so hard in the end of stage 4 towards stage
Ini
5.
gambarkan-
Being at
TikTok nggak
6 at this
tentu
point,
ya.
everyone else is kind of
Iya,
hitting
males gue live
their
TikTok
stride
sih.
or they're hitting high levels, and
Ini
you're
adalah
not going to
gambaran
keep
kita
up
main
with
ranked
just
anjing,
Senna.
udah
And I
ngebut,
know
kebut,
Replay was
tabrak
probably
tengah
down
jalan,
this game to
anjing.
take a risk. He needs a very
Dia
high
bingung
place,
berdua,
and he needs some
78.
help
Buat harus
to
pakai
actually
TikTok
qualify
Live Studio,
into the
Cok.
World
Nggak nyaman.
Championship.
Berat.
But this is definitely a tough spot. And we see he's now gone to 7, so he's not committing towards just forcing for the Senna. And he's just
Turnya
trying
di
to get a bit
Eropa,
stronger.
Kor.
Yeah, I
Oh.
mean he's kind of realizing
Dia
how
flexnya
bad the
juga
spot
rebutan
is
Milala
now.
ini yang enak udah jadi.
We're
Iya,
gonna go
Cok.
7. Doesn't
Milala
really have
udah
anything
kayak
put in, doesn't
fotonya,
have
anjing.
Echo too. There was the 6th Senna in shop, but this is pretty brutal. His board is really bad.
Berusahalah mencari Senna di level
Like,
7,
he lost that
masih
round
kurang
against the Zed where
3.
the Nico was so far on the left side of the board that it didn't actually defend his Senna at all, who's kind of sat in the middle.
Ini dia
Now
mau
he
Gila.
pivot ya.
over a little bit more to the right.
Kyun?
We can see Kyun, he's level 8. He is playing
Kan
kind
dia
of
masih mau nyari
a
Seraphim di
Seraphim
level
reroll, but I guess just
8.
decided he couldn't actually hit, so he's just pushing levels and
Oh,
looking
gila,
like he'll
Cok.
probably try to transition
Eh,
into more of like a
pivot
KDA
bang,
Ori
itu
or
udah
something
lulu,
like
eh.
that
Iya,
type
masih
board,
kurang
which
banyak
we
nih,
just
anjir.
really haven't been
Bang
seeing
pivot
at
bang.
all.
Anjing saya Sona anjing, what the
You know,
fuck?
in this tournament, it feels like it's been almost exclusively
dulu
Seraphim
ini.
reroll into Ori
Ganti nggak
carry
sih,
as
Mas?
that secondary
Nggak
unit.
mau loh dia.
Really, I can't think of a single game that was like the
Dia mungkin
primary
nunggu
carry.
monster dulu baru mau dia jual. Seenggaknya sekarang dia
All right,
win dulu sama
replay.
Seraphim.
Unfortunately, what were you saying?
Rain just hit Riven 3. It just popped up on the side there. I mean, that's big. Big pickup. I mean,
Daripada
Rain
pegangan
is
Vio
very much pretty much out of it at this
menit.
point.
Steven lagi roll tuh, kayaknya nggak.
Woi, jadi coy.
Spoil it for a lot of people playing for that first place.
21
President also
HP.
just got 3-star Senna there.
Nah, yang
so
ini
that's
bingung
actually
nih
really
udah nih.
big. So Riri
Anjing,
play,
nasib
I
gua
feel like
gimana
he's
ya?
in kind of a
Duit
horrible
nol,
spot
ah.
because some of these people
Tapi tuh damage
below him
3 dong.
in HP just hit.
Lah.
Rain just got
Dia
3-star.
kan
Riven.
nggak dapet Kennen,
We
Mas.
know he's
Itu
playing,
kan
you know,
dapet
hard to
Kennen
cash
doang
out.
sekali.
President just hit the
Benar dia,
3-star
anjing.
Senna.
Nasib,
So if these players
Cok.
start to stabilize,
Profilnya
like
beneran.
Riri is going to lose this. And
Masa
he looks like
sepanjang
he's
game
going
gak
to
nemu
lose this
Kennen
kind of
sebiji doang,
bad
aneh
potentially.
Pernah
We'll
kayak
see how
begitu,
exactly
anjir,
it
nggak
does
nemu
go,
Lilia.
but that's going to be another
Gue
loss
juga
for
Lilia
Riri.
sih waktu itu
I think
anjing.
everyone below him,
Karena
besides
Ngeral
maybe
down 100
Degree,
gold kan nyari
in
kelas
HP
2.
is actually
Lilia
short.
mana ya anjing?
Yeah,
Dapatnya di sini nih 4.600 baru nongol Lilia. Tolol
the
anjing.
matter when it comes to TFT, right? You know, sometimes the HP totals are a little bit of a mirage because the bottom side will
Nasib
get
game
stronger.
judi,
They're going to
iya
be
cuy.
investing and they're going to have those stronger comps. So Zalem right there with
Kenapa lu
you. You
cuma
know,
di
the bottom
5
two
slot ini,
have
Cok?
those losses.
Dari
It's still
ngomong-ngomong soal
super
game judi,
close from 4th to 8th right
gua
now.
ada
And with
sering
the stakes
nonton
what
ini
they
guys,
are, I'm sure a lot of those
TikToker.
players
Jadi dia
are trying
tuh
their best to get
ojol.
out of there.
Terus dia
I
sering
mean, I
ini,
think
sering
there's a super high chance that Riri play goes
sering bikin story di hari gitu di
super high
TikTok.
chance.
Dia bilang gini,
Just actually
akhir ini
looking at
dapat
the boards,
segini
like you
boy,
said,
dapat
we partial cash out
140.000
for Weird.
dari
We have Degree
Gojek.
playing last stand,
Lumayan
and
lah ya.
President hit
Hari ini
his
kita
3-star
makan
Senna.
ini
Like, he just has a
itu
way better
gitu.
board, right?
Terus
So,
tiba-tiba dia
I'm
ikutan
kinda
forex
trying to
terus
think, like, who
forexnya
can Riri
pakai
play actually beat?
duit pinjol
Like, is there a single
anjing nih
board
orang.
that he wins against?
Honestly, I'm not
pakai
sure.
duit
'Cause, like, I
pinjol,
don't think there is
anjing.
board a bit. He's
Abis
gonna
itu
look for a new
dikata-katain,
headliner.
padahal
He's
dulu
trying to play
orang
around
banyak
his
support
Lulu.
sama dia, banyak yang donate sama
Right, like,
dia,
he's either
terus dia
gonna
kayak
go
suka
Lulu, or
blunder
he's gonna
gitu.
He could even just hit like a KDA
Ah,
or anything
Disco.
like that. Like anything
Nggak
like that
mungkin
makes
gak
his
sih
board
tiba-tiba
strong enough,
disco,
I think.
anjing.
And he has a lot of gold to roll. I mean, I guess we'll have
Eh,
to
lagi
see. He's
meeting,
maybe the
oh.
option, but Lawless full streaking. Rain has Ribbon 3.
Anjing.
Dish Soap's pretty strong. You know, it's
Oh,
Nah
yes,
itu dia,
yeah,
ini yang
yeah.
serapin di roll
Yeah,
tadi
yeah,
kan,
play
yang
7
batal
KDA,
kan.
Iya.
not good enough.
Nah
And
itu
the
dia
thing with
cuy.
Kiyun as well, Kiyun is kind of looking at everyone else here. The
sekarang
main
item
person
nih
he's looking
katanya.
at is
Paling
going to
negat-
be weird because Kiyun
negatron
needs to
clock nggak
outplace
sih?
weird in order to actually get into that top 3. Right? Kiyun's ADP is not as good. He needs to get 3 places above weird in order to find his spot. And weird being that Heartsteel cash out, right? Kiyun needs to get strong, try and hit him really
Nah.
hard as fast as
Biasa mau
possible.
jadi
Akali nih
It
yang
feels
belum.
like if you
Oh
need
mau
to get
bikin
3 places
esok
above
naik.
weird, then you need to go 9. Like level 8
Itu
KDA
aja
board, I
balikan
don't think
gua
is going to
nggak tahu
outplace
gitu.
by that
Iya,
much.
iya,
almost,
benar-benar.
You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting. I guess you have to keep watching weird and think. Okay,
Kemarin-kemarin
is
dia
Weird
sempat
actually gonna
blunder
die? 'Cause Weird
soal
starts to
dia
cash out
patah
plus last
tangan
stand, and
gitu,
he
tapi dia
believes
nggak
he's
mau
one of the
ngeronsen,
second
nggak
last
pengen
stand
ngecek.
players.
Habis itu
So
disuruh
that's
suruh
gonna be
sama orang nggak tahu dah
hard
hasilnya
to have
gimana.
him going out
Terus
super
sekarang
early.
ikutan forex pakai
That
pinjol
is
terus
a
dia
pretty
ngutang
big
berapa
loss for
puluh juta
President,
gitu
though. That
akhirnya.
really hurts him as he is very low down
Dan
at
nanti lagi
10
gua
HP.
And weird lost
I mean,
again though.
Anjoy.
And Riri Play did win. So that's actually pretty huge for him as well. Because
Banu Lockit kah bang? Oh Banu
Lockit
Lockit namanya, gue nggak inget sih namanya. Tapi gue suka lu nontonin dia cok.
And start some sort of a comeback here to where you can still get in off AVP.
Malala also hasn't lost since putting that Kale together, so definitely excited about that.
Eh,
But yeah, we're
Milala.
Kalau
gonna
di
see some
peringkat
victims here
1
when it
Milala
comes to this
perangkat
lobby. A
4
couple of
menang
our
mana?
friends are on elimination station, so
Gak tau
Degree
sih,
and
pokoknya yang
President
diambil
and
4 besar
Weird
ini cuy.
could all be eliminated
Milala
from
pasti
Empat besar kan ya, apa dua?
Is Weird going to be the one that
Sebenarnya
gets
lolos ya ini
taken
di
down?
shop.
Our
Iya,
backline's
di
all
shop
just
Om
tier 1
Milala
right
kayaknya
now.
udah
It's going to be
pasti
all
lolos.
up to that Zed and that Yone to try to do as much damage as possible.
Ngapain
Along
dia
with
keluar?
this Lucian,
Tadi
he
baru
actually gets
bahas
tagged
tadi,
by the Akali. Is this
Alvin
going to be it for
Triadi.
Weird so far? It's looking like it's going to be pretty competitive right now. It's going to be all up to that
Sure.
Akali, and if it's going to be able to take down that Zed, it's Akali versus Zed, and it's not
Sure.
going to be enough. Weird should have this, but you know,
Sure.
crazier things have happened here, especially since the Zed's going to have to chase that
Animasi
Akali
Jet ngejar
around.
orang tuh
Will
udah
the
keren
bolts
banget
work
anjing.
out for this Akali? Too much with the
Wait,
Buckbuster and the Hodge.
anjing, adu mid
The
lane
Zed's gonna
coy.
take it.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Kiyun
Aduh,
did push to 9, as Azale was saying. Like, you need to push to 9 with this
lagi nih.
KDA board. So Kiyun actually has a ways to go to get
Let's
through. The problem is
Let's
if he could have
go.
taken a win over Weird there, it would have been so huge. to
Coba
reduce his
Edrelnya
potentially 1-1.
diganti
Look
itu
at this
pakai
though. So
Jin
Degree
tadi.
procced
Aduh
his last
batu
stand
sih
now.
kan.
Replay did lose again where Precedent won. So Replay is at
Daripada
8 health.
kurang ini tapi
Remember,
dia.
Weird has last stand that
Iya,
has a
Cok.
proc. Degree just
Apa
procced
itu
his last
cuma
stand
set
and has a
sama
pretty
Z
upgraded
doang?
board.
Aduh,
I think
ini
Replay
lagi
is
nggak
definitely
ngehit
the player
Aksan
most
dulu.
in danger of being eliminated. Precedent also
Kasian Kasian Aksan coy ditabrak tengah jalan anjing.
Yang itu tadi siapa Pit? Yang Senanya jadi akhir-akhir si Prestiven ya?
Iya, Prestiven.
After an incredible start to this weekend, let's see if he can get it done.
Kain lolos nggak?
Caitlyn
Nggak
is
tahu.
all up to that Senna, and hopefully that Ezreal doesn't have a good ult and knocks us out immediately.
Emang Forex
Poppy's
salah
already
kok.
going on to the
Bukan
back
salah, dia
line, but
pakai
the
di
Ezreal's
panas.
not that great, so we have a little bit of an injection of
Salahnya dia
life,
pakai
but
pinjol, anjing.
it is not going to be enough. We do have an elimination here in the
Gue
final
inget banget,
lobby,
dia
and it's
motornya aja
going
kalau nggak
to
salah
be
masih kredit gitu,
Lah.
dolar kayak kalau nggak salah 36 bulan gitu
going
kredit
out
motor.
on the bottom
Mati
two.
berdua tadi itu yang Sena duaan.
Looks like
Goblok.
Tujuh delapan, kayak main ranked anjing.
He's got a very scary last
Saling
stand
tabrak
for it.
karena 78
And their
pegangan
placements are being
goblok.
eaten up. Weird still has last stand.
Duo
Kyun
blink
is
out.
running out of room to run away
Iya,
from
duo
Weird
blink
here.
out
As
juga.
Malala and Dish
Aduh,
are getting into those spots where they're locking
gue
themselves
pengen
in.
nonton dia di
Malala needed
TikTok
6+.
mana
He
tahu ada
should
ya.
now
Di Twitch,
finally
di Twitch
for
coba
sure
kita
be
lihat ya.
locked
Gimana
into
ini,
the
anjing
championship.
lah, gue
Sorry about the
ditabrak
early
tuh.
call, but now he's there. Now he's got it. We called it right. We just knew.
Replay,
Now he's
lagi
looking
live
for
besok.
that first place. Dish Soap needs the
Pegangan
top 4 of this game to
78
lock
pen
his.
mukul tuh
And
anjing.
Replay's got to be
Dapat
out
dapat
on a
Wah, anjing!
place.
What the
So
fuck?
that is just a
Support
brutal
itemnya banyak
capper for
banget
the
ini,
day for
anjing.
him. He went
Sama
6th,
dua,
7th, 7th,
anjing.
7th, 3rd, 8th for replay after having a 1.8 or so average placement on day
Ya
1
jelas
was just
ya.
insane.
Bang, telat ya?
And
Iya,
Agree,
telat.
Dia lagi
you know,
ngebahas
trying
ini
to
nih.
get some work
Kenapa
done
sih
here.
dia ngambil
Does
itu
have quite a
juga
strong
katanya.
board.
Terus kata
Double
viewernya,
Banshee's Veil on the support
dia
item,
ngeliat lu
so,
ngambil blink out tapi
has
tetap
pretty
diambil sama
nasty
dia
last
gitu
stand
katanya
board. We'll see what he
ke
can get done.
Iya.
Iya,
This board has a
viewer
lot
adu
of
domba
opportunity.
dia.
It's not going to get taken down by that first
viewernya
initial
mengadu
CC.
domba,
That's of
Cok.
course gonna be great
Jadi
for
katanya
Zed
Pret
and
Event itu
Ezreal
udah
and the
ngeliat
backline
si
in case they get
replay ini
clipped by
ngambil blink
something,
out tapi
but
tetap
double
diambil
ID
sama
on the
dia
Ezreal
katanya.
too, so this ult is going to be pretty big along with the Zed the Zig shred too. This is a very good combo.
Weird's
Last stand as well, and Weird's last stand will
Pinjol
now
20 juta
trigger.
rungkat
That's
gua
a
demi
brutal
Forex.
loss. That's totally
Langsung
okay.
ke kelas
Last
Iya.
stand's the whole
Lihat.
point as we do get
Blink out
another
ke pivot,
elimination
iya,
as
anjing.
well.
Blink out
But
no
here's
pivot
the thing
pegangan
is
nih.
that, you know, for
78.
Weird, you know, he does proc that last stand. You know, he's not
Anjing.
actually defeated because I think that's showing him as
Setengah
dead, but he's
dua.
still alive. He has that last stand. But he's level 8. He didn't actually get to go to 9, right? So he
Siren
has like a
jadi main
lower
God
cap.
dead grave
So if
katanya.
Q needs 3 placements higher than
Apa?
Weird, it is still
Dibilang dia
possible.
nge-grief
You know,
lu gitu.
depending on who Weird runs into, if he runs into one of those super strong players, like look at how unupgraded his board
Lu
is.
nggak lolos,
You know, he
gua
has
juga nggak
so
gua
many
nggak
1
lolos,
stars
juga
there.
nggak
1-star
lolos.
Lucian, 1-star Ezreal, 1-star Yorick, 1-star Alawi, 1-star Aphelios. Like this
Dua
has a
orang yang
lot
last
of
stand ya?
items, but not great upgrades
Iya.
whatsoever. So if he runs in one of the heavy hitters, he could
Dua
definitely
orang tuh last
lose.
stand.
And Kyun may still have
Dia
that
adu
chance
domba
to
sama
get that
live
big
chat ya,
outplace
Cok.
that he
Replaynya
needs.
dia
Let's see
ini
who the
udah
fight is. It
santuy
is
di
Kyun.
adu
Kyun
domba.
could potentially just eliminate his biggest competition right now.
Oh,
And it's
Sona
Sona 2 with all those items. That is a
Oh, we
very
haven't
strong
seen
Ay,
this.
Sona
We haven't seen this
nge-chat,
in so long. Every Sona that we've seen has been pretty much
Oh.
fake, and it's just been there for
Zona
synergy. But now we're
damage.
actually going to see
Oh.
it work. Here's
Nah,
the
geli,
ult,
goblok,
and
anjing.
the damage is
Last
going
stand ini
to be
terlalu
going
bodoh,
down.
coy.
Where did it go, actually? But we're going to get another ult going.
Oh.
That's
Ini
not
terlalu
going to
bodoh,
be
tapi emang lebih kuat yang
enough.
tadi sih
Not
support
even
sama banyak
close.
gitu.
I guess that's why we're not seeing Sona.
Yeah.
Sona
looks
looks
like
resist and
garbage.
armor.
Mereka dua-duanya last stand ya
Can't
kan?
get there over this last stand
Iya,
board.
dua orang yang last stand.
Dua-duanya
that's
last stand,
tough. I mean,
dua-duanya
it's
itu,
all just gonna
anjing.
AoE damage.
Dua-duanya
They're all
Ezreal.
healing up. You know, to
Iya.
your point, yeah. Last stand really
Gila
kind
lah,
of is
masih
the perfect
santuy,
counter to
nggak
Sona
rebutan
because
sama
it's just
siapa-siapa,
damage spread
anjing.
across the whole board, right? Also doesn't
Anjing
have a rage
hidupnya enak
blade, which
banget
makes
ya.
it tougher.
Aman aja.
Coba kita
Kyun
nonton
now
si
hitting
apa
an
namanya
RE2,
Press
you
TV
can see
ya.
on that side there. And again,
Press
you know, if
Steven,
Weird
Press
runs into
Steven.
Degree or something like that, he
yang
can
lolos
still die
berapa?
there.
4.
Malala potentially could
Satu
take him
hashtag.
down.
Tadi
Malala,
perasaan
with
jadi
that
Slayer nih
duplicator
orang.
on bench, is only one off the more
Ya,
than
Steven
3,
dia
which
nggak
generally
les
is kind of
sih.
seen as
Ya,
one of those big
78
wing
gimana?
additions, the
Streamnya
ways that
itu
you can
lagi
actually push this
diomongin,
comp
Bang.
from a good top 4
Dia adu
comp
domba
into a
sama
first
live chatnya
place.
anjing. Bang,
So
kamu
we'll see if he
dipegangin
can
sama
find
itu
it.
bang,
He's still
sengaja
eighth, so
bang.
he has good odds to
Goblok
roll,
anjing.
get some gold there. And with that duplicator, he's gonna roll down. We'll
Kata
see if he can
viewernya
find that
jangan
more.
maafin dia bro katanya. Dia sengaja
Through this,
nge-grief
you
lu
just,
katanya
almost
gitu kata viewernya
guaranteed
anjir.
top
Oh, there it
lane.
is.
Viewer kan
Huge on
dendam.
this, and they got the board. We
Oh,
also
jing.
get the
Oh, udah
zigs
offline
on the
dia.
Dish Soap's board too, and this one has been brutalizing the
Wah,
lobby
Dish
so
Soap
far. Look at
temen
how low.
Buset.
Anjay, udah sesuai foto nih.
Kaiser 3 as well, so Malala
Mm-mm.
also
Gitu
competing.
kuatnya
There's
sekarang
another
tuh.
last stand. We'll seemingly a little bit more vulnerable overall, Zell.
Apa yang kurang ini dia ya?
Oh, Milala menang lagi masa anjing.
Who is Malala going to be going up against? It is
Iya,
Q
iya.
on his last life here, potentially. Let's see if this donut can get it done. I don't know if he can either. He does have the Akali that is fully itemized. If the Akali can get in the backline and kill off that Kale,
Ini nih
maybe
PR
he
yang
can
main
make it
KDA
happen.
kali.
But right now, it's just stuck on the Mordekaiser.
Terus ada Harmasis ya kan, jadi bisa attack kita.
The Ari is
Ada
trying to
true
work through. It
damage
does have
ya,
the
bro.
GS. It is on the Mordekaiser. The Mordekaiser needs
mati
to
dong.
cast, and it's going to be able to
Mati
do so.
depannya.
It's incredibly low, and it's down, and now it's all up to the Kale.
Masih belum,
As the
masih belum,
Akali
cuy.
into
Ada
the
magic
backline,
defense,
trying to
cuy.
take him
Chill.
down, but the Kale is healing through everything.
Oi!
About to cast again. Wants to cast out to another.
tapi masih selamat dia itu.
Wah, kartu sebintang.
Wah, udah.
What a wild battle that was, and now 3 players on elimination station as well. Last stand is fallen. Degree the only one remaining in our top 4. Kiyuna, Rain, Malala, and Dish Soap. Dish Soap losing that last round as well. So no matter what, someone is getting eliminated in this next round based on how those matchups go. But who will it be? Will it be Degree? Will it be Kiyuna? Will it be Rain? Depending on how this goes, Degree definitely has the best chance here.
Ini padahal boardnya udah kayak begini masih kalah banget ya.
Kiyun going up against
karena carry cuma satu
This
sih.
is a really scary board. He upgraded the Ziggs, but not many items yet. It's an 80 flex, but Zed won. He does have the Ezreal looking for the big cast, but we still have the Sona and a call.
Kayaknya kalau item Sona dikasih ke Ahri masih bisa menang nggak sih?
Over to the Ezreal, but Zed won. Made it onto the Sona, and he takes her out. Zed won the MVP of the fight, and now it's just up to Akali, and she can't do it by herself.
Gak ada carry keduanya.
It's too much. Kiyun gonna go down, but has to Degree survive as well. Kiyun out in 5th, and we have Dish Soap should be locking in his ticket to the championship for the first time. Being in the top 3 for so long, being such a pillar of North American TFT, and finally he'll have a chance to show it at the championship.
He has an opportunity to make Worlds be the #1
Ini Jess dia nyalanya banyak banget, Cok.
What a crazy thing to say. And Dish Soap, finally, the monkey's gone. The monkey is off the back. We are going to see Dish Soap at Worlds, and it's okay to celebrate because Dish Soap deserves it, my friends. Now let's see how much of the lock is going to go. Green able to survive against Degree. Degree's the one on last stand. It's that Caitlyn, and there's going to be a big opening on that backline for that Caitlyn. Has been feeding her bullets, but it's still not over on that side either. There's contact
Iya,
in
4,
the
tapi yang dari game itu diambil 3 ditambah 1 base AVP. Base apa namanya? Average placement-nya. Ya, yang standingnya sih 3 diambil. Menarik juga sih ya bisa ngambil 1 base AVP gitu ya. Jadi orang yang benar-benar stabil terus sih bisa
dapat. Mati, Cok.
Degree last stand-nya kuat banget, Pak. Masalahnya tadi support item lu lihat ini.
Ini nih B1 Ezreal, Cok.
And it's going to be incredibly difficult to take down.
Milala keempat, Milala nggak masalah sih mau dia. Selagi dia nggak, udah nggak bisa lagi dia udah pasti menang. Udah pasti masuk Milala.
Even with a second, right? That could be a tie. Second would be a tie. I'm not going to speculate on how that all works. But if he gets a first, he would actually win the entire event. But he's got to get past Degree first. Degree is level 10. Look at that board. I don't think that Dish Soap could actually win from here. The double Banshee's Veil. He's got an itemized Ziggs too. He's got a Nord too.
Dia masukin itu soalnya
from Degree is insane. Dish Soap gonna be frantically trying to position as best he possibly can.
It could come down to breakers, Poop. It could come down to breakers. The best player of Set 10 versus one of the best players in North America.
Bentar, ini adu last stand.
Iya, adu. Satu last stand
does have extra lives if the bad news comes through, but it's all about Dish Soap. We are looking at potentially the first ever victory for Dish Soap in a tournament. Degree though keeping us on our toes. Dish Soap gonna fall. Is this gonna go to tiebreakers like you say, Cass? It's looking like it so far, but is Dish Soap gonna be able to
poinnya 29.
Dadah, Ezreal.
If there's really anything you can do, like I just think you're outclassed by the combat augments that are kind of over on the other side. Combat caster plus last stand is just so strong. Plus he's gotten more from Heart Seal, like the double cash out with these support items. The Banshee's Veil is really strong.
Poinnya sekarang 20.
Extra attack speed comes through. He does swap over to
nggak bisa juga sih, nggak bisa masuk juga sih si Degree walaupun dia menang.
I feel like you should sell your Lucian, your Lucian,
kalau misalkan saja 8 kan poinnya.
Iya 28, tapi si Ware tadi poinnya 27. Sekarang berapa poin Ware berarti? Tambah 3. 30 poinnya berarti nggak kekejar.
Already getting through that ult that's going to be tier 2 is going to be ulting a lot. The Dish Soap needs a lot of help from this Jin. There's already contact in the back line from the Zed. It's not looking good, folks.
Itu udah kayak disco aja item ininya.
One more life and one more opportunity to find the item that might be the difference maker. But it does seem like those combat augments might be too much.
Apa sih namanya itu? Dummy disco
aja. So now he even has that over Dish Soap, right? This is going to be what, a Lucian 2 for Dish Soap. I don't think it overcomes an extra unit all these upgraded legendaries.
Gila, gimana caranya ya Bang ya?
Bonus on everything. Degree is gonna send us to breakers between Dish Soap and Malala for that
last stand-nya belum, last stand aja udah sulit, item supportnya belum lagi ya.
Other conditions to make it. I think because of Q's performance here, it's gonna be hard for Degree to have found that AVP, but we're gonna have a very rocky ride when it comes to figuring out who made it at the end of all of this. Honestly, Necro and Gangly have a treat to spoil exactly how it all goes down.
Yeah, exactly. We're gonna leave it to them to make sure it is completely correct information that is being given over here. More items being chosen here on the side of Degree. Gets that third item, gets the Rage Blade in there onto Illusion, as well as Rage Blade onto that Ziggs too. This board looking absolutely unbeatable. Dish Soap trying to figure out what he can get done, if anything. But I think
ini kalau misalnya dia lagi buka meta TFT 0% Vincent tuh, jadi nggak ngaruh lagi ini.
The North American season of TFT is right now. Who's it gonna be? We got Dish Soap and Degree. Dish Soap is looking a little weak right now. The Zed's already in the back.
Level 10 anjing.
Say it's Dish Soap is going to hold Degree will win the last lobby of the North American season. There's a lot of math to be done, folks. There's a lot of stuff to do. Cass, what are you feeling? That's it for North America Regionals.
I mean, okay, so either
last 10 level 10 Dish
who completes the best set of TFT of any North American player ever with TVO win, KDA Cup win, and then a regionals win. Or we've just witnessed Dish's very first tournament win, finally breaking the curse that he's had for so long. And in the best time ever, it's regionals. It sends him to the championship to try and prove his medal there for the first time as well. This is the thing he's wanted for so long. I can't think of a more deserving player. Someone who people started questioning, oh, is Dish Soap overrated? Should he be dropped out of the victory? Should Replay take the spot? And Dish Soap comes in and says, no, I am still.
Hari ini gue liat placement deh,
It's just incredible. Dish Soap, Malala, they are going to be tied at 36 points. Weird is going to be in that third place with 30 points. So those three players will be going to Worlds. Then it's going to be down to average placement. I'm not sure exactly how that'll shake out, so I'm not going to speculate. We'll have the analysts update with you on both the tiebreaker between Dish Soap and Malala, as well as who finished in that highest average placement spot to be able to actually steal a spot there. But it's been an incredible game to finish off an incredible weekend of TFT. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see how these North American representatives can perform against the rest of the world, because they look damn good this weekend.
Yeah, North America, this was by far, in my opinion, and I have never been more confident in North America. You heard me, everyone, and I'm speaking the truth. But you know what? It is a little bit of a bittersweet moment, because this is the last cast for some of us as well. So we want to thank the players for participating, even if you did not make it. Like
nggak tahu kalau sekarang ya, soalnya kemarin kan habis diupdate tuh.
The next one could be your chance, and I am so excited for who's going to be North American Regionals in the future. But really
beberapa Android yang atas sudah ada yang 60 FPS.
What about for you, for your last words?
Menjak update berapa 3 yang lalu itu.
Absolutely loved every minute of it. It was a blast getting to cast with y'all again. And
drama bling out jadi inget Bang Lexandrom ribut sama
beli iPad.
Enggak, gua
Casanova, same thing. We're going to be seeing you soon, but North America, it's done. How are you feeling?
I gotta jump on a flight tomorrow morning and to
iPhone sekarang lagi murah banget sekarang.
Get ready for the championship to talk about these amazing players. And I'm happy with everyone we sent. Honestly, there's no one I would be unhappy with in this top 8. We have some really solid players. I can't wait to talk about them some more. Gonna go talk to them and see how they're feeling going in.
Awesome. So, and I just wanted to say thank you, everyone, once again. It's been an absolute pleasure being on this ride and seeing all of these players. Congratulations to Dish Soap just in general and Malala, because we know they're locked in. And if Dish Soap, if you won this, you're peaking at the right time. There's no one scarier than someone peaking at the right time when a world championship
keempat juga nggak ada cuy, dia cuma ngambil top 3 doang sama satu orang yang best AVP.
We're gonna have a lot of stuff going. A lot of maths are, going about right now. The abacuses are being used, but after the break, we will tell you who exactly are world's representatives for North Americas. See you soon.
Langsung WR 15 jam, tidak. Kenapa sih dia nggak ngasih standing ya?
Dihitung dulu, bentar katanya.
Lama banget tuh ngitung anjir, bentar hitung-hitungnya cok.
Tapi iPhone 13 aja lu main WR ini frame drop ya kok?
Udah nggak lagi gue.
iPhone 13 itu berapa FPS sih ini?
Gue cuma main 60 gue.
Tapi bisa 120 ya?
Iya. Minimal seri pro baru bisa 120.
Mau tuh.
Enggak speed.
Tapi tetap aja kalau live mah kagak bisa, Elgatonya nggak support.
Mau yang punya lu maksudnya ke kirimin.
Apa?
Mau yang punya lu iPhone nih kirimin.
Anjing.
Ntar gue jual HP bekas Kurohiko.
Harusnya udah ngitung selama match. Ya mungkin orangnya lagi males tadi gitu sih. Sama kayak lo main League of Legends, main Wild Rift nggak ada anjir, rehat dulu baru ngasih standing.
Ya. Placement di Kurohiko guys, kagak ini di gua, Cok. Mau lihat juga. Works nanti ada orang SG sebiji, iya sih Kejaos lolos tuh.
Kejawen guys.
Ini air liur katanya lolos
Air liur, air peju.
Air peju yang lolos. Air peju 69.
Mana placementnya
Masih ada
sana?
next game kak? Enggak. Itu salah dia itu. Udah 3 hari masih nggak diperbaiki overlaynya anjir.
Ya, nanti dibenerin turnamen berikutnya, Cok.
Udah ganti.
Ini sebenarnya sengaja next game in biar kalau misalkan orang telat nonton dikira masih ada anjing.
Ih, marketing ya.
Marketing.
Agak aneh gitu. Udah di akhir-akhir masih ada rehat itu kayak aneh gitu. Siapa juga yang mau stay nonton anjir?
Ya ini
kita
Ih, cuma kayak gini doang nih.
pertanyaan macam apa lo? Kita nungguin ini mau lihat
Kita nungguin karena ini doang. Kalau orang normal mah misalnya kalau udah terakhir nih, bahkan orang nge-close browser ya gitu ibaratnya kalau udah selesai game terakhir nih. Ini pakai ada rehatnya dulu aja.
Yang menang Nusantara Cup siapa? Belum ada nih, Nusantara Cup belum mulai, Cok. Yang menang siapa?
Pendaftarannya deh kalau nggak salah.
Pendaftaran terakhir 29 gak sih?
28.
Custom room TFT kapan lah? Diana udah padahal Diana belum. Siapa bilang Diana udah? Ini
Next set gak ada musik ya? Enggak.
Ini mereka bisa custom room gara-gara itu doang. Klien khusus buat turnamen. Kalau yang rank biasanya mah kagak bisa custom kan, bikin normal game ber-8 nih.
Betul. Gak bisa ini ya, gak bisa di spektator.
What a wild game
si
6 to
telur,
conclude our final day of the TFT NA Regional Finals game. Like, there's so much to take away from that final game. Like, I cannot wait to start talking about it.
I mean,
Kayak
to me, you
pengen
have to
bokar deh.
first
Dia
start
agak
looking
gelisah
at someone like Dystopian Q, Dystopian Degree, right? That last stand, heads up battle, the level 10 board versus the level 9 board. Degree, I want to like call back to who this guy is, right?
Gue kira Diana ngapain itu klien khusus. Itu klien khusus.
Second place, and after that, he goes real quiet for a
Klien
long
khusus
time.
turnamen.
Relatively strong results here and there, nothing consistent. Set 10 comes
Lama
along,
bang,
though,
aku
and
mau tidur
Degree
kaya sombong
is a
gak mau
brand
mabar.
new
Emang
player.
itu
He's
kaya kalau diajak
consistent
mabar
across,
ngecas aja
across the
ngomongnya.
set, and this time around at the regional finals, he did not start the day all that strong. In the final day, when he's playing for just the chance at maybe qualifying for
Nah, udah
Worlds,
keluar nih guys.
has this
Nomor
incredible
1 di
last
shop,
stand
nomor
run.
2
It was
Milala,
so cool to see
nomor
this.
Lu lihat di mana? Aku gua belum.
Obviously, is searching for his first tournament win as well.
Makanya kali
In
10
terms of the standings, before we got into this final
Nomor 1
game,
Degree.
Malala, Dishsub, and
Degree
Weird
nih.
were at the
Ini game
top
tadi, anjing.
of the points.
Ini yang tadi.
So as long as they have some great games to be able to finish
Degree
out,
dia nomor
they
5 guys,
can
nggak apa-apa lah,
in fact
ente lah Degree ya.
make it to the championships based on the top 3. But where
Baru liat
things
di
started
IG
to
kayaknya
get
dah.
really dicey was that
Bukan,
AVP
coy.
race where
Discord,
we
di
had
Discord,
a
di Discord.
couple of players in
Bukan,
contention. If those
coy.
two
Mana,
make it
coy?
through in
Kita
terms of the top
kepalingan.
3,
Gua bilang
then
kali
it opens
10
the door
videonya,
for
Cok.
Kali
replay with an
10.
AVP of
Lu
3.88
2 kali, anjing.
Yoon with an AVP of 4, and Degree and Rain tied for an
Terus
AVP
best
of
AVP
4.12
siapa ya?
to have the game of their
Best
life in order to
AVP-nya
have a shot to
si
make it through
Kion.
from AVP if that is the
Kion
top
sama Ren
3
anjir best
of
AVP-nya,
points.
Cok.
So
Hey.
what happened in this final game?
I mean, the first thing that really caught my eye with the game started
Blink
was
out,
replay
pegangan
and
78
Prest of it,
dia,
both
Cok, anjing.
playing this blinged out line. Not exactly
happened
sure
with this
how
game?
that happened on
Itu
stage
rebutan
2
blink
because
out.
we've talked
Juan
about it all day.
Mordok
People have
kan
not
baik
really
ya,
been contesting each other
dibikinin
on these
Om yang bisa lu mainin tuh banyak biar apa? Biar nggak saling tabrakan, malah ditabrak.
Has to look for these top 3 to keep their
78.
spot. He plays this line
Ya, kayaknya
entirely
Kiyun deh.
contested.
Lucu
Preston
banget,
finds the
anjing.
Yang lolos.
3-star Senna.
Top 3 lolos nanti ada time break lagi. Enggak,
On the other
udah
hand,
tidur
Hyun was
tuh
playing this
ubah-ubahan.
2-cost Seraphine.
Ini abis ini
opts to not
Peter
play
masih main,
into the
guys,
variant
satu
of the
game.
reroll.
Pan,
Instead,
tidur
takes
kan.
advantage of the fact
Peter
that there are
abis
two
ini
players
musuh button
contesting
wire.
each other and hitting very
Goblok.
late, and then
Button
goes
wire.
level 8. Goes level 9,
100.000,
plays very
10 jam.
hard tempo, and yeah, it may not have been
Mati
the
itu.
top 2,
100.000
but it's
10
like
hari.
we said, you can play these 4-cost lines
Isi
and get a
mati,
top 4
enggak
beat
lama
out to a
orang
top
mati
5.
juga.
That's exactly what he does. He finds himself a 5th place finish.
And a big difference maker as well when you look at how the in-between of that final game played out. We had Malala that ended up going
Kalau
fourth with
satu
the
orang lagi
KO
ngambil
reroll.
blink
So
out jadi
if we're
meme
talking
Spider-Man
2-cost
bertiga.
rerolls,
Iya anjing.
Malala was able to
Lah,
hit that
sama
KO
anjing
and
kata.
be able
Loh.
to stabilize with that
Bukan
Mordekaiser
anjing.
3 in the front. He was missing it for a while, so he did take a couple of losses
Kalau
in
bertiga,
stage 4,
loh.
but was able to turn it around after
Lohe,
hitting that
lohe.
frontline unit. But we also had Ray
yang
taking
TFT
a
juara
third place
1
with the
10
Yang bisa kayak gitu tuh kalau lagi main ranked, kalau lagi main
Really
ranked mainnya Ezreal anjing udah pasti begitu cok tiap game.
You're right,
Loh,
at the top,
sama
you can just see
anjing.
this last stand board was unstoppable.
Yeah,
Juara
Degree
2
put
7K
together a board
USD,
that had
7K 100
so
juta
many
berarti ya.
threats. He was incredibly
Main
rich. He
sih
has the
si
Ziggs 2, the Z2,
Milala dapat
Ezreal
100
2,
juta.
a very strong
Ya
board
juga
all
Gur.
around.
Ngomongin USD
Ultimately,
yang kita
it's too
kapan
much
Gur?
for Dishop to deal with, who has been really good at playing around
Iya,
these
iya.
level 9 boards, but
Agak
unfortunately he's
turun-turun
one level
perasaan.
down, one level short, and a handful of units away
Ada
from being able
bulan
to even
anjing.
break through the front line of Degree.
Ya, biasalah,
Ultimately,
Wim.
there was just too much value from the last stand on Degree's side of the board, and Dishop
Ren itu cewek ya? Iya, sekarang cewek.
Cewek, Kak.
Tadi coba
That is a great game to be able to have, especially when all of the standings were so
Ini
close
musuh
heading
surprise nih,
into this
anjing.
final game. But drum roll please, because we are going to find out who our representatives for North America
Tuh kan,
are at the
musuh surprise
Nah, ini dia,
TFT
cuy.
Remix Rumble
Ini dia.
Championships. And our
Milala
final
udah tahu kan?
standings. We've got
Dishop.
Dishop,
Dishop sama
Malala,
Milala
and
sama
Weird
gitu
making
poinnya,
it
Cok.
through from the
Poinnya
top 3
sama.
Iya
points.
sama.
And that
Empat,
is
empat,
terus satu lagi.
incredible that
Tujuh.
was a tiebreaker
Kayaknya si
for
Kion
Dishop
kayaknya
and
satu lagi.
Malala.
Dishop, for the last 3 sets, has been perceived as one of the best players in North America and has yet to actually be able to clinch a first place finish. With
Dia
this
nomor
win at the
5,
Set 10 regional finals,
Dua,
Dishop
dua, dua, dua,
finally
dua, dua.
finds the first place finish that we've all known was coming for so long. He finally does it. He makes it to
lolos
the world
berarti
stage.
empat
Proves
ini.
it to all of the doubters. He's not a
3.
choker. He's not someone who
Ambil
is just
3, terus
perceived to
satunya
be
best
great.
AVP. Nah,
He
best
is a
AVP kayaknya si
decorated
Kion.
great of North America. Congratulations
Kebetulan dia
to
nomor 4 sih.
Dishop for taking the tournament.
It's
Antara
been
Kion,
a
Degree sama
tournament
Ren.
win long
Nggak tahu dia
overdue.
mana.
But I can't believe that Malala could have won his 3rd tournament of set
Kayaknya
10.
Kion dah soalnya
I
si
know
Ren 2
it
kali
is
tusuk.
so tough with the
Tuh, 1-1.
tiebreakers that he comes in
Degree
that second
2
place, but
poinnya
this
tuh,
is
ada
history
pernah
on
dua.
so
Play nggak
many
lolos.
different
Day
levels.
one
of
average-nya
game,
2.
and we
Ini
still
dia nggak
have
ngehit mulu
that
tiap game, Cok.
final
Kasian anjing.
player to
Siapa?
stand through
Si
based
replay
on
dari
the
kemarin kan bagus deh,
overall
kelihatannya jago nih.
average
Sekarang
placement,
nggak ada yang ngehit
and
anjing.
we will be able to
Dari game
tabulate all
1
of that and
apa
get back
apa
to
yang
you
terakhir
on
tuh
that
pegangan
one.
tangan
But,
blink up
you know,
nggak ada
this
yang
is
ngehit
amazing. I'm so excited to see
Berapa game ini?
Dishop,
6.
Malala, and
teori itu
Degree being able to
teori
make
main
weird,
TFT
weird,
kalau
sorry,
lagi
weird
bau ya
making
udah bau
forward.
aja anjing.
Yeah,
Mau
I think
sejago
when you
apapun lu
look at
bau
the
ya
three
bau
players
anjing.
who make it on placement, it's so beautiful. You have
AVP 3 hari,
Dishop, who is
3
known
hari.
for so long as the
Best
best player in North America, but
AVP
he
across
didn't have
event.
the data to prove
Across
it. Set
event.
8 comes along, he and Setsuko alongside Replay dominate
Bisa
the
juga
field
nyilinya
and
belajar
carries
mereka
over
kemarin-kemarin.
into set 9. However, both of those sets
Tuh
he
tiebreakernya
falls
by
short
one,
at the
iya,
very
adu
end.
Yasuo
It's a
di
game of
Aram,
variance,
anjing.
but Dishop has shown time and time again his consistency is there, and he's there alongside
Milala
Malala,
model
like you're
reroll
saying.
masuk.
The set
Reroll
10
ada seninya
probably
coy,
player of
namanya
the
kelas
set,
2
right?
flex.
He wins the Vegas Open, he wins the KDA Cup,
Reroll
he makes it to the final day of the Hearts
Kalau
World
nggak
Cup,
flex
makes it to the
Kayak
final
Pre
lobby
Steven,
of
kayak
the
Amare
regional
Replay.
finals, where he
Pegangan.
ties Disho, ultimately coming together in this
Kalau
tiebreaker
begini
where Disho
sweet
was able
enggak,
to have a better
dilihat
average
di
crate
game
placement
terakhir
across
yang
the
lebih
entirety of the
tinggi
event.
siapa?
And I think
Itu yang
it's
menang.
poetic that the third player there is weird. A player
Kalau
who, if you ask the
skornya
average
sama nih
high-level
dua-duanya
TFT player
dilihatnya siapa
who is
yang
weird TFT
di game
3
terakhir
months
paling
ago,
bagus
I
dan yang
bet
menang.
you they don't know who he is. This is a player who made himself known as a high
Gue
risk,
nonton
high
Milano
reward,
tadi di tes
highest
2 game
first
tim
or
plannya
eighth rate
kayak
among
ganti.
any
Lah
North
ya emang
American
recall
competitor
gitu,
in the
Cok.
field. He
Cuma
plays
beda
it to
unit
make it the most
carry-nya doang,
exciting,
anjing.
entertaining way to play
Gara-gara
TFT.
last ten,
And
anjing,
maybe
dia
he
kalau
wasn't
kalau
the
musuhnya nggak last
prestigious
ten juga dia
expected favorite of this event,
bakal kalah
but he
dengan
played the
Echo
game his way and
Enggak
made
juga
it
ya,
to that
Diso
third and
bisa satu ya
final
kalau nggak
spot
last ten.
into the World Championship straight from the points.
Sama aja anjir,
Wow,
Diso udah pasti
Weird could
menang.
be a wild card. Malala
Itu
is
Diso kan ada
going
nomor
to
1
be a
sekarang.
set 10 threat,
Iya,
but
tadi di
the
game terakhir.
player standing above them all
Oh,
is
Dulu Disco
Disho,
enggak,
who
gue mau
we've got
tidur
on the
anjing.
line to celebrate this
Habisnya
amazing
lanjut TFT Kur
accomplishment.
kagak.
Disho, congratulations. This has
Wih,
been
menang,
a
Cok.
win
Mukanya
so
cemberut
long
gitu, anjing.
overdue for
Lagi
you.
serius
How
deh.
are you feeling at the end of it all, knowing that
Ini
you
nunggu apa lagi
won
nih?
the event and you're going to the
Interview yang
Dikasih
menang.
tahu
championships?
aja ternyata
I'm
itu
just
best
so
AVP-nya.
happy. I've never been more confident going into a tournament, I think, or like more confident like halfway through. And I think my hard work just paid off. I'm really, really proud of how I played today as well. I don't think the games were just free wins. I feel like I had to like
Sabun
play
cuci,
pretty well.
sabun cuci.
I don't know. I'm just at a loss
Panutan
for
gue,
words. I'm just so
cuy.
happy. I don't know.
Keren, Cok.
Dish,
What?
for a long
Yeah.
time, people have talked about you as being the best. And
Oh,
I think we
ternyata
kind of had a
best
similar situation with
AVP itu
Setsuko, where it's just
diambilnya
like talk
dari
and talk and
ini.
talk and talk. And the win
Yang
wasn't
paling
really
sering
there.
sama
Back
top
in the
4 sama
Defender
nomor
Cup, you got
1.
second place. But I guess I'm just kind of curious, did you feel a certain level of pressure in the average tournament that you actually entered to
Apa
Best
jangan
Bang
maybe
jadi
show
satu
up?
recall,
Or do you feel
enggak.
like the results you've gotten up to this point,
Best AVP-nya Degree
I
Kur.
don't know,
Iya
were
ternyata
good enough to
Degree ya.
live up for the
Nah,
for
bukannya
the hype
lu,
you've
Kur.
gotten for so long?
Bukan dong.
No, I put a crazy amount of pressure
Udah
on
guys,
myself.
kayaknya ini nggak
to,
tahu
like,
lagi nih
actually
wawancara di
do
sub
better
sih.
in
Ini
tournaments.
wawancara si Replay.
Like I don't know. Like
Jangan lagi
even
kita,
like
guys.
my
Jangan
Oke,
lah
thank
ya.
you semuanya guys.
Angry hate
Kita
watchers.
udahan guys.
like
Bubar,
like they
bubar.
don't know like the pressure I put on
Bergis ya.
myself to
Bubar,
do
bubar.
well.
Thank you, Kuro.
Yeah, I was a
Lihan,
lot of pressure.
duluan.
Thank you.
And I'm
Gue
glad
udah
I
ngantuk banget
like,
nih,
finally
parah,
got the
Mek.
win.
Makasih Kuro, makasih
I think that's what
Erliur,
makes it so
bye-bye.
amazing
Bubar,
about Disho is
bubar.
that there's a lot of preparation and a lot of hard work
Nggak
for
bubar, bubar. Lu
all
pada
of you
bubar.
that are
Ini,
playing.
tutup anjing. Nggak. Layar tancap tutup. Bubar. Mana giveaway nggak bubar, bye. Goodbye, bubar.